You are clearly the most powerful emperor in the world, yet you are cowering in the mountains, afraid to take a step out. It's all because you have awakened the system of lying flat and being lazy, and you must lie flat for thousands of years to break through the imperial realm and become a celestial king. Until the Sect's holy lord knelt in front of the gate and shouted loudly, "The Mirage Sacred Land is at the brink of life and death." The 38th generation holy lord, Li Maniac, respectfully requests the Ancestor to come out. However, after waiting for a long time, there was no response from inside. This made his mood even more tense. After all, this was already his last hope. At this moment, the young people in the ancestral land slowly opened their eyes, and a terrifying pressure surged instantly. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in their minds, "Ding, congratulations to the host for lying flat for 10,000 years, advancing directly to the Immortal King realm." Upon hearing this, joy filled their hearts. 10,000 years have passed, and finally, I am invincible in this world. Following that, a cold expression appeared on their face. How dare someone come to cause trouble in my ethereal sacred land? You should know that the ethereal sanctuary you established tens of thousands of years ago is the most powerful and supreme lineage in the eastern wasteland, where no one dares to offend. After secluding oneself for thousands of years, someone actually dares to have designs on the sanctuary. Well, it's time to go out and let those people know that the founding ancestor is still alive. Shortly after, he transmitted a message beyond the ancestral land. It's okay. They can't stir up any trouble. Li Maniac, who had been waiting outside the ancestral land for a long time, was full of despair. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard a voice in his ear. His body shook violently, and joy surged in his heart. There really was an old ancestor in the ancestral land. Truly, heaven is blessing our elusive sacred land. Without hesitation, Li Maniac knelt down again and asked, "Which old ancestor are you?" In response, Yu slowly said, "I am Yi Shaoqing." Li Maniac at the door murmured to himself, feeling that this name sounded familiar. Suddenly, he remembered that the first-generation ancestor of the founding ancestor seemed to have had this name. My goodness, the founding ancestor is still alive. According to the ancient records passed down by the ethereal sacred land, the ancestor was once an invincible supreme emperor in the world, and theoretically, his normal lifespan should be around 10,000 years. Thinking of this, Li Maniac's eyes lit up suddenly. Could it be that the ancestor has already ascended to immortality? Wonderful! There are immortals in the ethereal sacred land now. Meanwhile, inside the demon palace, a strong individual at the early stage of quasi-emperor realm spoke up. "Leader, disciples above the divine soul realm have all gathered and are ready to march and conquer the illusory sacred land. However, it has been a tradition for thousands of years and still possesses the imperial soldiers of the sect. Would there be any risks if we act recklessly?" Hearing this, Li Wudi slowly opened his eyes, and the terrifying demonic aura of the peak quasi-emperor realm surged from within him. So what if they have imperial soldiers? That old guy at the quasi-emperor realm is already dead, and the strongest in the illusory sacred land now is just a mere saint realm, unable to unleash the full power of the imperial soldiers. Besides, this leader simply does not believe they have any other cards up their sleeves. Ever since the day the elder of the illusory sacred land ascended, various major powers have been eyeing the spiritual veins of heaven and earth and the imperial weapon. The demon sect naturally does not want to fall behind, and that imperial weapon has long been coveted by them. A declining sacred land truly does not deserve to possess these treasures. Issue the order, mobilize the entire army, and annihilate the illusory sacred land. At this moment, in the ethereal sacred land, Elder Chen Tian's face was full of disbelief as he spoke. "Holy Lord, are you saying that the founding ancestor of our sacred land is still alive?" The other elders and high-ranking members were also half believing and half doubting. After all, the founding ancestor was a figure from 10,000 years ago. If he were truly still alive, they could dominate the entire eastern wilderness. Li Maniac calmed down a bit and then mysteriously said, "That's right, the ancestor is still alive, and the feeling he gives me is unimaginably powerful. He may have already stepped into a completely new realm." Hearing this, everyone showed expressions of shock, and asked uncertainly, could the ancestor have become an immortal? Li Maniac nodded with a smile on his face. Wow! The ancestor has truly ascended to immortality. Doesn't that make our illusory sacred land the most powerful sect in the world? What are those lackeys from the demon sect compared to us? The crowd was so excited that they were almost incoherent. They had never imagined that not only was the ancestor alive, but he might have also become an immortal. If the outside world were to find out about this, they would probably be half scared to death. At this moment, a voice filled with overwhelming killing intent resounded in everyone's ears. "Li Maniac, quickly hand over the imperial armament and the spiritual veins of heaven and earth. Otherwise the Mirage Sacred Land will be destroyed today." Mighty demonic auras surged into the sky, turning the previously clear and cloudless sky instantly dark and gloomy. Within the ethereal sacred land, figures flew out one after another. Li Maniac led a group of elders and high-ranking members, already appearing above the void, their aura bursting out without reservation. In the distant sky, a dense crowd of disciples from the demon sect had long been standing, all of them cultivating beyond the divine spirit realm. In the forefront, there are 4 extremely powerful experts, including the unrivaled leader of the heavenly demon sect at the peak of the quasi-emperor realm, Li Maniac, and 3 early-stage quasi-emperor great demon heads. With such a lineup, they are more than enough to sweep through numerous forces in the entire eastern wilderness. Upon seeing this, Li Manac's voice sank as he said, "Li Maniac, how dare you actually raise an army to invade our illusory saint land? Are you truly seeking death?" Li Maniac, cloaked in black robes, took a step forward, looking down at him with a condescending posture. "Li Maniac, even in the face of great danger, you still dare to speak arrogantly. Do you think you can kill me with your cultivation at the peak of the saint realm? This sovereign will give you one last chance. If you surrender now, perhaps this sovereign can spare your life and leave you with an intact corpse." However, Li Maniac sneered at it, and immediately mocked. "My illusory sacred land has been passed down for thousands of years. Do you really think that our sacred land has no other means left just because it has declined now? I advise you not to act recklessly. Kneeling down and begging for mercy now might still save your life." As soon as these words were spoken, the members of the demon sect were instantly stirred up. "Leader, they don't seem fake at all. Could there be other means? Shouldn't we retreat first?" Upon hearing this, Li Manac's eyes widened in anger, scolding harshly, "What nonsense! Do you have a brain? Li ran, that old man, is already dead. The current illusory Holy Land is nothing but a dying force, a mere group of scattered sand. How foolish of you to believe in Li Manac's nonsense. If there were really any other cards to play, why not reveal them now instead of spouting nonsense? With the imperial soldiers and the spiritual veins of heaven and earth in our hands today, victory is within our grasp. Once we succeed, the demon sect will undoubtedly become the most powerful force in the eastern wasteland. I'll give you 3 breaths of time. Li Maniac, if you continue to resist stubbornly, I will wipe out your entire family." These words surprised several powerful beings observing secretly from afar in the clouds. These people were all strong individuals sent by the most powerful forces in the eastern wasteland explicitly to spy on the news. It looks like Knight Wufei is truly enraged. "Yeah, do you guys think the Netherworld Holy Land really has other cards? It's hard to say. A supreme Dao lineage from 10,000 years ago, even though it has fallen, it's hard to guess if it has any cards. Because of this, my vast sword sect doesn't dare to act rashly. My royal lord also thinks the same way. Now that the situation in the eastern wasteland is surging with dark currents, and many forces are eyeing the netherworld's sacred ground, it's good to let the heavenly demon sect go to explore the realities first. That's right, whether it's true or not will soon be revealed. And look at the other side. 1, 2. Li Wuhu's aura became more and more powerful. The monstrous demonic might swept through the heavens and earth like a shocking wave, terrifying to the extreme. Countless people all felt a powerful pressure, nearly suffocating. 3. As soon as this word was uttered, Li Wuxia's face sank into the water, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. "Very well, in that case, don't blame me for not giving face. Go kill Li Maniac and let them know how miserable they will be if they don't listen to the sect master." Rumble. The 2 heavenly demon sect quasi-emperor realm great demon powerhouses, with majestic auras around them, like shocking waves, simultaneously took a step out and disappeared from their original positions in the blink of an eye, rushing towards Li Maniac. "Die!" The 2 of them turned around and instantly appeared in front of Li Maniac, who froze in place, without any intention to stay, simultaneously casting 2 divine abilities. "No good! Holy Lord!" When the group of elders from the misty Holy Land saw this, they were immediately shocked and rushed to storm up, exerting their divine abilities in order to help Li Maniac withstand the strike from the 2 quasi-emperor realm powerhouses. However, in the end, he was still a step too late, and the avatar had already attacked in front of Li Maniac. Just then, a majestic and endless, vast and boundless terrifying aura descended from the sky, oppressing countless people in this place. Rumble. A white light suddenly appeared, and the divine ability of the heavenly demon sect's quasi-emperor powerhouse instantly shattered and dissipated without a trace. What? How? This sudden change caused the 2 paragon emperors to lose their colors in horror, and without the slightest hesitation, they hastily retreated. However, as soon as they turned around, another invincible aura came from the back. Looking back, he saw that a huge palm had appeared behind him at some point. Bang! The bang! The physical bodies of the 2 quasi-emperor realm powerhouses were instantly slapped into a bloody mist, bursting apart and scattering into the heavens and earth, while their yuanshan collapsed and died through and through. This scene directly scared the countless people of the heavenly demon sect out of their wits. 2 quasi-emperor powerhouses were slapped to death just like that? How is this possible? Fake it. Heavens, what exactly is that giant hand? It's actually so terrifying. A low but majestic voice resounded from heaven and earth. A bunch of ants, they're quite bold, actually daring to hit my misty holy land. As the voice appeared, a figure slowly stepped out from the spatial crack. He was dressed in white, with a slender and upright figure, standing between heaven and earth with his hands on his back like an exiled immortal. Old Ancestor? Li Maniac, who had escaped death, looked at the figure above him and couldn't help but murmur with hot tears. Even though this youth was very young and did not show the slightest bit of aura on his body, and he had never seen the old ancestor himself, it was not difficult to hear from the voice that it sounded exactly the same as the old ancestor's voice in the ancestral ground. Returning to his senses, Li Maniac did not hesitate and immediately kneeled down and respectfully shouted, 38th generation Holy Lord Li Maniac, welcome old ancestor. The rest of the elders behind them saw this and were equally excited in their hearts, kneeling down and shouting, welcome the old ancestor out of the gate. Welcome old ancestor. Thousands of disciples from the netherworld Holy Land shouted in unison, and the scene was spectacular, shaking the crowd and shaking the sky with their voices. Old ancestors? The netherworld Holy Land actually has an old ancestor alive. It's over, it's over. This scene horrified the crowd of the heavenly demon sect. Even Li Maniac had trouble coming back to his senses for a moment, staring blankly at the magnificent figure in the void, his body trembling uncontrollably. Oh my god, it's the great emperor. Run! Far above the clouds of the major powerhouses, instantly frozen like a wooden chicken, without saying a word, hastily flashed toward the far side of the disappearance, the speed of the fast, hate to grow 2 legs. All they wanted at the moment was to escape this place as soon as possible and spread the word back about what had happened here. The netherworld Holy Land still had great emperor ancestors alive. Chapter 4 Extinguishing the Heavenly Devil Sect, Revival of the Imperial Soldier. All rise. Yi Shaoqing gently raised his hand and waved it. The ethereal aura was like a gentle palm, gently lifting up the ethereal Holy Land crowd. Afterward, his gaze calmly looked toward Li Maniac, and his voice was filled with an invisible oppressive force. You're the one who said that you want to exterminate the entirety of my sacred ground? This flat voice was like thunder in Li Maniac's ears, and his head shook like a rattledrum frantically as he muttered something in his mouth. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How can the netherworld Holy Land still have an old ancestor? You must be an imposter. Speaking here, a flash of ruthlessness flashed through Night While Xia's eyes. I'm going to kill you. Originally, everything was progressing incredibly smoothly, and it looked like the misty Holy Land was about to be completely overthrown, but right at this juncture, an old ancestor suddenly appeared. Who could stand it, and who dared to believe it? The powerful aura of the peak of the quasi-emperor realm surged out from his body like a raging tide, and he roared as he charged madly towards Yi Shaoqing. Imposter, go to hell. Li Maniac simply didn't want to believe, and didn't dare to believe that the netherworld Holy Land really still had an old ancestor alive, because once that happened, all of the previous efforts would go down the drain, and the celestial demon sect would surely come to an end. Therefore, he could only go ahead and bet that Yi Shaoqing was an imposter, and only by killing him would the heavenly devil sect be spared. However, Yi Shaoqing's face was as calm as water, without a single ripple. Only when Li Maniac rushed to his front did he slowly open his mouth, his voice carrying an unquestionable majesty. Those who don't know are not guilty, but this is not a gold medal to avoid death. If you dare to come to my misty holy land to spread wildness, no matter who it is, you should be executed. The words fell in a flash. Ah! Li Maniac let out a miserable scream. No! I'm not happy about it. Li Maniac's body was instantly crushed into flying ash by a godless might, completely disappearing into the heavens and earth as if it had never existed. Old Ancestor actually killed a peak of the quasi-emperor realm with a single thought. Awesome! Originally, when the heavenly demon sect was killing, the crowd of disciples from the netherworld Holy Land, who looked precarious and terrified, saw that Li Maniac was instantly obliterated by the old ancestor, and immediately turned the fear in their hearts into excitement, shouting loudly at the top of their voices. Even Li Maniac and the group of elders, who had previously speculated about the old ancestor's strength, were still greatly shaken inwardly when they witnessed this scene. The old ancestor's power was far beyond their imagination. Kill them all! Yi Shaoqing's eyes flickered with coldness as he fiercely blasted out a punch, directly blasting the last quasi-emperor powerhouse of the heavenly demon sect to the bone. Li Maniac immediately raised his voice and said, "Cultivators above the divine spirit realm, follow me to kill the enemy. Kill, charge, slaughter the bastards." With the old ancestor backing them up, the crowd of disciples from the netherworld Holy Land all had a high fighting spirit, summoning their own weapons and killing towards the heavenly demon sect's crowds that were fleeing in disarray. In a short while of effort, thousands of heavenly devil cultists were all killed without leaving a single survivor, and the ground was filled with the shocking corpses of the heavenly devil cultists. Old Ancestor, all killed. Li Maniac came to report in front of Yi Shaoqing, his face excited like a child with an adult backing him up. Yi Shaoqing carried his hands behind his back, looking at the vast land in the distance, leisurely opened his mouth and inquired, "Other than the heavenly demon sect, who all else is hitting the misty sacred lands idea?" Laying flat for 10,000 years, how could Yi Shaoqing not expect that the supreme Taoist system, which was once incomparably powerful, had now declined to such a state? Yi Shaoqing, as the founding ancestor, naturally wouldn't just sit back and watch. He had to properly straighten out the great forces in the eastern wasteland, to make it clear to them all that the ethereal sacred ground was the heavens, and the might of the heavens could not be offended. Li Maniac pondered a little for a moment, then responded respectfully, "Old ancestor, over the past 1,000 years, the Netherworld Holy Land has gradually declined, and they've all been sidelined from the ranks of the Holy Lands. The entire Eastern Wasteland's great powers have been renewed, and nowadays, in plain sight, there are still 5 great powers, excluding the destroyed Heavenly Demon Sect. They are the 5 Vast Sword Sect, the Buddhist Sect, the Glazed Immortal Palace, the Big Dipper Blade Sect, and the Divine Martial Imperial Dynasty." He paused, then added, "They've all been eyeing our heaven and earth spirit veins for a long time. Only in the past, with the Supreme Elder plus the Imperial soldiers sitting on the ground, they didn't dare to act rashly." Speaking here, a color of anger welled up on Li Manac's face. These forces were all large forces that had risen in the last few thousand years, and they had quickly risen to become the hegemon on the Eastern Wasteland side by snatching the resources of various forces. The ethereal Holy Land had suffered many losses from them in the past, and with the decline of the Holy Land, these guys began to greedily hit on the idea of heaven and earth spirit veins. This heaven and earth spirit vein is a treasure of inheritance. Li Maniac is a holy lord. How could he give it away? If he really did so, it would be the ancient sinner of the Netherworld Holy Land. Yi Shaoqing's face was expressionless as he continued to ask, "Among these forces, who has the greatest enmity with the Netherworld Holy Land?" Li Maniac answered truthfully, "They often make trips in the dark, but they are not as unscrupulous as the Heavenly Demon Sect." After all, these forces all rose later, and still had concerns about the Netherworld Holy Land, and had never dared to make a blatant move, only making small moves in the dark. "I see, in that case there will be no extermination." Yi Shaoqing's words reached Li Manac's ears, causing him to be instantly confused. Li Maniac marveled in his heart, no wonder the old ancestor would ask about this. It turns out that he was previously planning to exterminate all these great powers. If he had said one more word just now, I'm afraid that the entire Eastern Wasteland would have experienced a great earthquake. Li Maniac subconsciously swallowed his saliva. In his eyes, the old ancestor's body became even taller, and the admiration in his heart reached the extreme. Next moment, Yi Shaoqing raised his hand and gently beckoned, and the inherited imperial weapon of the Netherworld Holy Land instantly revived and flew out from the depths of the Holy Land with a whistling sound. Rumble! For a moment, godless might surged up, and the strength of his aura swept across the entire heaven and earth. The 9-colored Emperor Thunder was like a rushing dragon that rolled by, the vast and majestic aura making people tremble with fear. "Emperor soldiers, our Holy Land's Emperor soldiers have revived. Is this imperial might? So terrifying. What is old ancestor summoning the imperial soldier for?" Boundless imperial might stirred up, countless people were filled with shock. This was the first time in their lives that they had seen an imperial weapon revive. One must know that there wasn't even a single great emperor in the entire Eastern Wasteland, with the exception of a supreme Dao lineage like the Netherworld Holy Land, but one couldn't even see a single emperor soldier. However, the crowd was very puzzled in their hearts. What was the old ancestor doing summoning the imperial soldier? "Old friend, I thought you had forgotten about me?" Yi Shaoqing smiled faintly at the imperial soldier in front of him with a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. 10,000 years had passed in the blink of an eye, and he still remembered that when he had just become an emperor, he had carried this emperor's soldier gifted by the system, and it was invincible for an entire era, and was renowned. Buzz! The imperial soldier let out a violent roar and happily flew around Yi Shaoqing's circumference. It could be seen that it was very happy. "Go, accompany me out for a stroll." Yi Shaoqing took a step out calmly and instantly disappeared between heaven and earth with his emperor soldier. "Holy Lord, where is old ancestor going?" the elders asked with great curiosity as they recovered from the shock. Li Maniac gently coughed, glanced at the crowd, smiled mysteriously, and did not say that the old ancestor was going to settle scores with those great powers. "Soon you will know. When old ancestor returns, it will be the day our Netherworld Holy Land returns to the top." When the crowd heard this, they were even more puzzled, not understanding what it meant at all. Chapter 5, The Great Emperor's Presence in the World. Emperor's Might is Monstrous. Rumble. On this day, a long, lingering rumble came from the earth. The sound was like dull thunder echoing between heaven and earth, and the godless might was like a dark cloud covering the sky, enveloping the entire Eastern Wasteland. One could only see a white-clothed figure walking in the center of heaven and earth with a steady pace. There was a golden sword suspended beside him, and that sword emitted a raging and terrifying imperial might that seemed to be able to tear apart the heavens. His footsteps were slow and brisk, and every time he landed, a ripple instantly rose in the void, and the surrounding space was like fragile glass, collapsing inch by inch, as if the entire heavens and earth were welcoming the arrival of this great emperor. How is this possible? It's actually a great emperor. Which great emperor is this, and why has he appeared in the Eastern Wasteland? A great emperor traveling, just a mere back shadow makes me, a peak harmonization realm cultivator, tremble. A peak harmonization realm cultivator's body trembled slightly. For a moment, the entire Eastern Wasteland was terrified by this sudden sight. Everyone stared unblinkingly at the magnificent figure above the void, their eyes filled with shock and curiosity. Just then, Someone in the crowd exclaimed, "He's the old ancestor of the Netherworld Holy Land." When the crowd heard this, they were first stunned, followed by murmurs full of doubt. The misty Holy Land's inheritance has been passed down for more than 10,000 years now, and several of the old ancestors have long since fallen in the river of time, so how could they have suddenly appeared? Yes, don't spread rumors indiscriminately, the Netherworld's sacred ground has fallen nowadays, and in the morning I heard that the Heavenly Demon Sect has already gathered their troops to kill them, so I guess they've already been exterminated by now. I really didn't lie to you guys. That Saint Realm Loose cultivator roared with a face of horror. The Heavenly Demon Sect has been destroyed, it was this great emperor who did it. Knight Invincible including the 3 quasi-emperor realm great demons were all killed with a single thought. I hid in the distance and watched it clearly. What, is that true? In that case, this old ancestor should have already passed the 10,000 years. Even a great emperor should have his chi and blood dried up and stepped into old age. Why is his chi and blood power so majestic? An old cultivator was shocked. He was well aware of the erosion of age on cultivators, but this great emperor in front of him was completely out of character. Countless cultivators were even more shocked inwardly after hearing this news. The ethereal Holy Land, a supreme Tao lineage that had already fallen, actually still had a great emperor ancestor. It seemed like the eastern wasteland was about to change. Look, he's heading in the direction of the vast sword sect. A sharp-eyed cultivator shouted. Go, 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 go. Yes, 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 the great emperor is in the world, there's a good show to watch. The crowd responded and chased after the white-clothed figure in the direction of that white-clothed figure. At the same time, within the great hall of the vast sword sect, Zhong Zion was sitting high up on the throne, and was leisurely looking at the ancient books, as the entire hall was immersed in silence. Suddenly, a silhouette rushed in hurriedly outside the door, and this person was none other than the Sage Realm Elder Young Tian, who had secretly gone to spy on the situation of the Heavenly Demon Sect's attack on the Netherworld Holy Land earlier. Patriarch, it's not good, it's not good. Young Tian's voice was filled with panic, and his breath was a bit disorganized as he ran wildly all the way here. Zhang Yan frowned and put down the ancient book in his hands, saying with some dissatisfaction on his face, Elder Yang, you're also a person of a great age, so how can you be so fussy? After a pause, he asked, also, didn't you go to spy on the Heavenly Demon cult's attack on the Netherworld Holy Land, and has the Netherworld Holy Land been destroyed? The old ancestor. He came. Young Tian gasped and stammered. What old man, what's coming? Zhang Yan's frown tightened. What was wrong with the always stable Young Tian today? Elder Yang, can't you speak slowly? Young Tian, who had slowed down, took a deep breath and then shouted, with the color of panic still remaining in his eyes. The great emperor ancestor of the Netherworld Holy Land is still alive, the Heavenly Demon Sect has been destroyed, and Li Wuji as well as the 3 quasi-emperor realms are all dead. What? After Zhang Yun, who was originally unimpressed, reacted, he immediately stood up with a swish, his eyes wide open, and hurriedly asked, there are still old ancestors alive in the Netherworld Holy Land? Yang Tian hurriedly nodded his head. Li Wuji as well as the 3 quasi-emperor realms are all dead? Yang Tian nodded his head vigorously once again. That great emperor ancestor is heading towards our vast sword sect? Yang Tian couldn't even nod his head this time, and said with a frightened face, coming our way. When he thought of the overwhelming figure that was accompanied by an emperor's soldier and stepped on the sky just above the void, Yang Tian couldn't help but tremble, it was just too terrifying. How? Zhang Yan paced back and forth in the main hall with a panicked look on his face. Even if the old ancestor of the Netherworld Holy Land is still alive, how come he is still coming towards my vast sword sect? The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became, and finally, as if he had lost all his strength, he slumped in his chair. Ever since he became a quasi-emperor realm, he had never lost his temper like this. After all, the Eastern Wasteland hadn't seen a great emperor for an unknown period of time, and now that an old ancestor had suddenly appeared and was rushing towards their clan, who could be afraid of this? Just then, a majestic voice came from outside echoing throughout the sect. Which one is in charge of the vast sword sect? Come out within 3 breaths or the clan will be exterminated. Shoo shoo shoo. A figure flew out from the vast sword sect. When the crowd raised their eyes and saw that magnificent figure in the void, they were instantly frightened and their legs went weak, and they shivered involuntarily. Zhang Yan forced himself to calm down, raised his hand and wiped the perspiration that kept rising on his forehead, then stiffly stepped forward, bent 90 degrees, bowed, and respectfully said, Senior, the late generation is the patriarch. I didn't know that Senior had come to visit, so please bear with me. The fact that Patriarch Zhang, who was as strong as the quasi-emperor realm, was now lowering his voice like this caused countless people around him to be greatly shaken inwardly. Yi Shaoqing looked at him from above, like a god looking down on a mole cricket, with scrutiny and questioning in his eyes. I've heard that you often secretly oppress the Netherworld Holy Land, is this true? As soon as Zhang Yun heard these words, cold sweat broke out in a swish, and the back of his shirt was instantly drenched in sweat. It was true that the vast sword sect had been secretly suppressing the Netherworld Holy Land, but because of their scruples, they hadn't gone too far. But now that the old ancestor of the Netherworld Holy Land had come to his door, how would he dare to admit it? Zhang Yun shook his head like a rattlesnake drum and hurriedly explained, Senior is wronged. Although the late generation and your holy land cannot be said to be on very good terms, it is impossible for us to do this lowly thing. Please also be clear, Senior. I'll give you one more chance to speak properly. Yi Shaoqing frowned slightly as an invisible pressure pressed in. Buzz. The imperial soldier seemed to have sensed its master's killing intent and rose up into the air, standing above the vast sword sect. The suffocating imperial might shrouded down in an instant, firmly locking onto the crowd below, as if it was going to obliterate them in the next moment. Senior, wait! Zhang Yun shouted in alarm. Speak! Yi Shaoqing stood quietly with his hands behind his back, waiting for an explanation. Zhang Yun said, Senior remembered, in the past, there were indeed some minor conflicts with your holy land, but Senior is willing to compensate. Oh no. Is compensation, Senior, what do you think? Yi Shaoqing's eyes narrowed slightly as he calmly said, Tell me, if you can satisfy me, you can forget about it, but if you make me dissatisfied, you know the consequences. Zhang Yun was delighted at his words and hurriedly said, Senior, wait a moment, let's discuss this first and promise to give you a satisfactory answer. Chapter 6, Great Emperor Ancestor's Doorstep, Sensible Zhang Yun. Not long after, Zhang Yun, who had discussed the results with a group of executives, quickly stepped forward. Elder, Senior, and the elders have discussed a compensation plan. We, the vast sword sect, are willing to compensate your holy land with 3 saint soldiers, 100 million spirit stones, 10 beads of saint pills, 10 saint pills of marrow cleansing, 10 saint pills of transfiguration, 10 saint pills of dragon's ambergris, and 10 saint pills of 100 longevity. When these words came out, countless cultivators were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped. Hiss! My God! Is the vast sword sect bringing out all of its family's assets? For types of holy pills, 10 beads of holy pills, 100 million spirit stones plus 3 holy weapons, this is no longer a normal family base, this damn thing is emptying the family base. I'm convinced, Patriarch Zhang is awesome. The crowd was shocked by Zhang Yun's largesse. Zhang Yun secretly measured Yi Shaoqing's expression from the corner of his eye, and seeing that he didn't have the slightest reaction, he immediately revealed a bitter face and said with a hint of a pleading tone, Elder, this is already the entirety of the vast sword sect's family fortune, so please be magnanimous and spare us for once. Immediately afterward, Zhang Yun added a righteous assurance, I am here to assure you that in the future, the vast sword sect will definitely not mess with the disciples of your holy land, and if they find out that there is no need for seniors to do anything, seniors will directly behead them. Yi Shaoqing glanced at him lightly and calmly said, Where's the stuff? Here, Senior. Zhang Yun handed over a storage ring towards Yi Shaoqing. Receiving the storage ring, Yi Shaoqing's divine sense swept through it, revealing a faint smile and said, Alright, in that case I'll be going. After saying that and without waiting for the crowd to react, his body flashed and he instantly disappeared above the clouds with the saint soldier. Go, 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 go. I want melon, I want melon. The crowd looked like they were addicted to melons and chased after Yi Shaoqing in the direction he disappeared. I don't know if Yi Shaoqing was doing this on purpose, but he seemed to have slowed down his pace, as if he was purposely letting these people follow. Yang Tian walked over to Zhang Yun and asked, Patriarch, it should be fine, right? Zhang Yun, who had been forcibly pretending to be calm, looked as if he had suddenly lost all of his strength, and sat on his butt on the ground, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead with palpitations. It should be fine. Earlier, he had been terrified. A great emperor powerhouse was truly terrifying. If it wasn't for the reason that the patriarch needed to keep up his face, he wouldn't have been able to support himself long ago. Immediately afterward, Zhang Yun said towards Yang Tian, prepare another generous gift to send to the netherworld Holy Land. Yang Tian scratched his head and asked, Patriarch, didn't you just make amends? Why do you still need to prepare a gift? Zhang Yun couldn't help but curse, saying, Are you stupid? That was for the great emperor Ancestor, and the current one is for the netherworld Holy Land. Can they be the same? Yes, sir. Yang Tian was startled and didn't dare to ask any more questions, running off in a huff to get ready. Quickly look, the great imperial Ancestor is heading in the direction of the Big Dipper Blade sect. This is going to be a good show again. I heard that the Big Dipper Blade sect master, Li Maniac, is a warlike person who never gives in to softness, and this time when he meets the great imperial Ancestor I wonder if he will be as mad as he was before. Want to bet on it? I'll bet him 100 spirit stones he'll go soft. I'll come too. I bet 1,000 spirit stones he won't give in. And me. A group of eaters mingled and whispered in the background. Although their voices were small, Yi Shaoqing was an Immortal King realm big shot, so naturally, they couldn't escape his ears. But he didn't care, in his opinion. Could the craziest person carry a slap in his hands? The news that Yi Shaoqing had cleaned up the vast sword sect instantly spread throughout the eastern wasteland. At this time, the Big Dipper Blade sect had already gotten the news. Outside the mountain gate, Patriarch Li Maniac with a group of senior officers were waiting in a tight formation. Rumble! The void rippled, and Yi Shaoqing's stunning figure appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Seeing this, Li Maniac took a big step forward, clasped his hands and said aloud, Gangchi Hegemony Blade Sect Master Li Maniac has met Senior. I don't know what is Senior's business here? He was stout, his limbs were thick, his muscles were high and bulging like gnarled dragons coiled and knotted, and a terrifying power permeated his body, as if thunder was rolling and surging in it, and that aura was amazing. Yi Shaoqing glanced at him and said with a smirk, "Doesn't Patriarch Li know why I'm here? Or do you not care?" Li Maniac once again clasped his fists and said with a frank expression, "Senior, it's true that I have a little conflict with your netherworld Holy Land, but this is also a matter between our juniors, so it's better if you don't mind." He was a strong person at the peak of the quasi-emperor realm, just a step away from the great emperor realm, and with the power of the hegemonic blade, he was able to fight across the ranks, so he wasn't very afraid of Yi Shaoqing in his heart. Yi Shaoqing said nonchalantly, "If the juniors can't beat them, it's reasonable for the elders to step in, right? Besides, I'm already here, where do I put my face if things aren't settled?" As he spoke, his voice grew cold. Hiss! The great imperial ancestor is angry. Yeah, do you guys think Patriarch Li will be soft? I don't know, just eat the melon. The gazes of a group of melon eaters were directed towards Li Maniac, their eyes filled with curiosity, as if they were all curious to know how he would respond. However, Li Maniac's next words almost shocked the crowd's jaws. "Senior, you are a great emperor, I respect you, but if you want me to compensate you like the vast sword Sect did, then I can only say an impossibility." After Li Maniac finished speaking with a cocky face, he took out a large knife, which was 3 meters long, and as soon as it appeared a gust of holy might filled the air, it was not hard to see that this was an extremely extraordinary holy weapon. Frog Funk, is he crazy? A melon eater's eyes widened with disbelief. Patriarch Li doesn't think he wants to fight with a great imperial ancestor, does he? My god. Crazy, all crazy, the quasi-emperor realm challenging a great emperor, Patriarch Li is still the only one. The crowd marveled, and their murmurs reached Li Maniac's ears. Li Maniac glared at them fiercely, that look was like a substantial blade, the surroundings instantly quieted down, the crowd no longer dared to make any noise. Immediately afterward, Li Maniac looked straight at Yi Shaoqing, his eyes burning with fiery battle intent, and said loudly, Senior wants to challenge you." As soon as the words fell, the raging power of the peak of the quasi-emperor realm erupted like a volcano erupting from his body in a raging eruption, and that aura was 2 or 3 times stronger than the previous heavenly demon sect master, Knight Wufei. This action of his undoubtedly frightened the people of the Gangqi Hegemony Blade sect, and they hurriedly advised him. "Patriarch must not. Yeah, didn't you say you were apologizing earlier? Why do you suddenly want to challenge the great emperor ancestors?" They were all confused and muttered in their hearts about how they had suddenly changed their minds in a good way. A paramount emperor challenging a great emperor, isn't that asking for death? Chapter 7, Your name is as wild as your person. All shut up. Li Maniac chided. He had already stayed at the peak of the quasi-emperor realm for hundreds of years, and during these long years, with the might of the bastard blade, he could almost be said to be an invincible existence in single combat. He wanted to see if the great emperor realm was really as powerful as the legends, and Li Maniac was confident in himself that even if he couldn't beat him, he wouldn't lose too badly. When the people of the Big Dipper Blade sect saw how determined he was, they sighed helplessly and could only secretly pray in their hearts that the great imperial ancestor would be a little lighter in his hand. Bang! Li Maniac gripped the large sword tightly with one hand and fiercely pestled it into the void. A powerful aura shot out like a tidal wave, and those closer eaters were instantly shaken out, and the scene was filled with shouts of astonishment. "Senior, is it possible to have a battle?" Li Maniac's voice was loud and full of provocation. Yi Shaoqing almost laughed in anger at his appearance. "You do have a good name, as wild as your person." Immediately afterward, he slowly asked, "I'll ask you one last time, do you really want to fight me one-on-one? I don't know what to do with my hands, so it would be bad if I accidentally beat you to death." Ha 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 ha. Li Maniac threw back his head and let out a loud laugh. "Elder had better, because I won't be holding back either." Mad. This word bubbled up in the hearts of the crowd unanimously. Li Maniac wasn't just crazy, he was simply arrogant to the extreme. The quasi-emperor realm challenging a great emperor was already seeking death, and he actually dared to speak so wildly. As expected, after Yi Shaoqing heard his words, although the expression on his face didn't change much, he was extremely upset inwardly, and he decided to teach this brat who didn't know the sky and the earth a good lesson. "Elder, I'm striking," Li Maniac shouted. Boom! The aura of the peak of the quasi-emperor realm stirred out from his body without reservation, and the veins on his arm holding the greatsword rippled like a small, sinuous snake. He only saw him take one step, and in an instant, the entire void shook, and his figure instantly disappeared in place. "Bastard blade technique!" Li Maniac roared. Rumble! The surrounding heaven and earth aura seemed to have been summoned by some powerful call and began to surge up crazily, constantly converging towards the body of the great sword. In an instant, the great sword transformed into a giant blade arm that was 100 meters long, emitting a dazzling light and locking Yi Shaoqing firmly within it. Chop! As Li Maniac shouted and pressed hard into the blade, the 100-meter blade slashed down from the air in an instant with a heaven-destroying aura. The powerful force caused the surrounding space to distort, rippling like the surface of a calm lake being thrown into a boulder. Although Crazy Li is crazy, I have to say that he's really powerful. Yes, with this kind of aura, an ordinary quasi-emperor realm might not even be able to withstand a single blow from him. Above the void, Yi Shaoqing stood with his arms folded, calmly looking at the incoming greatsword. His face was calm as the corners of his mouth rose slightly as he said, "If that's the only thing you're capable of, I advise you to admit defeat yourself." Yi Shaoqing raised his right hand without any panic and gently clicked it towards the large knife that came whistling. The action seems to be light, but it contains endless power. Blocking. The greatsword was like a wildly running beast suddenly crashing into a huge bronze bell, emitting an extremely ear-piercing sound. The shock caused countless people to cover their ears in pain. Blocked. The great imperial ancestor blocked Li Maniac's slash with just one finger. In an instant, the surroundings instantly boiled over. Only to see that when that big knife slashed to Yi Shaoqing's front, it was as if it was bound by a huge invisible force, stopping there unable to advance any further, as if time stood still at this moment. Disperse. Yi Shaoqing spat out a single word from his mouth, and immediately afterward, the great sword that was transformed by aura slowly dissipated. No way. Li Maniac's eyes widened, his eyes filled with horror and disbelief. The bastard blade technique was his most powerful and proud technique, even cultivators of the same rank would find it difficult to resist it. How could it be blocked so easily? However, what Li Maniac didn't know was that the one standing in front of him wasn't an ordinary great emperor, but an immortal king giant. The gap between them was like a rift in the sky. A huge sense of frustration was like a raging tide, instantly drowning Li Maniac and sending him into an extreme frenzy. Holding the large sword tightly in both hands, he swung it frantically, charging towards Yi Shaoqing like an out-of-control brute bull, hissing under his breath, "I don't believe that you can still block this sword of mine." This time, Li Maniac did not hold back in the slightest, and he even executed his own supreme stance. Only his figure was seen flickering in the void, slashing out hundreds of blade chi in the blink of an eye. Those hundreds of blade chi were like hundreds of silver scaly dragons, lunging towards Yi Shaoqing with an extremely astonishing aura. "Kid, are you taking it that I really don't have a temper?" Yi Shaoqing's face sunk slightly, and a trace of warm anger flashed in his eyes. Originally, he just wanted to let Li Maniac know that he was going to retreat, but this guy was repeatedly acting crazy in front of himself. Who is he? He was an immortal king, the most powerful invincible person in this realm. How can his majesty be so recklessly provoked by others? There is no need to endure anymore. Today he had to give this kid who didn't know the heights of heaven a bit of color, or else where was he going to put this old ancestor's majesty? Yi Shaoqing raised his hand and gently waved it, but the surrounding blade chi was instantly dispersed as if it was blown away by a gust of wind. Before Li Maniac could react for that split second, Yi Shaoqing instantly arrived in front of him like a bolt of lightning. Immediately after that, he threw out a punch without hesitation. Bang! Li Maniac was like a kite with broken strings, shooting out towards the distance, his body traced a long arc in the void, and blood continued to spray out of his mouth. "Kid, don't you have itchy skin? I'll help you loosen your bones properly now." After saying that, Yi Shaoqing's figure once again merged into the void. In an instant, he appeared in front of Li Maniac, who was flying backwards, and without hesitation, he raised his leg and kicked down fiercely towards Li Maniac. Bang 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 bang. Ah! A fist-to-flesh sound accompanied by a miserable scream rang out. That voice echoed in the void, causing those who heard it to shiver. Holy, without shedding a single ounce of breath, it's a one-sided fist-to-flesh thrashing against Li Maniac. It's too fierce. Hiss. It hurts to look at it. Ha ha ha, laugh me to death, let him go wild, now he knows how powerful the great imperial ancestor is. The crowd roared with laughter. However, some people are happy and some people are sad. The people of the Gangchi Hegemony Blade sect had already been terrified by this scene, their faces pale and their bodies trembling slightly. They wanted to rush up to help, but they didn't dare to rush up at all, in case the old ancestor would beat them up as well. In a fit of rage it would be more trouble than it's worth. "Elder, I'm wrong, I really know I'm wrong." The bruised and swollen Li Maniac clutched his body tightly, his voice begging for mercy with a sobbing tone. Li Maniac is really going to collapse, although he is strong and his muscles are solid as iron. But where can he carry such a fist to the flesh of the violent beating saw? And the former is particularly unethical. Specialized in picking those vital places to strike, either to the face a burst of punches, or towards his waist hard to greet, no matter how desperately he tried to block, but simply unable to block. Ah! Yi Shaoqing slammed another punch hard towards his waist, the force was amazing. My waist! Li Maniac screamed up to the sky in pain, his eyes rolled over and he directly fainted, his body collapsing to the ground like a pile of mud. Ha 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 ha! This scene could make the surrounding eaters laugh so hard that tears came out of their eyes. Phew! That's cool! Yi Shaoqing stood up and stretched, and the bit of anger in his heart dissipated cleanly with this thrashing. Looking at Li Maniac who was lying on the ground not knowing whether he was dead or alive, he then turned around and said to the people from the Gangchi Hegemony Blade sect, "Carry it in, I'm afraid that if we wait for a while longer, we won't be able to breathe." At this time, one of the elders of the Gangchi Hegemony Blade sect cautiously stepped forward, with awe in his gaze, and cautiously inquired, "Elder, you're generous, don't take it out on our patriarch, his character is just like that. If you see what you need, our sect will offer as much even if we pour out all we have." Yi Shaoqing waved his hand. Forget it, when that kid wakes up, tell him to stop being so wild in the future. In his heart, he actually liked Li Maniac's unconquerable character, it was that this person was just too tigerish. Chapter 8 Old Buddha Master of the Buddhist Sect vs. Old Ancestor of the Netherworld Holy Land. With the occurrence of the Netherworld Holy Land's great Emperor Ancestor coming out and destroying the heavenly demon sect in one fell swoop, and then single-handedly and single-swordedly going straight up to the vast expanse sword sect and the Big Dipper Blade sect, in just less than half a day's time, the news quickly spread throughout the entire eastern wasteland just like a gale. Countless people were deeply shocked after hearing about this, and they all lamented the power of this old ancestor. For a while, the gazes of all the cultivators were focused on this old ancestor, and many of them were filled with curiosity and secret speculation. Does he intend to walk up all 5 major forces in plain sight? Everyone, go to the Buddhist sect. Something big has happened. What's all the panic about? What's going on in the Buddhist sect? There's news that the first generation of the Buddhist sect's old Buddha master isn't dead, and is now battling the great Emperor Ancestor of the Netherworld Holy Land. What? Are you talking about that old Buddha lord who founded the Buddhist sect 4,000 years ago at the peak of the quasi-emperor realm? Didn't he pass away after failing to break through to greatness and seclusion? That's right, it's him. Not only is he not dead, but he's also achieved the position of a great emperor. The news that the old Buddhist sect lord not only didn't die, but also broke through to become a great emperor instantly caused a huge stir in the entire eastern wasteland once the news was spread. Countless cultivators were horrified inwardly upon hearing this. It was just as well that the first generation old Buddha lord wasn't dead, but he was actually fighting the great Emperor Ancestor of the Netherworld Holy Land. Let the original East Wasteland appeared a great Emperor Old Ancestor already let everyone shocked beyond words, now even suddenly appeared a great Emperor Buddha Lord, this kind of thing in the East Wasteland but has not appeared for thousands of years. For a time, countless people rushed in the direction of the Buddhist sect, fearing that they would miss this unprecedented and rare battle between the two emperors. Rumble. Amit Bab Buddha. On the top of the Buddhist sect, an old monk stood in the air, his hands joined together, and in an instant, 10,000 channels of Buddhist light shone on the earth. A full 1,000 feet tall angry eyes Vajra silhouette appeared behind him, and that roiling Buddhas might spread out in all directions. Opposite Yi Shaoqing, who was also standing in the void, gazed at the old monk and asked suspiciously, "How did you guess my identity?" It was the first time he had met with this old monk in front of him, yet he was very curious in his heart as he had just been told his surname in one breath by the other party. Righton explained nonchalantly. Fellow Yi does not know that the reason why I was able to rise against death and achieve the position of a great emperor was entirely due to the fusion of the will of my previous life, which allowed me to transcend the earthly world. And as the former body was from the same era as you, Sure Master Yi, the old lineage gained some of its memories after fusing with it, and thus was able to recognize the Sure Master. So it's like this. Yi Shaoqing was slightly surprised, not realizing that this old monk actually had such a layer of identity. Thinking of this, Yi Shaoqing asked again, "Since you know who I am, what should I do about your Buddhist sect oppressing my misty holy land?" Amit Bab Buddha. Rantian recited another Buddha's name and slowly spoke. The contemporary lord of the Buddhist sect broke his precepts, contracted vices, and wantonly killed innocent beings, so as soon as the old lineage came out of the gate, he abolished his cultivation and expelled him from the mountain. I hope that Mistress Yi can give face and let these matters pass. Face? What if I don't give it? Yi Shaoqing's expression was flat. It had always been others who gave him face. When had anyone dared to ask for face from himself? What's more, he had come this time to establish his authority for the Netherworld Holy Land. If this face was given, where would his majesty go? Besides, he was a peerless immortal king, and this old monk in front of him was just a small cultivator who had just stepped into the early stage of the great emperor realm, so why could he make him give him face? At this time, many cultivators had already gathered around one after another. When they heard Yi Shaoqing's words, everyone sucked in a breath of cool air. Worthy of being a great emperor ancestor, speaking is tough. Yes, only he dares to talk to a Buddhist emperor like this. If it were anyone else, I'm afraid he would have already pissed himself. I couldn't agree more with the upstairs. Rantian sniffed, locked eyes with him, and inquired, "Then how does Sect Master Yi want to resolve this?" Yi Shaoqing was silent for a moment, his eyes slowly looked deeper into the Buddhist sect, and smiled unhurriedly. I heard that there is a kind of Buddha fruit in the Buddhist sect, called Bodhi heart, which grows under the Buddha statue, and relies on the Buddha luck of the people in the Buddhist sect, and usually matures in a few thousands of years, so if you're willing to offer up one of them, I'll be able to forget about it. You're going a bit too far, Cultivator Yi. Rantian frowned slightly, a somewhat unnatural expression on his face. There was indeed a Bodhi heart in the Buddhist sect, which had just taken form 4,000 years ago when he had broken through to the great emperor in his death closure, and had indeed matured after such a long period of gestation. But how could such a supreme treasure be given away just like that? The Bodhi heart was cultivated by the power of the Buddha, and the power it contained could be very powerful. If a cultivator at the peak of the quasi-imperial realm took it, he would be able to cross the heavenly tribulation to achieve a great emperor. It was precious and extraordinary. It was something that the Buddhist sect kept for the next Buddha son to use when he became an emperor. How could Ruotian have not thought that Yi Shaoqing was actually hitting on the Bodhi heart's idea? So you're just not willing to change things with me? Yi Shaoqing's eyes narrowed slightly. This Ren Tian was actually so insensitive. Mr. Yi is joking, you are an invincible person from 10,000 years ago, I definitely don't want to be hostile to you. Saying this, Ren Tian paused for a moment. Immediately afterward, he said in a somewhat cold tone, if Scholar Yi strikes at the Bodhi Heart's idea, I can only resort to force. The words fell. The 1,000-foot-tall angry eyes Vajra behind Ren Tian immediately erupted with endless Buddha might, which was like a tsunami, sweeping across the entire sky with the momentum of a mountain. As a fellow great emperor, old Buddha master does have the capital to be tough. Yeah, I don't know how the great imperial ancestor will respond. Unsurprisingly, I have a feeling that there will be a fight. After all, the great imperial ancestor was invincible 10,000 years ago, and after such a long time has passed, how strong he is now is anyone's guess. And don't you guys see it? The great imperial ancestor is setting up the misty Holy Land. That's a good point. The Buddha's might filled the air, and the powerful pressure caused the surrounding group of cultivators to find it difficult to breathe. He hastily retreated several thousand miles away, fearing that he would be affected by the great emperor's aura and lose his life if he was not careful. You have a lot of guts. Yi Shaoqing suddenly laughed. Berserk aura surged out from his body, steadily blocking the oppressive Buddha's might. Ren Tian folded his hands and said with a serious face, Amitabha Buddha, if you retreat now, Scholar Yi, I'm willing to offer other treasures, but the Bodhi heart is out of the question. He actually didn't want to fight at all, mainly because the feeling Yi Shaoqing gave him was too terrifying. That powerful aura was so deep that it was impossible to see through. But for the sake of Bodhisattva, he really had no other way. When Yi Shaoqing heard this, the corner of his mouth rose slightly as he laughed. I'll only use 1% of my power. As long as you can hold on to half an incense burner in my hands, I'll turn around and leave, and I don't want the Bodhi heart. But how about you give me the Bodhi heart if you don't last half an incense stick? His words could be described as arrogant to the extreme, and as they reached the ears of countless people, they instantly set off a wave of shock. Especially Ren Tian, at this moment, his face gradually darkened, appearing somewhat gloomy. Although he knew deep down that he might not be Yi Shaoqing's opponent, but at least he was a great emperor, how could he feel good in his heart when he was actually being looked down upon in such a way? Immediately, Ren Tian gritted his teeth and spoke, okay, I agree. Then he said unwillingly, you'd better use your full strength, Sifu Yi, I don't need you to keep your hand. Chapter 9 Battle of the Great Emperors, Old Buddha Lord defeated. I don't use my full power when I say I don't need it, you're not worthy of letting me use my full power yet. Yi Shaoqing had his hands behind his back, his stance was erect, and he looked incomparably tall in the eyes of the crowd. In his eyes, Ren Tian was just a small cultivator at the early stage of a great emperor, and compared to him, an immortal king, he was just a little more powerful than a mole cricket. 1/100th of the power is more than enough. Otherwise it's really a bit of bullying in bullying. Of course, if this idea of his was known to the others, he would have been spat on for a while. There might even be people questioning him, have you forgotten about what happened earlier between the Vast Sword Sect and the Big Dipper Blade Sect? Since that's the case, Cultivator Yi is careful. Ren Tian said. As a great emperor, he had his own condescension, and to be underestimated like this all the time, even the best-tempered would not be able to hold back the anger in his heart. Rumble. In the next moment, the momentum of a great emperor instantly erupted from Ren Tian's body like a flood. Great Luo Vajra fist. Ren Tian shouted under his breath. The 1,000-foot-tall raging eyes Vajra behind him looked like an ancient beast that had been awakened, slowly dancing its huge body before fiercely blasting out with a fist. This fist carried the Buddha's might in the sky, like a falling star blasting towards Yi Shaoqing in the distance, the wind of the fist whistling past, seemingly able to tear the sky. Rumble. The mighty pressure of the great emperor was like a great mountain pressing straight towards Yi Shaoqing. The pressure seemed to be able to crush everything in the world. However, Yi Shaoqing's face was still as calm as water. If he didn't know that he was a great emperor ancestor, the onlookers would definitely taunt him as crazy. Is this a Buddhist divine ability? Powerful indeed. Yi Shaoqing sighed. Although he had seldom fought against people from the Buddhist sect before, he had heard of the power of the Buddhist sect's divine abilities, and today, when he saw it, it was truly extraordinary. However, it also stirred up his passionate heart that had disappeared for a long time. With one step, the entire void shook. With that, he raised his right hand unhurriedly and swung it out with a seemingly random punch towards the huge fist that was killing him. Knock! A roar as loud as thunder erupted in the void, accompanied by the two fists violently colliding together. The surrounding space twisted as if it had been twisted into a twist. The powerful impact was like a monstrous wave, surging out in all directions. Those cultivators with weaker cultivation were like fragile ants in front of this force, and were directly shocked and killed into a bloody mist in a horrifying scene. Everyone, back off. Holy, is this a duel between great emperors? Yes, just the aftermath of the agitation has such a terrifying power. It's horrible. The crowd gulped fearfully, looking distantly at the two people who were dueling above the void. Knock knock. Above the void, the two figures continuously entangled and separated, and then entangled and separated again, and so on and so forth. This was very different from a duel between ordinary cultivators. The power of a great emperor was simply too powerful. Every time their attacks collided together, the heavens and earth would tremble violently, and the magnitude of the trembling was as if the entire heaven and earth were about to collapse, making people tremble with fear. He's actually so powerful. Ran Tian secretly marveled in his heart. After just one round of sparring, he clearly felt the aura in his body weakening. However, Yi Shaoqing on the opposite side didn't have the slightest change. The power in his body was as if it was endless and could never be used up. Yi Shaoqing seemed to have read his mind, and with a faint smile on his face, he spoke, "What, can it work?" Ran Tian sniffed and threw back his head with a loud laugh. Again. This was his first time striking out after becoming an emperor, and it was also against a great emperor. This kind of painful and exciting feeling could not be comprehended by an onlooker. Wanting him to admit defeat just like that, how could that be possible? Only to see his figure sway, he once again stormed out. "I'm going to get serious." With Yi Shaoqing's words, the monstrous emperor's might was not hidden. In an instant, it was as if the heavens and earth had lost their colors, and the entire world was enveloped by this powerful imperial might. Rumble! Extreme Dao, one fist shatters the sky. Yi Shaoqing shouted, clenched his fist and blasted out towards Ran Tian. This seemingly simple punch was mixed with an extremely powerful and suffocating Dao rhythm, as if this punch contained the power of the entire heaven and earth. What? When Ran Tian saw this scene, his face changed drastically. A strong sense of crisis welled up in his heart, and without the slightest hesitation, he hurriedly operated the De Luo Vajra unbreakable divine skill, only to see a wall of aura emitting a brilliant golden light and rich Buddhist flavor instantly appear around his body. Knock! The moment Yi Shaoqing's fist wind that carried the momentum of breaking through the bamboo struck the aura wall, a huge roar erupted. The sound was as loud as thunder that resounded through the clouds, shaking countless people's ears. A subtle sound appeared. A crack began to appear around the aura wall, and that crack spread out quickly like a spider's web. How is that possible? Ran Tian's face became extremely ugly when he saw this situation. He hurriedly revolved the aura in his body once again, wanting to go and repair the soon-to-be broken aura wall when a laughing voice suddenly sounded in his ears. "You can't block it." Yi Shaoqing had appeared behind him at some point. Ran Tian was shocked, and the moment he reacted, an even more powerful punch had already struck. He couldn't even dodge in time, and was instantly smashed hard by the punch. Boom! The loud bang. The ground was smashed out of a huge deep pit, lifting up a sky full of dust that rushed into the sky like a mushroom cloud. This scene was watched by countless people from afar and instantly boiled over. Heavens, did I read it right? In less than 50 breaths, the old Buddha Sect master was defeated. Old Buddha master, a great emperor, actually couldn't even last half an incense burner. Just how powerful is a great emperor ancestor? The great emperor ancestor is truly terrifying as hell. I thought earlier that both of them had similar strength, but it turns out that I was overthinking it. Great emperor old man is awesome. Great emperor old man is awesome. Countless people were cheering as if the magnificent figure above the void was their own old ancestor. Yi Shaoqing's figure merged into space and arrived in front of Ran Tian in the blink of an eye. You lose. Coughing. Ran Tian gently coughed a few times. Each cough seemed to pull the injuries in his body. He forced himself to endure the severe pain and slowly stood up. You're not a great emperor. Your strength is definitely not a great emperor. Ran Tian's voice carried great certainty. When Yi Shaoqing heard this, his expression was as calm as a deep lake, and he said lightly, "If I say that all I need to kill you is a thought, will you believe me?" "I believe it." Without the slightest hesitation, Ran Tian replied dryly. In the previous duel, he could very clearly feel that Yi Shaoqing had been deliberately holding back his hand. Take that seemingly random punch just now. The terror of that power was such that if Yi Shaoqing hadn't stayed back, the wind of the punch could have easily obliterated him. Ran Tian sighed with a hint of helplessness in his eyes and said, "You win, I'm willing to gamble. This is the Bodhi mind." With that, he slowly raised his hand and gently stroked it towards the depths of the Buddhist sect, only to see a turquoise fruit appear out of nowhere. The fruit was filled with a thick Buddha power, and it was as if there was a Buddha's light flickering faintly around it. Ran Tian looked at Yi Shaoqing, who was playing with the Bodhi heart, and suddenly inquired in a cold whisper, "Have you become immortal?" Yi Shaoqing put the Bodhi heart away and his gaze lingered on Ran Tian for a moment before he smiled faintly. "A little stronger than an immortal." However, these words were like a thunderclap in Ran Tian's ears. Ran Tian instantly widened his eyes filled with shock. Indeed. Ran Tian marveled. It's no wonder that after 10,000 years, you still have a majestic chi and blood, and your strength is even more powerful. If this were to be placed on other great emperors, even if they did not fall into the river of time, they should still be in their old age, their life essence depleted, waiting for death to come. In fact, Ran Tian had already guessed earlier that Yi Shaoqing might have become an immortal. After all, he possessed the memories of his previous life, so he naturally knew that there were other realms above the great emperors. It was just that he hadn't expected that the Yi Shaoqing of today was actually so powerful. The four realms of red dust immortal, true immortal, Xian immortal, and heavenly immortal were definitely not. He said a little stronger than Xian. That wouldn't be an Immortal King Giant. Chapter 10 Immortal King Giant, Ran Tian's shock. Guessed? Yi Shaoqing laughed after noticing the change in his demeanor. But how is that possible? Nowadays, in this era, the aura is thinner than 10,000 years ago. It's hard to become an immortal, let alone an immortal king giant. How on earth did you do it? Ren Tian was very puzzled. How else could it be done? It must be by the system. But can I tell you? Yi Shaoqing spread his hands and snickered. It's simple, just sleep and break through. Scholar Yi, don't tease me. Naturally, Ren Tian would not believe his words. If it really was a breakthrough from sleeping, then this world would be absolutely chaotic. What else to cultivate immortality? Simply go straight to sleep. But seeing a living immortal king giant in this era, Ren Tian still felt too terrifying. After all, this kind of strength, not to mention the small heavenly cloud world, even in the universe and beyond, it was an invincible existence. Ren Tian asked, what are the next plans of Cultivator Yi? Any plans to travel to the immortal world? What's the point of going to the immortal world? Is this world not good? Yi Shaoqing shook his head to show that he wasn't the least bit interested. It was so hard to be invincible, he still had to enjoy himself and see this beautiful world. Is it hard to go to the immortal world to continue the conquest? He's stupid to go. Ren Tian sniffed and laughed to himself. That's true, it's the old lineage that has a small pattern. Immortal king giants belong to invincibles no matter whether they were in the immortal realm or the 3,000 worlds in the universe, they were all the same wherever they were. Okay, I'll just go ahead and go clean up the next one after all. Ren Tian looked at the figure that disappeared in front of him, coupled with what Yi Shaoqing had just said, he let out a bitter smile and said helplessly, another power is going to suffer. As the great battle between the old ancestor of the Netherworld Holy Land and the old Buddha master of the Buddhist sect came to an end, the eastern wasteland once again set off a wave of shock. The two great emperor powerhouses fought above the void, and in the end, the news that the old Buddha Lord, the great emperor of Ren Tian, had not lasted more than 50 breaths in the hands of the ye old ancestor and had lost miserably had once again stirred up the entire eastern wasteland. For a time, misty Holy Land ye old ancestor instantly became an idol worshipped in the hearts of countless people. Within the great hall of the divine Martial Imperial Dynasty, Imperial Lord Qin Shaotian was pacing back and forth with a face full of panic. He was a powerful person at the late stage of the quasi-emperor realm, and he was a renowned figure in the eastern wasteland. But now, why was he in such a sorry state? To say the least, he was scared. Ever since the morning when the heavenly demon sect gathered their troops to attack the Netherworld Holy Land, he had been inexplicably distracted in his heart. Immediately after that, the nightmare-like news came one after the other. First, they heard that the great emperor ancestor of the Netherworld Holy Land was still alive and had wiped out the heavenly demon sect led by Li Wuji with the lift of his hand. Subsequently, with a sword in hand, he first broke into the vast sword sect, causing the Zhang Yun to almost empty his family's pockets before calming the anger of the misty sacred land's old ancestor. Immediately after that, the Netherworld Holy Land's old ancestor stepped on the Big Dipper Blade sect and beat that Li Maniac to the point that he was seriously injured and bedridden, and I heard that his injuries were extremely serious. In the end, there was news that not only was the old Buddha master of the Buddhist sect also still alive, but he had also become a great emperor and was battling the old ancestor of the Netherworld Holy Land. This piece of news was like a bolt from the blue, hitting Qin Shaotian hard to sit still. He was genuinely panicking. When he thought about it, the divine Martial Imperial Dynasty hadn't done much to suppress the Netherworld Holy Land. Now that their great emperor ancestor had suddenly appeared, they had almost walked all the major forces in the eastern wasteland. Qin Shaotian knew in his heart that he was afraid that it wouldn't take long for this old ancestor to come over towards the divine Martial Imperial Dynasty. The thought that he was about to face a great emperor terrified him, and he had absolutely no idea how to react. Imperial Lord, something big is wrong. Right at this moment, a small eunuch rolled and rushed in through the door. Imperial Lord, the brocade guards who are secretly spying on the news have sent word that the Buddhist emperor has lost to the ethereal sacred land ancestor. What? Qin Shaotian shouted out in shock when he heard this. He had originally pinned his last sliver of hope on that Buddhist emperor, having thought that as long as he could defeat the Netherworld Holy Land ancestor, he would be able to escape this calamity. But who knows, he lost. Right. Suddenly, thinking of something, Qin Shaotian shouted towards the little eunuch, you go to the Imperial Treasury right now and move all those heaven and earth spiritual treasures here. I'm on my way. Immediately afterward, Qin Shaotian roared, come on people, follow me to greet the ethereal sacred land's old ancestor. Meanwhile, on the other side, after Yi Shaoqing stepped out of the Buddhist sect, he traveled straight towards the void above the glazed Immortal Palace. At this moment, the central square of the Lioli Immortal Palace had long been filled with people, all of them eagerly awaiting his arrival, as if they were specifically waiting for him. When Yi Shaoqing saw this, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, a faint smile surfaced on his face, and in his heart he complimented, well, not bad, very up to speed. But just as he was about to fly down, a statue below fiercely caught his eye. Concentration fixed eyes to see, this look does not know. A look suddenly only feel scalp numb, heart violently shrink. A foul mouth then came out, misty grass. How could it be her? The words did not fall, only to see his figure flashed, in an instant disappeared in the clouds. Just now the domineering posture has long disappeared without a trace, running that speed is called a fast. Yi Shaoqing gave up on the glazed immortal palace and turned around to the divine Martial Dynasty. As soon as he appeared, heaven-shaking sounds of respect boomed out. Imperial Lord Qin Shaotian of the divine Martial Imperial Dynasty pays his respects to the Great Emperor. Greetings, Great Emperor. Greetings, Great Emperor. This one voice, deafening and resounding, echoed in the air over and over again. All rise. Yi Shaoqing resumed that proud stance of the invincible one. Qin Shaotian respectfully said, Senior, the divine Martial Imperial Dynasty and the Netherworld Holy Land have had conflicts in the past, so I have specially prepared a generous gift, wanting to turn their differences into peace with Senior as well as the Netherworld Holy Land. He was the Imperial Lord of the divine Martial Dynasty. His name alone could make countless people tremble. However, Qin Shaotian's low voice reached Yi Shaoqing's ears, making him feel very cool. This world is inherently a brutal place of survival of the fittest and survival of the fittest. In the immortal cultivation world, this was the reality. If one wanted to gain the respect and honor of the world, the only way was to become powerful, so powerful that it made their hearts fearful. Even Yi Shaoqing was no exception. Yi Shaoqing then raised his eyebrows, smiled faintly, and said, That depends on whether your sincerity is enough. Senior, don't worry, Senior understands everything. Qin Shaotian said as he took out a storage ring and handed it over with both hands towards Yi Shaoqing. Yi Shaoqing took the storage ring and swept his divine sense inside, only to see that inside the storage ring, apart from the two holy soldiers, there were spirit stones, techniques, heavenly materials, and treasures. It had to be said that this divine Martial Dynasty did have a rich family background. Yi Shaoqing put away the storage ring with great satisfaction, and Qin Shaotian was relieved to see this scene. He was truly afraid that this great emperor in front of him would be dissatisfied and then kill him. Luckily, the most feared thing didn't happen. On the contrary, on the side of the Liuli Immortal Palace, Elder, why hasn't that great emperor come yet? A beautiful woman inquired towards the crone beside her. The news of the return of the Netherworld Holy Land's great emperor Ancestor was like a gust of wind that set off an uproar everywhere, and when the Liuli Immortal Palace received the news, it led its disciples here early to wait for the great emperor's arrival. But who would have thought that after waiting for half a day, he would not even see the shadow of the great emperor? After the old woman heard the beautiful woman's words, a trace of doubt also surfaced on her face. A moment later, she said to the beautiful woman, How about this, you go prepare a generous gift and send it to the Netherworld Holy Land. Although we in the Netherworld Holy Land do not have any major faults, but this matter must also be attentive. In this time of changing winds and clouds, the slightest carelessness, it is very likely to attract the trouble of killing. Okay, Elder. The beautiful woman nodded her head obediently, indicating that she knew. Chapter 11, Preparing to go on a journey, helping people improve their cultivation levels. We pay our respects to the old ancestor. Inside the Netherworld Holy Land, receiving the news of the old ancestor's return, Lu Mubai hurriedly brought a group of senior officers who rushed to pay their respects, their faces very excited. In less than a day's time, one big event that happened in the eastern wasteland, Lu Mubai and the others had already known about it, and all of them sighed that the old ancestor was really too powerful. One man and one sword entering the world, stepping on the strongest force in the eastern wasteland on the surface to make a claim, and battling the Buddhist emperor and defeating him in less than 50 breaths, all of them highlighted the horror of the old ancestor's strength. And the Netherworld Holy Land returned once again to the name of the strongest supreme Dao lineage in the eastern wasteland because of the name of the old ancestor. There are no outsiders present, no need to be so polite. Yi Shaoqing waved his hand and said. He then scanned the few people present. Now the top echelons of the Netherworld Holy Land are all here, right? Where are the disciples of the younger generation? Or what about the holy sons? Lu Mubai shook his head somewhat awkwardly and said, Old ancestor, the few of us are currently the most powerful fighting force in the Holy Land. The younger generation of disciples are not well endowed and their cultivation levels are not high. As for the saint's son, the Netherworld Holy Land hasn't produced a saint's son in nearly 1,000 years. Because of the decline of the Netherworld Holy Land, it could not speak at all on the eastern wasteland, and many talented young people all went to other big powers or sects, not willing to come here at all. At this time, Lu Mubai suddenly added, now that you, the elder ancestor, are in charge, I believe that those talented youngsters from the eastern wasteland will soon come to us to pay homage to us. Yes. The elders nodded their heads in very excited agreement. The old ancestor's mighty name had already been spread. I believe that it wouldn't take long for countless people to come to the Netherworld Holy Land for sure. Just as the crowd was immersed in excitement, Yi Shaoqing's next words were like a pot of cold water being poured down. I'm going to leave here after a while, and in the future, the Holy Land will still rely on you guys. Old ancestor, why? Lu Mubai asked in a hurry. The gazes of all the people looked towards the old ancestor, full of doubt and overwhelm. They all wondered how the old ancestor could be fine and suddenly want to leave. Yi Shaoqing explained as he gazed through the gate and looked at the vast land in the distance. After 10,000 years of entering the Dao, although I've achieved a notable cultivation, I've missed the scenery along the way, and some people, so I want to go for a walk and get back what I've lost in the past. Coming to this world has been 10,000 years long. He was either on a conquest or completing the lying missions issued by the system, and now although he has invincible strength, he found that he has lost a lot of joy. In his previous life, he was used to the life of a cow and horse in 996, and now that he had crossed over to this world of immortal cultivation, he was able to cultivate whatever he wanted, so he didn't want to be so tired of pursuing those nebulous things. Old Ancestor. Lu Mubai and the others heard, all of them sadly lowered their heads, somewhat difficult to accept. When Yi Shaoqing saw them in this state, he immediately burst out laughing. What's with your expressions? I'm just going on a trip, it's not like I won't come back later. Really? The crowd was overjoyed. They had really thought earlier that the old ancestor would not return after he had gone. If it's not real, can it still be fake? Yi Shaoqing was very speechless. With that, he raised his hand and waved it, and several storage rings appeared in front of the crowd. Lu Mubai asked suspiciously, Old Ancestor, what are these? Cultivation resources for you. Yi Shaoqing said back. Right at this moment, Grand Elder Chen Tian suddenly exclaimed, so many holy soldiers, heaven and earth treasures. As soon as these words came out, the crowd hurriedly picked up their storage rings and swept their divine scents, and immediately the entire hall echoed with shocked voices. More than 1,000 holy weapons, billions and billions of spirit stones, countless holy pills, imperial pills, and feats. Old Ancestor, would it be too much? Lu Mubai looked at Yi Shaoqing with wide eyes, shocked. The entire eastern wasteland, all big and small clans combined resources are not as much as the old ancestor thus casually waved more. If outsiders saw it, I am afraid that it will be directly fainted in fear. For those 1,000 plus saint soldiers alone, turning the eastern wasteland upside down wouldn't even have that many, and could create several great powers out of it. These things are useless to me, you guys take them, distribute them to the other suitable disciples, and ask me for more if it's not enough. For so many years, the system had given him many sacred armaments, imperial armaments, and even immortal artifacts, and if they weren't currently not strong enough to grasp their power, giving a few of them would have been a casual matter. Yi Shaoqing looked at Lu Mubai and inquired again, you go and call all the disciples of the ethereal holy land above the cave heaven realm. Soon, Lu Mubai brought all the disciples above the cave heaven realm to the main hall. Disciple, meet the old ancestor. More than 20 people shouted in unison towards Yi Shaoqing, their voices were filled with excitement. Obviously they had all heard about Yi Shaoqing's deeds today. No need to be polite. Yi Shaoqing swept a glance at the crowd and realized that the current netherworld holy land could be considered really too weak. There are only 25 cave realm cultivators, 5 peak harmonization realm elders. There is also Lu Mubai, a saint master at the peak of the saint realm. With such a number of people, could they not be underestimated by other forces? It was simply too weak. Yi Shaoqing truly did not expect that the netherworld holy land had actually weakened to such an extent. One must know that in the ethereal holy land 10,000 years ago, there were dozens of quasi-emperor realms alone, and the remaining harmonization realm and cave realm disciples abounded in outrageous numbers. It's only been a mere 10,000 years. Immediately after, Yi Shaoqing slowly said, I will help you guys raise your cultivation later. As for how much you can raise, it will depend on your own talent. Improve your cultivation? Lu Mubai froze and queried, Old Ancestor, can cultivation still be raised casually? Shouldn't one rely on time to slowly cultivate? Immortal cultivators want to break through the cultivation, in addition to taking elixirs, can only rely on time to slowly accumulate, and also depends on the strength of the talent, otherwise it is difficult to raise a small realm throughout their lives. That's true, but just because other people can't, doesn't mean I can't. Yi Shaoqing smiled mysteriously. He was an immortal king. If he wanted to help cultivators under the great emperor realm to raise their cultivation, that could be too simple. All he needed was a strand of immortal chi. But it still depended on the talent. If the talent wasn't there, even with immortal chi, it would be difficult to raise it too much. Old Ancestor, is this true? Not only Lu Mubai, including everyone present, was shocked by Yi Shaoqing's words. After all, many of them had been stuck in this realm for a long time and were slow to break through. Yi Shaoqing's words instantly made everyone excited. All of the cave heaven realm disciples stepped forward. Yi Shaoqing suddenly said. With that, 25 cave realm disciples walked out very nervously. Yi Shaoqing swept a glance at the crowd and slowly spoke. I'll help you guys make a breakthrough now, and it's up to you guys as to how much you can improve. As soon as the words left his mouth, he was seen raising his hand and waving it. Chapter 12, Terrifying Heavenly Tribulation of Becoming an Emperor, Sensationalizing the Eastern Wasteland. Several ethereal immortal rhythms did not enter the 25 disciples. Rumble. In the next moment, the aura in their bodies gradually increased greatly, filling the entire hall with a ripple as their cultivation began to slowly climb. Rumble. In an instant, 10 disciples all broke through to the peak of the sage realm, while the other 15 stayed at the peak of the harmonization realm due to their talent. It actually broke through. Ha ha ha, I've finally become a saint realm powerhouse. The people felt the powerful aura within their bodies, were instantly ecstatic and excited, and they bowed respectfully towards Yi Shaoqing. Disciple thanks Old Ancestor. There's no need to be polite. In the future, remember to guard the ethereal holy land well. Yi Shaoqing nodded. Although it didn't meet expectations, it was still not bad. This really broke through. Elder Lu Mubai and the others on the side murmured with shocked faces. Yi Shaoqing turned back at the sound, looked at them and smiled. Calm down, it's your turn. Immediately afterward, once again raising his hand, 6 immortal rhythms shot out. Rumble! 6 peak quasi-emperor realm auras roared open and shot up into the sky, and the vast quasi-emperor might shook the eastern wasteland, startling countless cultivators, who looked over to this side. Heavens, what's happening in the netherworld Holy Land? What a powerful quasi-emperor's might, and there's more than one, as many as 6. My goodness, when did the netherworld Holy Land possess so many quasi-emperor powerhouses? Everyone knew that the misty Holy Land had long since fallen, and after that quasi-emperor realm of the Supreme Elder sat down, excluding the great Emperor Ancestor who had previously exited the gate, the strongest was only the Sage Realm Peak Sacred Lord Lumubai, and there was not a single quasi-emperor powerhouse at all, so how could so many more quasi-emperor realm breaths be present right now? Could it be that their old ancestor was helping it break through? At the thought of this, a flash of shock flashed through the eyes of countless cultivators in the eastern wasteland. On the contrary, in the netherworld Holy Land's main hall, Lumubai and the others glanced at each other, both seeing excitement in each other's eyes. It's a breakthrough. It's a real breakthrough. The cultivation of all 6 of them had been stagnant for hundreds of years, and they had thought that they might not be able to make a breakthrough in this lifetime, but as a result, the old ancestor had actually let them make a collective breakthrough between the lifts of his hands, and they couldn't help but let out a gasp of amazement. Old ancestor was indeed an immortal. If not, how could they be allowed to break through so casually? Thinking of this, the 6 of them said in unison, "Many thanks to old ancestor for completing this. We will definitely guard the netherworld Holy Land and live up to old ancestor's wishes." Hearing this, Yi Shaoqing was very satisfied, then his gaze went back to Lumubai. Junior Lumubai steps forward. "Old ancestor," Lumubai said respectfully. Yi Shaoqing slowly spoke, "As the Holy Lord, you were brave enough to fight back and did not back down as the Holy Land stepped into the most dangerous time, bowing and scraping to the best of your ability. I am very pleased, old ancestor." Previously, when the heavenly demon sect raised their troops to attack, if it had happened in another force, they would have been afraid that it would have already turned into a mess. However, the ethereal Holy Land under the leadership of Lumubai, the disciples not only did not take half a step back, vowed to live and die with the Holy Land. This point alone Yi Shaoqing is very satisfied with Lumubai. Immediately afterward, Yi Shaoqing took out a turquoise-colored fruit that was permeated with a strong Buddha power. This is the Bodhi heart, a Buddhist fruit that belongs to the level of Emperor Pill, and when taken at the peak of the quasi-emperor realm, it will be able to cross the heavenly tribulation to achieve greatness. Hiss, Great Emperor! At those words the crowd took a deep breath, their eyes filled with shock. Bodhi heart was the first time they had heard of it, they had never even seen it before, and they didn't expect that this tiny fruit concealed such a great power that it could actually allow a quasi-emperor to transcend and achieve greatness. One must know that reaching the peak of the quasi-emperor realm and wanting to merge the Tao and transcend to become a great emperor must depend on one's own enlightenment and talent, or else it would be impossible to make a breakthrough in one's entire life. Looking at Lumubai, who was dazed and lost in thought, Yi Shaoqing handed him the Bodhi heart. "Eat it, and old ancestor, I will protect your path to help you become an emperor." "Old ancestor, this is for me?" Lumubai stared with wide eyes, dumbly swallowed his saliva, staring blankly at the Bodhi heart in his hand, feeling as if he was dreaming. To be able to become the peak of the quasi-emperor realm felt unreal to him, and a great emperor he even dared not even think about. After all, he was very self-aware of his own talent. Originally, everyone in the eastern wasteland was still reeling from the 6 quasi-emperor realm auras that came from the ethereal sacred land earlier, when a godless might reappeared and swept through the clouds. Rumble! In an instant, the sky and earth changed color, black clouds pressed down on the realm, purple lightning was like a spiritual snake, constantly weaving in and out of the clouds, and the roar of divine thunder resounded through the great empress. A white-clothed figure slowly stood above the 9th heaven. This scene was seen by countless people. A puzzled and shocked expression appeared on his face as he looked at the ethereal Holy Land void. "Look, that looks like Lumubai. He's actually transcending the Emperor formation heavenly tribulation. How is this possible? Strange, isn't Lumubai at the peak of the Saint Realm? How did he suddenly start transmitting the heavenly tribulation of becoming an emperor?" They all couldn't figure out, even if it was fine that 6 peak quasi-emperor realm auras appeared earlier, how could the good old Lumubai suddenly start transmitting the emperor's tribulation? Is this all the work of their old man? Thinking about this, the crowd was envious. Having an old ancestor could be really great. On the contrary, on the side of the netherworld Holy Land. Rumble! The thunder grew louder and louder, and the momentum ran through the sky and swept through the clouds. The apocalypse is coming. All of the ethereal Holy Land disciples leave and retreat 1,000 miles away. The 5 peak quasi-emperor realm elders hurriedly escorted the several thousand disciples of the Holy Land out of the ethereal Holy Land, not daring to linger too long. The heavenly tribulation of becoming an emperor was too terrifying. All of these disciples' cultivation levels were too low, and once they were caught in the waves they would likely die, so they had to stay away. Soon, only Yi Shaoqing and Lumubai above the void remained in the entire ethereal Holy Land. Yi Shaoqing had his hands behind his back, looking at the void rolling past the constantly converging thunderbolts without the slightest ripple on his face, very calm. Rather, it was Lumubai who couldn't help but be a little flustered at the moment. Although he hadn't crossed a heavenly tribulation, he knew the terror of a heavenly tribulation, and if he wasn't careful, he would die, so he had to go all out. Come on! Li Maniac's cultivation all erupted as he roared up to the sky. Rumble! The heavenly tribulation above the clouds seemed to sense it and began to descend one by one. Each heavenly tribulation was incomparably thick and carried endless power, falling one after the other, terrifying to the extreme. It's as if it's going to extinguish the world. Break me! Li Maniac's body was wrapped in a wall of aura around him, and he swung out with a sword in his hand holding the saint soldier, and began to resist the heavenly tribulation. This scene was watched by many people in the outside world. Look guys, this heavenly tribulation resembles the purple heavenly thunder recorded in the ancient texts. That's right, it's the purple heavenly divine thunder. There are a total of 9981. Every time you carry through a thunderbolt, your chi will soar, and when all of them have passed through you will be able to merge with the Tao and transcend into an emperor. Chapter 13 Li Maniac becomes emperor. All the major forces come to congratulate him. This kid Li Maniac's will is really tough enough. Yi Shaoqing looked at Li Maniac who had passed through one heavenly tribulation after another on the void with a low murmur and complimented. Originally, he wanted to secretly help out, but it turned out that Li Maniac hardened himself and resisted more than 30 channels by himself. A mere heavenly calamity is nothing more than that. Above the void, Li Maniac looked at the clouds from afar with his hand holding the saint soldier and laughed out loud. After the baptism of the heavenly tribulation, at this time, the silk of emperor might permeated his body. However, countless people were shocked by his move. Knowing that the heavenly tribulation appeared by the will of heaven and earth, representing heaven and earth, this move by Li Maniac was undoubtedly a bit of a death wish. Even Yi Shaoqing also gave a helpless bitter smile. This kid, I just complimented you twice, but it turned out to be a good thing, you just loaded up. Sure enough, Li Maniac's words seemed to have been sensed by the heavenly tribulation above the clouds, and the aura became dozens of times more terrifying than before, and the purple heavenly tribulation slowly began to turn red. A world-destroying aura enveloped the entire heaven and earth. Li Maniac was the first to feel this power and changed his previous arrogant appearance and cursed. Holy, not so much? I'm just pretending, are you for real? Li Maniac regrets his intestines are green. If I had known that so killed him not to pretend to be really want to die. Rumble. However, the heavenly tribulation would not pay any attention to him, and the huge red light instantly slashed down fiercely towards the top of Li Maniac's head. Damn it! Li Maniac was instantly terrified. It was not difficult to sense from this aura that it was with the implication that it would surely kill him, and he panicked, without the slightest hint of his previous arrogant appearance. Just then, Yi Shaoqing suddenly appeared beside him, and Li Maniac, excited beyond measure, hurriedly shouted, "Old Ancestor." Yi Shaoqing glanced at him, pretending to be a bit angry and said, "Do your best to cause trouble." Li Maniac scratched his head in some embarrassment and giggled, not daring to retort in the slightest. With that, Yi Shaoqing, who wasn't paying any attention to him, shook his tiger's body, and the incoming terrifying thunderbolt instantly dissipated. Yi Shaoqing naturally attracted the gazes of countless people once he appeared, and when he realized that he had actually casually shattered the heavenly tribulation, he immediately boiled over. Everyone, look, the misty Holy Land's old ancestor has struck. Worthy of being an old ancestor, it's really powerful. The mere flow of aura shook the thunderbolt apart. At this time, a loose cultivator at the peak of the sage realm suddenly spoke out in doubt. Aren't all heavenly tribulations tainted with the power of cause and effect? Anyone other than the transcending cultivator can't get close, or else it will enhance the power of the heavenly tribulation. Not bad, indeed. Another older man nodded, speaking in a dignified manner. Sure enough, after Yi Shaoqing made his move, the aura of the heavenly tribulation above the void became even more terrifying. Rolling thunder whistled by as if it was going to extinguish the world. With this change of heart, the next heavenly tribulation must be very powerful. Many of the surrounding cultivators who had come to join in the fun and eat melons, including all the disciples of the ethereal Holy Land, did not stop for a moment and hurriedly withdrew for tens of thousands of miles, not daring to stay at this place. Hoo-hoo! Boundless gusts of wind swept forth, forming a vortex of aura, and the heavenly tribulation reached an unprecedented intensity at this moment, terrifying to the extreme. Rumble! Thunder shook the 8 worlds, and the terrifying heavenly tribulation fell towards Yi Shaoqing and Li Maniac's head as if they didn't need any money. The sound is appalling. Old Ancestor, the heavenly tribulation is coming. Li Maniac exclaimed in shock. At this time his forehead had long been sweating coldly, not the slightest bit of his previous arrogance. Yi Shaoqing gazed at the incoming heavenly tribulation and slowly opened his mouth, the loudness of his voice resounding through heaven and earth. A small heavenly calamity dares to show off in front of me. The next moment, Yi Shaoqing moved. He gently raised his hand and pushed it upwards. The surrounding heaven and earth aura instantly gathered towards the center of his hand, and in an instant's effort formed a wall of aura visible to the naked eye. What? I saw something. Crazy. I feel like the whole world has gone crazy. The Netherworld Holy Land Ancestor is awesome. Countless people were staring with wide eyes at this moment, as if they were seeing something unbelievable. Only Yi Shaoqing condensed a wall of aura that slowly moved upwards against the heavenly tribulation. The power of the apocalypse came down in a vast manner, as if it was like rain, bombing madly towards the aura wall. However, the terrifying apocalypse could not hurt the aura wall in the slightest, and all of them were blocked down. Everyone feels crazy. Simply too outrageous. A wall condensed by aura can actually block the heavenly calamity. Who would believe this? Rumble. The void roared as a heavenly calamity continued to fall towards the aura wall, but it failed to injure a single bit of it. There was a lot of lamentation. The last 5 heavenly tribulations are up. Yes, as long as these 5 paths are carried, Li Maniac will become an emperor. Some people are happy and some people are sad. The misty Holy Land was already in decline, but as a result, not to mention the emergence of the great emperor Ancestor first, now that the Holy Lord Li Maniac was going to become an emperor, many people did not feel good in their hearts, and it was very difficult to bear. Knock. The wall of aura steadily carried the last heavenly tribulation. The black clouds above the void began to slowly dissipate, revealing a clear sky. Immediately after that, the purple chi came from the east for 30,000 miles, an array of golden chi descended from the sky. Seeing this, Yi Shaoqing shouted towards Li Maniac, "The great emperor origin has come out, quickly go and absorb it." When Li Maniac heard this, he didn't hesitate in the slightest and hurriedly flew high into the air to catch the power of the great emperor origin. Rumble. After fusing the power of the great emperor origin, Li Maniac was instantly sublimated, and his entire body was filled with the might of a great emperor, with a domineering aura in his eyes that made one's heart tremble just by looking at him. The Holy Lord has become an emperor. Congratulations to Holy Lord for achieving greatness. We worship the Holy Lord, old Ancestor. Countless ethereal Holy Land disciples saw this scene and flew in from afar, cheering loudly. The voice shook the clouds and echoed in the ears of all the cultivators in the eastern wasteland. How enviable it was. Old Ancestor, I've really become an emperor. Li Maniac flew down from the sky and came before Yi Shaoqing. Yi Shaoqing laughed. Not bad. Peak early stage of the great emperor realm, not bad. Previously, because of the heavenly tribulation becoming stronger, after carrying it through, Li Maniac's cultivation level also received a large breakthrough as a result, gaining one more small realm to reach the peak of the early stage. With the news of Li Maniac becoming an emperor. On this day, all the large and small forces in the entire eastern wasteland began to prepare up thick gifts and rush towards the netherworld Holy Land, ready to come and congratulate Li Maniac. It also signaled that the ethereal Holy Land was officially returning to the most powerful supreme Tao lineage in the eastern wasteland starting today. Some of these forces, large and small, had come to pay homage to the ethereal sacred ground, while others had come to resolve their grudges because they had previously formed a feud. After all, 2 emperors in one gate notwithstanding. How powerful that old ancestor who was able to harden himself against the heavenly tribulation was anyone's guess. Instead of waiting for the netherworld Holy Land to come to his door, it would be better for him to hurry up and apologize, or it would all be too late when he was exterminated. Chapter 14, Terrifying Strength, scared the crowd. Report. Sovereign of the vast sword sect, bringing heavy gifts to congratulate the Holy Lord on his achievement of the great emperor realm. The palace master of the Liuli Immortal Palace has come with heavy gifts to congratulate the Holy Lord on his achievement of the great emperor realm. The great elder of the Big Dipper Blade sect has come with heavy gifts to congratulate the Holy Lord on his achievement of the great emperor realm. The imperial lord of the divine Martial Dynasty, carrying heavy gifts to congratulate the Holy Lord on his achievement of the great emperor realm. Wuji sect. Taijutsu sect. This day, the misty Holy Land was crowded and bustling with people, and all of the large and small forces in the eastern wasteland's bright side were gathered here, shocking countless people. Including the crowd of the netherworld Holy Land, they hadn't expected that so many people would actually come. Among these forces, many of them had had minor conflicts with the netherworld sacred land in the past, and because of the old ancestor and the sacred lord, all of them rushed over, fearing that if they came too late, they would be removed from the eastern wasteland. Inside the hall, Imperial Lord Qin Shaotian of the divine Martial Imperial Dynasty, meet Sage Lord Lu. Big Elder Lu Knight of the Big Dipper Blade Sect, meet Sage Lord Lu. Vast Sword Sect Patriarch Zhang Yun, meet Sage Lord Lu. Lioli Immortal Palace Chief Qianshan, meet Sage Lord Lu. At this time, excluding the heads of small forces who were entertaining in the side halls, the most powerful sovereigns, imperial lords, and palace lords on the surface all came to the main hall. All of you have come a long way, please sit down. Li Maniac looked at the East Wasteland's dignified people, now facing himself as a respectful appearance. Mood is very good. At this time, the few people sitting on the side below couldn't help but sweat a little and fidget. They realized that apart from the great Emperor Li Maniac who was sitting high up right above them, the 5 elders of the netherworld Holy Land were actually all at the peak of the quasi-emperor realm. One must know that their Dao lineage was also very powerful, but the true powerhouses in the sect were only 2 or 3 quasi-emperor realms at the most, and they were all around the mid-stage. Not to mention the old ancestor of the netherworld Holy Land, there was directly a great emperor and 5 peak quasi-emperors. This kind of strength could completely and directly sweep across the entire eastern wasteland. At this moment, Qin Xiaotian rose and arched his hand towards Lu Mubai, Sacred Lord Lu. In the past, our divine martial imperial dynasty and the misty sacred ground had some unpleasant things happen, so we are specially presenting an imperial pill, the heavenly longevity grass, in the hope that we can turn our differences with your sacred ground into peace and become good allies. With that, Qin Xiaotian took out an elixir that was permeated with a gust of life. As soon as this item came out, the Liuli Immortal Palace advocate Chanqian frowned slightly and looked at Qin Xiaotian and said, 10 years ago an imperial pill heavenly longevity grass appeared in the heavenly cloud mountain range, attracting countless cultivators to go and snatch it, and there were too many deaths to count, but I didn't expect that in the end, this supreme treasure would be obtained by Emperor Qin's lord. Hearing this, Qin Xiaotian laughed. Palace Master Zhang is overpraising. It was a complete accident that I was able to obtain the heavenly longevity pill. However, everyone didn't believe his words. Back then, when the looting took place, the divine Martial Dynasty was one of the fiercest, even sending out 3,000 forbidden guards. Now say accident and who will believe it? However, the crowd didn't expect Qin Xiaotian to be so generous as to offer such treasures to the Netherworld Holy Land. To know, take the Emperor Medicine Tianqiu grass will be able to prolong life for 1,000 years. General Wudzing Shodan simply cannot be compared to, is countless steps into the age of the strong dream of the thing. However, thinking about it, it was also true to say that the one who had the greatest conflict with the Netherworld Holy Land was the divine Martial Dynasty. The divine Martial Dynasty and the Netherworld Holy Land were the closest, and Qin Xiaotian had often secretly messed things up in order to expand his power, so it could be justified to want to resolve the conflict now. Emperor Lord Qin, you've taken out the heavenly longevity grass, let bygones be bygones, Lu Mubai slowly said. However, Lord Qin Huang, I also hope that you really want to resolve the conflict, or else you'll understand the consequences. Qin Xiaotian's ambition is great, Lu Mubai is aware of it, although he has not blatantly suppressed the misty sacred ground over the years. But he still understands all those sevens and sevens that he is secretly engaged in. If it wasn't for the fact that the Netherworld Holy Land had just returned to the peak of the Eastern Wasteland and the old Ancestor had told him not to be too overzealous just yet, it was really possible for him to directly exterminate the divine Martial Imperial Dynasty. How could Qin Xiaotian, an old oil man, not be able to hear his words that were full of threats and warnings, and immediately nodded and said, don't worry, Patriarch Lu, in the future, the divine Martial Dynasty will be the greatest ally of the Netherworld Holy Land. Wherever you point, this emperor will definitely be the first to go. With things having come to this, Lu Mubai didn't say anything more. Immediately afterward, he explained to the crowd that the ethereal Holy Land was now on the rise, but that he would not be interfering indiscriminately with the current general pattern of the Eastern Wasteland, but second only to them not messing up. Once you guys mess up first, then the ethereal Holy Land will definitely not be soft. Don't worry, Sage Lord Lu, we all understand. All of them sniffed and assured. Although some people might feel a little uncomfortable in their hearts, they didn't dare to show it. After all, the current Netherworld Holy Land was too powerful, and even if they joined forces, they couldn't stop it. Lu Mubai secretly rejoiced. He felt very cool to make these previously arrogant few people suffer. Report. The Buddhist Mercy Heavenly Emperor has arrived. Right at this moment, a voice came from outside the mountain gate, and Lu Mubai inside the main hall, including the 4 major power heads, froze and couldn't help but secretly whisper. The Mercy Heavenly Emperor has actually come. It seems that even as strong as a Buddhist emperor is afraid of the supreme Tao lineage that is the Netherworld Holy Land. Ren Tian was a great emperor, and even though he had lost to the old Ancestor of the Netherworld Holy Land, it wasn't so bad that he would personally come to his door. Amit Ba Buddha. A Buddhist cry rang out, and Ren Tian had already arrived. Sifu Lu, all the monks, I am saluted by the old lineage. When Qin Xiaotian, Zhang Chanxian, Lu Knight, Zhang Yun, and the others heard that Ren Tian, a great emperor, actually greeted them, they hurriedly stood up and arched their hands. Greetings to great Emperor Ren Tian. Lu Mubai above was equally a bit surprised by Ren Tian's arrival. Although he was one small realm higher than Ren Tian, Lu Mubai could clearly feel that the breath in this person's body was very terrifying, and although he had lost to the old Ancestor, he was afraid that it would be difficult for him to gain the upper hand if he were to spar with him. There's no need for fellow Taoist Ren Tian to be so courteous, please take a seat. Ren Tian scanned the surroundings and realized that Yi Shaoqing wasn't here, so he inquired, is Shi Yi available? Lu Mubai naturally knew that the Shi Yi in Ren Tian's mouth was the old Ancestor, but today was the special event after he became an emperor, and the old Ancestor wasn't coming here, so he immediately explained, the old Ancestor is at Misty Peak at this time. If you, fellow Taoist, want to find the old Ancestor, you can go to the Netherworld Peak. MT Misty. Yi Shaoqing was sitting underneath an ancient tree at the moment, leisurely drinking a small wine. Immediately afterward, a silhouette appeared in front of him, so he laughed, why are you here as well? Yi Shaoqing was a bit curious. Today was the day that Lu Mubai became an emperor and the forces celebrated for him. According to reason, Ren Tian shouldn't have come. Ren Tian said, I have nothing to do, I just came out for a walk. Chapter 15 Heavenly Cloud World Mysteries, Central State Heavenly Emperor. However, who is Yi Shaoqing? Would he really believe his words? Stretched his waist and then said, let's get right to it. Ren Tian let out a bitter smile and said, it's true that nothing can be hidden from Prof. Yi, the old line is indeed here because there is something that I want to tell you. Yi Shaoqing took a sip of the small wine and didn't say anything, quietly waiting for the following. After a moment of silence, Ren Tian slowly spoke. Can Monkey still remember what I said 2 days ago about the thinness of spiritual qi in this realm? Yi Shaoqing nodded. He naturally remembered that at that time, after Ren Tian had been defeated by himself, he had said things such as the fact that the aura of the great world of today's clouds was so thin that it was impossible to become an immortal at all. In fact, this had already been sensed when he first came out of the gate. The current world was simply incomparable to that of 10,000 years ago, as if he had entered the end of the immortal cultivation period. However, after all, heaven and earth had been changing all the time, and this was a normal phenomenon, so why was the good Ren Tian suddenly talking about this? Seemingly seeing his doubts, Ren Tian then spoke. In fact, in the 5th millennium, the aura of this world was still abundant, but with the appearance of one person, it changed everything. A man? Who is it? Yi Shaoqing asked curiously as he sipped his small drink. Each era has each era's momentum. This fate has long been arranged, even if it is as strong as his Immortal King giant want to change cannot do. So Yi Shaoqing was very curious as to who this person was who actually had this ability to change the momentum of heaven and earth. Ren Tian said, 5,000 years ago, a person appeared out of nowhere in the central state, and with his appearance, the pattern of the heavens and earth was instantly altered, and this person was named Di Tian. Empyrean Sky carries the divine king body, entered the Tao at the age of 18, merged with the Tao at the age of 20, became a saint at the age of 25, stepped into the peak of the quasi-emperor realm at the age of 30, and accomplished the great emperor at just less than 50 years of age. It's unimaginably fast. After becoming an emperor, Di Tian took only 10 years to unify the central state and establish the supreme Tao lineage heavenly palace. At that time, his strength had already reached the peak of the great emperor realm, the strongest in this realm, and he was honored as the heavenly emperor. However, after a few more years, after Di Tian broke through the red dust immortal realm, the aura of the entire heavenly cloud great world dropped drastically at an extremely fast rate, as if it had entered the end times overnight. After this, not only is it difficult for cultivators in this world to cultivate, let alone becoming an immortal, it's difficult to even think about becoming an emperor. Saying this, Ren Tian's face began to gloom and became extremely unsightly. Because he had just broken through to the peak of the quasi-emperor realm that year, he who could have become an emperor, he had hard dragged his feet for 1,000 years and was forced to close his death to try to make a breakthrough. If he hadn't fused the will of his previous body and merged with the Tao of transcendence against death, he was afraid that he would have died in the river of time. There's a saying in the world of immortal cultivation, cutting off the path of cultivation is like killing one's parents. That is to say, it only took less than 70 years for this person to enter the Tao to become an immortal? Yi Shaoqing's eyes narrowed slightly, a little surprised for a moment. After all, this was the one who had the system. Breaking through to the great emperor had nearly taken a whole 100 years, and as a result, this guy called Di Tian was even more bullish than him. That's right. Raiten nodded. Immediately after that, Yi Shaoqing's gaze slowly looked at him and asked the doubt in his heart. You didn't come to me just to talk about this, did you? Amitabha Buddha, Ren Tian explained as he sniffed and chanted another Buddha's name. Cultivator Yi, you are an Immortal King giant. If you step in and definitely find out about the thinning of aura in this realm, not only can you help the cultivators solve their cultivation problems, but it's also a great deed of immense merit. After listening to Ren Tian's righteous words, a look of being for the sake of all beings in heaven and earth, Yi Shaoqing almost laughed out loud. Cultivation of the road, difficult and difficult, want to become a Tao can only rely on themselves. People can become immortal, that is also their own ability. Besides, the aura is thinning off you and me. What is the matter? Is it hard for me to go to Di Tian's door and ask him why the aura of the heavenly cloud great world has become thin instead after you became an immortal? Isn't that a proper size cutie? Is it? Yi Shaoqing let out a sharp word, disliking Ren Tian dumbfounded, not knowing how to retort for a while. Yi sure. Ren Tian was interrupted by Yi Shaoqing just as he opened his mouth. Don't you say anything, I'm not going to bother with this. The world, no matter what it becomes, Yi Shaoqing is too lazy to care. As long as he doesn't hit the idea of the ethereal sacred ground, do whatever you like, it's none of his business. Besides, he still wanted to go out and travel and take a walk, so how could he have the time to worry about these things? It can't be that because he is strong, he has to be asked to step in when a little thing goes wrong. This is something that a peacemaker should do, and he, Yi Shaoqing, is not a peacemaker. Ren Tian sighed, as long as he couldn't be convinced, and said helplessly, in that case, I will leave first. Yi Shaoqing did not have the intention to stay, drinking a small wine leisurely leaning against the big tree, was about to close his eyes and rest his mind. Lu Mubai flew up from below. Old Ancestor. Yi Shaoqing glanced at him and asked, are those people gone? All gone. Lu Mubai nodded. Originally they wanted to meet you, Old Ancestor, but they were all sent away by me. Immediately afterward, Lu Mubai said with an excited face, Old Ancestor, you don't know, those people were terrified today when they saw the powerful appearance of today's misty Holy Land. The treasures of heaven and earth are all there, and all of them are given to us with both hands, fearing that we may count the things of the past. Today can be Lu Mubai happy bad, as long as the thought of the original in the East Wasteland on the face of the characters in front of their own respectful look, he is happy. If this was in the past when the old ancestor wasn't around, he wouldn't even have the qualifications to sit at a table with them all. It's true that it's 30 years in the East and 30 years in the West, so don't kid yourself. At least you're a great emperor. Look at your current villainous look. If you don't know, you'd think you're that little minion. Yi Shaoqing shook his head helplessly and educated him. However, Lu Mubai not only didn't get angry, instead he scratched his head and smiled even more happily. In front of his old ancestor he was like a brat, he didn't care at all. Since the Netherworld Holy Land is now settled, let's open the mountain gate to widely recruit some talented disciples. Nowadays, the Netherworld Holy Land had a great emperor, 5 peaks of the quasi-emperor realm, and more than 20 saints realm. This kind of strength was still considered to be on the top of the rankings, at least in the Eastern Wasteland. But the thing that gave Yi Shaoqing the most headache was that the talent of the younger generation of disciples was just too poor. It was time to take on disciples to replenish the Netherworld Holy Land with fresh blood. Yes, old ancestor. Lu Mubai actually had this kind of thought and nodded his head immediately after hearing his. Lu Mubai, who seemed to be thinking of something, suddenly inquired cautiously, "Are you leaving, old ancestor?" "Almost, just a couple days." Hearing this, Lu Mubai sighed. Not only was he the entire Misty Holy Land crowd couldn't bear to see old ancestor leave, but he couldn't say anything else about what old ancestor had set out to do. Chapter 16, Misty Holy Land accepts disciple. Yi Shaoqing enters mortal dust. When the news of the Misty Holy Land opening its gates to recruit disciples spread out, the Eastern Wasteland that had just calmed down set off waves once again. Numerous small and large clans had dispatched outstanding talents of the younger generation within their clans to go there, fearing that they would miss this rare opportunity to rise. It was necessary to know that the current Netherworld Holy Land was as unbeatable as the heavens in terms of the Eastern Wasteland. Not only is there an unfathomable and extremely powerful ancestor, the Holy Lord is even a great emperor, if one is fortunate enough to join the Mountain Gate, and if one is lucky enough to be accepted as a disciple by the 5 peak quasi-emperor elders, then one will certainly be like a rock spreading its wings and rising up on the wind to the 9 heavens. So the news spread out in less than a short day. The entire central square was overcrowded. Fully 100,000 teenage boys and girls rushed here. All of these people were the best of the geniuses, only to see their gazes curiously surveying the Netherworld Holy Land, their faces all displaying an unusually excited look. Lu Mubai was sitting in the first place on top of the high platform. Since becoming a great emperor, his entire person has changed dramatically, permeated with a gust of emperor aura. Not angry and self-contained eyes, just to look at him, will feel an unimaginable sense of suffocation. Gentlemen, you are all geniuses from various places who have traveled thousands of miles to come here, and I am here to welcome you. Now, the talent test officially begins. As long as your talent is passable, you will be able to worship in the Netherworld Holy Land, and if your talent is excellent, you will have the chance to become a disciple of the elders, so good luck to all of you. As Lu Mubai's voice fell, the surroundings instantly boiled, and everyone lined up in a long line, testing up one after another. Within a forest, Yi Shaoqing had already appeared here. He did not utilize his spiritual power, but instead strolled with a steady, unhurried gait. It's still the air outside that's good. Yi Shaoqing took a deep breath, a slightly intoxicated look spreading across his face as he sighed softly. It had been 10,000 years since he had traveled to this world, and it seemed like it was the first time he had been so laid back. In the past, either burying his head in cultivation or doing the system laying down tasks in seclusion, all he wanted to do was to pursue being powerful. However, after actually possessing a supreme cultivation, he had a feeling of being controlled by fate and everything. How is this different from the life of a laborious cow or horse in his previous life? It's just a different form of continuing to be a cowboy. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, a petite figure quietly appeared. Her name was Lin Yao, and she was the little maid of the Lin family in Green Mountain Town. The reason for coming to this forest was to look for herbs that could cure cold sickness for my brother. At a young age, due to the family's poverty, their parents sold the two of them, brother and sister, to the Lin family, one of the 3 great families in Qingshan Town, for 20 taels of silver as slaves. For the past 10 years, she and her brother had depended on each other for their lives. However, for some reason, his brother Lin Hao suddenly contracted an extremely rare cold disease, and after searching for famous doctors, he was unable to do anything, and now his life hangs in the balance. Despite the fact that they were both slaves of the Lin family was indifferent to the life and death of their brother, even threatening to expel him and leave him to his own devices if he could not be cured within the month. This sudden bad news makes Lin Yao bewildered. She is afraid of losing her brother, but stepped all over the Green Mountain Town 100 miles around, still have not found a way to save the cure. Just when she was at her wit's end, she happened to hear of a rare and precious medicine called Sky Cold Flower, which can cure all cold diseases. However, this medicine usually grows in the most and cold places, and requires a great chance to obtain. This must be the place rumored to be where someone foraged for the heavenly cold flower. Lin Yao held a small wooden stick in her hand, and with a resolute look in her eyes, she stepped deeper into the area without hesitation. However, Lin Yao is only a 15-year-old girl, walking alone in the dark forest. Every small sound will inevitably cause her body to tremble slightly. I don't know how much time has passed. Lin Yao suddenly realized that the deeper she went into it, the colder it became, as if in a flash, she had stepped from the heat of summer into the cold of winter, freezing her to the point of shivering. It's cold. Lin Yao tightened her clothes. Just then, she was surprised to come to a place covered in frost as if it was a fairyland. And in the center, there is a black poolside of a plant exudes a wisp of cold, the shape of the exquisite only 4 petals white like snowflowers, will attract her eyes over. Is this the heavenly cold flower? Lin Yao exclaimed, her eyes filled with surprise as she hurriedly ran over. Filled with a cold aura and 4 petals, the flower in front of him looked exactly like the rumored heavenly cold flower. Great, finally! Brother is saved. Lin Yao was overwhelmed with excitement at this moment, remembering that the hard work she had put in during this period of time had finally paid off. She didn't hold back her glooming tears for a moment. The Emperor's heaven is not responsible. Now that the heavenly cold flower has been found, his brother is saved, and he doesn't have to be kicked out of the Lin family. Lin Yao wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes and squatted down just as she was about to pick the heavenly cold flower and put it into a bag, when a sudden change occurred. Fizzle! A low, raspy sound emanated from beneath the black pool next to him. Zira! A huge black snake that was more than 10 meters long, with 2 horns borne on top of its head fiercely sprang out of the water, and the huge eyes that emitted a ghostly blue light stared deathly at Lin Yao, who was holding the heavenly cold flower in her hand. What a huge giant snake! Lin Yao was so shocked by this sudden situation that her face was bloodless. She stumbled and fell directly to the ground, her heart terrified to the core. Ah! No! Don't come over here! Miserable screams instantly came out from Lin Yao's mouth as she tightly grasped the heavenly cold flower, retreating backward in shock. Fizzle! The big snake rose up from the water, twisting its huge body unhurriedly, a powerful cold aura emanating from its body, pressing towards Lin Yao. Help! Yi Shaoqing, who happened to pass by here on the periphery, suddenly frowned slightly when he heard the sound, and gazed into the depths. What's with the distress call? In the next moment, his figure instantly disappeared in place. Don't kill me! Please don't kill me! At this moment, Lin Yao was gripped by fear, so frightened that she burst into tears and bitterly begged for mercy towards the black serpent. However, the great serpent didn't pay any attention to it, and a hint of curiosity appeared in its huge eyes as it twisted its body and slowly crawled towards her. Brother, I'm sorry, Yaoer wasn't able to bring the sky-cold flower back to you. Lin Yao knows that he can't run away this time, so he just doesn't run, coldly looking at the big snake that is crawling, and recalling in his mind the happy time he lived with his brother. Slowly closed his eyes and waited for death to come. Whoosh! A gust of wind whistled past, and a figure appeared instantly in front of Lin Yao as if it were a ghost. Chapter 17, Saving Lin Yao, lifting his hand to make the big snake take shape. Remembering that it's not easy for you to cultivate, retreat now and I can spare your life. Lin Yao slowly opened her eyes when she heard the commotion, only to see that a white-clothed youth had appeared in front of her at some point. His face was crowned with jade, and his appearance was handsome. Just then, Lin Yao glimpsed that the big snake had retreated under the black pool at some point, only poking out a head and staring at the side with a face full of fear. Lin Yao's eyes were filled with curiosity and she couldn't help but ask, Big brother, it looks like it's afraid of you, eh? Just now, the big snake was so fierce, but now it was like a different person, so Lin Yao was very curious. Yi Shaoqing laughed softly. Actually, it wasn't hostile to you earlier, it's just that you took something from it. Something? Lin Yao subconsciously looked at the heavenly cold flower in her hand before asking, Big brother, is it this heavenly cold flower? After that big snake heard her words, it nodded its head very spiritually, and right after that, it quickly shrunk back into the water. That look was really afraid of Yi Shaoqing. Seeing this, Lin Yao hurriedly apologized. Sorry. I really didn't know that this heavenly cold flower was yours. My brother is sick, I picked this flower to save him, I really didn't mean it. Lin Yao hurriedly explained the matter of her brother's illness one by one, with a sobbing tone in her voice. So it's like this, Yi Shaoqing said in his heart. Earlier, he was a bit puzzled as to how a little girl could come alone to the depths of this great forest. After all, this forest was a bit uncomplicated, permeated with several demonic beasts from the divine phenomenon realm aura. If an ordinary cultivator was unlucky enough to come here, he was afraid that his life would have to be lost here. With that, Yi Shaoqing cast his gaze in the direction where the great snake was and shouted, Come out. Hearing his words, Orochi was obviously a bit flustered. The animal's senses were already sharp, and it could clearly detect the aura emanating from this youth that made it fearful. After some hesitation, the big snake eventually slowly crawled out of the water. The big snake's more than 10-meter long body stood tall, which scared Lin Yao so much that she hurriedly leaned towards Yi Shaoqing's side. Seeing this, Yi Shaoqing flashed a reassuring smile at her, signaling that there was no need for her to be afraid. Yi Shaoqing said slowly to the big snake, All these years, you should have been relying on this heavenly cold flower to cultivate, right? Orochi nodded. Yi Shaoqing also roughly guessed the whole picture of the matter in his heart when he saw this. This big snake in front of me had already evolved from a snake into a boa, and as you could tell from the 2 small horns on top of its head, it was almost about to evolve into a jiao, a process known as dragonization. There are 5 stages that a snake must go through to become a dragon. In the first stage, a snake can be trained to become a python. The second stage, the python can be cultivated into a boa. The third stage, the boa can be repaired to evolve the augur. At the fourth stage, after giving birth to 2 horns and claws, one can become a true augur. In the fifth stage, after becoming an augur, one can initially obtain the power and body of a dragon, and by then it is not a matter of soaring through the heavens and the earth. Then after another 1,000 years you can cross the heavenly tribulation, and as long as you succeed in crossing the tribulation you can become a real dragon. However, these 5 stages are difficult to accomplish. Currently this great snake should have just stepped into the third stage. This heavenly cold flower is also known as the imperial pill, and its body exudes an extremely powerful coldness, and the great snake is relying on absorbing this coldness to cultivate before being able to gradually evolve. Moreover, this big snake didn't intend to harm Lin Yao, it just wanted to scare her when it found out that Lin Yao had picked her heavenly cold flower before. Thinking of this, Yi Shaoqing said, as long as you give up the heavenly cold flower, I can give you a chance to help you transform into a human being, and later rely on the heaven and earth's spiritual chi to cultivate. Are you willing to do so? Hearing this, Orochi's eyes instantly lit up and he hurriedly nodded, his eyes full of blazing heat. As a demon race, if it didn't have great luck, it would be as hard as hell to transform into a dragon. It relied on the heavenly cold flower to cultivate for a whole 2,000 years before just reaching the stage of becoming a scaly dragon. Wanting to become a scaly dragon doesn't know when it will have to wait. But it's very different if you can take shape. The human race was originally the favorite of heaven and earth. If it could take shape, its cultivation speed could be several times faster than now, and it would be able to transform into a dragon at a much faster rate. It's a sure thing, and it wouldn't be sizable and cute to turn it down. What? Still, there was a hint of doubt in Orochi's eyes. Although this human gave it a very terrifying feeling, was he really able to help him transform? Yi Shaoqing looked at it and naturally could guess what it was thinking at the moment, so he smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't lie to you." Hearing this, Big Snake raised his eyes and looked at Lin Yao, then at the heavenly cold flower in her hand, before expressing his willingness. "Good, since that's the case, I'll gift you this chance." Yi Shaoqing raised his hand and gently waved it, and a strand of immortal chi slowly disappeared into the body of the great snake. Boom! Only to see the huge body of the great serpent rapidly shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning into the appearance of an old man. Lin Yao on the side was just immortal, or had she seen such a marvelous sight, she was so shocked that her mouth opened wide. "Wow, big brother, you are so powerful, you can actually turn a snake into a human." The Chi-Chi stepped forward and with a plop kneeled directly in front of Yi Shaoqing, respectfully saying, "Thank you senior for helping my little path to take shape, my little path can't thank you enough." "That's just it, this is also your destiny." Yi Shaoqing waved his hand and signaled for Chi-Chi to get up. After all, after so many years of cultivation, it was extremely rare to find a mortal taking away one's belongings without revealing killing intent, which was why Yi Shaoqing had stepped in to give him a hand. Afterwards, Chi-Chi walked over to Lin Yao again and bowed deeply towards her. "Many thanks to you, if it wasn't for you showing up, the junior path wouldn't have been able to get to see senior." "Ah." Lin Yao was startled by his action and hurriedly waved her hand back and forth. No, it should be me thanking you more. After all, the heavenly cold flower was originally yours." Yi Shaoqing looked at the two of them humbling themselves there and smiled as he stepped forward to walk in front of Lin Yao. "Come on, I'll show you out." Big brother." Lin Yao nodded. Before leaving, Yi Shaoqing barked out a message towards Chi-Chi. "Cultivate well, it's not impossible to become a dragon in the future. Don't kill innocents indiscriminately or I won't let you off the hook. Senior, don't worry, the Xiao Dao knows." Chi Dragon assured. Immediately after that, Yi Shaoqing pulled up Lin Yao's arm and took a step out to blend into the void, a scene that shocked Bai Qi. Crossing the void, this senior is a great emperor powerhouse. It's just that even though great emperor powerhouses are the most powerful powerhouses in the world, it seems like they can't do anything to make me transform with the lift of a hand, right? Chi Dragon murmured with some doubts. Forget it. If you can't figure it out, you can't figure it out. Now that you've transformed, it's time to have some fun in the human world." In the next moment, the Chi-Chi transformed into a big snake of its own body and scurried towards the outside of the forest. Chapter 18, Coming to Green Mountain Town, Drunken Immortal Wine. "Wow, big brother, are you the legendary immortal?" In the blink of an eye, he flew out of the forest, and Lin Yao stood in the void, looking around curiously, happily excited. Yi Shaoqing smiled and said, "Slightly that much more powerful than an immortal." However, these words, which were filled with the flavor of pretentiousness, to Lin Yao's ears, caused her mouth to close in shock. "Big brother, you're awesome." Although she had lived in the Lin family since she was a child, she still knew something about immortal cultivators. The head of the Lin family was an immortal cultivator, but he was only at the Foundation establishment realm, and there was no way he could fly in the sky with people like this big brother in front of him. Only those above the transformation realm can fly in the air, and those below can only fly with swords. "Big brother, I live over there." Lin Yao pointed to a small town not far ahead. Hearing this, Yi Shaoqing slowed down and landed near Qingshan town. "Big brother, then I'll go back to treat my brother first. I'm really thankful to you today. Without your help, I definitely wouldn't be able to get the heavenly cold flower. Lin Yao thanked Yi Shaoqing. Hurry back. Yi Shaoqing waved his hand, telling her to hurry back without delay. The town of Castle Peak was teeming with people. Yi Shaoqing put his hands behind his back and walked leisurely through the streets. I can't help but inwardly sigh, it's still the fireworks of this earth that are soothing. After so many years of being initiated into the Tao, he really hadn't walked around the world as leisurely as this, and had almost forgotten what it was like to be immortal. Wow, look, he's so handsome. Yes, this gentleman is really graceful and elegant looking, just like an immortal. If I could marry him, I'd wake up smiling in my dreams. Don't be a nymphomaniac, they can't look at you. At this time, Yi Shaoqing suddenly heard a whisper in his ear and followed the sound to look over. Only to see the corner of the street, there are 4 or 5 women, eyes glowing staring at themselves. When they realized that they turned back, they immediately blushed and did not dare to meet his eyes. Yi Shaoqing didn't take it too seriously when he saw this scene. Although he left the ethereal Holy Land before, in order not to be recognized, deliberately changed his appearance, but no matter how to change, his handsome appearance, and that extraordinary temperament, that is the bar, can be these women fascinated, is not very normal however. Smells good. At this moment, a wine fragrance came into his nose. Yi Shaoqing took a deep breath and couldn't help but sigh. In the past, he would have loved fine wine, lying flat for so many years. It was the first time that he smelled this kind of wine aroma, which could give people a feeling of lingering just by smelling it. Following the aroma, he soon came to a restaurant called Drunken Beauty House. Welcome to the Drunken Beauty Building. As soon as he stepped into the building, a royal sister-like voice entered his ears. Yi Shaoqing raised his eyes at the sound and saw a woman come into view. The woman was dressed in a large red cheongsam, her delicate face was like a fine carving, and she was gorgeous. Skin like snow, slender and bewitching figure, a head of black hair like a waterfall casually scattered on the shoulders, feet stomped a pair of black high-heeled shoes, striding lightly, twisting the slender waist, walking towards him step by step. My lord, are you drinking, or eating? The woman's voice is as delicate and charming as her imperial-like face, and if it were an ordinary man, I'm afraid that he would not be able to resist. But who is Yi Shaoqing? That's a man who has seen countless women. This little test cannot be difficult to defeat him. So he joked, drinking and eating cannot be together? The two don't seem to have much to do with each other, do they? Put. Hearing his words, Zhang Qingyue didn't hold back at once and laughed out directly. My lord, you are so funny. Immediately after, Zhang Qingyue explained, you don't know, sir, my family's drunken immortal brew is known far and wide in this area. The guests who come here all come here for this wine, and now there is only the last one left. So that's why I asked if you were eating or drinking. Oh? Famous from near and far? Yi Shaoqing raised his eyebrows. So this drunken immortal brew is quite extraordinary? Yi Shaoqing was instantly aroused by her words. The corners of his mouth rose and he laughed. When you say that, I'm interested, but I'm a very picky mouth. If this wine is not the same as what you said, I won't pay for it. Gongzi, you're so humorous. I don't know if it was because Zhang Qingyue's laughing point was too low, but once again, she didn't hold back and was amused by his words. Realizing that she was a bit out of character, Zhang Qingyue hurriedly collected her emotions and reverted to her previous dignified demeanor, saying in a graceful manner, Sir, don't worry, if this wine is not good, we definitely won't charge for it. My family's drunken immortal brew, the practice, and other wine that is completely different. This wine is using hundreds of kinds of flowers essence plus strong white wine, after 49 days carefully brewed from, guarantee that you drink a mouthful of it will fall in love. The wine bug was seduced. Yi Shaoqing immediately said, since that's the case, then just serve an altar for me to try. As for the food and wine, you just watch. After saying that, Yi Shaoqing casually found a seat by the window and sat down. Yes sir, just a moment. The Lin family, one of the 3 great families of Castle Peak Town. Brother, I'm back. As soon as Lin Yao returned to the Lin family, she hurriedly ran towards the side yard. Crunch! The door in a small, dilapidated room slowly opened, and a teenager whose face was as pale as paper and whose body was permeated with a gust of coldness walked out from it. Yaoer, you're back. Lin Yao hurriedly went forward, and just when she wanted to use her hands to help Lin Hao's arm, it was as if she had touched 1,000 years of cold ice, and it hurt so much that she shrunk her hand back. Brother, why are your hands so cold? Seeing his sister's near crying look, Lin Hao touched her head and smiled at her. Yaoer, don't worry, brother is fine. Brother. Oh. Lin Yao felt the hand above her head and couldn't hold it in any longer, and didn't care if Lin Hao's body was cold or not. She directly jumped up and cried out. Yaoer, don't cry. Lin Hao can be said to be fearless from childhood to adulthood, but only afraid of his own sister crying. As long as Lin Yao cried he was at a loss for words. And he's also a big straight guy who can't comfort people at all. After a long time, Lin Yao, who had stabilized her emotions, suddenly remembered something and hurriedly picked up a cloth bag on the ground, took out the sky-cold flower from it, and handed it over towards Lin Hao. Brother, this is the heavenly cold flower, a precious medicine that specializes in curing cold illnesses. Eat it. Chapter 19, Extremely Cold Divine Body, Old Man in the Bone Ring. Sky cold flower? Lin Hao looked at the heavenly cold flower in his hand, which was emitting the exact same cold aura as in his body, and looked very puzzled, inquiring towards Lin Yao. Yaoer, where did this come from? Immediately after that, Lin Yao told all the things that happened during this period of time, and the things that happened when she met her big brother. Aren't you messing around? How could you run off alone to such a dangerous place? Lin Hao's face sank as he listened. How he did not think that his sister actually did so many things for herself, but also one just ran to the depths of the big forest, what encountered a big snake, big brother to save her things, listen to him a little scalp numb. Lin Yao pouted her small mouth and muttered a little unhappily. Where is the danger, am I not fine? You hurry up and take the heavenly cold flower, I've been away for so many days, now I have to hurry up and go finish the job first. After saying that, Lin Yao directly ran out. Yaoer. Lin Hao was just about to call her when he saw that Lin Yao had already grabbed the door and walked out. Looking at his sister's distant back, Lin Hao tightly had to grip the heavenly cold flower in his hand and assured him word by word. Yaoer, don't worry, brother will definitely give you a light and happy life in the future, no need to be so tired every day. Brother promises you. Abandoned by his parents since he was a child, Lin Hao hated them very much. Why, he obviously didn't want him and his sister, why did he still want to give birth to the two of them? 10 years. 10 whole years. The two of them, brother and sister, were living like dogs in this Lin family, not even as good as dogs. He really hated. He hated this unfair world. One day, he would trample all injustice under his feet. Inside the room, Lin Hao sat on the bed. After a long period of silence, he slowly picked up the sky-cold flower and ate it towards his mouth. The heavenly cold flower was the size of a palm, but as soon as it entered the mouth as if it felt some kind of power, it instantly transformed into a white aura that surged towards the cavity. Lin Hao let out a cry of surprise, before he could react to the occasion. A cold and icy aura instantly surged within his body, causing him to shiver with cold as if he had fallen into an ice cave. What's going on? So cold. Lin Hao hurriedly pulled the quilt on the bed to cover his body, but it didn't help in the slightest. Without a moment's effort, his whole body was born with a thick layer of frost, and his eyes slowly closed with it, his breath getting weaker and weaker. Kid, don't sleep. Mind like water, all thoughts are empty, go and feel the cold chi in your body, master it, manipulate it, gather it all into your spirit. See. Right at this moment, a pale voice suddenly rang in the ears of the dazed Lin Hao, pulling him back, who was gradually losing consciousness. I can't die. What will happen to my sister if I die? Lin Hao clenched his teeth in death, and a moment later, conscious, he hurriedly sat up on his knees. Recalling the voice in his head from earlier, he slowly calmed down and began to try to feel the cold inside his body. Actually really felt it. Lin Hao was delighted in his heart. Immediately after that, it began to try to master it, and then manipulate it so that the chi slowly surged down the body into the sea of spirit. Boom! In an instant, an extremely terrifying and icy cold air surged out madly from Lin Hao's body. Bang, bang, bang. The entire room was instantly covered by cold air, forming a thick frost, and the surrounding furniture, such as tables and chairs, all shattered and turned into pieces at this moment. Aha! What's going on? Why is there suddenly such a raging force in my body? Lin Hao clenched his teeth in death. He could clearly feel that there was a great power in his body that wanted to seize his body. No matter how much he suppressed it, it was as if it didn't help. This is the power in your divine body. Don't try to deliberately suppress it. Quiet your mind and feel it. At that moment, the old voice from earlier reappeared. Once Lin Hao heard this, he didn't bother to deliberately suppress it, and his entire body relaxed. Immediately afterward, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the force had indeed become less violent, and was still able to manipulate it with ease. Rumble. It didn't take long for Lin Hao's aura to permeate the ground to become more and more powerful, and his cultivation actually began to break through at this moment. Early Qi Refining Realm. Mid-Alchemy Realm. Late Peak of Qi Refining Realm. Boom! Early Foundation Establishment Realm. Middle Foundation Establishment Realm. Peak of the Late Foundation Establishment Realm. Boom! Early Jindan Realm. However, in just a few moments of work, Lin Hao's cultivation level crazily soared, directly stepping into the early stage of the Jindan realm from a mortal to a Jindan realm cultivator. I became a cultivator? When Lin Hao felt the incomparably powerful cultivation within his body, he immediately laughed up to the sky. Ha 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 ha, I, Lin Hao, have become an immortal cultivator. But how is this possible? For a moment, Lin Hao had the feeling of dreaming. Just a moment ago, he was a person who had been attacked by a cold disease and was in the throes of death. So how did he suddenly become a cultivator of immortality? Could it be because of that heavenly cold flower? This is because you awakened the extreme cold divine body, and that's why you broke through. Right at this moment, the old voice appeared again, pulling Lin Hao, whose thoughts were flying around, back into reality. Who are you? Originally, he had previously thought that it was an illusion, but now that it was time to wake up, Lin Hao immediately looked around nervously, yet the entire room was just himself, there was no one else at all. Are you a human or a ghost? Lin Hao swallowed his saliva and said nervously, hurry up and come out, I'm not afraid of you. Kid, take it easy, you take out that bone ring under your pillow. The old voice said, bone ring? Lin Hao flipped the pillow and picked up a gray bone ring engraved with a wolf's head and looked at it for half a day, not finding anything special. It's nothing special, is it? You drop a drop of fingertip blood down towards it, the old voice said again. Lin Hao hesitated for a moment, although he didn't know who the voice was, but thinking that he had even saved himself earlier, he should have no malice towards him, so without thinking too much about it, he bit his index finger and dripped a drop of fingertip blood towards the bone ring. Buzz! The moment the blood didn't enter the bone ring, a dazzling red light was emitted, and immediately afterward, an old man appeared out of thin air, appearing before his eyes. It directly startled Lin Hao. Looking in front of him, though blurry, the upper body was clear, an old man with white hair and a white beard. You're such a ghost. The old man stroked his beard and laughed. As you can see, the old man is precisely a soul body. After hearing the old man's words, Lin Hao said somewhat nervously, I'll tell you, don't mess around, I'm an immortal cultivator, I'm very strong. When he said this, Lin Hao obviously hardened up a little bit. After all, he was now a powerful immortal cultivator, but in the end, he was still a 15-year-old teenager, and he was still a little afraid of this soulful old man in front of him. Ha ha ha. The old man smiled with his mouth open and looked at him leisurely. You kid. Also don't think about it, if the old man really want to kill you. Earlier why also voiced to save you? Seems so. Chapter 20, a 5,000-year-old powerhouse, Lin Hao worships Dan Godson. After listening to the old man's words, Lin Hao didn't have the nervousness he had just had and asked curiously, why are you in the bone ring? Why did you save me? And who are you? After saying that, Lin Hao looked at the bone ring in his hand again, which he had picked up by the side of the road 3 years ago, and he had never thought that there would actually be a soul body living inside. With 3 questions in a row, the old man sighed, gently stroked his beard, and slowly explained, the old man's name is Dan Shensi, and he was the head of the Dan God Temple in Central State 5,000 years ago. 5,000 years. Lin Hao was instantly stunned. This old man in front of him was actually a character from 5,000 years ago. Speaking here, the Dan Godson's face visibly sank, and he remained silent for a moment before continuing to speak. At that time, the old man, all cultivated at the peak of the great emperor realm, only one step away from becoming an immortal, can be said to be a strong person at the tip of the pyramid. Yet with the appearance of one man, the sky of the central state changed. That person has killed 3 disciples of the old man in a fit of rage to fight with him, only to find that he has become immortal. Just one move old man was defeated, flesh broken, relying on the tortoise breath technique luckily hid into this bone ring before the body did not die. Lin Hao sucked in a breath of cool air as he listened, not only sighing that the old man in front of him was the legendary great emperor powerhouse, but also being shocked that there were really immortals in the world. Curiosity instantly rose, and Lin Hao suddenly asked, who is that person? Heavenly Palace Heavenly Emperor, DT on. The killing intent in Dan Shensi's eyes was simply monstrous as he pronounced this name. This man is the devil. He entered the Tao to become an immortal in less than 100 years, killed countless geniuses, massacred several major powers. Anyone who disobeyed him would die, so 5,000 years ago the pattern of the central state instantly changed dramatically. Heavenly Emperor, Emperor Sky? Lin Hao read a few phrases of this name and was a bit shocked inwardly. Someone actually used the surname Emperor. This person was really arrogant. Immediately afterward, Lin Hao inquired, then why did you save me? Dan Shensi looked back at him with an amiable smile, because I want to take you as my disciple. You want to take me as your disciple? Lin Hao's eyes widened. Dan Shensi nodded right. I've been following you since you picked up this bone ring 3 years ago. You're a very smart person, you're very calm when it comes to things, and there's also one thing that I like very much, you don't give in. Over the past 3 years, the more Dan Shensi looked at Lin Hao, the more he looked like his former disciples, and every time he thought of the scene where all 3 of his such outstanding disciples died tragically, Dan Shensi felt a pang of heartache. Dan Shensi looked at the dazed Lin Hao and asked, are you willing to be the old man's disciple? Want to do it? This one could be a great emperor powerhouse from 5,000 years ago. If he were to be his disciple, he would definitely become even more powerful in the future. At that time he would be able to protect his sister, and he would be able to give her a happy life. Thinking for a moment, Lin Hao instantly decided. Immediately, he climbed down from the bed and directly knelt down towards Dan Shensi, kowtowing 3 times in a row. Master is above, please accept my disciple's obeisance. Ha, the old man has another disciple. Dan Shensi laughed to the sky and raised his hand to help him up with his soul force. Good disciple, now that you've become a disciple, it's time for Master to give you some gifts of worship. As soon as the words fell, Dan Shensi made a point towards Lin Hao's forehead. A spiritual light didn't enter his forehead, and 2 techniques immediately appeared in Lin Hao's mind. Saint-level technique Extreme Cold Scripture. Saint-level technique, 3 swords of the extreme Tao. Master, this is for me? Lin Hao was shocked. How could he not have expected that his master teacher would actually give himself 2 saint-level techniques out of the blue? Although he had just become an immortal cultivator, he had heard of such powerful techniques before, but they were only available to the most powerful forces in the eastern wasteland, and the ordinary small forces could not take them out at all. This kind of treasure, once discovered, would attract countless cultivators to grab it. Dan Shensi nodded and smiled. That's right, you are carrying the extreme cold divine body, and this extreme cold scripture was obtained by chance by the master in the past, and it just happens to be very suitable for you. So that's how it is. Lin Hao marveled, then inquired, Master, what is the extreme cold god body? He had just heard his master talk about some kind of divine body, and now he heard it again, so he was very curious. Dan Shensi explained, the extremely cold divine physique is a special physique, and anyone who possesses such a physique is someone who carries great fortune, and as long as they don't die young at a weak age, they will surely be able to become a powerhouse that will stand proudly in the sky and the heavens in the future. So powerful. Lin Hao was stunned. He was somewhat incredulous that he could actually possess such a powerful trait. Immediately afterward, Dan Shensi asked, do you still remember the matter of the cold air bubbling up inside you? Lin Hao nodded. Of course he remembered that he had suddenly contracted this disease a few months ago, and it had almost tortured him to death. But why was Master asking this? Seeing his confusion, Dan Shensi explained, that's the precursor to awakening the extremely cold divine body, and you previously awakened early because you took the heavenly cold flower, an imperial medicine that possesses a powerful cold aura. So that's how it is? Only then did Lin Hao realize that it wasn't a disease. Dan Shensi looked at the new disciple who had wandered off a bit, his eyes filled with compassion. Apprentice son, in the future, your master will definitely teach you everything, so that you can become a heavenly and earthly gaijin. In the past, this sentence Dan Shensi had also said to his 3 dead disciples, but he had gone back on his word and failed to do it, but this time he promised that he would do it. Lin Hao looked at his master teacher with a firm gaze. Senior, don't worry, I will definitely cultivate properly in the future, and when the day of the proud vault comes, I will definitely avenge you and the other senior brothers by killing Dtian. However, when Dan Shensi heard his words, he was stunned and immediately shook his head, saying, no. Why is this, master? Lin Hao was a bit puzzled. Wasn't it normal for a disciple to avenge his master? Dan Shensi sighed and explained, even if you become an immortal in the future, you can't look for that Dtian. His strength is not something you can imagine. This person is simply unbeatable. Speaking of this, a flash of fear flashed through Dan Shensi's eyes. Only he knew just how powerful this person Dtian was. Can become immortal in just less than 100 years' time. Now past so long now, how strong it will be, who does not know. How can he let his own disciples to go to avenge him? That is completely to the pit of fire to push off. Dan Shensi looked at the silent Lin Hao and said, Disciple, did you hear that? In the future, you must never go to that Dtian. Yes, master. Although Lin Hao agreed, in his heart, he had long since secretly memorized Dtian. He swore that he would kill him in the future to avenge his master and brothers. Chapter 21, The Great Emperor Who Committed 5 Malpractices and 3 Defects. On the other hand, on the other side, the drunken beauty building was leaning against the window. Yi Shaoqing held the wine cup in his hand and took a light sip of the wine in the cup. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Good wine. This drunken immortal brew was very different from the wine he had drank in the past. As soon as he entered the mouth, he could feel the fresh scent of various different flavors of flowers, and there was no feeling of the spicy throat of spirits. The only thing was a refreshing sensation spreading in his mouth. This drunken immortal brew was a superior wine, very much in line with Yi Shaoqing's taste. What do you think, my lord? Zhang Qingyu looked over at the sound of the voice, her face like a peach blossom, delicate, and she came to him in a graceful manner. I'm not lying, am I? Doesn't my family's drunken immortal brew give you the feeling of lingering when you taste it? Not bad indeed. Yi Shaoqing glanced at her and put down the wine cup, a smile on his lips. I have to say, this drunken immortal brew is indeed deep in my heart. Cluck 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 cluck. Zhang Qingyu sniffed, covered her mouth and laughed lightly, laughing so hard that it took a while before she regained her composure. Since it's so delicious, you have to pay the bill, Gongzi. Zhang Qingyu suddenly flirted. For a moment, Yi Shaoqing felt that she was very interesting, so he laughed and said, as the saying goes, good wine goes with good people. Now that the wine is available, but a beautiful woman is missing, I wonder if the girl would like to have a drink together? Gongzi, you are so humorous. Zhang Qingyu heard him say that, and another one didn't hold back her laughter. However, at this time in the restaurant, there were only a few scattered guests. Zhang Qingyu did not refuse and sat directly across from him. Your Excellency has the heart to invite, how can Qingyu refuse? Immediately thereafter, the two drank and chatted, and they soon became acquainted. Instead, it was Zhang Qingyu's unceasing laughter that echoed within the restaurant. A pair of beautiful eyes looked at him from time to time, intentionally or not. You know, her looks and body can be called one in a million. Ordinary men see her, that eyes simply hate to eat her alive. However, Yi Shaoqing always maintained his gentlemanly demeanor and did not show the slightest hint of obscenity in his eyes towards her. Coupled with his handsome face that was rare in the world to be off the beaten path, it made Zhang Qingyu feel good for a moment. Sir, you should be a cultivator, right? Zhang Qingyu gently caressed her temples, her vermilion lips gently opened, and asked softly towards Yi Shaoqing across the table. Yi Shaoqing took a light sip of wine, a smile at the corner of his mouth, and asked rhetorically, why are you suddenly asking about this? Perhaps because of the wine, Jiang Qingyue's jade-like cheeks were slightly flushed, and with one hand propped up on her chin, she surveyed him for a while before she said softly, because I look at Gongzi's temperament, it's not like a mortal at all, and it gives me the feeling of being like a supreme powerhouse who has gone back to the basics and rejoined the mortal world. Although Jiang Qingyu was not an immortal cultivator, but at the age of 28, since she opened this restaurant, she had seen a lot of people of all shapes and sizes, not the least of which were numerous cultivators, but only Yi Shaoqing had given her a very different feeling. A woman's sixth sense told her that this person was definitely extraordinary. This was all seen by you? Yi Shaoqing raised his eyebrows, the corners of his mouth slightly raised as he teased with a smile, I hid my identity for so long, and it was still discovered by you. That's right, just as you said, I am that supremely powerful person, who is too powerful himself, thus tired of the loneliness of being invincible, and purposely returned to the mortal world to feel the fireworks of this world. Put. Cluck cluck cluck. Jiang Qingyu couldn't help but poof and suddenly burst out laughing. She didn't believe Yi Shaoqing's words at all, she was purely amused by Yi Shaoqing's exaggerated actions. Your Excellency, you really aren't modest at all. You said that you are a peerless powerhouse, but Juer has also heard that the path of cultivation has no end at all, so how can there be any invincibility? Jiang Qingyu blinked those big watery seductive eyes and asked with a heart full of doubts. Within those beautiful eyes, there was also a hidden flash of a wry look of wanting to see Yi Shaoqing make a fool of himself. When Yi Shaoqing saw that she didn't believe him, he was about to open his mouth to explain, but a voice came from outside the door and interrupted him. Moon. The two of them looked at the sound, only to see an old man who looked like a withered, bone-thin man with a walking stick limping in from outside the door. Father? Jiang Qingyue shouted in a hurry when she saw the old man. Then he got up and walked quickly to Jiang Tao's front, assisted his arm and inquired with concern, Father, didn't you go to find Uncle Lu to play chess? How come you're back so soon? Hearing his daughter's question, Jiang Tao was furious and cursed, don't mention him to me, that old man can't afford to play at all, and when he loses, he plays tricks on me, but it pisses me off. Alright, I won't mention it. Jiang Qingyu smiled helplessly when she saw this scene, her own father always looked like this every time he came back from playing chess with Uncle Lu, she had long since gotten used to it. Interesting. At this moment, Yi Shaoqing, who was sitting on the wine table lightly drinking a small wine, since the moment Jiang Tao stepped into the door of the room, his eyes were firmly fixed on Jiang Tao, his eyes showed curiosity that was hard to hide, and he muttered at the corner of his mouth. The man of heaven's failure. I didn't realize that there really is such a person in this world. A person who is in heavenly decline is a person who has committed the 5 evils and 3 defects. Most of these types of people were entangled in the netherworld's karma because they had previously divulged too many heavenly chances, and thus suffered the fate of doom and gloom sent down by the will of heaven and earth. As soon as Jiang Tao entered the door, Yi Shaoqing, who was an immortal king giant, was keenly aware that above his head, there was no chi to speak of, except for a looming black aura of doom. Obviously, this person is entangled in great karma and has been infected with 2 of the 5 evils and 3 deficiencies, namely, disability and loss of life. However, anyone who can penetrate the mysteries of the heavens must know the consequences of revealing the secrets of the heavens. But Jiang Tao had been hit by 2 of the 5 evils and 3 defects in a row. How many heavenly secrets had he leaked? Moreover, this person's bone age is definitely more than 7,000 years old, and he was definitely a famous and powerful person before, but now he has been reduced to such a miserable situation as having his cultivation dissipated, his lifespan dried up, and he is disabled. What on earth is it for? Yi Shaoqing murmured in a low voice. That was what he was most curious about. One must know that for someone with a bone age of 7,000 years or more, his previous cultivation must have reached the Great Emperor realm. That alone is shocking. The Great Emperor was the strongest person under the immortals, belonging to the people who were able to rule the destiny of the heavens, yet it was such a person who had actually been sent down with 5 evils and 3 defects. Pity! Yi Shaoqing gently shook his head and smiled slightly. In his heart, he couldn't help but feel a little sorry for him, but he didn't think much about it, he was merely a little curious. Chapter 22 Bullying My Sister? Lin Hao was furious. However, the extreme cold divine body is more special compared to other physiques, so as long as you can skillfully control that cold chi, you can do both offense and defense. At night, inside the Lin family's remote courtyard room, Dan Shensi said softly towards Lin Hao, who was sitting cross-legged. Lin Hao's body at this moment was surrounded by a gust of icy cold air, as if one glance at it would cause him to fall into an ice cellar. Drink! Lin Hao lightly drank and violently swung out a fist. A fist wind condensed from cold air swept out with an overwhelming momentum. Bang! The wall was instantly pierced by the wind of the fist, leaving a large hole, and the cold air after the gust of aftermath not only didn't dissipate, but instead stirred in all directions. Master, I finally have complete control over the divine body. Lin Hao shouted excitedly with a face of surprise. To reach this level in half a day, Master still underestimated your talent. Dan Shensi nodded with satisfaction, his heart growing more and more appreciative of Lin Hao, and at the same time, he was also shocked by the terror of his talent. When an average person awakens a divine body, it is simply difficult to control the power in it without 10 days and half a month. However, Lin Hao had only spent half a day, and not only was he completely in control, he was even able to utilize it freely, and for this alone, he was far beyond many geniuses. At this rate, in the near future, the name Lin Hao would definitely resound through the eastern wasteland. Disciple is just a fluke. Being praised by his master, Lin Hao immediately scratched his head with some embarrassment. Ha ha ha. Dan Shensi laughed out loud. You kid, you're quite modest. Then he joked, if you consider this a fluke, then there are no geniuses in this world. Lin Yao, who had finished her work, had just returned to the main gate of the side yard when she was blocked by a silhouette. Lin Yao jolted to a halt and looked up. Her heart immediately tightened and she hurriedly shouted respectfully, greetings to the eldest young master. In front of her, there stood a young man around 18 years old, precisely the Lin family's eldest young master, Lin Feng. This person, character playboy, usually loved to rely on their own identity in the town of Green Mountain Trouble, but also extremely colorful, bullying things that are commonplace, can be said to be notorious. This little is really getting more and more watery. The corners of Lin Feng's mouth rose slightly, an impish smile appearing on his face as his eyes recklessly glanced back and forth at Lin Yao's body. Immediately after that, he said slowly, Lin Yao, I heard that your brother is very sick right now and will soon be kicked out of the Lin family, right? When Lin Yao heard this, her face instantly turned pale, and with a sobbing voice, she pleaded, young master, I've already found the precious medicine that can cure my brother, he'll get well very soon, please talk to master and madam, so that they don't kick my brother out, okay? The corners of Lin Feng's mouth rose slightly as he smiled. This is just a trivial matter, naturally. Many thanks young master, many thanks young master. Lin Yao hurriedly thanked Lin Feng when she heard that he was willing to help her. But the next words scared her to death. But well, if you want me to help you, you have to be my woman. Lin Feng had been coveting Lin Yao for a long time, although he liked mature big sisters. But Lin Yao, a green little apple like this, he had even more feelings. When Lin Yao heard this, she was terrified and hastily took 2 steps back. Her voice trembled and said, young master, the slave girl is just a humble subordinate. She really does not dare to climb high. However, Lin Feng was unimpressed. The arc of his mouth rose even more, pressing step by step, a hint of impatience spreading on his face. It's your good fortune that this young master has taken a liking to you. Don't be ungrateful or suffer the consequences. With that, he reached out his hand to grab Lin Yao. Young master, please don't do this. Lin Yao was only a 15-year-old girl, frightened and struggling desperately, but no matter what, she couldn't break free from Lin Feng's big hand that was like an iron clamp, so she hurriedly cried out towards the inside of the courtyard. Brother! Brother! Inside the room, Lin Hao, who was discussing cultivation matters with his master, was suddenly shocked when he heard his sister's voice with a crying tone. Yaoer! The next moment it went straight for the door. Seeing this, Dan Shensi also turned into a wisp of gray smoke and flew inside the bone ring that Lin Hao carried on his hand. As soon as he stepped out of the doorway, Lin Hao saw Lin Feng, who was about to do something untoward to his sister, and instantly his anger peaked. Lin Feng, you bastard, how dare you bully my sister, I want you to die. Lin Feng heard the sound and just turned his head, a black shadow swept in front of his eyes, and immediately after, a sharp pain that tore his heart and lungs came violently from his stomach, and the whole person flew out upside down like a kite with a broken string. Ah! Lin Hao, you bastard, you actually dared to assault this young master, you're dead. Lin Feng struggled to stand up, his eyes widened in anger, staring dead center at Lin Hao, who was walking towards him step by step, cursing profusely. Oh, I'm dead? Lin Hao laughed coldly, his face full of disdain as he lifted his leg towards Lin Feng's stomach and kicked down again, viciously. Immediately afterward, there was a blistering beating. Ah-ha! Gusts of miserable cries resounded throughout the Lin family side yard. Brother, stop it, if the fight continues, someone will get killed. Lin Yao looked at the dying Lin Feng and rushed forward to stop him. That's right, Lin Hao, you'd better let go of me right away, otherwise, you'll definitely die without a burial place. A few of Lin Feng's teeth were knocked out, and his speech leaked and stuttered. However, Lin Hao, who regarded his sister as a treasure of his heart, had already been furious, so how could he be intimidated by his threats? Lin Hao grabbed him by the collar, grimacing and gritting his teeth. Lin Feng, the youngest master of the Lin family, do you know how unhappy I am to see you? I've been wanting to kill you for a long time, and today you will definitely die. In the past, Lin Feng, relying on the fact that he was the youngest master of the Lin family, had either beaten or scolded him, and had even almost beaten him to death on several occasions. Today, this asshole tried to bully his sister again. How could Lin Hao just pawn him off so easily? Cough cough cough, have you gone crazy? Lin Feng only felt his neck being choked to death by that big hand. His face turned red and he begged for mercy in a panic. Lin Hao, I know I'm wrong, you can't kill me. If you kill me, you will never be able to get out of the Lin family either, and both you and your sister will not be able to escape death. As long as you release me at this moment, I can forget about it. He was afraid, how arrogant and domineering he was earlier, how fearful and scared he was at this moment. Lin Feng could feel that Lin Hao really wanted to kill himself. He really couldn't figure out, once upon a time in front of his own coy Lin Hao, today how could he be like a changed person, actually dared to kill him? Just as Lin Hao was about to directly slaughter him, a clutter of footsteps sounded in his ears. It was accompanied by a chorus of stop. Lin Hao looked back, only to see that Forestry, the head of the Lin family, had already arrived with a dozen subordinates, and he let out a cold smile. Who did I think it was? But it was you, old piker. Chapter 23, Lin Hao massacres Lin family, Yi Shaoqing's intention. You. Lin's face sank when he heard Lin Hao call himself an old piker. Asterisk. Have you forgotten who gave you food? Without this family master taking you in, could the two of you and your sister have survived until now? Hurry up and let go of my son. Forrest's words seemed to have pierced the pain inside Lin Hao's heart that he didn't want to bring up the most, and he snorted a bit and sneered. My sister and I are underlings sold to the Lin family, 1 meal and 2 meals a day even, and damn it, we don't even have a monthly salary. How dare you, an old piker, have the nerve to say this to me? If you agree to give me the deed of sale and let me and my sister leave, who cares about staying here? Martyr your Lin family is nothing in my eyes. The moment his words came out, it shocked everyone present, even Forestry froze, a little bit unable to react to how this guy Lin Hao suddenly became so bold. Forcing a deep breath to calm down, Forestry said, don't you just want to leave the Lin family? I agree, you release my son now and I'll let you siblings go. Go? Lin Hao snorted and laughed, the strength of his hand that was pinching Lin Feng gradually increased a little bit. Want me to leave now? It's too late. It's all you scumbags that have made my sister and I suffer. If I don't kill all of you, it'll be hard for my heart to be at peace. At this moment, Lin Hao's face was hideous, as if he was a big devil. His voice was cold and piercing, hitting the hearts of the people, making them not help but feel a chill in their backs. Even Lin Yao was the same, her beautiful eyes wide, staring at her brother with some disbelief. Father, save me! Lin Feng was directly picked up by Lin Hao at this moment, his legs constantly kicking randomly, his face turning into a pig's liver color, and the intention of death filled his heart, causing him to frantically beg for help towards Forestry. Father, save me, I don't want to die. Lin Hao, put down my son. Lin was instantly anxious at this scene. Lin Feng was his only son, how could he be calm? What do you want? I'll give you everything. Don't you want to leave? I promise you, this is the deed of sale for you and your sister, I'll give it to you. Saying this, Forestry hurriedly took out 2 deeds of sale from his storage ring and threw them towards him. Ha 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 ha. Lin Hao let out a laugh up in the sky, staring ferociously at the forestry industry with his eyes, and coldly said, it's too late, I want you all to die. When he finished speaking, his hand suddenly used a pinch. A miserable scream resounded through the sky. Ah! I don't want to die. Father, you quickly save me. Lin Feng frantically begged for help, using all his strength to try to break free from the big hand, but to no avail, not a moment's effort, 2 legs stirred in no movement. Feng. Seeing this scene, Lin instantly reddened his eyes and yelled up to the sky. Lin Hao, I want you to die. Kill him for me. As soon as Forestry's words fell, more than a dozen subordinates all swarmed up and surrounded Lin Hao, and these people were all clear Qi refining realm first heavenly cultivators. Together, a dozen or so people glanced at each other and decided to join hands for a quick battle, directly waving their weapons in a swarm towards Lin Hao to kill him. A bunch of mole crickets, how dare you make a move against me, you guys deserve it too. In the next moment, the cultivation of the early stage of Jindan realm in Lin Hao's body exploded all without the slightest reservation, and the powerful aura immediately shook them all away. How is it possible that he is actually a Jindan realm powerhouse? Come on, run! Seeing this scene, the dozen or so subordinates did not have any hesitation, dropping their weapons in their hands, turning around and running towards the main door. Want to go now? Late! Lin Hao snorted coldly, the temperature around him instantly chilled, and the cold air condensed into ice spikes, lifting his hand and waving it, all of them shooting towards the escaping subordinate. A burst of miserable screams resounded over the entire Lin family. The entire bodies of these subordinates who were stabbed by the ice spikes turned into ice sculptures and fell towards the ground, shattering and splitting apart. Hiss! Extreme cold god body is actually this powerful. Lin Hao was a bit surprised inwardly, he didn't expect that the cold was actually so strong that it could turn a person into ice in a moment. You are actually a Golden Dan realm powerhouse. Forrest took a few steps back and stretched out his finger to point at him, trembling. How is this possible? Fake, all fake. He couldn't figure it out and couldn't understand how Lin Hao, who was obviously just an underling, had suddenly become a Jindan realm powerhouse. How old was he? It seemed like he was only 15. I have been practicing for most of my life, but I have only managed to reach the peak of the foundation establishment realm. He was confused. The confusion was so complete that it was as unreal as a dream. Brother, it's an immortal cultivator. Even Lin Yao, who was on the side, was dumbfounded at this moment, her eyes wide with shock as she looked at her brother. Lin Hao slowly turned around and walked towards the forestry industry step by step, mocking as he walked. What did you think? Without some strength, dare I say kill you? At this moment, Lin Hao was like a devil in the eyes of the forestry industry. Since becoming the head of the Lin family, he could be described as powerful in this generation, and the panic and fear that had not existed for many years all filled his heart at this moment. No, you don't want to kill me. I can give you whatever you want. The Lin family, I'll give you all of the Lin family, is that okay? Don't kill me. At this point, Lin had long been scared out of his wits, without the slightest bit of the family head's authority, becoming a mole cricket that was only trying to survive. What morality and benevolence are all thrown aside, he just wants to live now. Ha ha ha. Lin family? I don't care. Lin Hao smiled disdainfully, and immediately took a step out to instantly make an explosive dash, rushing towards the forest industry and slamming out a hard fist in front of him. Ah! Immediately after that, Lin Hao gave a violent beating to the forestry industry, as if he was venting all his previous resentment and unwillingness. Lin family master, weren't you very powerful before? Old man, beat you to death. Above the void, Yi Shaoqing stood in the clouds with his hands in the air. The screams of the Lin family earlier drew him over. Everything that had just happened was all clear to him. This kid, he's really ruthless. Yi Shaoqing looked at Lin Hao, who was violently beating the forestry industry, his eyes full of appreciation. Immediately afterward, his brows suddenly frowned slightly, and then the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Extreme cold divine body. This kid actually has a special physique. Special physique. Yi Shaoqing naturally knows what it is. Anyone who has this kind of physique, are all extremely talented pride of heaven, can also be said to be the son of luck. I didn't expect to meet one myself today. Not bad. It's a suitable candidate for the sonship. Quick, this way. Just then, a voice reached his ears. Yi Shaoqing followed the sound and saw that a dozen or so cultivators were coming towards this side with their swords not far away. They were all members of the three great families of Qingshan Town, the Zhang and Lu families, who had previously received wind of their arrival towards this side to rescue the Lin family. What a pain in the ass. Yi Shaoqing murmured and disappeared in place. Chapter 24 Establishing Lin Hao as the Holy Son of the Misty Holy Land. What happened to the Lin family? Zhang clan member Zhang Yi asked suspiciously, his brows furrowed. Lu Yuan, the head of the Lu family, shook his head and explained with a grave expression, I'm not sure of the specifics. Earlier when my Lu family subordinates passed by the Lin family, they said that they heard gusts of miserable noises coming out from inside. That's why I rushed to find you. What kind of person is so bold as to go to the Lin family to cause trouble? Zhang Yi's eyes were filled with disbelief as he heard this. Although the Lin family was ranked at the bottom of the three great families, but forestry was at least a strong person at the peak of the foundation establishment realm, and there were no powerful cultivators in the area, so no one dared to provoke them at all. We'll know later, our relationship with the Lin family is extraordinary. We support each other in this Qingshan town to have today's situation, so the Lin family must not have any accidents, Lu Yuan said in a deep voice. Just as the crowd was about to speed up their pace and move forward, a flat voice suddenly rang out, echoing in the dark night sky. Don't interfere in the matters of the Lin family, go back. Along with the voice, the space in front of them suddenly rippled, followed by a figure appearing in front of them out of thin air. Crossing the void, Great Emperor Powerhouse. Lu Yuan and Zhang Yi stopped in a flash, looking at the white-clothed youth in front of them with a horrified face, their eyes filled with thick fear. Although the two of them were at the early stage of the Jindan realm and had never seen a great emperor, such means as tearing through space and crossing the void was something that only legendary great emperors could do. My juniors did not know that seniors were here. I hope to apologize for the disturbance. Lu Yuan and Zhang Yi looked at each other and hurriedly said respectfully in unison. After all, both of them were Jindan realm minions, and they wouldn't dare to act out in front of a great emperor. Yi Shaoqing stood in the air with his hands in the air. The moonlight poured over his body like an invincible deity. His voice was extremely flat. Back off, leave the Lin family's affairs alone. Although his words are light, but with an unquestionable sense of oppression, heard Lu Yuan Zhang Yi ears like thunder, scared almost fell from the flying sword. Yes, latecomer will leave now. Withdraw. After saying that, Lu Yuan waved his hand, and the crowd sped away towards the distance like crazy, fearing that if they were one step late, they would leave their lives here. Yi Shaoqing had an indifferent face and did not have the slightest reaction to this. These people were simply so weak that he could blow them to death with a single breath of air, and did not intend to bother with them, which was not in line with his status as a peerless immortal king. Leaving the area under the jurisdiction of the Lin family, Lu Yuan and Zhang Yi coincidentally glanced back, and both of them swallowed hard, capturing a deep shock from each other's eyes. A great emperor, a living great emperor, how could he suddenly come to this small place of Qingshan town? Zhang Yi wiped the cold sweat permeating his forehead and said with a face full of panic. Lu Yuan's condition wasn't much better. At the moment his back had long been drenched in sweat, and the corners of his mouth were flushed with a touch of bitterness. Hurry up and leave, the great emperor has appeared. The Lin family is afraid of being doomed this time. We'd better not meddle in our own business so as not to draw fire. Zhang Yi nodded in agreement. That's right, go back and tell the clan's descendants to be more honest lately, lest they mess with someone they shouldn't. That will surely be the end of them. Go! Immediately afterward, the two men hurried back towards the direction of the clan with their own men and horses respectively. At this moment, the Lin family was already a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, and 130 members of the Lin family had been killed by Lin Hao without a single one left. Brother! Lin Yao looked at her brother who was covered in blood in front of her and looked like a god of killing, her eyes filled with strangeness. She was a little incredulous for a moment. Was this still her honest brother? Lin Hao, who originally had a fierce face, was suddenly stunned when he heard the voice. Immediately afterward, he turned to look at his sister with a somewhat rushed smile. Yaoer. For a moment, the words came to his mouth but he didn't know how to say it. Taking a deep breath, Lin Hao was about to explain something when the voice of his master suddenly came to his ears. Haoer, behind. Lin Hao was shocked when he heard his master's words and hurriedly turned around, only to see that a youth had appeared above the void behind himself at some point. This scene really startled Lin Hao. Damn it, standing in the air, this person is a metamorphosis realm powerhouse, possibly even stronger. Lin Hao's face sank. Now that he was a Jindan realm cultivator, and his master had told him many things about cultivators, he naturally knew that only cultivators of the metamorphosis realm and above were able to stand in the air. Lin Hao, who had a vigilant face, just wanted to open his mouth, but Lin Yao, who was on the side, was the first to shout. Big brother. Lin Yao's voice was full of surprise, which could make Lin Hao look silly, and his heart was even more puzzled. How could his sister recognize this unidentified man in front of her? Walking up to Yi Shaoqing, Lin Yao asked very happily, Big brother, why are you here? Yi Shaoqing swept a glance at the corpses littering the surrounding area and laughed lightly, happening to pass by. Although it was slightly dark, his eyes were still caught by Lin Yao, and for a moment he was a bit embarrassed, not knowing how to respond. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Yao suddenly turned around and shouted towards Lin Hao, Brother, he's the big brother who saved me last time. So it's him. Lin Hao was slightly stunned, then he took a step forward and bowed towards Yi Shaoqing. Many thanks to Senior for stepping in to save your sister earlier. Lin Hao was here to express his gratitude. Although Lin Hao's words were filled with respect, his eyes were unusually vigilant as he slowly moved in front of Lin Yao, protecting her behind him. Seeing this, Yi Shaoqing smiled faintly and said softly, quite security conscious. Although I know that you killed these people, but you don't need to be nervous. I didn't come here to avenge them, but rather to admire you greatly. Lin Hao's brows frowned slightly when he heard this, his eyes were puzzled and uncomprehending, obviously not understanding Yi Shaoqing's words. Immediately afterward, Yi Shaoqing said unhurriedly, Would you like to become the holy son of my netherworld holy land? Holy son? Why should I believe you? Lin Hao snorted, not believing his words at all. Xingshan Town was just a small town in the middle of nowhere, and although the matter of Yi Shaoqing's exit from the customs some time ago had caused a sensation in the entire eastern wasteland, the news hadn't reached here, so Lin Hao didn't know anything about it. However, he had heard a bit about the Holy Land and the Holy Sun. However, this unidentified person in front of him casually made himself a saintly son, and he would be truly foolish if he believed it. The corner of Yi Shaoqing's mouth slightly raised, smiled and said, Believe it or not is up to you, there is only one chance, if you miss it, you will really miss it, you have to think about it carefully. Why did you choose me? When Lin Hao saw his look that didn't look like he was lying, he was still a bit wary in his heart and still didn't quite believe it. After all, the Holy Sun was the future heir of the Holy Land, and for this person in front of him, whose cultivation and identity were unknown, to suddenly say that he wanted to establish himself as the Holy Sun was too suspicious. Chapter 25 Old Grandpa Soul? Yi Shaoqing's surprise. Seeing his wary look, Yi Shaoqing couldn't help but feel a little helpless inside in his heart. Is it that hard to believe my words? Immediately afterward, Yi Shaoqing explained, Why I chose you, that's because your talent as well as your killing and decisive character very much caught my eye. As for the other words, said here Yi Shaoqing paused, it is because you are carrying an extremely cold body. These sudden words caused Lin Hao's heart to shake violently. One couldn't help but secretly say, how could he know about the extreme cold divine body? Master had said that as long as one didn't use the power of the divine body, no one under a great emperor could recognize it. Could this person be a great emperor? But that can't be right. The great emperor is the most powerful powerhouse under the immortals, and there are not many of them in the entire heavenly cloud world for fear of. Just as Lin Hao was thinking wildly, Yi Shaoqing opened his mouth again and asked, Then, are you willing? Think it over, you'll only get one chance. For a while, Lin Hao fell into hesitation. Just when he was in a dilemma, the master's voice suddenly came to his ears, Promise him. After hearing his master's words, Lin Hao, who originally still had some questions about how to choose, immediately raised his head and said, Fine, I'm willing to become the holy son of the netherworld holy land. Yi Shaoqing nodded at his words and let out a light laugh. You made a clear choice. Lin Hao suddenly inquired, Where is the netherworld holy land? And who are you? Can you really be the master? This was the biggest doubt in Lin Hao's heart. The power that could be called a holy land must be a supreme Tao system. Could this seemingly extraordinary person in front of him really be the master? He was a bit curious. Yi Shaoqing said nonchalantly, The ethereal holy land is now famous in the eastern wasteland, so you can find it by casually asking around after you leave this place. As for whether or not I can make the decision, you can rest assured as much as you want. When you get there, just go directly to the current Holy Lord and tell him that there is a person surnamed Ji who has asked you to serve as the Holy Son. Even though Lin Hao was still shocked and couldn't believe his words, he nodded his head when he saw that he didn't look like a liar. Immediately afterward, Lin Hao turned around and softly called, Yaoer, let's go. Good. Lin Yao, who was originally lost in thought due to the conversation between the two, snapped back to her senses and hurriedly paid her farewells towards Yi Shaoqing. Big brother, then we'll take our first step. Yi Shaoqing smiled faintly and nodded his head to indicate their departure. Looking at the backs of the two as they walked away, Yi Shaoqing's eyes narrowed slightly. Just a moment ago, an extremely weak aura was transmitted from the ring Lin Hao was wearing on his hand. Although the aura was extremely well concealed, it still didn't escape his keen Immortal King perception. A soul body? Yi Shaoqing laughed softly. The strength doesn't seem to be weak. Could this be the old soul grandpa from the novels of his previous life? Then wouldn't this Lin Hao be similar to that kind of heavenly destiny protagonist? Thinking of this, the corner of Yi Shaoqing's mouth rose slightly, becoming more and more satisfied with Lin Hao. Having him serve as the holy son of the Netherworld Holy Land was indeed a good candidate. Thinking of this, Yi Shaoqing stretched a lazy waist, helplessly smiled and laughed to himself. Say goodbye to swinging and lying flat, the result is still idle. In the next moment, his figure merged into space and disappeared above the void. Master, do you know about the ethereal Holy Land? After leaving Qingshan town, Lin Hao suddenly transmitted his voice and asked. It was only after a while that Dan Shenxi's voice echoed lazily in his ears. The Netherworld Holy Land was the most powerful supreme Dao lineage in the Eastern Wasteland 10,000 years ago, and its founding ancestors' strength ranked number one amongst the explicitly great emperor powerhouses in the entire heavenly cloud world at that time, a well-deserved invincible one. Speaking of this, a hint of admiration flowed out of Dan Shenxi's voice. Because 10,000 years ago, he was still just an ordinary, just stepped into the path of immortal cultivation as a small cultivator, and had heard a lot about the deeds of the Netherworld Holy Land's founding ancestor. After a moment of silence, he then continued, but that founding ancestor, who was at his peak, suddenly disappeared one day, and I'm not too sure about what happened after that. So that's how it is. Lin Hao was very shocked in his heart after hearing this. An invincible among the great emperor powerhouses, this was too much weight, and he was curious about the Netherworld Holy Land for a while. Right at this moment, Dan Shenxi's next words caused Lin Hao to be startled. Although that person just now didn't emit any aura from his body, Master could feel that he was very strong. Lin Hao was inwardly shocked. That person really is extraordinary. Master was at the peak of the great emperor realm. Someone who could make him say that he was strong must be a quasi-emperor realm powerhouse or a great emperor. He then opened his mouth and asked, so it's because of this that you, Master, made me promise him to be the ethereal Holy Land's holy son? Dan Godson nodded and responded, that's right, your strength today is not high. If you can become a holy son, you will be able to obtain the shelter of a holy land, and coupled with your talent and godly body, you definitely won't have to worry about resources in the future, and you will be able to rise more quickly. I see. Originally, Lin Hao was still a bit puzzled as to why his master asked him to agree, but now he finally understood. Brother, walk faster, it's almost dawn. At this time, Lin Yao in the front realized that her brother was slowing down at the back and didn't know what he was doing, and immediately pouted her little mouth and said with great dissatisfaction, here we go, here we go. The morrow. The news that the Lin family, as one of the three great families, had been tragically exterminated was like a gale, quickly spreading throughout the modestly sized Green Mountain town, causing the crowd to talk about it. Some were shocked, others terrified. I heard that the Lin family was exterminated, is this true? It's true. More than 130 people were spared, and the scene was horrible. Lin family head Forestry is a strong person at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm. What kind of person is so capable of beheading him? According to the grapevine, it seems that someone from the Lin family offended a superpower, which led to the killing of the family and the extermination of the entire family. Hiss. After all. Hee hee, how come that Zhang and Lu families have no movement? Hush, keep your voice down, I secretly tell you, early this morning, the Zhang family and the Lu family hastily recalled all the descendants of the family, and I don't know if I know something. The crowd had expected the Lu and Zhang families, who were also part of the three great families, to step forward and track down the murderer. However, unexpectedly, these two families were unusually quiet, without the slightest reaction. Many people knew that the three great families had an unusual relationship, but now that the Lin family was in trouble and the other two were collectively silent, the crowd couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Chapter 26, Black Wind, Immortal Tomb descends. Inside the Great Hall of the Divine Martial Imperial Dynasty, Imperial Lord Qin Shaotian abruptly opened his eyes as the aura of a peak late stage of the quasi-emperor realm gushed out. Ah, finally a breakthrough. Qin Shaotian let out a laugh up to the sky. Is this the peak of the quasi-emperor realm? It's really powerful. He had been trapped in the late stage for a full 1,000 years, and today he had finally made a breakthrough, just one step away from being a great emperor. Congratulations to Emperor Lord Qin for breaking through to the peak of quasi-emperor. Becoming an emperor is just around the corner. Just then, a clear and cold voice echoed. Who? Qin Shaotian was stunned and turned around violently, only to see a person wearing a fanged mask and wrapped in a black robe appear behind him at some point. Lord Qin Emperor, your memory, it's only been 2,000 years since we last met, have you forgotten about old me so quickly? The black-robed man said sorrowfully. You. Qin Xiaotian froze when he heard the words, followed by a sudden widening of his eyes. A name instantly appeared in his mind, and he opened his mouth in some shock. You are Elder Black Wind. The corners of the Black Wind's mouth under the mask rose as he laughed. So Emperor Lord Qin still remembers me. I thought you had forgotten. Receiving confirmation, Qin Xiaotian hurriedly walked up to him and respectfully said, Greetings to Senior Black Wind. Then his face changed and he fawned. Senior, you say that. You are Xiaotian's benefactor. Without you there would be no me today. Your great favor Xiaotian will never forget. Hearing this, Black Wind did not respond, slowly stepped up to the top, looked at the dragon chair in front of him, and directly sat down, smiling strangely. Sitting in this dragon chair is really different compared to ordinary chairs. This was something that if anyone else dared to do, Qin Xiaotian was afraid that he would directly slap them to death. But now he not only dare not, back his straight cold sweat. In front of the black-robed man he is aware of how terrifying, is a great Emperor Realm powerhouse. He is a great Emperor Realm powerhouse, or the best of the great Emperor powerhouses. Qin Xiaotian wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said with a smile, Senior, if you like this dragon chair, you can take it. Not good, right? Black Wind snickered. The dragon chair is the symbol of you, the imperial lord of the divine Martial Dynasty. How could I take it away from you? Qin Xiaotian heard the words, not the slightest bit of the previous style of the royal lord, just like a good boy model, respectful and incomparable. Elders, see what you're saying. As long as you like it, I'm willing to give my hands even if I have to ask for my throne as the imperial lord. Ha ha ha. Black Wind burst out laughing. The pair of dark and deep eyes under the mask looked at him and sighed. I didn't expect you beggar actually have such a talent. Back then casually pointing you a few times to reach this kind of achievement. A talent. 2,000 years ago Qin Xiaotian was just a beggar. There was a time when Qin Xiaotian was caught for stealing something and was almost killed. Coincidentally, he was met by the Black Wind and then stepped in to save him, and later on, he even casually instructed him a few times, not expecting that 2,000 years had passed, and that the beggar had become a quasi-imperial realm peak imperial lord. If this isn't talent, then who is? Thank you Senior for the compliment. Qin Xiaotian's face was full of smiles, not revealing any unhappy expression. Although the identity of beggar is his deepest unwillingness to bring up the past, now being told that although it is very upset, but he cannot dare to show it. Immediately afterward, Qin Xiaotian asked about the doubts in his heart. Senior, is there something you're looking for the late generation for? Instead of answering his words, Black Wind casually asked about the Eastern Wasteland. What are the strongest forces in the Eastern Wasteland today? Qin Xiaotian returned. The strongest force belongs to the Netherworld Holy Land. Ethereal Holy Land? That supreme Taoist system in the Eastern Wasteland 10,000 years ago? Black Wind frowned slightly and couldn't help but wonder. Hasn't this power fallen over time? 10,000 years ago Misty Holy Land's prestige can be described as resounding heaven and earth powerful very. Black Wind naturally had heard, but at that time he was still not very strong. Qin Xiaotian explained, Senior, you don't know, the Misty Holy Land has indeed fallen, but a month ago I don't know where an old ancestor came out of nowhere, directly resurrected, not to mention that the current Holy Lord Lu Mubai is even more so. He doesn't know what method he used to help him break through to the great emperor. Now the Misty Holy Land, in addition to the unknown strength of the old ancestor, not only has a great emperor holy master is also 5 peak quasi-imperial elders. In the East Wasteland's prestige can be said to be as high as the sky. There's still such a thing? Black Wind's eyes narrowed slightly as he smiled grimly. Qin Xiaotian nodded his head and somewhat angrily spoke again. That old ancestor even walked through all the major powers in the Eastern Wasteland to set an example. Even the late generation was forced by him to hand over countless heavenly treasures, holy weapons, and so on, and there's even a holy medicine among them. Speaking of this, Qin Xiaotian had a tearless expression on his face as he blamed the ethereal Holy Land for all of his past. Interesting. Black Wind looked at Qin Xiaotian, who had a saddened look on his face, and inquired, do you know which old ancestor it is? Late generation doesn't know. Qin Xiaotian shook his head, indicating that he did not know. At those words Black Wind fell silent. He was aware that several great emperor ancestors had appeared in the Netherworld Holy Land, but only that mountain opening ancestor was the most unfathomable among so many. After all, it was rumored that it only took 100 years for him to enter the Tao and become an emperor, and this kind of talent is second only to the heavenly emperor. However, it was such a stunning and overwhelming person who suddenly disappeared when he was at his peak, and since then the ethereal sanctuary had begun to gradually go into decline. I'm sure it shouldn't be him, after all. How could he suddenly appear after disappearing for 10,000 years? Even if that old mountain opener was the peak of a great emperor, even if he didn't die in the past so many years, he should have stepped into old age and not far from death. Unless he becomes immortal. Thinking of this possibility, Black Wind immediately shook his head, indicating that it was simply not possible to become immortal. It was because Lord Celestial Emperor had told him that he was the only immortal in the entire heavenly cloud great world. Thinking of this, Black Wind said towards Qin Xiaotian, who was fuming below, you go and spread a message that there will be an immortal tomb descending from the Cloud Mist mountain range in half a month. Immortal tomb. Qin Xiaotian was instantly shocked by his words as his pupils gradually grew larger, his eyes revealing a strong suspicion. As a strong person at the peak of the paramount emperor realm, He naturally knew that there was the existence of immortals above the great emperors, but this kind of existence hadn't appeared in this world for an unknown number of years, and whether it was true or not was uncertain. Now hearing this news, Qin Xiaotian inquired with some excitement for a moment, "Senior, is there really an immortal tomb descending? You are at least a royal lord, why are you so brainless?" Black Wind glanced at him, looking a little speechless at his appearance straight away. He had thought that Qin Xiaotian was a smart person, but it turned out that he was also a stupid person. Do you even need to ask what's so obvious? Is there really a fairy tomb he would be stupid enough to tell? Chapter 27 Dark Tides in the Eastern Wasteland, Yi Shaoqing discusses immortality. Yes, Senior's lesson is right. The late generation was indeed confused for a moment and failed to react in time. Qin Xiaotian scratched his head in some embarrassment. It was only at this moment that he realized that what his senior had said was false news, and it was all his fault for being mesmerized by the immortal tomb. In fact, this cannot be blamed on him. After all things related to the word immortal, I am afraid that no cultivator can resist the temptation. Immediately afterward, Qin Xiaotian asked warily, "Senior, why are you spreading this news?" Black Wind looked at him expressionlessly and said coldly, "Why are you asking so many questions?" The moment Qin Xiaotian met his gaze, it was as if he saw an endless great horror. His face instantly turned pale, and he hurriedly smiled and said, "The junior has spoken too much, I hope the senior won't be offended." "Humph." Black Wind snorted coldly. At this time, Qin Xiaotian's heart has long been set off a huge wave. He is at least a quasi-imperial peak of the strong. Actually even a look cannot withstand. The strength of this senior actually powerful to what extent? "You come here," Black Wind said. Qin Xiaotian sniffed and rushed forward in a hurry. "After you have people spread the word. Got it?" Qin Xiaotian nodded repeatedly. "Don't worry senior will ensure that this matter will be done properly." As the night creeps on, a piece of news spread instantly like a hurricane, instantly attracting the attention of countless cultivators and major powers, and the sound of discussion was endless. "What? The immortal tomb descends into the Cloud Mist mountain range in half a month? Is this news true or false? Whether it's true or not is unknown. No matter if it's true or not, we must send someone to find out." "That's right, the word immortal is better to be believed than not. Immediately send someone to the Cloud Mist mountain range and wait half a month to find out." The news of the immortal tomb's impact was simply too great, and all of a sudden the entire eastern wasteland was in a state of darkness. All the major forces have sent out their talented disciples into the world, and even many scattered cultivators are also so constantly assembled to join forces. They are all heading towards the Cloud Mist mountain range. Interesting, the immortal tomb is out. In the Drunken Beauty Mansion, Yi Shaoqing looked at the East Wasteland secret newspaper in his hand that only appeared when something big happened, with a somewhat disdainful expression. During this period of time, he had been wandering around Green Mountain Town, and when he was tired, he would drink here, and his little life could be said to be very pleasant. However, this place, Green Mountain Town, was a remote area where there weren't even many cultivators, and now that the Eastern Wasteland secret report had actually reached here, and the content was still about the immortal tomb, it was a bit intriguing. "My lord, are there really fairies in the world?" At this time, Jiang Qingyue, who had read the secret report, slowly walked over, some shock in her beautiful eyes. Although she was just a mortal and knew that this world possessed a lot of powerful immortal cultivators, this was the first time she had heard of immortals. Yi Shaoqing laughed softly and leisurely said, "You can say yes or no. It's a bit esoteric to understand." Jiang Qingyu playfully smiled. That pair of seductive beauty eyes looked at him and asked, "Gongzi, you explain it, people are a little curious." Yi Shaoqing raised his head to look at the dim sky. "Do you know the Great One?" Jiang Qingyu nodded her head. She had heard the rumors of the great emperor herself, being the most powerful and strongest person in the world, one who could manage to cross the void and proudly exist in the world. Yi Shaoqing explained, "Great emperors are powerful but only second to the mundane world, and above that there is the realm called Red Dust Immortal. Those who reach this realm are also known as immortals in the Red Dust. However, this kind of immortal is not a true immortal. Only those who transcend the world and see through the delusion can be considered a true immortal. But in today's heavenly cloud world, it's hard to become an emperor, let alone a Red Dust Immortal. The path of cultivation actually has so many paths." Jiang Qingyue was a bit surprised for a moment. It was the first time she had learned about this. "How does your excellency feel about the immortal tomb and the secret report?" Jiang Qingyue inquired curiously. Yi Shaoqing was disdainful. "Fake. Ah, so it's fake." Jiang Qingyu froze slightly when she heard such a dry reply. However, for Yi Shaoqing's words, she didn't have the slightest bit of disbelief. On the contrary, she was extremely trusting. Even Jiang Qingyue herself didn't notice it. "This gentleman seems to know a lot about it, but the world is a big place, and you've never seen it, so how can a mere one-sided statement prove that the immortal tomb is fake?" At this time, Jiang Tao walked out slowly with his walking stick. "Father!" Jiang Qingyue shouted, rushing forward to support his shoulders. Hearing the voice, Yi Shaoqing slowly turned around. He did not expect Jiang Tao to actually come out. Then he laughed. "Whether I understand or not is one thing, whether I become immortal or not, let's not talk about it yet. If it was the radiant great world where the immortal tomb appeared, it would still be reasonable. Nowadays in this world, do you think it's possible? Whether it is a secret realm, a strong man's cave, or an immortal tomb, it is good that if you want to descend into the world there must be an opportunity. At the same time the world must be sufficiently rich in aura to make it descend. However, nowadays, the world's aura is so thin that it is difficult to become an emperor, so how can there be anything about immortals? Cough cough. For a moment, Jiang Tao was somewhat dumbfounded by his words, not knowing how to retort. These days he has actually been paying attention to Yi Shaoqing, and found that although this person did not have any breath flowing out of his body, he gave him an extremely different feeling. After all, he used to be at least. As for why he'd come out, it was purely to feel him out, and he'd ended up asking himself a direct question. After a long period of silence, Jiang Tao coldly asked, "Dare I ask how far away from immortality is the prince?" Yi Shaoqing glanced at him and smiled mysteriously. "You couldn't catch a single move from me in your heyday. You see it?" Jiang Tao immediately stared in horror, and his heart was even more turbulent. He could naturally understand Yi Shaoqing's words, but he had never thought that someone could actually see through his current situation. "What are you talking about?" Jiang Qingyu on the side was very puzzled and couldn't understand at all. How could a single sentence from Mr. Yi make Dad so agitated? Jiang Tao took a deep breath, his eyes looked at him deadpan, and said in a questioning tone, "You're from Central State? Eastern Wastelanders?" Yi Shaoqing shook his head. "I'm still clear about the situation in the Eastern Wasteland. There are only a handful of people who can break through my situation in a single breath, and aside from the people in the Central State, I really can't guess who else there is." As he spoke, Jiang Tao's tone gradually turned cold. "There are some things I'll rot in my stomach, but please don't hurt my daughter, or I'll fight to the death and make you pay. Ha ha ha." Yi Shaoqing was directly amused by his words, looking at the serious Jiang Tao very puzzled. "Are you thinking too much? I have no quarrel with you. What would I do to hurt you?" Jiang Qingyu, looking at this rather tense situation, was directly confused and hurriedly spoke out, "Father, what are you talking about? How could eunuch Yi hurt me?" Seeing Yi Shaoqing's appearance that did not look like he was telling a lie, Jiang Tao frowned slightly. "You really aren't from the Middle Kingdom?" Chapter 28, Central State Assassination Hall, Assassin Attacks. 1,000 times true. The corners of Yi Shaoqing's mouth lifted lightly, revealing a smile. Immediately afterward, he spoke again and asked, "Can you say where these 5 evils and 3 defects come from?" Originally, Jiang Tao's tense body had only just relaxed. When he heard the words behind him, a trace of panic instantly flashed through his eyes, and he looked at him with a face full of consternation. Yi Shaoqing looked at Jiang Tao, who had a hard look on his face and didn't know how to speak, and slowly said, "Obviously a strong man at the peak of the world, yet he has ended up in such a situation. It really makes people a bit curious." After a moment of silence, seemingly remembering some old memories, Jiang Tao's expression became a bit unnatural. He sighed deeply, shook his head helplessly and said with a bitter smile, "Your Excellency better not ask. Once something is done, it's hard to turn back." Back then, the old man failed to restrain the desires of his heart for a moment, and that's what led to this tragic situation today. Seeing that he didn't want to say more, Yi Shaoqing persuaded him, "Maybe if you say it, I can help you?" Ha 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 ha. Jiang Tao smiled and couldn't help but let out a loud laugh, his face showing the color of sorrow. The 5 evils and 3 deficiencies are those who have been abandoned by heaven and earth, and are beset by bad luck, and the karma is so great that even immortals must be deterred. Are you exaggerating a bit? Jiang Tao was more than clear about his situation. If there was really a way, how could he be as miserable as he was now? Although the youth in front of him gave him an extraordinary feeling, Jiang Tao simply did not believe that this person had the means to help him. Rather than thinking too much, it was better to put it down. However, he didn't realize that Yi Shaoqing wasn't an ordinary person, but an immortal king who was above immortals, and to help him, he only needed a strand of the immortal king's origin, which was as easy as a slap in the face. "Father, what are you talking about?" Jiang Qingyu on the side listening to the conversation of the two people some cloudy, simply do not understand. What 5 cons and 3 lack of heavenly abandoned people? What is all this Hearing his daughter's words, Jiang Tao was just about to open his mouth when a strange laugh came. "Jia jia jia. Finally found you." The crowd followed the sound and saw that a black-robed man wearing a black mask and wrapped in a black robe had appeared by the window above at some point. The sudden bizarre scene startled Jiang Qingyu. Jiang Tao hurriedly protected her behind him, his eyes gazing at the man in black questioning, "Who are you?" The man in black snorted, his voice slightly harsh. "It doesn't matter if Pavilion Master Jiang doesn't recognize me, it's fine if I recognize you." "You?" Jiang Tao was instantly shocked when he heard the words Pavilion Master and took a step forward to stare at him in death. After a moment of silence, he seemed to have thought of something and said in a deep voice, "You're from the Central State Assassination Hall? So Pavilion Master Jiang still remembers. I thought you were confused." The black-clothed man whose identity had been stolen through was not the least bit flustered. Receiving an answer, Jiang Tao sighed, his face showing all the bitterness and said, "After so many years, you guys are still unwilling to let me go?" For a moment, Jiang Tao's entire person seemed to have instantly aged a dozen years. Jiang Qingyu, seeing this scene, hurriedly walked to his side and whispered, "Father, are you alright?" Jiang Tao glanced at her and patted her hand, then immediately looked at the man in black and pleaded, "You can kill me, but please spare my daughter, she is innocent." Hearing this, Jiang Qingyu was instantly shocked, and then asked with a sobbing voice, "Father, what are you talking about? Yue will not leave you even if she dies." What a touching father-daughter bond. The man in black suddenly sneered, "Don't worry, I will send you father and daughter to hell together, no one can escape." Knock. Are you serious? Hearing his words, Zhang Tao, his walking stick in his hand was pestled to the ground, his whole aura changed greatly, and those withered old eyes were instantly bright and godly. Do you really think that the old man has no other means? Ha ha ha. The black-robed man laughed disdainfully. If it was in the past I wouldn't have dared to mess with Pavilion Master Jiang if I had been given a few guts, but nowadays you're just an invalid, you can't scare me. As soon as the words fell, the black-robed man's body instantly exuded an aura from the quasi-emperor realm. You guys are really big, actually sending a quasi-emperor to assassinate old me, a wastrel. Zhang Tao's face was gloomy. How did he not expect that this killer in front of him would actually be a quasi-emperor? He knew how strong the assassination hall was, he did not expect to put down so much blood in order to kill him. The man in black snorted at his words, "It can't be helped, Pavilion Master Jiang, you're the #1 person on our assassination list, we've been searching for you for thousands of years, I didn't think you'd be hiding here." Zhang Tao sighed softly, his brows locked, and a peak harmonization realm pressure suddenly erupted around him as he said in a chilling voice, "Even if I die, I will make you pay." Immediately afterward, Zhang Tao looked back at Yi Shaoqing, who was leisurely sipping a small drink at that moment, and said in a deep voice, "Sir, please take my daughter to leave first, I am grateful." Jiang Qingyu was similarly shocked by the aura that erupted from her father's body, and anxiously shook her head back and forth, "I'm not leaving, I'm not going anywhere, we're going to leave together." Zhang Tao looked at his daughter who was already in tears and smiled, "Father is fine, you leave first." Without waiting for Jiang Qingyu to respond, the black-robed man's voice came again. "Harmonization realm? I didn't expect Pavilion Master Jiang to have such means, but you can't stop me if you're not at your peak." In the next moment, the black-robed man's aura surged, and a broken blade appeared in his hand, and in the blink of an eye, he lunged towards Zhang Tao. "Go to hell!" Zhang Tao's face was grave, but he did not retreat but waved his walking stick in his hand to rise up to meet the attack. Bang! However, in just a single glance, Zhang Tao was directly sent flying out, and his breath began to gradually wither. "So it's because he used a secret technique," I said. "How could an invalid suddenly possess a harmonious Tao realm cultivation?" The black-robed man sneered. "Father!" When Jiang Qingyu saw this, she lost her color and hurriedly helped Zhang Tao up. Cough cough. However, Zhang Tao, who had utilized the secret technique, was dying, violently spewing out a mouthful of blood, his breath even weaker. "You go quickly, I'll stop him." Zhang Tao reached out and shoved Jiang Qingyu, telling her to hurry and leave. "Want to go? It's too late." However, the black-robed man would not give them a chance, striding forward with the broken blade in his hand, his eyes filled with contempt. "Hey, am I that non-existent?" Right at this moment, Yi Shaoqing, who had been ignored all along, suddenly opened his mouth. He was a big living person sitting here for so long, even if he had a good temper, it was inevitable that he would be a little helpless. The black-robed man frowned slightly and turned back to Yi Shaoqing, who didn't have the slightest breath on his body and looked like an ordinary person, and let out a cold snort. "Kid, do you want to find death that badly? I was going to kill you last, but since you said so, I'll send you on your way first." The black-robed man is worthy of being a killer, when it is really decisive and resolute, immediately twisted the sight to raise his hand, several small knives instantly shot out from the cuffs, and flew towards Yi Shaoqing. However, Yi Shaoqing did not have the slightest reaction, leisurely picking up his wineglass and taking a sip of wine. The moment the flying dagger was about to hit him, the black-robed man, who originally had a cold smile on his face, suddenly lost his voice in horror. "What?" Chapter 29, raising his hand to suppress the killer, Zhang Tao's identity. The flying dagger that was originally 0 centimeters away from hitting Yi Shaoqing seemed to be fixed as if it was immobilized, fixed where it couldn't advance any further. Spatial condensation, you're actually a great emperor. The black-robed man's eyes were filled with dismay, and his original arrogance to the extreme instantly dissipated, replaced by a look of horror. As a quasi-imperial realm, he naturally knew clearly that only great emperor powerhouses were able to execute such a tactic as solidifying space. However, beating him to death, he would never have imagined that a person who seemed ordinary and was despised by himself, would actually be such a terrifying existence. "Damn it!" the black-robed man cursed. The next moment, instantly like a ghost running away towards the window, without the slightest hesitation, the movement is very clean and sharp. The appearance of the great emperor was something he did not expect. There was no idea of challenging people, after all, he was still clear about how many pounds he had, now he was only thinking about saving his life. However, when the black-robed man had just stepped onto the street, a laughter filled with mockery then echoed in his ears. "Strike at me and still want to run?" Before the voice fell, the black-robed man instantly broke out in a cold sweat. He realized that his body was completely unable to move, and it was as if the space around him was firmly imprisoned. He knew this time it was planted. The fear of death surged like a tidal wave, and even though he was a killer and had excellent mental qualities, he panicked at this moment and hurriedly begged for mercy. "Senior, spare your life. I Really didn't mean to offend you. If I knew beforehand that Senior was here, I wouldn't have dared to come even if I had 100 guts. At this moment, the black-robed man had already cursed the ancestor of the person who provided the information in his heart, having a great emperor here and still letting him come to die. Inside the restaurant, Yi Shaoqing took a light sip of wine. Lifting his head to look at the two of them, Jiang Tao and Jiang Qingyue, who were currently looking at him with shock on their faces, he laughed softly and said, "Do you want me to kill him, or do you guys do it? You're actually a great emperor." Jiang Tao did not answer, but hesitated for a moment. Although previously Yi Shaoqing rode through the situation, but simply did not think that this person will be a great emperor. After all, this kind of strong people in the eastern wasteland few and far between, who would like to think that he actually looked away. Yi Shaoqing smiled faintly and didn't explain the cultivation was that of an immortal king giant, but instead opened his mouth again and asked, "So I'll do it?" After knowing his strength, Jiang Tao didn't have the same calmness he had earlier. After all, he was just an invalid now, so he arched his hand and said, "Trouble, fellow Taoist." At the sound, Yi Shaoqing raised his hand and lightly waved it. Bang! The black-robed man outside failed to even utter a single scream, and was directly squeezed into a blood mist that splattered everywhere, dead beyond repair. Gongzi, you are actually so powerful. Jiang Chengyu, who witnessed everything, looked at Yi Shaoqing, who was so breezy and calm in front of her as if nothing had happened, with eyes full of shock. Yi Shaoqing let out a light laugh at his words. "When we first met, I told you that I was awesome because I was tired of being too invincible and thus returned to the mortal world to experience the fireworks." This pretentious flavor to the extreme words, listening to Jiang Qingyu full of little stars, beautiful eyes have been sizing up his body, and do not know what to think. "Fellow Taoist, I would like to thank you for saving the life of my husband and daughter." At this moment, Jiang Tao, who had just tried to stand up, because of the secret technique he had used earlier, caused his breath to be dying at this moment, and he almost fell down without waiting to stand up. Luckily, Jiang Qingyu was quick to assist him. "Dad, are you okay?" Jiang Tao patted her hand, signaling that he was fine. Yi Shaoqing looked at him and calmly said, "Now can you tell me how a great emperor of the hall ended up in such a miserable state now?" As soon as these words came out, Jiang Qingyue instantly covered her mouth with her small hands, looking at her father in shock, her eyes full of disbelief. "What? Father is a great emperor powerhouse. But how is that possible?" Jiang Qingyu was dumbfounded. She never thought that her father, who had always been calm in all matters and viewed everything with a light touch, would actually be an immortal cultivator, or a great emperor. She was a bit unconvinced, but the combination of all the things that happened tonight, and the father in front of her who wanted to say something, along with Duki who was a great emperor, made her believe that this matter was true. After a long period of silence, Jiang Tao sighed and said, "I can't say it, and I don't dare to say it, because it's likely to involve you." However, he didn't know Yi Shaoqing's true strength. In this world, he wasn't afraid of anything or anyone. This was the bottom line from the Immortal King. With that, Yi Shaoqing said, "Don't worry, I'll keep you safe." "You really want to know?" Jiang Tao looked at his appearance of not wanting to tell a lie, but still advised, "It's not true that you're a great emperor, but this matter involves an immortal. You'd better just say it." Yi Shaoqing waved his hand, signaling him to hurry up and speak. He was getting a bit impatient. Seeing this, at this point, Jiang Tao no longer hid it. The old man is actually not from the eastern wasteland, but from the central state Tianji Pavilion, is the head of the Tianji Pavilion. A skill of surveying the heavenly chances can be considered prestigious in those years. Seemingly remembering the past, Jiang Tao's eyes showed a touch of sadness. Yi Shaoqing and Jiang Qingyue did not disturb him when they heard this. After a long time, Jiang Tao continued, "Back then, the old man was stuck at the peak of the great emperor realm for thousands of years, and was unable to achieve the red dust immortal until 5,000 years ago when a person named Di Tian appeared." Speaking this name, a gust of killing intent instantly surged in Jiang Tao's eyes. Emperor Heaven? Yi Shaoqing froze. He remembered that Ren Tian had mentioned this name to him back then. It seemed like he was the heavenly emperor of the heavenly palace. "That's right, it's him." Jiang Tao gritted his teeth. This person's talent is extremely terrifying, but also carries a special physique god-king body. Less than 100 years from entering the Tao to becoming an immortal, it can be considered a super genius that is hard to come across in 10,000 years. One day, he found me and asked me to help him project all the sons of Qi in the central state. At that time it was a refusal. After all, these types of people are sheltered by heaven and earth. Once leaked will certainly suffer the wrath of heaven. "You still said it at the back?" Yi Shaoqing asked. Now it was clear in his heart where the 5 cons and 3 defects on Jiang Tao came from. Even if he leaked the information, he was still the son of luck who was sheltered by heaven and earth, and it was a miracle that he didn't die. Jiang Tao nodded his head and continued, "Originally I firmly refused. After all, I am practicing the heavenly mechanism lineage, and I know how terrifying the heavenly condemnation is, but who knows that at the back, Imperial directly took out a strand of immortal origin." Hearing this, Yi Shaoqing suddenly asked, "And then you told all the sons of Qi for the immortal source?" "That's right." Jiang Tao was instantly enraged for a moment and stormed out. "At that time, I had already stepped into the peak of the worldly world, and if I could obtain that strand of immortal source I would surely become immortal. Who would have thought that that bastard had lied to me? Not only did he not give me the immortal source, he killed all the sons of Qi after getting the list of sons of Qi, and in the end, he also gave me up, which led to the entire Tianji pavilion suffering from the siege of all the forces in the central state, and was instantly annihilated, and I didn't die because I got the news ahead of time and ran away first. Speaking here, Zhang Tao's withered eyes instantly shed tears, and he directly sat down on the ground. Dad! Zhang Qingyu cried out softly at this scene, and for a moment, she didn't know how to comfort. She hadn't expected her dad to have this past either. Chapter 30, leaving no stone unturned, deciding to go to the immortal tomb. Tens of thousands of disciples up and down the Tianji pavilion died because of my momentary greed. I am ashamed of my ancestors. It's all my fault. It's all because I've victimized them. Zhang Tao was in tears as he mumbled, and it was extremely hard to see Zhang Qingyue, who was the daughter, inwardly. Yi Shaoqing also sighed, in fact, can understand him. No matter which immortal cultivator in Zhang Tao's position, it is difficult to withstand the temptation from the immortal. Immediately afterward, Yi Shaoqing asked the most puzzling thing in his heart. Why did Ditian want to kill the son of Qi? I don't know. Zhang Tao shook his head. Immediately afterward, Zhang Tao, who seemed to have suddenly thought of something, spoke again. Although I don't know why he's doing this, I know that Ditian has been killing ever since he entered the world, and that after each killing, his strength will increase by a few points. There's still this kind of thing? Yi Shaoqing frowned slightly. He felt that this matter was definitely not simple, and how could it be so much like the villain in the novels of his previous life, who relied on killing to make a breakthrough, when he was killing in the son of Qi. Zhang Tao nodded his head and said, indeed, and this person's acting style is extremely brutal. Ever since he became an emperor and established the heavenly palace, he has made many powerful forces in central state submit to him. However, those great forces are deeply embedded, so how could they obediently listen to his words? Being countered by the joint forces, Ditian chose to back down and didn't confront them, originally thinking that the matter would end there. Who would have thought that after he became an immortal, that ugly face was instantly exposed, and the forces of the entire central state were nearly slaughtered cleanly by him. Speaking of this, Zhang Tao's eyes couldn't help but show a touch of fear, as if he had recalled that horrible past. Then that assassin just now was also from the heavenly palace? Yi Shaoqing suddenly remembered the assassin who had just assassinated Zhang Tao and then inquired. Zhang Tao returned. That's right, the people of the Heavenly Palace Assassination Hall. Rumor has it that aside from the 3 Hall Masters at the peak of the Great Emperor Realm, there are also several Great Emperor Slayers, and there are countless Quasi-Emperor Realm powerhouses that are very terrifying, and are a killing weapon in the hands of Emperor Tian. Interesting, interesting. The corners of Yi Shaoqing's mouth rose slightly. Originally, he was only interested in swinging, but he was very interested in that Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Palace for a while. According to what Zhang Tao had said, this person was definitely an immortal now. As for being in that realm was unknown. Now that the information of the descent of the immortal tomb had been rumored in the eastern wasteland, coupled with the appearance of the assassins from the assassination hall, all the signs indicated that this matter was most likely related to that central state heavenly emperor. Cough cough. At this time, due to the injury plus gas rush, Zhang Tao violently spat out a mouthful of blood. His breath instantly became iffy. Father, are you alright? Zhang Qingyue was startled. Zhang Tao shook his head, patted her hand, and sighed. Father has committed such a great sin, and retribution has come. The only thing I'm sorry for is you. Hearing this, Zhang Qingyu burst into tears. The thought of her father, who had doted on her since childhood, becoming like this, made her heart ache. Then Zhang Qingyue's gaze suddenly looked towards Yi Shaoqing and pleaded, Sir, you are a great emperor powerhouse, can you save my father? Before Yi Shaoqing could say anything, she continued, Sir, as long as you're willing to save my father, Qingyu is willing to work as an ox for you to repay you. Looking at Zhang Qingyu, who had a sad face, Yi Shaoqing slowly opened his mouth and softly comforted, It's fine with me. Really? Zhang Qingyu's beautiful tear-filled eyes looked at him tightly. Yi Shaoqing laughed, When have I ever lied to you? Don't worry, I have a way to save your father. Thank you, Your Excellency. Getting his confirmation, Zhang Qingyue then put her heart down. Fellow Daoist, I'm suffering from the 5 evils and 3 defects of the heavenly condemnation, or I'm infected with 2 paths. Even if you're a great emperor, you can't help me. Zhang Tao let out a bitter smile and shook his head. He had once been at the peak of the Great Emperor Realm, and had tried to suppress it at first, but it hadn't worked, and no one but an immortal could save him at all. However, nowadays, in the entire heavenly cloud world, apart from Ditian, he hadn't heard of anyone else who had become an immortal, and wanting to save him was as difficult as a mortal ascending to heaven. Who says I can't save you? Yi Shaoqing smiled faintly, and a white light that was, if anything, permeated with a gust of immortal charm, suddenly appeared in his palm. Zhang Tao's eyes widened in disbelief as if he had seen something horrible. Immortal. Immortal source. You became immortal? When these words came out, Zhang Qingyue, who was on the side, instantly froze. With a stunned face, he looked at Yi Shaoqing with a puzzled and shocked look in his eyes. Gongzi, you're actually an immortal? Zhang Qingyu, including Zhang Tao, the two of them were directly dumbfounded. It was even if a seemingly ordinary person suddenly turned into a great emperor, but as a result, he had now become an immortal. This was something that if someone with a low mental capacity was afraid that they would be directly scared to death. After all, There were quite a few great emperors, and it was a shock to meet them, but immortals could be completely different, and there was a difference between the strong and the weak. And the immortal source in Yi Shaoqing's hand at this moment gave Jiang Tao a feeling that was so powerful that it was unimaginable. Even the previous immortal source of Tian he had never felt like this before. A little stronger than an immortal, Yi Shaoqing said in a very pretentious manner. Jiang Qingyu, naturally needless to say, her small mouth was wide open. She could say that she believed in everything Yi Shaoqing said. Jiang Tao, on the other hand, became incomparably respectful and said, "Elder, senior is polite." For a moment his address changed, not that Jiang Tao was afraid, but respect. After all, becoming an immortal is the dream of every cultivator, and now that he had seen an immortal who was so powerful, how could he not respect it? Yi Shaoqing waved his hand at his words. What, senior or not, it's enough for cultivators to refer to each other as Dao Yu. Jiang Tao smiled brightly. In fact, he really did not dare a little, but Yi Shaoqing have said so. If he still do not know how to be good is not to give face. Then he shouted in a low voice, "Dao, Dao." Yi Shaoqing smiled, then raised his hand and waved it. The immortal source instantly disappeared into Jiang Tao's forehead. Rumble. Immediately afterward, an extremely dazzling light immediately erupted within Jiang Tao's body. His injuries were healed in an instant, and the chi of doom above his head disappeared at this moment. 5 evils and 3 defects also dissipated. The original wind candle, white hair pale Jiang Tao, the whole person as a newborn, the old face swept away, replaced by full of vitality model, young 30 or 40 years old. Dad, are you okay? Jiang Qingyu stared dumbfounded at the scene in front of her, almost dropping her jaw, looking at her father who was dozens of years younger with an unbelievable face, just like a dream. Jiang Tao stood up and stretched, smiling broadly. Not only is it fine, I feel full of strength. Immediately after, Jiang Tao bowed towards Yi Shaoqing and thanked him. Thank you for saving my life. In the future, if there is a need, just let me know, and I'll be obliged to go through fire and daggers. Yi Shaoqing poured himself a cup of wine at some point, took a sip of the small wine, and said, Immortal Source has dispersed your heavenly punishment, your cultivation will slowly recover. Jiang Tao nodded at his words, excitement showing on his face. He did not think, originally thought that must die at the time, actually can regain a new life. Think of here in his heart that hidden thousands of years of hatred at this moment also restless. Empyrean, just wait, old me will soon seek revenge on you. Chapter 31, the waters of the eastern wasteland begin to become turbid. In the blink of an eye, there was only 1 day left before the day of the Immortal Tomb's descent. The gazes of countless cultivators were fixed on the Cloud Mist mountain range. At this time, the eastern wasteland had long been in a dark tide, and the water was already muddy. Yi Shaoqing stood outside the door, looking into the distance and thought, Are you ready to leave, my lord? Jiang Qingyu stepped behind him and softly inquired, her voice showing her sadness. Yi Shaoqing didn't turn around, seemingly with some emotion. There are times when strength reaches a certain point and you fall into a period of confusion, like me, from time to time. I want to lie down, now that something interesting has appeared. Naturally, I want to go and take a look. Yuera doesn't understand and doesn't want to give up. Jiang Qingyu shook her head with a bitter face. She was just a mortal who didn't understand the matters of cultivators and wasn't interested in them, and she didn't understand the troubles of immortals like Lord Yi. But after so many days together, Jiang Qingyu had long since been convinced by Yi Shaoqing's clear and unassuming, no matter what he met, he had a breezy look. She has always been a strong woman since she was a child, and has met many different kinds of people, and has never seen a man like He Gongzi who has entered her heart, so she is very reluctant to give up. Jiang Qingyu raised her head, her beautiful eyes looking closely at his handsome side face that was like a knife cut, as if she wanted to carve it into her heart. There was a long silence. Jiang Qingyu asked softly, will it come back? Yi Shaoqing slowly turned back to look at Jiang Qingyu, who was already pearly, and reached out his hand to wipe her, snickering, your drunken immortal brew can tickle my cravings, I can't afford not to come back. Put. This is a low point of laughter. Jiang Qingyu instantly did not hold back the laughter, towards him wrinkled his nose, as much as possible an imperial and cute look. I'll save it for you, so you can drink it later when you come back if you want, but don't you dare lie to me. Looking at Jiang Qingyu who had a serious look on her face, how could Yi Shaoqing not understand her feelings? But there was still a knot in his heart that he hadn't opened up and was afraid to accept it. But Yi Shaoqing didn't want to hurt her and then laughed, I never lie. Only after receiving his words did Jiang Qingyu put her heart down with satisfaction. Inside the restaurant, Jiang Tao looked at the 2 people outside the door and sighed in his heart. During this period of time, how could he not see that his daughter was falling in love with Dao Frenji, but the gap between the two was too great, and for a moment he didn't know what to do. Forget it, children have their own blessings, since I can't care that much I don't care. Immediately afterward, Jiang Tao stretched his waist again and walked towards the back. Find old man Lu to play chess. The ethereal sanctuary, TW. Lin Hao looked at the grand and ancient mountain gate in front of him and looked up to the sky. Finally, because Green Mountain Town was too remote, the eastern wasteland was too large, and he hadn't yet practiced the sword flying technique, it took him a full 10 days to arrive here. Brother, hurry up. Lin Yao heard the sound and looked back, seeing her brother there ghostly crying immediately shouted. Stand still. Who are you people? What is the purpose of coming to my ethereal holy land? Just then, two mountain guard disciples came with their swords and looked at them questioningly with a vigilant face. Both disciples were at the peak of the late Jindan realm, and although Lin Hao's strength was only at the early stage, he didn't feel the slightest bit of panic, and then explained to them the purpose of coming here. After hearing this, the two disciples frowned slightly and asked, "You're looking for the Holy Lord?" "That's right." Lin Hao nodded. The two of them sized up Lin Hao and Ling Yao, and agreed when they looked like they weren't lying, slowly lowering their flying swords. "Come on up here, I'll take you in." Inside the hall, Lu Mubai looked at both Lin Hao and Ling Yao and inquired, "What do you guys want to find me for?" Back to the Holy Lord, there is a senior surnamed Ji who asked the late generation to come as the Holy Son of the Netherworld Holy Land. Lin Hao explained very respectfully. Just a moment ago, the master teacher transmitted his voice to tell him that this Holy Lord in front of him was a great emperor powerhouse, which startled him. He hadn't thought at all that the Netherworld Holy Land was actually powerful to such an extent, and that the Holy Lord was actually a great emperor. For a moment he was excited. If he could really be the Holy Son, then his status would rise to a different level, unlike in the past. What? Senior surname Ji? Lu Mubai was originally still a bit unimpressed. When he heard these words, blinked and came to him, inquiring in an excited and incomparable manner. "What does that senior look like?" Lin Hao was startled by his action, then recalled Yi Shaoqing's looks. After hearing this, Lu Mubai instantly laughed out loud towards him. "That's the old ancestor of our Netherworld Holy Land." Old ancestor? Lin Hao was confused. That incomparably young senior was actually the old ancestor of the Netherworld Holy Land? How strong should he be then? Lin Hao was a bit confused for a moment, just like dreaming. "That's right." Lu Mubai nodded. Combining the looks and the surname Yi, there's no one else but old ancestor. Lu Mubai was also very excited at the moment. After all, the old ancestor had been gone for almost a month, and now he was naturally in a very good mood when he heard his news. "Ha! Extreme cold divine body." Lu Mubai suddenly lost his voice. Just now, because he didn't care too much and didn't see through Lin Hao's physique, now that he found out that he was carrying the extreme cold divine physique, his eyes immediately showed surprise. No wonder the old ancestor had made him a saint's son, so it was because of his divine body. As a great emperor, Lu Mubai naturally knew what a divine body meant. It was a one-in-a-million supreme genius. Originally, the Netherworld Holy Land had been unable to find a suitable candidate for the Holy Son, but now there was finally one. Thinking of this, Lu Mubai operated his spiritual energy and slowly opened his mouth. His voice was so loud that it resounded throughout the Netherworld Holy Land. Disciple Lin Hao, who carries a divine body and has a stunning and unparalleled talent, is today ordained as the contemporary Holy Son of the Misty Holy Land. Nightfall, Shenwu Dynasty. A dark shadow crossed the dark night sky and came into a room somewhere. Hallmaster, Blood Shadow is dead. Black Wind frowned slightly at the words and slowly turned around, the pair of gloomy eyes under the mask staring at the black-robed man in front of him, revealing a look of incredulity. "Didn't he go to assassinate Jiang Tao? How did he suddenly die? Who did it? And is Jiang Tao dead?" "I don't know." The man in black shook his head. "The Blood Shadow's soul tablet shattered last night. As for whether Jiang Tao is dead or not, I don't know." When Black Wind heard this, he was a bit puzzled. Blood Shadow was one of the great generals under his command. His cultivation was at the peak of the quasi-emperor realm, but he was just going to assassinate an invalid. How could he suddenly die? At this time, the man in black suddenly asked, "Is it necessary for my subordinate to go and poke around to see if Jiang Tao is dead?" "Not yet." Black Wind shook his head. "The person who has this kind of ability to kill the Blood Shadow must be a great emperor. It's useless for you to go. Wait until the matter of the Immortal Tomb has passed." Chapter 32. Immortal Tomb opens. Powerful people gathering. The next day, the Cloud Mist Mountain Range. Today was the day of the Immortal Tomb's descent, so there were densely packed figures gathered here. These people were all talented disciples from the major forces in the Eastern Wasteland, or strong casual cultivators. And not far away were three other very dazzling people. Yi Xian, the Holy Son of the Vast Sword Sect. Lin Xian, the Holy Maiden of the Glazed Fairy Palace. Zhao Yong, Saint Son of the Big Dipper Sect. These three were all recognized as the strongest of the younger generation in the Eastern Wasteland. All of them were super geniuses who had stepped into the peak of the late stage of the mortal transformation realm at an age of less than 20. On top of that, 4 or 5 harmonization realm powerhouses followed all around them, and it wasn't hard to tell that they had come here to defend their path. The backgrounds of the 3 heavenly prides were such that ordinary people simply couldn't compete with them, thus the powerful sense of oppression shocked quite a few people. Yoo-hoo, so lively. Yi Shaoqing walked leisurely from a distance, his eyes scanning the surrounding cultivators. Naturally he also noticed the 3 great powers Saint Sun level characters, but his face did not show any surprise. After all, the lure of the Immortal Tomb was so great that no cultivator was able to resist it at all, and it was only normal for these people, all of whom were celestial prides, to come here to practice. As Yi Shaoqing appeared, the gazes of the many harmonization realm cultivators present converged on him. After noticing that he did not emit the slightest breath within his body, not only did they not take it lightly, but instead, a hint of alertness flashed in their eyes. None of them were fools, they were all old geezers who had been cultivating for many years, so they naturally understood that it was absolutely impossible for mortals to appear here. This person was definitely not ordinary, most likely hiding his strength, and might even be stronger than most of them. Yi Shaoqing naturally noticed their gazes, but he didn't take it to heart. Ha! Right at this moment, 10 teenage girls under a large tree not far ahead attracted Yi Shaoqing's gaze, only to see that all of them were dressed in the attire of the ethereal Holy Land, a clear cultivation around the Jindan realm. Seeing this situation, Yi Shaoqing could guess one or two in his heart. These should be the talented disciples of the Netherworld Holy Land who came here to practice. I also don't know if that Lin Hao kid has arrived at the Netherworld Holy Land yet. Yi Shaoqing murmured softly. Can't help but think of that Lin Hao who not only has an extremely cold divine body, but also has a soul-old grandfather, similar to the son of heaven's destiny. So many days have passed, I think it should be when has become a holy son. Immediately after that, Yi Shaoqing raised his head slightly again, his gaze seemed to penetrate the river of time, looking straight above the clouds, and there were clearly two quasi-emperor realm powerhouses reflected in his eyes. Misty Holy Land Grand Elder Chen Tian. Lui Dao, second elder of the Misty Sacred Land. Seeing this scene, Yi Shaoqing then smiled faintly, understanding in his heart that the two had come to protect the disciples' path. Senior brother, their auras are all so powerful. Under the big tree, Ning Xiaoxiao suddenly exclaimed with some trepidation in her voice. She was the youngest in this group of Misty Holy Land disciples, and her cultivation level was also the lowest only at the early stage of the Jindan realm. This was the first time she had seen such a battle. The leader, Qianfeng, was the one with the highest cultivation level, the peak of the late Jindan realm, and the senior brother of the crowd. Hearing Ning Xiaoxiao's words, he spoke out to comfort her. It's fine, senior sister, there are senior brothers here. The crowd nodded and murmured. That's right, although these people have high cultivation, when we enter inside the immortal tomb, we'll just hide far away, not clash with them, and pick up the pieces. Elder brother is right, don't be afraid little senior sister, we're just out for training, just develop obscenely. Aha! Only after hearing the words of the senior brothers did Ning Xiaoxiao's body, which was originally somewhat tense, slowly relax. All of you little friends, the immortal tomb is a very dangerous one, aren't you afraid? Right at this moment, a voice suddenly rang out, startling the crowd that was chatting idly, and they all followed the voice to look. Only to see that Yi Shaoqing, who was dressed in white and had an extraordinary temperament, had appeared behind him at an unknown time. The crowd was immediately on guard, looking at him very warily. As the senior brother, Qianfeng immediately stepped forward, shielding his senior brothers and sisters behind him, and asked towards him with a guarded face, "Who are you?" Seeing this action of his, Yi Shaoqing was very satisfied with Qianfeng's performance and praised him in his heart. A good person, a good senior brother. Immediately, Yi Shaoqing explained, "Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you guys. Judging by the way you are dressed you should be the disciples of the Netherworld Holy Land. I am acquainted with your Holy Lord, that's why I came over to say hello to you." Know the Holy Lord? On what basis do we trust you? When the crowd heard this, they looked at each other with skepticism in their eyes. Seeing this, Yi Shaoqing then raised his hand and a stone appeared in his hand out of thin air. This is a sound transmission stone? Qianfeng rubbed his eyes and said with a face full of shock, "You really know the Holy Lord?" He was the senior brother of all the disciples of the Netherworld Holy Land, and was considered to have seen a lot, so he was naturally able to recognize the special sound transmission stone of the Holy Lord in front of him. Qianfeng really did not expect that this youth in front of him actually did know the Holy Lord. Yi Shaoqing nodded slightly, 1,000 times true. Upon hearing this, Qianfeng hurriedly arched his hand towards him and respectfully said, "Greetings, senior." Ning Xiaoxiao, who was on the side, couldn't help but mutter in a low voice when she saw her senior brother being so respectful. How come the senior doesn't give off any aura? It feels like an ordinary person. Qianfeng was the closest and naturally heard it, and immediately turned around, glared at her, and feigned slight anger as he rebuked, "Senior sister, you must not be rude to seniors." Although his cultivation level was not high, he was still very discerning. The Holy Lord is a great emperor, this person has the Holy Lord's special sound transmission stone, the relationship must be extraordinary. As for the strength, it must also be an extremely powerful existence, and now there is no breath revealed, it must be hidden. Senior sister is really something too, how can she talk so nonsense? Such a big brother, with its good relations, when the time comes to enter the immortal tomb will not be able to let it care a little. Seeing that her senior brother was angry, Ning Xiaoxiao spat out her tongue and somewhat timidly apologized towards Yi Shaoqing. "Senior is sorry, junior was rude. I'm not that careful, it's fine." Yi Shaoqing waved his hand, signaling that she didn't care herself. And Chen Tian and Lui Dao who were on the void took in everything below. Looking at Yi Shaoqing, who was currently chatting with all the disciples, Lui Dao frowned. "Who is this person? There is no breath flowing out of his body. The person who possesses this kind of tactic, I'm afraid that it's not ordinary. Shouldn't we keep the disciples away a bit?" Hearing this, Chen Tian shook his head. "It's not a problem, seeing that they are chatting happily, I think there should be no hostility, even if he really has any bad ideas. With the two of us here, he won't be able to turn over any waves." Immediately afterward, Shen Tian's gaze looked at the void in front of him again as he continued to speak. There are a few powerful auras over there, they should be strong people from other forces coming, pay more attention. No problem. Louis Dao answered. Rumble. The earth roared as a breathtaking immortal charm swept across the heavens and earth, enveloping the entire cloud mist mountain range. Chapter 33, The System Reappears, and the Traveler. Accompanied by a terrifying aura, the underside of a bronze door slowly rose and flew high into the sky. Seeing this scene, countless people boiled over. Look everyone, the immortal tomb is out. Charge, first come, first served, get in there. I'm here for the chance to the treasure. At one time all the cultivation was like a raging tide, all of them flew in towards the bronze door. Shen Feng and the others were all filled with exhilaration when they saw this, excitedly arching their hands towards Yi Shaoqing, Sr. The immortal tomb has appeared, we'll go in first. Go. Yi Shaoqing nodded. Watching the countless cultivators continue to fly into the bronze door, Yi Shaoqing was not in a great hurry and waited for all of them to almost go in before he slowly flew in. The scene turned, when Yi Shaoqing entered inside the immortal tomb, the scene in front of him instantly kept changing, and in an instant, he came to a small world with mountains and water. However, he was the only one around, and all the cultivators who had come in earlier were all gone. When Yi Shaoqing saw this scene, he frowned slightly and murmured, strange, why isn't there a trace of immortal's aura inside this immortal tomb? He remembered that the moment the immortal tomb appeared just now, the immortal rhythm was extremely huge, so how come it was gone instead after he came in? Ding! Because this isn't an immortal tomb at all, it's some other system that's messing with it. The system's ethereal voice echoed in his ears, and Yi Shaoqing was stunned. Because when he just came out of the gate, the system issued a task that was rejected by himself and then directly disappeared. This period of time has not appeared, originally thought that the system has been detached from him, did not think that it is still in awe. After hearing the system's words, Yi Shaoqing hesitated. System, what do you mean by your words? Could it be that there are other systems that exist in this world besides you? The system returned, that's right, just now when you came in here, host, this system detected it. It's still true. Yi Shaoqing was stunned. He originally thought that only he, a traveler, had a system and was a unique existence, but it turned out that there were others who had a system just like him, so who could stand it? After all, he knew how powerful this golden finger of the system was, and now that other people also had it he suddenly felt a bit of a sense of crisis. Yi Shaoqing hurriedly asked, what system is it, and who is its owner? The system said, that one is called the Great Villain System, and its host is called Dtian, who traveled to this world 5,000 years after you. What? T10. Yi Shaoqing was confused, it was really guessed by him, earlier he felt that guy was very much like the villain in the novel, he didn't expect it to be true. In that case, it was possible to guess why Dtian had slaughtered the Sons of Qi, it must have been because he needed to rely on the Sons of Qi's Qi value to make a breakthrough. No wonder this guy has risen so quickly, so that's what's going on. Yi Shaoqing glanced around and wondered. In that case, this immortal tomb is what that big villainous system came up with? Then what did he make this so-called immortal tomb for? The system explained, the stronger the Son of Qi is the higher his Qi value will be, but today's world's aura is thin resulting in the Son of Qi not being able to keep up with his strength, so an immortal tomb was created to send them some powerful techniques, magic treasures and so on, and then harvest the Qi value when it becomes strong. So that's how it is. Yi Shaoqing couldn't help but be a little shocked, worthy of being a great villain system. Dtian was also ruthless enough. After killing the Qiluk sons in the central state, he came back to the eastern wasteland. Thinking of this, Yi Shaoqing stroked his chin and murmured, since this is the case, should I destroy him first? After all, he was now an immortal king, while Dtian was still harvesting the Sons of Qi, his cultivation was definitely not as high as his, and it certainly wouldn't be difficult to destroy him now. Just as he was thinking, the system's voice came again. I suggest the host wait and see what happens first. Yi Shaoqing asked, why? The system explained. Because this system has detected that today's Dtian's cultivation is at the peak of heavenly immortal, and is now preparing to break through to Immortal King by relying on the Sons of Qi, while the host has already reached the peak of the Immortal King realm, and is only one step away from achieving the Chaos Immortal Emperor, so it would be better to wait and see, and wait for the time to be ripe to use Dtian as a stepping stone to the breakthrough. After listening to the system's explanation, Yi Shaoqing's eyes immediately lit up. The current him was bent on swinging for the fences and had no interest at all in cultivation, and if it wasn't for the appearance of the immortal tomb, he wouldn't have come here at all. When the system said that, he was instantly interested. Yi Shaoqing immediately inquired, how can we use him as a stepping stone? The system said in a manner, didn't Dtian break through by plundering the Qiluk value? When he harvests the Sons of Qiluk, this system will directly transfer all of that Qiluk to you, the host, won't that be enough? Hearing this, Yi Shaoqing was surprised. System, you actually have this kind of ability? But Dtian also has a system, when the time comes, you'll surely make a move to snatch his Qi value as well. Could it be that you're stronger than that system? As soon as the words fell, the system's voice filled with disdain rang out. That one is a garbage system. It can only turn the host into a big villain relying on killing in order to grow. It's the lowest level of existence among all the systems. It's simply a heaven and a hell compared to this system. With the system's words having come to this, Yi Shaoqing decided to keep DTN alive for now, so he can swing for the fences again while still relying on him to help him break out. Isn't that the best of both worlds? He would not refuse. A million miles away from the eastern wasteland, in the central state, deep within the heavenly palace. Warning, warning, a strong man has appeared in the immortal tomb. A mechanical voice echoed. Right in the center, a black-shirt youth slowly opened his eyes filled with the majesty of a superior, and a boundless and powerful killing intent stirred around him. Rusty said, pull up his info. There was a long silence, and the mechanical voice reappeared. Ding! This person's identity is hazy, covered by a mysterious force. The system can't detect it. The system can't detect it. What? The system's reply froze DTN for a moment. He was a traveler who crossed over to this world 5,000 years ago and subsequently awakened the great villain system. He knew how powerful the system was. Crossing into this world in just a few thousand years had helped him break through to the peak of heavenly immortal, and as a result there were still people that couldn't even drop out of their identities. This could be a shock to him. Rumble. With that, an aura from the peak of the heavenly immortals suddenly erupted from within DTN's body, and the surrounding space instantly became distorted as it could not withstand its power. Immediately after that, his gaze went straight to the immortal tomb. A huge pair of dark red eyes appeared above the immortal tomb. I'd like to see who you really are. DTN inwardly snorted coldly as he casually swept the entire immortal tomb with everyone in it. Yi Shaoqing strolled through the void, and as if he had sensed something, he suddenly stopped and slowly raised his head. Chapter 34, A Meeting Across the Long River of Time and Space. With four eyes facing each other, the corner of Yi Shaoqing's mouth rose slightly, naturally knowing that the pair of giant eyes above the front was definitely what DTN had fixed. Immediately, he laughed lightly. This so-called immortal tomb is what you've made up? A million miles away, deep within the heavenly palace, DTN looked straight through his eyes at Yi Shaoqing, who was standing over the sky with his head bent down, and after realizing that he couldn't see through his cultivation, he was shocked. How is it possible? This person's cultivation actually can't even see through me. He's stupid. The system had told him that he was the strongest person in this realm, yet now there was actually a person who couldn't even see through his own cultivation. How could he not be surprised? Could this person also be a heavenly immortal? How else could it have gotten past him? Thinking of this, DTN looked at Yi Shaoqing and said in a deep voice, who are you? Yi Shaoqing spread his hands. As you can see, I'm just an ordinary person. I'm going to go to Nima's common. After hearing his reply, DTN almost didn't get a mouthful of old blood out of his mouth. Have you ever seen an ordinary person who can't even see through the system's identity and can still stand in the air? If it wasn't for some scruples, he would hate to directly destroy Yi Shaoqing right now. It was too pretentious and infuriating. Taking a deep breath and suppressing his killing intent within, DTN said sternly, leave now and I can spare your life. These threatening words came into his ears. Yi Shaoqing didn't move in the slightest. He even wanted to laugh a little. After all, he was an immortal king. How could he be afraid of a threat from a heavenly immortal? Immediately afterward, he clasped his hands together and said disdainfully, you can't kill me with you. Good. DTN laughed coldly a few times, his gaze condensed, and a heaven-destroying pressure instantly pressed towards Yi Shaoqing. Rumble. For a moment, the small world in the immortal tomb trembled continuously, and countless cultivators who were searching for treasure sensed it and raised their heads to look into the void, their eyes showing confusion, not knowing what was happening at all. On the contrary, Yi Shaoqing didn't panic in the slightest and didn't reveal the strength of an immortal king. Instead, he similarly used the aura of the heavenly immortal realm to disperse the incoming pressure. How is it possible? You're actually a heavenly immortal as well. Sensing the aura coming from Yi Shaoqing at this moment, DTN was instantly confused. He had thought that this person might be an immortal, but how could he not have thought that he was a celestial immortal like himself? And the aura wasn't weak at all. He was utterly and completely confused. There is nothing impossible. Yi Shaoqing smiled faintly, then immediately changed his face and said in a condensed voice, since you struck out at me, if I don't return the favor, where will I put this face? In the next moment, he took a step and the void shook. Those eyes filled with sternness looked at each other with the pair of giant eyes above, and the power within his body swept out, following the long river of space and time, and blasted towards DTN. After discovering his motives, DTN in the depths of the heavenly palace cursed and rushed to meet the attack, wanting to go and parry Yi Shaoqing's strike. However, in the end, it was still due to the difference in strength, and DTN was directly shaken out. PFF. A mouthful of blood spilled out from the corner of DTN's mouth, and at this moment, his face was filled with a grimace. Damn, how can he be so strong? To actually be able to injure himself across time and space, could it be that he's still hiding his strength? DTN's face was haunted as he couldn't figure out how such a powerful person had suddenly appeared in the eastern wasteland. Crossing into this world for more than 5,000 years in its entirety, he had not lost a single battle, had slaughtered countless great powers, and established the Heavenly Palace, a supreme Taoist system, and the Heavenly Emperor of the Central State's common respect. When has there ever been such a disgrace? I don't care who you are, if you dare to mess with me, I will make sure you die without a burial place. When I break through the Immortal King realm, it will be the day of your demise. You wait for this emperor. The heart-stopping, murderous voice reverberated in the depths of the heavenly palace, flooding it with echoes. On the other side, Yi Shaoqing muttered as he looked at the giant eye that was slowly dissipating. I thought how strong it was, but this? He felt like he was still overestimating Tian, and as a result, he couldn't even hold up to one of his strikes. Immediately, he shook his head, feeling very helpless about being too invincible. Night is falling. The small world in the immortal tomb fell into a trace of weirdness. Unlike the outside world, there was no wind blowing, no sound of flying birds and beasts, it was terribly quiet. Over a waterfall, the two figures stood frozen in the air. On the left was Yi Xian, the holy son of the vast sword sect, who wore a green shirt and held a sharp sword in his hand. On the right side was Zhao Yong, the saint son of the Big Dipper Blade sect, who was dressed in plain clothes, had strong muscles, and held a large sword in his hand. In the center of the waterfall below the two of them was a four-petaled, maroon-colored, demonic and incomparable elixir. Zhao Yong, I'll take this red chi fire elixir. With the sharp sword horizontally in front of him, Yi Xian gently stroked the sharp blade and indifferently said, ha 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 ha. Zhao Yong let out a laugh up to the sky and spoke leisurely, Saint Sun Yi is worthy of being just like what the rumors say, obsessed with the way of the sword, cold personality, and strong and incomparable in everything he does, and at today's sight, his name is indeed true to his word. Yi Xian raised his head to meet his eyes. So you want it? To go, or to die? Bam! The large sword in Zhao Yong's hand was pestled towards the void, and he laughed. The red chi fire elixir is an imperial medicine, which bears one petal for 1,000 years, and this one in front of me has 4, and it is rumored that the longer the year, the more powerful the power it contains, and if a cultivator serves it he will be able to break through the realm. You and I are both at the peak of the metamorphosis realm, and who would give up on this imperial pill that can break through right in front of us? Yi Xian's gaze condensed and he said in a cold voice, so you want to fight me? I've heard a lot of rumors about you, so naturally I want to try to see if you're really this powerful once I see you today. Zhao Yong didn't have the slightest bit of fear and was even a bit excited. It had to be said that Zhao Yong was really like his master, Li Maniac, both being the kind of people who were warlike. In that case, you'll see. As soon as Yi Xian's words fell, the next moment he took a step out and rushed towards Zhao Yong. In an instant the sword light flashed and dozens of sword chi stirred out. Good coming! Seeing this scene, Zhao Yong's belligerent flame was instantly ignited, and he swung his greatsword to meet him. Bang, 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 clanking. The figures of the two men were intertwined and entangled together, the blades and tips of the swords were constantly colliding, and the powerful airwaves even shattered the surrounding grass and trees. Rumors are rumors after all, and Saint Sunya's strength seems to be nothing more than that. Zhao Yong looked at Yi Xian in front of him and laughed loudly, a slight hint of mockery in his voice. Yi Xian's face instantly sank. Since you want strength, I'll give it to you, but I hope you can catch it. When these words came out, Zhao Yong froze, not understanding the meaning of the words for a moment, and just when he wanted to open his mouth, he heard the sound of a sword chirping. Fixing his eyes, Zhao Yong exclaimed in shock. Holy, you damn well know sword intent. Chapter 35, the black-robed man reappears. Only to see Yi Xian fiercely stomping his foot, an overpowering sword chi began to converge in a steady stream as if it had developed a spirit. In the blink of an eye, it formed a giant sword that was 100 feet tall. The sound of the sword's roar tore through the void and resounded through the 9 heavens, shaking the surrounding space with ripples. This shocking scene directly made Zhao Yong look dumbfounded. He couldn't help but gulp down his saliva. It felt like a dream. Killing him wouldn't have thought that this guy Yi Xian had comprehended sword intent. Are you ready? Yi Xian's voice came, pulling Zhao Yong, who was lost in thought, back to reality. Zhao Yong, who had come back to his senses, directly put away his large sword without saying a word and waved his hand repeatedly. Pull back, I'm not going to fight anymore. This red chi fire spirit pill is for you. Zhao Yong, as Li Maniac's disciple, although he was also a good fighter, he was very different from his four-limbed and simple-minded master, and admitted defeat when it was time to admit defeat, without the slightest bit of procrastination. Although he and Yi Xian were both at the peak of the mortal transformation realm, the other person had mastered sword intent, and on that point alone, there was no chance of winning. Besides, he had only held the idea of sparring before, he hadn't wanted to fight for his life. The red chi fire elixir was certainly invaluable, but it wasn't worth exchanging his life for. After all, if his life was gone, he would really have nothing left. Hearing this, Yi Xian also put away his sword intent. They were all saints, and they did not have a deep hatred for each other, and they had not yet reached the point of immortality. In that case, I'll go ahead. Zhao Yong saw him put down his sword and turned to leave, moving crisply and instantly disappearing from the spot. Behind the grass in the distance, 10 ethereal Holy Land disciples were shocked as they witnessed everything. This Yi Xian is so strong. A disciple whispered. Chen Feng nodded his head slightly, indeed very strong, worthy of being recognized as the Eastern Wasteland's Heaven's Pride. Even Zhao Yong, who is also a Heaven's Pride, is no match for him. The crowd expressed their approval. They couldn't imagine that Yi Xian, who was less than 20 years old, had already realized sword intent. This kind of talent was really unheard of and chilling. At this moment, Yi Xian, who seemed to have sensed something, his gaze flickered as he suddenly turned around and looked towards the grass, and coldly shouted, "Come out!" The icy voice echoed in the darkness of the night, sending a shock through the hearts of everyone behind the grass. "No good. We've been discovered," a disciple said in horror. Ning Xiaoxiao looked at Qianfeng and nervously inquired, "Senior brother, what are we going to do?" "Damn it!" Qianfeng's face was similarly a little alarmed. He never expected this Yi Xian to actually discover them. "I'll say it one last time, come out. Or die." Yi Xian stood in the air, the sharp sword in his hand slowly going downwards, flashing a cold and bone-piercing cold light. Seeing this scene, Qianfeng was sweating profusely. He knew that if he didn't go out again, Yi Xian was afraid that he would really make a move to kill them. Thinking of this, Qianfeng said toward the crowd behind him, "Let's go out." Yi Xian looked at the 10 people who appeared in front of him one after another, his brows furrowed slightly as he asked out loud, "Are you disciples of the Netherworld Holy Land?" Hearing this, Qianfeng, as the senior brother of the crowd, bravely took a step forward and arched his hand. "Yes, Saint Sun Yi. Earlier, we happened to run into the sparring session between you and Saint Sun Zhao, and we didn't mean to peek." Yi Xian was aware of the sensation caused by the Netherworld Holy Land Ancestor's entry into the world 2 months ago. Nowadays, the misty sacred land's prestige could be said to be as high as the sky in the entire eastern wasteland. With an elder ancestor of unknown strength, the great emperor sacred Lord Lu Mubai, and 5 peak quasi-imperial realm elders, such a strength was something that no one could contend with in the eastern wasteland. An oppressive atmosphere enveloped the crowd, and just as Qianfeng and the others were somewhat at a loss for words, Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "I'll let you guys off this time, and it won't happen again." The crowd looked at Yi Xian, who had picked the red chi fire elixir and left, and then breathed a sigh of relief. "This Saint Ye's aura is so powerful." Ning Xiaoxiao patted her chest and said with palpitations, "Senior brother, what do we do now?" Everyone's eyes looked toward Qianfeng. After a moment of silence, Qianfeng said, "We were indeed careless this time. Next time we should try to stay a little bit away from these people with high cultivation. Let's go to the next place." At this moment, the center of the immortal tomb was already in a fierce melee. Countless cultivators frantically fought for the heavenly treasures, mutilated corpses could be seen everywhere, and an extremely pungent smell of blood filled the air. An old man from the Wuji sect hissed, "Damned loose cultivators, don't you know that our Wuji sect is a subordinate force of the Divine Martial Emperor's Divine Martial Dynasty? How dare you strike at us? Are you looking for death?" However, what they got in return was the mockery of the casual cultivators. "I poo. It's you guys that I'm killing, so what's the point of pretending?" That's right, the treasures of the immortal tomb will be taken by whoever has the strength to take them, and if you're afraid of death, get the hell out. Kill. The lure of the treasures made countless people kill their eyes. The scattered cultivators and the clan forces formed 2 hostile camps, constantly killing each other, and the screams and wails resounded through the clouds. This cruel scene represented the cruel reality of the immortal cultivation world. Here, if you want to get stronger, you can only kill, either you die or I live, and there can never be any mercy. TSK, these people can be much fiercer than we expected. There's absolutely no need for us to do anything, they're already fighting amongst themselves. In the shadows, several black-robed men clasped their hands to their chests, indifferently gazing at the killing feast in front of them that was like a shura. An expression of extreme enjoyment flowed from beneath the mask. "Alright, y'all stop playing. Ghost Shadow, you lead the men to kill all those with low talent." Just then, an emotionless voice suddenly rang out, and a black-robed man wearing a red mask with a breathtaking aura slowly walked in. Ghost Shadow skimmed his lips and muttered in a low voice, "Hallmaster, they are killing each other on their own, they don't need us to do anything at all." Bloodshed's gaze slowly turned towards him, a hint of imperial might flowing out from his body. Feeling this terrifying pressure, Ghost Shadow instantly broke out in a cold sweat, and with a horrified look on his face, he hurriedly explained, "Hallmaster, my subordinate slipped up, please don't be angry, I'll go and do it right now. You 4, follow me." As soon as the words fell, Ghost Shadow took a few people with him and instantly disappeared from the spot like a ghost. With the departure of Ghost Shadow and the others, the Phantom, who was tightly wrapped in a tight black robe with a concave and convex figure, asked respectfully towards Bloodslaughter, "Hallmaster, there are so many cultivators in the Immortal Tomb, and all of them come from the major forces in the Eastern Wasteland. Will we invite any trouble if we kill on such a large scale?" "Trouble?" Bloodslaughter snorted a laugh that was filled with disdain. "Just a bunch of insignificant ants, do they still dare to be enemies with our heavenly palace? What's more, Lord Heavenly Emperor has ordered that only those with outstanding talent will be left behind, and none of those with inferior talent will be allowed to stay," Bloodslayer said nonchalantly. At this moment, all cultivators with mediocre talent in the Immortal Tomb were mercilessly sentenced to death. "Let's go, follow me to the depths of the Immortal Tomb and wait for them." Phantom responded respectfully, "Yes." Chapter 36, Qin Xiaotian becomes Emperor. Zhang Yun shocked. "Lord Qin Emperor, why do you have such leisure to find me for a drink today?" In the great hall of the vast sword sect, Zhang Yun gazed at Qin Xiaotian with a hint of doubt in his eyes. The Immortal Tomb descended and the entire Eastern Wasteland was in an uproar. Although he didn't go there, he had sent the sect's Saint Sun and some strong men to accompany him. The Qin Shaotian, who always meets big events and must join in the fun, was quite abnormal this time, and he was surprised to hear that he didn't even send anyone to the immortal tomb. Patriarch Shang is joking. Qin Shaotian put down his wine cup and laughed lightly. I just happened to pass by here and came in to ask for a couple drinks. However, how could Zhang Yun believe his words? Even though each other were the lords of the great powers of the eastern wasteland, the two were not on good terms to such an extent. Zhang Yun's face was indifferent as he calmly said, Emperor Lord Qin might as well be straightforward about what he has to say, so don't beat around the bush. Hearing this, Qin Shaotian responded with a slight snicker, it's true that I can't hide anything from Patriarch Shang. I have indeed come here with a small matter that I would like to discuss with you. Zhang Yun, who had already anticipated this, did not reply, only casting his gaze towards Qin Shaotian, waiting for the following. Immediately afterward, Qin Shaotian continued to open his mouth and asked, what is Patriarch Shang's opinion on the current pattern of the Eastern Wasteland's general situation? Patterns of great power? Zhang Yun frowned slightly, not understanding the meaning of the words for a moment. After all, the pattern of the Eastern Wasteland is very clear nowadays. The strongest power belongs to the Misty Sacred Land, the supreme Taoist system, whose power is known to everyone, followed by these forces of theirs. Seeing Zhang Yun's puzzled face, Qin Shaotian took a sip of wine, narrowed his eyes, and leisurely said, a power that was supposed to be in decline not only has not disappeared, but has instead leapt back to the top and suppressed everyone. Do you think it's laughable? As the head of a clan and a late-stage quasi-emperor powerhouse, how could Zhang Yun not hear certain meanings in his words? And he immediately said in a deep voice, you wouldn't be hitting the netherworld Holy Land, would you? As expected, Qin Shaotian, who heard his words, did not explain, but instead, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a wry smile as he continued to drink his wine. Seeing this scene, Zhang Yun inwardly guessed the situation, and then mocked, Lord Qin Emperor, your guts and ambitions are really not small. If this is spread out and the netherworld Holy Land knows about it, I'm afraid you'll have a good time. Zhang Yun felt that Qin Shaotian was really crazy, although his relationship with Qin Shaotian was not very deep. But he also knew that this person was extremely ambitious. In the past, when he had just established the divine Martial Dynasty, the surrounding clans and forces that did not respect him were slaughtered by him. But he never expected Qin Shaotian to actually go and hit the current netherworld Holy Land. After all, the current Misty Holy Land was different from the past. Not only was there an old ancestor of unknown strength outside, but Lu Mubai alone, a great emperor plus 5 peak quasi-emperor elders, was unrivaled in this eastern wasteland. I don't know if he's really stupid or not. Patriarch Shang is flattering. Although the netherworld Holy Land is strong, it is not invincible. Qin Shaotian smiled disbelievingly, not taking Zhang Yun's words to heart. Immediately afterward, the words changed, and Qin Shaotian asked, would Patriarch Shang be interested in doing a big job with me? Are you serious or are you joking? Zhang Yun snorted and asked rhetorically, the netherworld Holy Land is now as powerful as ever, so powerful that it is frightening. Where did you get the confidence to say such words? Who are you to challenge people, or are you just relying on your 3,000 peak cave realm forbidden guards? Don't be silly. His voice filled with sarcasm reverberated within the great hall, flooding it with a burst of echoes. Ha ha ha. Patriarch Shang, do you think I would dare to say such words without some cards? Zhang Yun was stunned at his words, and before he could react, he felt a frightening aura coming from him, and when he turned around, he was stunned. Only to see Qin Shaotian's aura change drastically, a hint of imperial might permeating out from his body. Zhang Yun lost his voice. When did you become an emperor? He knew that Qin Shaotian had been trapped in the late stage of the quasi-emperor realm for many years, so how did he suddenly become a great emperor for good reason? This is completely unscientific. How is it that there is not even a little bit of movement, not even a heavenly calamity? Qin Shaotian ignored his reaction and instead laughed. How about it, Patriarch Shang? Do I have the qualifications to challenge the netherworld Holy Land now? Zhang Yun swallowed his saliva and couldn't help but ask in excitement, how did you break through? He was truly confused. He was really too curious about how Qin Shaotian had broken through. The current heavenly cloud great world's aura was too thin. He had been stuck at the late stage of the quasi-emperor stage for thousands of years, and was slow to break through. Immediately afterward, Zhang Yun saw Qin Shaotian smile mysteriously and slowly take out a dark red pill that emitted a strong medicinal fragrance. With a puzzled look on his face, he opened his mouth and asked, what is this? Qin Shaotian said, this is the Emperor Breaking Pill. When a cultivator at the peak of the quasi-emperor realm takes it, he can directly cross the heavenly tribulation to achieve the position of a great emperor. What? This is true. Zhang Yun's eyes stared round, his eyes filled with disbelief. Just such a small elixir could allow a cultivator at the peak of a quasi-emperor to directly cross the heavenly tribulation and achieve greatness? If Qin Shaotian wasn't a great emperor at this moment, Zhang Yun would have definitely mocked him, but at this moment, he had to believe it. That's right. Qin Shaotian looked at his reaction that mirrored his own earlier and smiled slightly. Who? Zhang Yun couldn't help but become short of breath, his gaze fixed dead center on the Emperor Breaking Dan, his eyes filled with blazing heat. Is this for me? Naturally, it's for you. Qin Shaotian laughed, and immediately after a pause, he spoke again. However, after you become an emperor, you must join me in destroying the netherworld Holy Land. As soon as these words came out, the originally excited Zhang Yun's face instantly changed drastically, and for a moment, he was a bit hesitant and began to secretly think about it. Although the temptation to become an emperor was great, it was also a huge gamble, and once he failed, it would be the end of his family. He had to give it some careful consideration. Qin Xiaotian, who had read his mind, suddenly asked, "Do you know about the Heavenly Palace?" Zhang Yun nodded. He naturally knew. The Heavenly Palace is the most powerful supreme force in the central state. Rumor has it that the founder of that Heavenly Palace is the Heavenly Emperor, who is the common respect in the central state, and his strength is unfathomable. Just how did Qin Xiaotian suddenly ask about this? For a good reason. Qin Xiaotian explained, this emperor breaking pill is from the hands of that Heavenly Emperor. Immediately afterward, he revealed another secret, moreover, that Heavenly Emperor has become immortal. Become an immortal? Zhang Yun sniffed and was instantly shaken beyond words. Now he also finally understood why Qin Xiaotian was so arrogant and dared to threaten to deal with the misty sacred ground. It turned out that he had the backing of the Heavenly Palace as a big mountain behind him. But what shocked him the most was that Heavenly Emperor had actually become immortal. Become immortal. This was the unattainable dream of countless cultivators. It was important to know that although the great emperor was the strongest person in the world, his lifespan was only 2,000 years higher than that of a quasi-emperor, and was only 10,000 years long, so there would always be a day when he would dry up. But immortals were different. They were existences that lived the same life as heaven and earth. Qin Xiaotian laughed. So have you thought about it? Chapter 37, Reaching an Agreement to Plan in Secret. There was a long silence. Zhang Yun hesitated. How sure are you? After all, the Netherworld Holy Land has an old ancestor of unknown strength. As soon as he thought of this, Zhang Yun's mind involuntarily appeared the figure that was accompanied by the imperial soldier proud of the 9 heavens. This was an invincible person who had defeated a Buddhist emperor. Ha! A cold smile appeared on Qin Xiaotian's face. What kind of bull **** old ancestor is just a person who bullies people based on his high cultivation. Every time he thought of Yi Xiaoqing's condescending face, the way he asked himself to give his hands to the treasures of heaven and earth, Qin Xiaotian's heart burst with displeasure. The Netherworld Holy Land and the divine Martial Imperial Dynasty were very close to each other, and if it wasn't for their old ancestor, he himself would have destroyed the Netherworld Holy Land a long time ago. So where would he have been crushed head over heels? Now that the opportunity had come, how could he let it go? Zhang Yun sniffed and asked again, will that Heavenly Emperor make a move? He couldn't help but think that if that Heavenly Emperor who had become an immortal would have made a move, it really wouldn't have been difficult to destroy the Netherworld Holy Land. However, Qin Xiaotian shook his head. There's no need for the Heavenly Emperor to make a move, there are naturally others. Who is it? As soon as Zhang Yun listened, he could naturally hear something in Qin Xiaotian's words. Qin Xiaotian smiled mysteriously and didn't reveal Black Wind's identity, but said, as long as you promise, I'll take you to see him. Zhang Yun fell silent upon hearing this. Qin Xiaotian continued, Patriarch Zhang, you have to think carefully. If you miss this village, there won't be this store anymore. This is your only chance to become an emperor. Although his words are very plain, but listening to Zhang Yun's ears is as if there is a kind of magic, like extremely tempting. After a long time Zhang Yun finally made up his mind. Fine, I promise to destroy the Netherworld Holy Land together when you become an emperor. Ha 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 ha. Hearing his brisk reply, Qin Xiaotian burst out laughing. Patriarch Zhang, congratulations on making a correct choice. After the destruction of the Netherworld Holy Land, this eastern wasteland will be our world. This Emperor Breaking Dan will be yours. Zhang Yun received the Emperor Breaking Pill, and his breath caught in an instant. He finally had a chance to achieve greatness. For a moment he had the feeling of being in a dreaming trance. Qin Xiaotian walked next to him and patted his shoulder, opening his mouth and smiling. Patriarch Zhang, during this period of time, you'll cultivate well and raise to the peak of quasi-emperor as soon as possible. I'll wait for the good news of you becoming an emperor. In the deep periphery of the immortal tomb, ghosts cried and wailed. A number of powerful black-robed people came out of nowhere, and all cultivators with low cultivation were killed, and in less than half a day's time, more than 100,000 cultivators perished. For a moment, countless cultivators wanted to flee this place. Who are you and why are you killing my Li Immortal Palace disciples? An old crone was furious and incomparable as she chided towards the 3 black-robed people on the void in front of her. She was none other than the quasi-emperor realm supreme elder Li Yan, who was escorting the way for all the disciples of the Li Immortal Palace. And next to Li Yan likewise hovered a quasi-emperor realm old man, vast sword sect grand elder Su Feng. Behind the 2 men, Lin Xian, the holy maiden of the Li Immortal Palace, half kneeled on the ground with her white dress stained with blood. Yi Xian, the holy son of the vast sword sect, looked angrily at the black-robed man with a sharp sword in his hand, and there was no timidity in his eyes. I didn't expect that there are actually 2 more quasi-emperor realms here. Ghost Shadow played with the scimitar in his hand, and his gaze scanned the surrounding crowd with some small surprise. Then he opened his mouth and mocked. As for the question of why they should be killed, it's really ridiculous. Isn't it normal for ants to be killed? As soon as the words fell, the Ghost Shadow's body suddenly erupted with an aura from the peak of the quasi-emperor realm. Rumble. For a moment, the two black-robed men beside the ghostly shadow similarly exuded the strength of the late stage of the quasi-emperor realm. A powerful to suffocating aura pressed in, and many of the cultivators present were all as if they had been struck by a blow to the head and were almost paralyzed with fear. How is it possible that you guys are so powerful? Li Yan and Su Feng instantly froze. Li Yan's cultivation was at the late stage of the quasi-emperor realm, while Su Feng's cultivation was slightly lower, only at the middle stage. The two of them never dreamed that the strength of the black-robed man in front of them would be this terrifying. And not far away, Chen Feng and the rest of the ethereal Holy Land crowd were careful all the way, relying on picking up obscene development, and just as they arrived, they were sent flying by a powerful aura. Holy, what's going on here? How can there be so many strong people here? Chen Feng shouted out of breath. Senior. Brother, what should we do? Ning Xiaoxiao asked in a panic as she climbed up from the ground. Xian Feng and a group of disciples were all dumbfounded. They were just a group of Jindan realm minions. How had they ever seen such a battle? Just then, the ghost's voice came slowly. It is not that we are strong, but that you are too weak. Immediately afterward, Ghost Shadow commanded towards the two black-robed men beside him, go kill these two paragon emperors, and then exterminate all the cultivators below the mortal transformation realm. Yes, sir. In a flash, the two black-robed men instantly transformed into two black shadows like ghosts, pouncing towards Li Yan and Su Feng. Together! Li Yan shouted at Su Feng beside him. Su Feng immediately nodded his head, although the clans that the two of them belonged to did not have a deep friendship, but at this moment, they had reached a life-and-death situation. If they did not join forces, they would definitely die. Ice and snow, one-sword decision. Demon Slayer Palm. Li Yan and Su Feng didn't hold back and cast their divine abilities at the same time. Rumble. In an instant, a huge shockwave was generated from the collision of the feats, sweeping across the entire heaven and earth. However, the black-robed man's strength was ultimately far superior to the two, and soon, Li Yan and Su Feng fell into a disadvantage. Bang! A figure flew out. Li Yan hurriedly shouted, "Are you okay?" Su Feng, who struggled to climb up from the large pit, shook his head with a gloomy face, obviously suffering such a big loss for the first time. Jia. I advise you guys to obediently surrender for good, perhaps you can still leave a whole body. The ghostly shadow let out a strange laugh. Thinking that old me will admit defeat is simply a fool's errand. When Su Feng heard this, he was instantly enraged. Since he became a quasi-emperor, how had he ever suffered such a strange shame? Just when he wanted to strike, he was tightly pulled by Li Yan on the side. Wait! Before Su Feng could react, Li Yan suddenly raised his head, looked up into the void above, and cursed, "How much longer are you two old guys going to watch from up there?" In an instant, everyone was stunned by Li Yan's action and raised their heads curiously to the sky. Immediately afterward, accompanied by an awkward coughing sound, two figures slowly floated down from above. The people who came were none other than the ethereal Holy Land's Grand Elder Chen Tian and Second Elder Louis Dao. When the two showed up, they instantly shocked the entire audience. The crowd did not expect that there were still quasi-emperor powerhouses, and there were even sharp-eyed people who recognized the identities of the two. Look, they seem to be the elders of the Netherworld Holy Land. I've heard that all 5 elders are super powerful at the peak of quasi-emperor. We're saved. It's the first and second elders. However, the most excited ones were Qian Feng and the others, who had never dreamed that the original first elder and second elder had been secretly guarding them all along. For a while, all the previous fears were dissipated, and the heart was even more relieved to be saved. Chen Tian and Louis Dao clasped their fists towards the two and said aloud, "Farewell, you two." Chapter 38, A Sudden Change of Heart. Su Feng, on the other hand, arched his hand and returned the salute. On the contrary, Li Yan, who was on the side, scolded in a bad mood, "I thought you two old guys were going to keep watching the show." Previously, Li Yan had discovered the duo when the ethereal Holy Land disciples arrived, and had originally thought that they would come to their aid, but it turned out that they had been watching from the sidelines to see the show. Chen Tian and Louis Dao looked at each other and revealed an awkward smile. In fact, the two were actually looking for an opportunity earlier, preparing to strike in secret, who knew that because of the excessive gap in strength, Li Yan and Su Feng had lost so quickly. Elder of the ethereal Holy Land? At that moment, the ghostly shadow that had been watching the show from the sidelines suddenly spoke in a deep voice. The ethereal Holy Land being the most powerful Dao lineage in the eastern wasteland at the moment, the ghost phantom naturally had some understanding of it. However, when he saw that Chen Tian and Louis Dao exuded an aura within their bodies that wasn't weaker than his own, his face still sank slightly. Chen Tian turned to look at him and questioned in a cold voice, "Who are you people and why are you indiscriminately killing innocent people?" His gaze swept the 3 black-robed men. His face was a bit gloomy. The strongest men in the eastern wasteland were known by name by a large margin, but these men were unfamiliar. "Isn't it normal for the strong to kill the weak?" the ghostly monster said in a conspiratorial manner. Immediately afterward, he turned his words around and said sternly, "I advise you to think clearly. Once you strike out at us, the consequences will be severe. The consequences." The short-tempered Louis Dao instantly burst into foul language and turned his head to Chen Tian. "What's the point of nagging at him? Get together and slaughter him." Heavenly sword art. In the next moment, Louis Dao catalyzed his martial skill and charged fiercely towards the ghost. Rumbling and rumbling, the void trembled. Seeing this, Chen Tian did not hesitate and immediately executed the one sword fixes the sky, accompanied by the surge of monstrous sword chi. A sword chirping sound from the sword intent suddenly rang out, instantly splitting towards the ghost shadow. Two powerful and unrivaled sword waves came whistling one after the other with the momentum of destroying and destroying. Ghost's face changed drastically for a moment. He didn't expect the duo to be so decisive, but he was at least a long-famous peak quasi-emperor assassin, and he quickly came back to his senses. Fine, I'll remember the Netherworld Holy Land. You'll have no recourse for striking out at me today. Ghost's face was gloomy and his killing intent was raging as he waved the curved sword in his hand and fiercely resisted towards the two people who were attacking him. Clank! Rumble! In a short moment, the three of them had instantly exchanged nearly 100 moves. However, since all three were peak quasi-emperors, their strengths were equal, and the ghost was fighting 1 against 2, he was soon at a disadvantage, and was being beaten with some force. The ghostly man hurriedly growled to the other two black-robed men, "Why don't you come over and help me?" The black-robed man moved at the sound of the voice, but just as he struck out, he was stopped in his tracks by Li Yan and Su Feng. "Want to make a move, did you ask us?" Li Yan and Su Feng instantly swung their weapons and fought towards the two black-robed men. For a time, swords and sword shadows intermingled, sparks splashed in all directions, and a powerful mighty pressure swept through the 8 directions. "Damn it, I want you all dead." The ghost was enraged when he saw this. As an assassin whose mere mention of his name made countless people tremble in fear, when had he ever been forced into such a situation? The scimitar flashed with a cold aura, instantly reversing its direction to slash towards the nearest Louis Dao in front of him. "Jumping clown, how dare you play sneak attack?" Louis Dao snorted, his expression incomparably calm. With one swing of his sword, he blocked the ghost's killing move. Indistinct. Ghost was knocked straight out. Just as he had just stabilized his stance, he felt a strong killing aura coming at him, only to see that Chen Tian had already arrived behind him at some point with his sword. Ah! The sword light whistled past, and the ghost's body was instantly slashed with dozens of cuts of different sizes by the sword chi, and even though he was a peak quasi-emperor powerhouse, he couldn't help but scream in pain. Bang! The body was like a meteor crossing the sky and smashed hard into the ground, smashing out a deep pit and raising dust in the sky. Ahem! The blood-soaked ghost phantom crawled out of the pit with great difficulty, his breath disorganized to the extreme, his face twisted as he roared, "You all have to die today." That hoarse, evil ghost-like voice scared the surrounding crowd. As for Louis Dao and Chen Tian, who had just decapitated the other two black-robed men, they looked at each other and both laughed disdainfully after hearing the sound. Louis Dao taunted, "Humph, a jumping clown, still dares to talk tough when he's at the end of his life." Chen Tian also chimed in today's situation, just you want to kill us? The ghost slowly raised his head, his afterglow swept a glance at the 4 people, Chen Tian, Louis Dao, Su Feng, and Li Yan, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a hideous smile. "Do you really think you've won? I'm sorry to tell you, but none of you will escape today." After saying that, the ghost smiled evilly and shouted respectfully towards the front, "Subordinate, meet the hall master." The crowd was puzzled by these words. Right at this moment, a cold and hoarse voice leisurely came from the depths. "Useless trash, can't even handle a little thing." Rumble! An incomparably powerful aura surged forth. The crowd was startled, and they all turned to look in the direction from which the scent came. However, just as they turned around, they saw a horrifying scene, only to see a huge black hand appear out of nowhere, slapping towards them with a monstrous momentum. Not good. The crowd's faces changed drastically, and they just wanted to run their gong methods to resist, but they were ultimately a step too slow, and all of them were sent flying out. After Louis Dao stabilized his stance, he yelled, "Who is it? Don't hide your head and tail if you have the guts, hurry up and come out." Chen Tian, Li Yan, and the others looked at each other in dismay, gripping their weapons tightly and staring deep ahead with a grave expression. Then, 2 figures slowly appeared in front of the crowd. A phantom with a diminutive figure and a peak quasi-emperor aura permeating her entire body. The other was a black-robed man who didn't exude any aura and wore a red mask with a strong sense of oppression. When everyone had not yet reacted, the irascible Louis Dao took the lead in exiting and shouted, "Are you the one who just sneak-attacked me?" However, the 2 black-robed men didn't care about him at all. Louis Dao was on fire and cursed, "Damn, I'm asking you, are you deaf?" Before the words fell, Louis Dao directly swung his sword out and charged towards. Chen Tian was startled and quickly shouted, "Don't be impulsive." However, in the end, it was still a step too late. Louis Dao had already appeared in front of the black-robed man and waved his sword down. "Die for me!" With a loud bang, a clear and cold voice resounded out. "Seeking death, how dare you disrespect the hallmaster?" Phantom's ghost-like figure appeared in front of Louis Dao in the blink of an eye and kicked him out. Bang! Louis Dao violently spat out a mouthful of blood, covering his stomach that was in severe and incomparable pain, and incredulously murmured, "How is it possible that I'm the peak of the quasi-emperor, and I was actually kicked away by a woman?" Chen Tian and the others went forward and hurriedly asked, "Are you alright?" Chapter 39, in despair, Yi Shaoqing steps in. Seeing Louis Dao unharmed, the crowd was relieved and breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately afterward, Chen Tian's gaze was cold as he gazed tightly at the black-robed man and questioned, "Who exactly are you people?" In just half a day's time, the few black-clothed men that he encountered were all at the late stage and peak of the quasi-emperor's powerful strength, which caused everyone present to not be able to help but stare with a grave expression on their faces. The cold eyes under the Bloodslayer's mask glanced at them faintly and did not respond. And above the void that everyone was unaware of, Yi Shaoqing stood with his hands in the air, looking down with a calm expression. The scene that had just happened was all in his eyes. Peak Great Emperor, the depth of this heavenly palace really can't be underestimated, Yi Shaoqing said in his heart. Even though Bloodslaughter didn't emit the slightest aura from his body, it couldn't be hidden from his eyes at all. At the same time, he also knew that these people came from the same place as the assassin who assassinated Jiang Tao, and were all assassins from the Heavenly Palace Assassination Hall. I think this person is the Hall Master of the Assassination Hall. Yi Shaoqing couldn't help but recall that Jiang Tao had mentioned to him that there were 3 Hall Masters in the Assassination Hall, all of whom were at the peak of the Great Emperor's strength, and in this way, he instantly guessed the identity of this person. Below, Li Yan's brows furrowed as he said in a deep voice, "The feeling this person gives me is powerful to the extreme." The crowd nodded in agreement at this statement. Not to mention the fact that they were able to make a powerhouse like Ghost Mimic so respectful, they themselves were also quasi-emperor powerhouses, so they were naturally able to detect the extraordinary nature of the Bloodslayer. Chen Tian raised his voice and said, "Everyone go together, don't hold back." Yes. At that moment, the powerful aura was like a rainbow piercing through the sun, charging straight into the sky, and all of them unreservedly exploded their body's cultivation, causing the void to tremble slightly. A sword to set the sky. Heavenly sword art. Demon Slayer palm. Ice and snow, one sword technique. Rumble. The 4 of them executed their most skillful divine abilities at the same time. When the strong aptitude killed, seeing that the man in black remained unresponsive, just as the crowd thought that they were about to get their hands on him, the hoarse laughter of the man in black echoed in the ears of the crowd. A bunch of mole crickets, how can they shake the sky with their meager strength? Accompanied by this arrogant to the extreme voice resounding through the clouds, the godless might of the godless, he came out furiously from within the Bloodslayer's body, and in an instant, the sky and earth changed color, and endless terror enveloped them. The void that couldn't withstand its power shattered and space collapsed inch by inch. For a moment, countless people were confused, frozen in fear by this powerful aura. Da-dee, he is Da-dee. Oh my god, we're screwed. How could a great emperor suddenly appear here? Ah, I don't want to die. Everyone, including Chen Tian and the others, were dumbfounded. They had thought that this black-robed man might be strong, but they had never imagined that he would be so outrageously strong that he was actually a great emperor. Moreover, judging from its aura, it was even more powerful to the point of suffocation. Humph. Bloodslaughter snorted coldly, his body shook violently, and the surging incoming divine abilities around him were instantly washed away by the incomparably powerful godless might in this instant. Immediately after that, he threw a punch. Rumble. A fist of dozens of meters in size, condensed by aura, carried the might of no god and pounced ferociously towards Chen Tian and the others. No good. When the crowd saw this scene, their hearts trembled. Although they were all quasi-emperor powerhouses, they were a few small realms away from peak great emperors, and the gap was like a heavenly chasm that was difficult to cross. Quickly, sacrifice the saint soldiers together. Chen Tian shouted in a deep voice. When Luidao and the others heard this, they all sacrificed their respective saint armaments in an attempt to use them to defend against the incoming huge fist. Knock! The loud roar was deafening and resonated through the heavens and earth. Countless people were stunned, only to see that the 4 holy weapons, which were originally imposing and filled with a burst of holy might, emitted violent vibrations the moment they just touched the giant fist, and were even directly churned into flying dust. How? Chen Tian and the others were directly dumbstruck. This was a saint soldier, and although they knew that they might not be able to fight against a great emperor, they never expected that they would be easily crushed by the emperor's might. Ha 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 ha. Seeing this, Bloodslaughter threw back his head and laughed, his eyes filled with teasing and playfulness. Griffins are after all griffins, how dare they compete with the great emperor? They simply don't care about themselves. For a time, countless people sat paralyzed on the ground, looking at the huge fists that came pouring in, losing their minds. Strong as the 4 quasi-emperor powerhouses couldn't block it, they knew it was over this time, they were afraid that they would all die. Right here and now. The storm clouds have changed. A teasing voice came. Is a great emperor great? The space collapsed, and Yi Shaoqing's figure slowly stepped out from the crack. He was dressed in white, magnificent, like an exiled immortal descending to earth, standing proudly in the center of heaven and earth, blocking in front of that majestic giant fist, lightly lifting his finger to point. Bang! The original huge fist that contained endless imperial might instantly burst apart. In an instant, everyone was abuzz. Blocked, we're saved. Wow, who is he to be so powerful? Yes, with just a light touch of his finger, he easily crushed this huge fist condensed from Emperor's might. How terrifying, is he also a great emperor? Looking at the magnificent figure in the void, countless people were lost in thought, their eyes revealing various expressions such as adoration, shock, and horror. Ha, isn't that the senior from before? In the corner, Ning Xiaoxiao's mouth opened wide in surprise as she took in the figure in the void. There was a time when she had wondered why this senior didn't have the slightest breath, just like a plain ordinary person. It had never occurred to me that this senior was so powerful. Yes. Xian Feng and the others had also swallowed their saliva, their eyes filled with disbelief, just as if they were dreaming. It's him! On the other side, Chen Tian and Louis Dao both similarly recognized Yi Shaoqing, who had been laughing and joking with the crowd of disciples from their misty sacred land outside earlier. Just, why is his aura so similar to the old ancestor? Chen Tian frowned slightly and murmured softly. The blood killer, who was originally confident and thought that he was in control of the whole situation, instantly froze after seeing Yi Shaoqing block his strike so easily. His cultivation level was the peak of a great emperor, and even a cultivator of the same rank would not be able to resist one of his moves so easily. For a moment, Bloodslaughter, who hadn't panicked in a long time, started to get a little flustered and looked at Yi Shaoqing warily. Who are you? Hearing this, Yi Shaoqing, who was standing with his hands behind his back, slowly dropped his gaze on him and mocked. Just a passerby. Seeing that you're a bit too arrogant, couldn't help but want to take a shot. When these words came out, everyone couldn't help but stare in disbelief, all of them marveling at this senior's domineering spirit. After all, Bloodslaughter was a great emperor. Chapter 40. Great emperors are like ants, just crush them with your hands. As expected, after hearing his words, the face underneath the Bloodslayer's mask instantly turned gloomy. Ever since he had broken through to become a great emperor, how had he ever been so belittled by anyone, and instantly a burning rage surged within him. Bloodslayer's voice was icy cold to the extreme. Do you really want to be my enemy? You'd better think clearly. In this world, there are forces that exist that you can't afford to mess with. His words were full of threats, as if he wanted to make Yi Shaoqing know what to do. However, Yi Shaoqing was calm and collected without the slightest change. After all, it wasn't like he didn't know that Bloodslaughter was someone from the Heavenly Palace. What's more, just a short while ago, he had cleaned up Empyrean's ass, so how could he be intimidated by Bloodshed's words? He immediately smiled disdainfully and said, so what if I'm your enemy? Well. Bloodslaughter's face immediately became extremely ugly, so gloomy that it seemed as if it could drip water, and the anger in his heart had long since erupted like a volcano. In that case, don't blame me for not being polite. Today, you all must die. Before the words fell, a powerful aura at the peak of the Great Emperor realm surged out from Bloodslaughter's body, and the surrounding space instantly solidified, and even space began to twist and distort. At this moment, the countless cultivators in this place were shocked to realize that they were unable to move, and the space around them seemed to be imprisoned by an invisible force. It was clear to them all that Bloodslaughter was truly enraged this time, and had executed a tactic that only a great emperor could execute. For a while, the gazes of the crowd fell on Yi Shaoqing. After all, only this suspected great emperor's powerhouse had the ability to save them now. I mean, can you guys change the words? Every day it's either screw this or screw that. I'm sick of hearing about it if you guys aren't. If you're going to do it, make it quick, don't be a. When Yi Shaoqing heard his middle-aged words, he was instantly so speechless that he couldn't help but spit them out. Are all these people out of their minds? It's just as well that they're not very strong. Still no, all day just pretend. In that mouth, hey, either this or that death. The mantra are exactly the same. He really convinced. Aha, I'm going to kill you. Originally, because he couldn't see through Yi Shaoqing's strength and therefore was a bit afraid of him, Blood Killing, who had been stimulated by him again and again, was instantly ignited with rage. He was one of the 3 hall masters of the Heavenly Palace's Assassination Hall, Blood Killer, a renowned and frightening existence in the entire central state. When had he ever been mocked like this? Die for me. Because of the perennial walking in the darkness to kill, the murderous aura in Blood Killer's body was very heavy, and at this moment he could no longer suppress the murderous aura and exploded in full force. Rumble! A frightening aura swept through the clouds, and countless cultivators were shocked into a cold sweat, their legs shivering uncontrollably. With an explosive charge, in the blink of an eye, Bloodslayer appeared in front of Yi Shaoqing and swung a fist at his face. It was not hard to see that this punch contained all of Bloodslayer's anger. The power could be described as powerful, and it went with the will to definitely kill Yi Shaoqing. However, Yi Shaoqing was very calm and didn't show a hint of panic because of this, and even mocked. Where did you get the confidence to take a shot at me with this much strength? As his fists approached, an icy smile spread across the corners of Bloodshed's mouth. It's enough to kill you. Right at this moment of life and death, Yi Shaoqing moved. Bang! What? The smile on Bloodslayer's face instantly froze, his eyes glaring round as if he had seen some incredible sight. Only to see Yi Shaoqing using only one hand, he easily grasped his fist that was exerting all its strength tightly, without even the slightest breath leaking out. This astonishing scene caused the jaws of countless surrounding cultivators to drop, and the scene instantly became silent. 2 short breaths later, everyone was abuzz. Wow, to have taken a strike from a great emperor with his bare hands, just how terrifying is this senior's strength? Yeah, it's just awesome. Could it be that this senior is even more powerful than a great emperor? No way, is he a legendary immortal? The corners of Yi Shaoqing's mouth rose slightly, revealing a hint of a teasing smile as he continued to mock, saying that you're weak and you're still unconvinced. What great emperor or not, I can easily take you down with one hand. Impossible. This is never possible. Bloodslaughter shouted frantically. In just less than half an incense stick of time, he felt that his worldview had collapsed. One's own proud great emperor cultivation had been easily blocked by a hand. If this were to be spread out, who else could not collapse? Let go of the Hall Master. At that moment, a cold and piercing voice suddenly sounded. The phantom was like a ghost, flashing towards behind him. What an annoyance! Yi Shaoqing murmured in a low voice and lifted his foot, then kicked Bloodkiller out. Immediately afterward, his body dissipated like a cloud of smoke, causing the phantom to pounce. What? Phantom was stunned. This was the first time she had seen this kind of technique, and it was completely different from the remnant shadow body technique. Are you looking for me? The voice appeared behind him, giving the phantom the creeps and turning him around as hastily as a startled bird. However, just as she turned around, she felt a strong sense of suffocation come over her, only to see that her neck was firmly choked by a large hand. Are you in such a hurry to die? Yi Shaoqing looked at the chimera in front of him, who had a concave and convex figure and was beautiful to the extreme, without the slightest distraction in his eyes, as if the one standing in front of him was not a woman. The intense feeling of suffocation caused Phantom to struggle frantically, but no matter how hard she tried, she was unable to break free from the large, fierce, and powerful hand. Let go of her for me. Rising from the ground, Bloodslaughter's face twisted as he roared hideously. Yi Shaoqing raised his eyebrows slightly, a smile spreading at the corner of his mouth. Yeah. Just when everyone thought he was going to let go of the phantom, a clear click suddenly sounded. Only the phantom's neck was directly broken. Witnessing this, everyone's jaws dropped and they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, all marveling at Yi Shaoqing's ruthlessness. With a laugh, he easily decapitated a peak quasi-emperor powerhouse as if he had crushed an ant. You asshole! Lord Celestial Emperor will never let you go, just wait to bear the wrath of the Heavenly Palace. Bloodslaughter's eyes were covered in blood. Phantom was the strongest general under his hand, a powerhouse whose strength was infinitely close to that of a great emperor, and he was actually beheaded just like this. His entire body was struck by lightning, and he directly brought out the Heavenly Palace as a threat. Heavenly Palace? It's just garbage. Yi Shaoqing said with great disdain. If he wanted to, even the Heavenly Palace Lord, Emperor Tian, could be easily obliterated. Did he really think he was scared? Yi Shaoqing, who was somewhat tired of playing, slowly raised his hand and gently pinched it in the direction where Bloodslayer was. Rumble. Space vibration, by an invisible force distorted up, only to hear a bang sound. Bloodkill directly crushed into a blood mist. Even the screams could not be issued. This terrifying tactic, coupled with the strong and pungent smell of blood, caused numerous cultivators to resist dry heaving. This scene was watched by the ghostly shadow in the distance, instantly causing him to tremble more than just a little, his eyes flashing with endless fear as he muttered. No. No way. How can he be so powerful? Chapter 41, Identity Recognized. The strength of Bloodkiller's ghost shadow was no longer clear, but it was the second highest ranking existence among the 3 Hall Masters of the Assassination Hall, yet it was such a character that was directly abused and killed. That's right, totally one-sided abuse. Fear surged like a tidal wave, and at this moment, the ghostly shadow had only one thought in his mind. That's to run away in a hurry. Looking at the ghostly shadow that was frantically fleeing, Yi Shaoqing gently smiled and said, if you want to run now, do you think you can run away? Hold out your hand and flex your fingers. Buzz. A cold light cut across the sky, stirring towards the ghost. The ghost who was fleeing suddenly felt the breath of death coming from behind him, and turned around to look at it. Suddenly widened his eyes and shouted unwillingly. No, I don't want to die. At this moment the ghost regretted it. He was the peak of a quasi-imperial emperor. In giving him some time he would have a chance to become an emperor. If he had known that it would end this way, even if he had beaten him to death he wouldn't have come here. Bang! He was directly pierced through his body and turned into a blood mist that dissipated into the heavens and earth. This senior is truly powerful to the core. In just less than half an incense burner's time, a great emperor and 2 quasi-emperor powerhouses were wiped out, and judging by their appearance, it seems that they didn't even use their full strength. Could he really be an immortal? All the people present were curious and all of them were shocked by Yi Shaoqing's strength. Knock! Deep within the Heavenly Palace, Tian, who had witnessed his men being killed, was instantly filled with endless berserk killing intent within his body, shaking the cave violently. Damn you, I don't share the same fate as you. This was the first time Tian had felt such intense anger. Bloodslaughter was a peak great emperor powerhouse. How could he not be enraged when the person he had managed to cultivate with great difficulty was killed just like that? Look again in the immortal tomb. Shoo shoo shoo. Chen Tian and the others flew together in front of Yi Shaoqing, clasped their fists and saluted, respectfully saying, thank you senior for your help. The previous battle had a great impact on the 4 of them. The senior in front of them was truly too powerful to be able to behead great emperors so easily. In their hearts, they were all speculating about what realm his strength had reached. However, Yi Shaoqing waved his hand. It's just a show of hands, no need to be polite. Chen Tian and Louis Dao were the elders of the Netherworld Holy Land. If they weren't in danger, he might not have stepped in, and beheading Bloodslaughter and the others was nothing more than a casual matter. Li Yan stepped forward and respectfully inquired, Senior, no matter what, you saved us, such great kindness, the late generation has no teeth to forget. Dare I ask where the senior is from? The junior will definitely prepare a generous gift to repay this favor when he returns. The crowd nodded in agreement with the generous gifts. At the same time, they were also curious about the identity of this strong man Yi Shaoqing. Such a powerful person had never even heard of his name. They couldn't help but wonder if he was a strong man from somewhere else. Hearing this, Yi Shaoqing didn't reply, but his gaze was directed towards Louis Dao, who was covering his stomach and seemed to have suffered a small injury, and he couldn't help but laugh and curse. You kids shouldn't be so impulsive in the future, daring to charge upwards without even understanding your opponent's strength. And I don't know if it's a tiger or true confidence. Louis Dao said with some embarrassment. Senior is right, Senior was impulsive. However, there was still some defiance in his words, which Yi Shaoqing could naturally hear, and he couldn't help but think of that Li Maniac who had challenged him. Louis Dao and his character can be said to be very similar, both are impulsive plus tiger. Chen Tian, who was on the side, listened to the conversation between the two, and his gaze quietly fell on Yi Shaoqing, secretly sizing him up, the suspicion in his heart growing stronger. How could this senior resemble the old ancestor so much? From the very beginning, the slightest hint of aura that flowed from Yi Shaoqing's appearance made him a little suspicious. However, with the passage of time, Chen Tian felt more and more that the youth in front of him, besides his face being different from his old ancestor, was just like him from the inside out, and even the tone of his voice. Thinking of this, Chen Tian's eyes turned and he suddenly shouted loudly, Old Ancestor! Old Ancestor! When these words came out, the crowd was stunned as their eyes swept back and forth between Chen Tian and Yi Shaoqing. Louis Dao lightly touched Chen Tian with his shoulder and lowered his voice, Are you crazy? Calling out Old Ancestor when you see a strong person, he doesn't look like Old Ancestor either. Chen Tian did not pay attention to him, but instead kept his eyes glaringly fixed on Yi Shaoqing. Seeing his eyes full of doubt, Yi Shaoqing suddenly let out a loud laugh, as if he didn't expect Chen Tian to be able to recognize his identity. Immediately afterward, he slowly said, You kid is meticulous. Hearing these words, Chen Tian's eyes instantly lit up. He knew that he had guessed correctly, the senior in front of him was indeed the old ancestor without a doubt. Immediately, he excitedly shouted, Greetings to the old ancestor. Louis Dao also reacted at this time and shouted in a similarly loud voice, Greetings to the old ancestor. The two men's excited voices were like thunder, reaching the ears of countless people, who almost had their jaws dropped in shock. He is the old ancestor of the ethereal Holy Land? It shouldn't be a lie, other than Sacred Lord Lu. I'm afraid the only one who can make the two elders so respectful is that legendary old ancestor. My god, no wonder he's so powerful. As for Li Yan, who had originally asked Yi Shaoqing where he came from, she was also stunned as if she were a wooden chicken at this moment. She had never thought that this senior in front of her was the infamous ethereal sacred ground ancestor. After all, when this senior stepped on the East Wasteland crowd of forces, the Lioli Immortal Palace had also worried about this, waiting for his arrival. The results ultimately did not see its figure. As for Su Feng, he was equally shocked. He wasn't present when the old ancestor of the ethereal Holy Land came to the vast sword sect because he had something to do, but naturally, he heard that he almost emptied the sect he was in. Li Yan and Su Feng, who had returned to their senses, hurriedly said respectfully, Elders pay their respects to seniors. Yi Shaoqing said somewhat helplessly, Alright, no need to be so polite. He didn't really like it when people treated him with such deference. There was that little bit of getting used to it. Immediately afterward, a few more people made small talk. Yi Shaoqing pointed to the depths of the immortal tomb and said, There are a few palaces in there. I think there should be some treasures or something, so all of you should hurry up and bring people in. Yes, elder. Li Yan and Su Feng immediately arched their hands and saluted when they heard the words, then led their respective people towards the inside to enter. The rest of the forces and the scattered cultivators did the same, flocking towards the depths for fear of missing the treasures if they were late. At this moment, Chen Feng and Ning Xiaoxiao, who were hiding in the shadows, and a group of netherworld sacred grounds ran over. Shouting at Yi Shaoqing, he said, Disciple pays homage to old ancestor. The voice was full of excitement, and the eyes showed shock and admiration. All of them did not expect that this senior was actually their old ancestor. The old ancestor's deeds had been heard of by all, and was the idol in the hearts of countless disciples. Yi Shaoqing nodded towards them, and in his heart, he was also very satisfied with the performance of these little guys. The strength was not high enough to know how to develop obscenely, and with so many people only a few of their Jindan realm cultivators were able to come here. Yi Shaoqing looked at the two Chen Tian and Louis Dao who were a bit distracted. Naturally he could guess what the two were thinking. Then he laughed, Go inside if you want to. Chapter 42, Discovering Empyrean's Plot. Sacred weapons, emperor weapons, immortal level techniques, all sorts of heavenly treasures, my god. Get rich, everybody grab it. The countless cultivators who stepped into those 5 palaces deep within the immortal tomb were instantly shocked by the sight before them with their jaws dropping a bit. The place was densely packed with treasures of heaven and earth. There were all sorts of holy weapons, emperor weapons, and even immortal level techniques. One must know that even many powerful forces as strong as those in the eastern wasteland might not possess these things. For a moment, everyone was in a frenzied boil. Immediately afterward, a burst of miserable howls of killing rose up as all the cultivators began to frantically fight for the treasures. In the middle of the heavenly palace, Tion silently watched everything that was happening here through his divine sense. When he saw that the group of cultivators were frantically grabbing for the immortal grade techniques, the corner of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a sinister smile. Loot to your heart's content. When you all rise up, it will be the day this emperor achieves Immortal King. Ha 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 ha. The cold and open-hearted laughter echoed in the depths of the quiet heavenly palace, flooding a burst of creepy echoes. Weird. On the other hand, Yi Shaoqing, who was above the void of the immortal tomb and was taking all of this in, frowned slightly, and in his heart, he couldn't help but feel puzzled by Tion's actions. Tion was surprisingly so generous, giving away so many things to the cultivators for nothing. Suddenly, he was a little bit confused as to what exactly Tion was calculating. Even if it was to help those with great chi to quickly raise their cultivation and then harvest the chi value, there was no need to take out all of the immortal level techniques. Although he himself possessed many immortal level techniques, he wouldn't freely give them away like Tion did. After all, this was an existence that belonged to the level of a supreme treasure, and its preciousness was unimaginable. Ding! Actually, those aren't really immortal level feats. Just as Yi Shaoqing was just wondering, the system's voice suddenly came to his ears. He immediately frowned and said, "System, what do you mean by that? Could it be that all these immortal level techniques are fake?" The system responded, "That's right, this system has detected that all of these so-called immortal grade techniques are not true immortal grade techniques, but rather pseudo-immortal grade." Pseudo-immortal level? Yi Shaoqing couldn't help but stare at his words. No wonder Tion was so generous, placing so many immortal level techniques in this immortal tomb. It turns out that they were all fake. Just now he really thought that this guy had a brain fart and was giving out benefits to the cultivators. Otherwise, if it was really an immortal level technique, I'm afraid that many powerful clans and strong people would appear in the near future, which was not a situation that everyone wanted to see. Thinking of this, Yi Shaoqing asked, "Is he doing all this to harvest the chi luck value?" The system explained, "Yes, these feats are all made by that system, so as long as the cultivator cultivates to a certain level, Emperor in heaven can sense it at any time, thus finding the sun of chi more quickly." So it is. At this point, Yi Shaoqing was considered to truly understand what the hell Tion was playing at. In the past, when Tion had just crossed over, it was more difficult to find the sons of chi due to the low level of the system, which was why he had sought the help of Jiang Tao, the heavenly pavilion master. Now that all of the chi luck sons in the central state had been decimated to almost extinction by him, he had no choice but to hit the eastern wasteland side. And in order to find the son of chi more quickly and accurately, he purposely made such an immortal tomb, and then sent those black-robed men to behead all the cultivators with low cultivation and poor talent, leaving only those with good talent. After they had all cultivated the so-called immortal level techniques and become powerful, they would then be harvested. Yi Shaoqing, who had sorted all this out, let out a soft laugh. This guy, worthy of being a great villain, is really something. At the same time, there was that little bit of admiration for Tion in his heart. They were both travelers, and this guy was indeed a bit more ruthless than himself. After all, he dared to play such a big game of chess to harvest the sons of chi in order to become stronger, and he really deserved the name of a great villain. However, what Tion could not have imagined is that what he did would only fulfill him in the end. Rumble. The opening of the immortal tomb had already passed for the greater part of a month. The cruelty of the immortal cultivation world slowly unfolded. A whole million cultivators fishtailed into the room, and after a long fight, only about 2/10 of them eventually came out of it unharmed. Witnessing this scene, Yi Shaoqing couldn't help but sigh. The path of cultivation is also the beginning of suffering. If you want to move forward smoothly, the only way is to keep strengthening yourself, otherwise, you will only be reduced to a speck of dust in this great world. Right at this moment, a dozen figures flew towards this side. Old Ancestor, we're back. It turned out to be Chen Tian and Lui Dao leading a group of disciples from the netherworld sacred ground, returning triumphantly from the immortal tomb. Yi Shaoqing laughed. How was it? When the crowd heard this, all of them showed joyful expressions, and it was obvious that they had reaped a very rich harvest in the immortal tomb. After all, the duo of Chen Tian and Lui Dao were both peak quasi-emperor powerhouses, and it would be good if they didn't rob other cultivators, and who would be able to take treasures from them? Seeing this scene, Yi Shaoqing remembered the conversation between him and the system and inquired, "Have you acquired immortal grade feats?" Chen Tian could not hide his excitement as he said excitedly, "Look, old Ancestor." After saying that, Chen Tian lightly waved his arm, and with a flash of white light in his storage ring, densely packed merit laws were displayed in front of everyone's eyes. When Yi Shaoqing saw the ground piled up like a small mountain with hundreds of immortal level techniques, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch a few times as he looked at Chen Tian with a face full of speechlessness. And at this moment, Chen Tian, still with an excited face, said to him, "Old Ancestor, you don't know, I've gone through a lot of trouble to snatch these immortal grade techniques, and if it wasn't for the sake of protecting the safety of my disciples, I would have been able to snatch even more. Looking at Chen Tian's smiling appearance, a look of thinking he was great and waiting for his praise, Yi Shaoqing was considered completely helpless. Gotta. This kid really doesn't take anything else and specializes in grabbing these useless pieces of junk. Although Yi Shaoqing somewhat didn't want to hit him, he finally said, destroy all these feats. Chen Tian, who was originally unusually excited, suddenly opened his eyes roundly and cried out eagerly, old Ancestor, 10,000 times impossible. These are all immortal level techniques. Louis Dao on the side did the same, and hastily chimed in, yes, old Ancestor, why do you want to destroy these feats? For a while, everyone was puzzled, not understanding why the old Ancestor suddenly wanted to destroy the Gongfu. These are all immortal level techniques, even if the entire eastern wasteland was turned over, one would not be able to find a single copy of the absolute treasure. Yi Shaoqing didn't explain much, he just waved his hand, signaling them to hurry up and do it. Alas! Chen Tian and Louis Dao both looked at each other and sighed helplessly. Although there was some reluctance, the old Ancestor had ordered them, so they could only follow their orders. Bang! Two powerful spiritual forces whistled, instantly shattering hundreds of feats into flying dust in the sky. Chapter 43, Imperial Artifact, Ethereal Trial Tower. It's just a few trash feats, is there a need to put on this expression? Yi Shaoqing couldn't help but laugh out loud as he looked at the two people in front of him with sad faces. Chen Tian had a bitter look on his face, old Ancestor, this is an immortal level technique, how can it be compared to ordinary techniques? Louis Dao, who was on the side, nodded his head vigorously and agreed, yes, if the disciples were allowed to cultivate, their strength would definitely soar. Thinking of this, a burst of heartache appeared on both of their faces, they really couldn't figure out why the old Ancestor had to destroy these feats, wouldn't it be better to leave them for use in the Holy Land? Yi Shaoqing naturally understood how attractive immortal level techniques were to cultivators, but these were all garbage that Di Tian had come up with, so how could he let the crowd cultivate them? However, he did not explain the reason for this to the two of them, he just looked at their expressions and still felt somewhat amused. It was not just a few immortal level techniques, it was not like he did not have them. With a casual wave, there was a buzz. Dozens of immortal level techniques were instantly scattered on the ground. Originally worried Chen Tian and Louis Dao saw this scene, hurriedly bent down and picked up a gongfu. When they saw the word immortal level on the cover, they immediately lost their voice and exclaimed, immortal level technique. The two men froze instantly. Their hearts were even more puzzled, although they knew that the old Ancestor's strength was unfathomable, and that he was most likely a legendary immortal, but to be able to take out so many immortal level techniques with their hands still shook their scalps to the core. One couldn't help but sigh, no wonder the old Ancestor would say that the immortal grade techniques in the immortal tomb were garbage, it turned out to be so. In an instant, the emotions of Chen Tian and Louis Dao turned from sadness to excitement, and they hurriedly put away all of the merit laws on the ground. Seeing their movements, Yi Shaoqing laughed and scolded, look at your unseen looks. His words made the two men laugh awkwardly, not daring to retort in the slightest. It wasn't like they were as powerful and still rich as the old Ancestor. Emperor-level techniques were things that could not be found, not to mention that this was immortal level. Once it was out in the world it would attract countless cultivators to fight and snatch it. The immortal tomb was the best example of this. At this time on the ethereal Holy Land Trial Peak, the surrounding area was overcrowded, with tens of thousands of disciples all gathered here. It could be described as lively. Look, it's Saint Lin coming. Wow, Sage Lin is so handsome, I want to marry him. This chubby senior sister, it's broad daylight, please don't dream, okay? I want you to care, Lin Xingzi, I love you. In the sky above, a black figure arrived in the air and appeared in the crowd's field of vision, and in an instant, the entire room boiled. This person was none other than Lin Hao. At this moment, his temperament had changed, his face was crowned like jade, his eyes were like stars, and his eyes revealed a powerful confidence. In less than a month of joining the ethereal Holy Land as a holy son, he had displayed super terrifying talent, directly stepping from the early stage of the Jindan realm into the early stage of the mortal transformation realm, becoming the strongest amongst the younger generation. Today was an important day for him to break into the ethereal trial tower. The Netherworld Trial Tower is an imperial artifact. All holy sons of the Netherworld Holy Land must break through the 100 floors of this tower before they can truly claim the name of holy sons. Brother, you're here? A pleasant sweet voice came. Lin Hao looked at the sound, only to see a white dress, pavilion, and generous Lin Yao walking towards his side. A smile appeared on his face and he shouted, sister. Then he reached up and stroked her head, full of favor. As his younger sister, Lin Yao was also highly favored in the Netherworld Holy Land and no one dared to bully her. Even though her talent wasn't outstanding, she had already reached the cultivation level of the early stage of the foundation establishment realm. After chatting with his sister for a few moments, Lin Hao walked up to Lu Mubai and the three elders, arching his hand and saluting. Greetings to the Holy Lord, the three elders. However, there's no need to be polite. Lu Mubai said with a smile. For this holy son chosen by the old ancestor, they all loved him, and during this period of time, they even spared no effort to cultivate him with resources, while Lin Hao also did not fail to live up to everyone's expectations, displaying amazing talent. Immediately afterward, Lu Mubai said to Lin Hao, "Hao, it's almost time, go up." Lin Hao nodded slightly, his body transformed into a stream of light and sped towards the netherworld tower. "Go brother!" Lin Yao on the side shouted loudly, cheering for her brother. Duan! As soon as he entered the ethereal tower, accompanied by deafening sounds, the scene in front of Lin Hao's eyes instantly changed, forming an ancient palace. Immediately after, a 3-meter-sized coyote appeared in front of him in a flash. Ow! The coyote raised its voice to the sky and leaped towards Lin Hao. "Foundation Establishment Realm Demonic Beasts, they don't know what they're doing." Lin Hao snorted coldly, his aura rose greatly, and with a palm strike, the coyote was directly sent flying, then slowly dissipated. The netherworld tower totaled 100 floors. The tower guarding shadows on the first 50 floors were mostly around the Foundation Establishment realm to the Jindan realm, which was simply too weak for Lin Hao, who was at the Transformation realm, and all of them were taken down with a single move. 50 floors passed. 55 floors passed. 60 floors passed. A broadcast that rang out in succession shocked countless disciples outside. They all fixed their gazes tightly on Lin Hao, who had passed all the way through the upper tower without the slightest pressure, their eyes filled with admiration. Sacred Son Lin is truly amazing. Yes, actually coming to the 80th floor in just less than half an incense burner's time. Unthinkable, unthinkable. The Imperial Artifact and Ethereal Tower were exclusively used by the Sacred Sons to break through the barrier though. But other disciples could also go in for a bit of practice if they wanted to, and many of them had gone up there, but they had all been knocked down before they had gotten to the first few floors. They still knew how powerful the guarding layer vapors inside were. 80 floors in. "Officer, have you finally come? People have been waiting for you for a long time." A woman in a red dress curled up and showed her figure, and her demonic and charming demeanor was so beautiful that it was breathtaking. That voice of hers was even more charming to the bone, and a pair of affectionate eyes gazed at Lin Hao, exuding a pitiful look. Lin Hao had never seen such a beautiful woman, and for a split second, his breathing couldn't help but become a little short. However, in just this instant, he realized that he had been caught in the charm technique, and immediately pressed down his mind and shouted angrily, "Demoness, if you want to fight, then fight, don't play these ghost tricks." The heart is even more surprised. He found that this 80 layer on the guard layer of the virtual shadow in the front is very different, although the strength is only Yuaning realm, but as if it has an autonomous consciousness. "Oh, officer, how can you say such thin words to people?" The woman couldn't help but cry out, gently wiping the corner of her eyes that didn't have tears. Not waiting for Lin Hao to react, the woman's expression suddenly took a 180-degree turn. The original sultry demeanor instantly disappeared, replaced by a hideous and horrible face, hissing, "You stinking men really don't have a single good thing. I'm going to break you into pieces." Lin Hao looked at the woman who lunged towards him and instantly froze, suddenly feeling a bit confused. Why does this woman just flip out? When he came back to his senses, he raised his hand and dropped his sword. A flash of cold light, like a fierce tiger roaring past, cut straight through the woman's body, splitting her heart in half. Not strong, but not small mouth. Chapter 44. Evil thoughts are born from the heart and I am you. Rumble. Knock knock knock. A deafening roar emanated from the tower. At this moment, Lin Hao had completely lost his previous calmness and composure, and instead exploded all his cultivation. As the number of layers climbed to 90, each layer after that, he felt more and more difficult, only because the strength of the guarding layer of shadows here climbed, all in the peak of the Yuaning realm to the peak of the Transformation realm ranging between. He barely managed to crush it with his extreme cold divine body's ability to cross the ranks. 99 floors inside. The entire palace was surrounded by snowflakes, and the water molecules in the air were condensed into ice. One could only see Lin Hao, his hair scattered, holding a sharp sword, and exuding a powerful and incomparable battle intent and killing intent around him, fiercely fighting with an old man at the peak of the mortal transformation realm. From the current scene, it was not difficult to see that the two had already been fighting intensely for a long time. Extreme Dao 3 sword technique. Buzz. Along with the swinging of the sword in Lin Hao's hand, a buzzing sound suddenly rang out. Chop. The word chop came out. 3 strong sword she entrained with overpowering killings instantly sped towards the old man to kill him. Rumble. With a loud bang, the old man was directly attacked by the 3 sword chi back and forth, turning into smoke and dissipating without a trace. Phew. Finally got through. Lin Hao bent his knees and half-kneeled, letting out a long breath as if he was relieved. At this moment, his back was drenched in sweat, and his hand holding the sword was involuntarily trembling slightly. Gazing at the last level of the teleportation array in front of him, Lin Hao clenched his teeth and resolutely stood up, stepping up without hesitation. And outside, it's been crowded for a long time. Past, Saint Sun Lin passed the 99th floor. God, this is too much. Last hurdle, go Saint Lin. Go Saint Sun Lin. For a while, countless disciples shouted in excitement. Many people admired Lin Hao, after all, he hadn't even arrived at the Netherworld Holy Land for a month, and not only had his cultivation skyrocketed, he had also cleared the 99 floors of the trial tower. Worthy of being a genius Saint Sun level character. Sacred Lord, the last level, do you think the Sacred Sun can pass? Not far away, when Third Elder Liangxiu saw the scene, he asked Lu Mubai with a somewhat grave expression. Lu Mubai stared unblinkingly at the interior of the netherworld tower above and remained silent for a long time before slowly speaking. We have to trust him. Actually, we feel that it doesn't matter if we break through this last level or not. At this moment, the fourth elder and the fifth elder walked over. Liangxiu nodded his head in agreement and chimed in. What Elder Guo and Elder Tan said is very true. The Saint Sun was able to break through the 99 hurdles, there is no doubt about his strength, so there's really no need to take the risk of challenging the final hurdle. Yeah, the last level is really too dangerous. The first 99 floors of the trial tower are not difficult, as long as the strength is enough to pass. The real difficulty is the last layer. There is a mysterious bronze mirror that releases the evil in the heart of anyone who is reflected in it. Once it shows up, if it cannot be defeated, it will control the mind and dominate the body, and even if it doesn't die, it will fall into the devil's path. A number of holy sons had fallen because of this in the past. Hearing this, Lu Mubai slowly turned around, gazing at the crowd with a solemn expression. I know that the elders are worried about the safety of the holy sun, but don't forget, this ethereal trial tower is specially set up by the old ancestor for the sacred sun for the purpose of challenge. If even his own evil can't be conquered, what qualifications does he have to assume the position of the sacred sun? The Saint Sun is a candidate for the future Saint Lord. If we really let this kind of person sit on the Saint Lord's throne, do you all think that our ethereal holy land will still be able to continue its legacy? The words are blunt, but they make sense. When the elders heard this, they all sighed slightly and fell silent for a while. After all, the sacred Lord had spoken, so they couldn't say anything else. Moreover, Lu Mubai as the Holy Lord had also challenged to pass through 100 floors, the mysteries of which he naturally understood the most. So one can only pray that the Holy Sun will overcome his ego. Inside the tower, Lin Hao took a step onto the teleportation array and arrived at the 100th floor as soon as his eyes went black. Where's the guarding layer of vapors? Lin Hao looked around at the empty surroundings and couldn't help but be a bit puzzled. There was nothing else except a half-meter-sized, ancient bronze mirror in the center. What's going on? Lin Hao, filled with curiosity, walked up to the bronze mirror and carefully examined it. However, when his face was reflected on the mirror and he looked at his own appearance from the mirror, suddenly, an inexplicable feeling of fear and panic instantly surged through his heart. Lin Hao, who realized this, was immediately frightened and backed away from the bronze mirror. Strange. Lin Hao let out a soft murmur, his brows locked. The bronze mirror gave him too strange a feeling. It's finally out. Just then, a cold voice suddenly came from behind him, startling Lin Hao that was creepy and trembling, hurriedly turning around to look, only to see a teenager standing behind him at some point. Wait, no! Lin Hao froze as he realized that this teenager actually looked exactly like himself, except for his slightly gloomy expression. Seeing this scene, he asked in a vigilant, deep voice. What are you? Why are you here? And why do you look like me? However, the teenager didn't pay any attention to him, but just stretched and said with some emotion. After all these years, it almost suffocated me. It's better to be out in the air. Seeing that he was ignoring him and talking to himself, Lin Hao instantly became a bit annoyed, pointed his sword at the teenager, and shouted in a cold voice, I'm going to ask you for the last time, who the hell are you? If you don't tell me, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. This teenager who looked just like himself gave Lin Hao a very bizarre feeling. For some reason, just by looking at him, Lin Hao's heart would surge with an inexplicable grumpy emotion. Who am I? The teenager let out a grim, strange laugh, stretched out his finger and pointed it at his face, saying to Lin Hao in an extremely impatient tone. I am you, can't you see? A bunch of nonsense. Lin Hao shouted angrily. Since you won't talk, I'll beat you until you do. Buzz. The sound of a sword chirping appeared. Just as Lin Hao was about to make his move, that teenager's voice came again. I am the evil thought in your heart, born because of you. I am you and you are me, we are one. Evil thought asked, so you're saying I'm not you? Hearing these words, Lin Hao directly froze. Evil thoughts? Is he really me? But how is this possible? How could I have evil thoughts? Distracted, Lin Hao shook his head frantically. No way. You're definitely lying to me, you're definitely not me. That's right, it must be like this. This weird teenager must be the guarding layer's virtual shadow of this layer, deliberately deceiving himself, wanting to take advantage of his unpreparedness and then strike. Chapter 45 The Compulsion of Evil Thoughts. Ha 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 ha. Evil Nian threw back his head and laughed, and that laugh was full of sneers. Are you even afraid to listen to the truth? Lin Hao stared at him with a wary face, not believing his words at all. Save your breath, you think I'm going to believe you? Evil Nian slowly walked up to him, meeting him eye to eye, and under Lin Hao's gaze, reached out and pointed to the bronze mirror next to him. Do you know what this bronze mirror is? Lin Hao was wondering when he didn't wait for him to open his mouth. Evil Thought coldly smiled and said in a nonchalant manner. This bronze mirror is the immortal artifact Kunlun mirror. and anyone who is illuminated by it will have the evil thoughts in their hearts infinitely amplified, and eventually break free from the bonds of their being. And I, the darkest side of your heart, we were meant to be one. What? Immortal weapons. When Lin Hao heard this, his eyes instantly widened in disbelief as he looked at the bronze mirror in front of him. In just a moment ago he did accidentally get photographed, and immediately after that this guy appeared. Could it be that what he said was true? Is he really an evil thought in his own mind? For a while, Lin Hao was a bit confused. Seeing his silence, evil thought circled around his side, saying as he walked, I know you don't believe me, but that's just the way it is. Don't tell me you don't have evil thoughts, they are bound to be there deep down in the heart of any human being, without exception. Hearing his voice ringing in his ears, Lin Hao instantly became furious and burst out, You fart. I'm not sure what kind of person I am. How it is evil in your mouth. Martyr, Lin Hao was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Even though his previous life was not satisfactory, he was a decent person. How could he be the evil person in this bastard's mouth? It was just nonsense. Walking the talk? Evil Nian's mouth spread into a wry smile as he mocked. A person who has hated his real parents to the point of hating them. Since he was 6 years old and remembers them, and now you're claiming that you're a decent and kind person? Do you believe it yourself? As soon as these words came out, a flash of panic flashed through Lin Hao's eyes, and he hissed, You're talking nonsense. I'll kill you. As soon as the words fell, Lin Hao didn't hesitate to swing the sword in his hand, slashing towards the evil thoughts. Bang! The evil thoughts were instantly cleaved to ashes and disappeared without a trace. When Lin Hao saw this, a vicious smile appeared on his face and he despised, Sure enough, it's just a guarding layer of shadows, and you still presume to deceive me, you're worthy of it. Just as he had just breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that he had passed the barrier, the voice that gave him the creeps came to his ears once again. Be naive, you can't kill me. How is that possible? Lin Hao was shaken inwardly and looked at the voice, only to see that evil thoughts had stood behind him again at some point, gazing at himself with those weird eyes. What a ghoul! I don't believe I can't kill you. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Hao swung his sword towards the evil thoughts once again, yet as he killed, he started to panic a bit. He realized that no matter how many times he killed, evil thoughts would come out from behind him. Realizing this, Lin Hao, whose mind was nearly broken, roared madly, Why can't you be killed? Who the hell are you? Looking at the somewhat maniacal Lin Hao, evil thought laughed, I told you long ago, I'm you. As long as you're alive, I'll always exist. No way, I don't believe it. Lin Hao's scarlet eyes stared round, muttering under his breath. Unbelievable? Evil Nian sneered. Then I'll carefully help you remember. You, Lin Hao. When he and his younger sister Lin Yao were young, they were sold by their parents to the Lin family as slaves for 20 taels of silver. Ever since you remembered at the age of 6, you have hated your parents, complaining why they abandoned you and your sister, and why you gave birth to your siblings when you clearly didn't want them. Was it just for that measly 20 taels of silver? From then on, you can hate them with a passion. Going forward, during the 10 years in the Lin family, your lives are simply worse than that of a pig or a dog, quite miserable. 2 meals a day even, not even a monthly salary, not enough to eat or wear. Do you think this is ridiculous? Evil Nian glanced at Lin Hao, who was lying on the ground with a slightly ugly expression. The corner of his mouth rose slightly, and he continued. The injustice you feel towards the world, you see your parents and everyone in the Lin family as enemies, and you are bent on making all of them pay a terrible price one day when you soar to greatness. And it is from this endless resentment that I am molded. Evil thought let out a wild laugh. Finally, one day, you awakened the extremely cold divine body, and also worshipped a great emperor powerhouse as your teacher, transforming yourself from a mere mortal into an immortal cultivator. At that time, your heart could be described as incomparably excited because you were finally able to decimate everyone in the Lin family. Evil Nian slowly turned around, looked at Lin Hao, who was sitting paralyzed on the ground, and laughed. Do you see if I'm right? At this moment, Lin Hao's face was full of grimace, shaking his head uncontrollably and roaring lowly. No, that's not it. That's not it. I simply wanted revenge. I didn't think about it that much. Evil Nian walked over to the mumbling Lin Hao and squatted down beside him, whispering in his ear. Immediately after that, as if the goddess of fortune had descended, you met the old ancestor of the netherworld Holy Land. All of a sudden, from an ordinary person, you have become the holy son of a supreme Tao system, enjoying the admiration of countless disciples, and that feeling of being on top of the world gives you a great deal of fulfillment within your heart. Speaking here, evil thought gave a slight lurch. However, deep down you are very fearful that you will lose this identity one day, so with the resources of the netherworld Holy Land, you cultivate like crazy, only seeking to break through your cultivation. Finally, just today, you showed your amazing talent and became the strongest among the younger generation, and you no longer have to worry about losing your position as the Holy Son. Evil Thought's words were like uncovering a hidden secret that Lin Hao had hidden deep in his heart and didn't want to mention, and in an instant, his entire person became twisted and insane. I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you. At this moment, Lin Hao only had one thought, and that was to kill the evil thoughts, because all these things were true, and he was afraid of being known by other people. He didn't want to lose what he had. Just as Lin Hao wanted to pick up the sword on the ground, evil thought grabbed it first. Give it back. Lin Hao roared. However, Evil Thought directly ignored it without a care in the world and continued, "Why do you want to kill me? What do you gain by killing me?" Upon hearing this, Lin Hao instantly fell silent. Yeah, what's the point of killing him? Just as Lin Hao was puzzled and uncertain, Evil Thought said with a solemn expression, "You and I are one, I am you and you are me, and I am able to help you become even stronger." Evil Nian asked to Lin Hao, "Don't you want to become stronger? If you want to, tell me out loud and I can help you." Evil Nian's voice was like a magic sound, constantly echoing in Lin Hao's ears, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Getting stronger? Chapter 46, Reclaiming Sovereignty over the Body. Isn't it always your dream to become a strong man admired by the world? The path of cultivation is too difficult to follow alone, so why don't we join forces together to pursue the ethereal Great Tao? That seductive voice was like a magic sound filling his ears, and Lin Hao's breathing couldn't help but become rapid, muttering under his breath. That's right, getting stronger is my dream. I don't want to be the weakling who lets people bully me anymore. I don't want to be bullied anymore. I want to be the strong one who dominates others' destinies. Images of being abandoned and bullied in the past flashed continuously in Lin Hao's mind, instantly provoking a monstrous killing intent in his heart. He hated the unfair world. He's going to get stronger, become feared and powerful. Looking at Lin Hao, who had fallen into a frenzy, Evil Thought knew that his purpose was about to be accomplished and slowly walked over to him, continuing to compel him. That's right, in this world, the weak have no dignity to speak of, and the only way you can control the lives and deaths of others is to become stronger. And, at that point, you'll be able to protect your sister. That voice kept echoing in his ears, and for a while, Lin Hao began to hesitate a bit, his eyes not as resolute as before. The corners of Evil Thought's mouth rose slightly, and with a hint of cunning, he pursued, "So, do you desire to become stronger? If you want to, say it out loud and I can help you." "I want to." At this moment, Lin Hao could no longer suppress his inner longing and roared hoarsely, "How are you going to help me get stronger?" Hearing his question, Evil Thought instantly grinned a wry smile, knowing full well that his plan was about to succeed. "You just need to relax your mind and leave the rest to me." This voice filled with extreme temptation entered Lin Hao's ears, causing a crack to instantly appear in his originally rock-solid Dao heart, and without the slightest hesitation, he directly let go of his mind. However, in the next second, a sudden change occurred. The Evil Thought suddenly turned into a black light and rushed straight towards his body, not entering the sea of consciousness. "Ha ha 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 ha, this body is finally mine." A gust of sinister cold laughter made Lin Hao sweat, instantly regaining a trace of clarity as he angrily questioned, "What do you mean by that?" Evil Thought snorted, "Don't you get it? I was lying to you, all I did was to take control of this body, I didn't expect you to be so naive." "Ha ha 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 ha, you're shameless." Lin Hao was instantly enraged at his words, hissing in rage, "Get the hell out of my body." However, the Evil Thoughts ignored his roar, instead, they impacted Lin Hao's consciousness even more crazily, trying to seize control of his body. Lin Hao only felt a splitting headache, as if his entire head was going to be torn apart. "Stop struggling unnecessarily and give up, you're no match for me. Don't worry, I'll live well for you in the future." Jia. Boom. "No. I'm not willing." Lin Hao's consciousness began to gradually blur, his eyes went black, and he fell straight to the ground. Several hours passed in a flash, and the ethereal trial tower was unusually silent. Outside, Lu Mubai saw this scene, his brows locked, gazing above, his heart was even more puzzled. He had challenged the 100th floor and knew the terror inside. However, according to the time to project, it should not be so long to be right, and inside even a trace of even movement did not come out. Couldn't help but secretly think, Howard shouldn't have failed, right? As soon as the thought came out, a trace of cold sweat instantly filled Lu Mubai's forehead. Lin Hao's talent was something they all witnessed, such a genius. If he really fell into the devil's path, it would undoubtedly be a huge loss for the Netherworld Holy Land. Only, the Netherworld Tower has been opened, even if he is a great emperor cannot go in at will, cannot enter the inside to find out what is going on, now even in the anxiety can only wait. A dark space with no end in sight. Lin Hao slowly opened his eyes and glanced around, his eyes filled with confusion. Where is this? Am I dead? Wasn't he in the process of grabbing the body dominance with the Evil Thoughts? How could he suddenly appear here? Could this be the Netherworld? Lin Hao smiled bitterly. He's not happy about it. He had managed to get through it with great difficulty, but because of the compulsion of Evil Thoughts he did not hold back the greed in his heart for a moment, resulting in his body being taken away. This time he's afraid he's really going to die. Sister. Brother, go first. Lin Hao's consciousness gradually faded, his eyes slowly closing. Howard, wake up, don't sleep. Just then, an urgent shout echoed through the darkened space. Master's voice. Lin Hao wanted to open his eyes, but he could never do so. At that moment, the intermittent voice of Dan Shensi sounded once again. No, don't sleep. Evil thoughts are nothing more than the demons of the heart that lurk deep within. As long as one is a cultivator, one is bound to have. Remember, the body belongs to you, you are the master. To overcome it, it takes will. Demons? I'm the one who owns the body? The words of the master teacher were like an enlightenment, gradually pulling Lin Hao's consciousness back. That's right. I'm the owner of the body. He's just an evil thought. What can he do to win me? Rumble. Along with Lin Hao's awakening, the power of the extremely cold god body in his body surged out like a dike flood in this instant. At this moment, precisely because of the sovereignty of controlling the body, the somewhat foolish evil thoughts felt this scene and instantly stared at their jaws. How is this possible? In the next second, the evil thoughts were yanked directly above the sea of consciousness. The originally dark and empty sea of consciousness gradually became bright, and Lin Hao stood proudly above, a powerful aura radiating from his body, looking down on the evil thoughts below. Why can't I? You are nothing but a wisp of evil thoughts condensed from a heart demon. How dare you clamor for control of my body? How audacious! At this moment, Lin Hao, who had turned passivity into initiative, was like a judge, with an overwhelming aura. It's impossible. Absolutely impossible that you can still wake up. Evil thoughts hissed hoarsely, feeling incomparably shocked at Lin Hao's awakening. Die! In the sea of consciousness, Lin Hao was the sky. He ignored the evil thoughts amidst the confusion and blasted a spirit fist straight towards it. Rumble! Evil thought laughed hideously and maniacally at this situation. You can't kill me, one day, I'll be back. Bang! Looking at the evil thoughts being struck into flying ashes and completely dissipated, Lin Hao was then relieved. It's finally over. Lin Hao, who had regained control of his body, couldn't help but have palpitations in his heart. The situation just now was really dangerous, and he almost really died, but fortunately, he had the help of his master. Thinking of the master teacher who had just saved his life, Lin Hao hurriedly transmitted his voice to the storage ring. Master, are you there? Chapter 47, Lu Mubai's Satisfaction. However, after a long time passed, Lin Hao didn't hear the familiar voice of his master. For a moment, he panicked a little. Just as he was about to open his mouth again, the weak and intermittent voice of Dan Shensi came. Power. This tower is an imperial weapon, and the bronze mirror in front of you is an immortal weapon. This place is enveloped by the dense imperial and immortal power. The master previously exhausted most of his soul power to pull your consciousness back. Now it is in a weak period, and it needs to be recuperated for a period of time. For a while, it's up to you. Dan Shensi, who was in the storage ring, gazed at the bronze mirror that emanated powerful immortal might, his eyes filled with horror. As a peak great emperor powerhouse, although his physical body and cultivation no longer existed, the soul power of the great emperor realm still existed. Earlier, when Lin Hao had just entered this place, he had sensed that it was extraordinary. He really hadn't expected that the Netherworld Holy Land actually possessed immortal weapons, which were treasures that only immortals had in legends, and for a moment, he was shocked to the core. What? Master, are you alright? Lin Hao lost his voice and exclaimed. Dan Shensi gently shook his head and said weakly, Master is unharmed, he will recover after a period of rest, you need not worry. After saying that, Dan Shensi was silent. No matter how much Lin Hao shouted, there was no response anymore. At this moment, Lin Hao felt a lot of remorse in his heart. If he hadn't failed to resist greed and been compelled by evil thoughts, his master would not have been like this. Blame yourself. The gate of the Netherworld Tower slowly opened. Lin Hao's figure flew out from inside, and the crowd of disciples outside who were waiting anxiously suddenly cheered. Past, Saint Sun Lin passed. Lin Hao nodded slightly to the crowd that was shouting loudly, and then with a flash of his body, he flew straight to where Lu Mubai and the elders were, arching his hand in greeting. Holy Lord, 3 elders. Disciple is fortunate to have successfully passed. Lu Mubai and the 3 elders, who were originally full of sorrow, all laughed happily with satisfaction when they saw the unharmed Lin Hao in front of them. Lu Mubai nodded his head and praised, not bad, not bad. Being able to pass through the 100th floor shows that you, Howard, have the talent and the heart of the Tao, and are indeed an excellent candidate for the position of Saint Sun. Liang Xiu took a step forward and concurred. What the Holy Lord said is very true. This talent of the Holy Sun is unparalleled in this world. In the young generation of the Eastern Wasteland, it can be ranked in the top 3, and in the future, it will surely be able to achieve the position of a great emperor. What Elder Liang said is very true. The crowd nodded in agreement. Lin Hao not only has outstanding talent, but is also a super genius who carries a special physique extreme cold god body, with infinite potential in the future. In time, it is not difficult to achieve a great emperor. And Lin Hao couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed when he was praised so much by the crowd. Looking at Lu Mubai and the 3 elders who were talking and laughing in front of him, Lin Hao couldn't help but recall what happened just now, and his heart was still a bit fearful. Secretly, he said, it's fortunate that the master is here, otherwise he would definitely be consumed by evil thoughts. Just then, a shout came from the crowd. Everyone, look, Elder Chen and the others are back. The crowd sniffed. Only a dozen figures emerged in the sky, and it was Chen Tian and the others who had rushed back from the immortal tomb. When Chen Tian and Lui Dao approached, Lin Hao had the extreme foresight to take the lead in arching his hand and saluting. Lin Hao pays his respects to the 2 elders. Looking at the young Lin Hao in front of them, whose strength had already entered the early stage of the mortal transformation realm, Chen Tian and Lui Dao couldn't help but be greatly shocked. The heart was puzzled. Who was this disciple, so strong? Why was he so unfamiliar? He had never seen him before. Lu Mubai smiled and said, "This is Lin Hao, the newly appointed saint's son of our misty Holy Land." With those words, he began to explain in detail for the two. Not long after, Chen Tian and Luidao were filled with shock as they shouted in unison, "Extreme cold divine body." Lu Mubai nodded slightly. Seeing this, the two of them couldn't help but swallow their saliva, and in their hearts, they even marveled at the old ancestor's divine ability to have found such an amazing genius. For a moment the way they looked at Lin Hao became extremely satisfied. After all, this was a super genius. At this time, Lu Mubai looked at the two and inquired with concern, "Did the trip to the Immortal Tomb go well?" Chen Tian and Luidao, who had returned to their senses, began to recount the various things that had happened in the Immortal Tomb during this period of time. So treacherous. After hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but lose their voices in shock. They were all shocked by the mighty strength of that whatsoever quasi-emperor, great emperor black-robed man, and completely did not expect that so many shocking events had occurred in this immortal tomb. But thankfully, they're all fine. Chen Tian looked at the surprised expressions of the crowd and smiled mysteriously, then raised his hand and gently waved it, and dozens of merit laws were scattered on the ground. "What is this?" Liang Xiu suspiciously picked up a gongfu on the ground, and when he saw the word immortal grade, he immediately shouted, "Immortal grade gongfu." "What?" Third elder Guijie and fourth elder Tanhua sniffed and hurriedly picked up the gongfu, fixed their eyes on it, and blurted out with the same shock, "It's really an immortal level technique." The two men exchanged glances, both seeing deep shock in each other's eyes. Lu Mubai turned to Chen Tian and asked, "Where did these feats come from?" Chen Tian explained, "It's all from the old ancestor." As for the destruction of those immortal level techniques obtained in the immortal tomb, he didn't say anything about it, mainly because he was worried that they would get too excited. When the crowd heard this, their eyes lit up and they eagerly inquired, "You have seen the old ancestor?" "That's right." Chen Tian and Luidao nodded their heads. Yi Shaoqing had left the Netherworld Holy Land for a period of time, and now that they had heard news of him again, the crowd was thrilled. Lu Mubai pursued, "Where is the old ancestor now?" Chen Tian pointed towards the void in front of him. Only to see the space there rippling with layers and layers of ripples, Yi Shaoqing's overwhelming figure slowly appeared. Seeing this scene, the entire Netherworld Holy Land boiled over. Whether they were disciples or elder holy lords, all of them arched their hands and saluted, shouting in unison, "Greetings, elder ancestor." Lin Hao and the crowd looked at Yi Shaoqing above the void, momentarily stunned, failing to return to his senses. He really is the ethereal Holy Land ancestor. Even though Yi Shaoqing's appearance had changed nowadays, Lin Hao instantly recognized his magnificent figure, exactly the same as the one who had asked him to serve as the Holy Son. At the same time, Lin Hao was even more curious about his strength in his heart. Lu Mubai, a great emperor, as well as 5 peak quasi-emperor elders, all treated him with such respect. Just how powerful was this old ancestor? Unsurprisingly, it must be a great emperor as well. "Old ancestor, you're back." Lu Mubai and the other elders were filled with excitement as they ran forward. Yi Shaoqing nodded slightly, stopping by to come back for a look. After saying that, Yi Shaoqing's gaze slowly moved and landed on Lin Hao, who was on the side, and after detecting the aura on his body, he smiled faintly at him. "Little fellow, quite good. Actually breaking through to the mortal transformation realm in such a short period of time." Hearing this, Lin Hao hurriedly stepped forward and said respectfully, "Disciple has met the old ancestor." Chapter 48 Yi Shaoqing's Test. Seeing this, Lu Mubai stepped forward and said to him, "Old ancestor, you don't know that just a moment ago, Howard has already successfully passed the Ethereal Tower's 100th floor trial." Yi Shaoqing, who was chatting with the crowd, heard this and glanced at him, then, his gaze fell back to Lin Hao on the side and inquired, "You pass?" Lin Hao responded, "Yes, old ancestor." "Oh?" Yi Shaoqing raised his eyebrows slightly and couldn't help but carefully look over him, a little surprise showing in his eyes. The Netherworld Tower was an imperial artifact given to him by the system, and was also a supreme treasure for the Netherworld Holy Land's Holy Sons to use exclusively for challenges, totaling 99 floors. But in order to be able to select qualified saints, he specially used the immortal weapon Kunlun Mirror to add an extra layer of heart demon trial. As long as one is a human being there will be evil thoughts, and the evil thoughts of cultivators are even more powerful, referred to as heart demons. In order to pass this heart demon trial, one must reflect the Kunlun Mirror, release the heart demon deep inside, and then defeat it in order to succeed. However, if the cultivator's moral heart was not firm enough, he would be revolted by the demon of the heart, and even if he didn't die, he would fall into the devil's path, so it could be very difficult to break through that layer. Yi Shaoqing didn't expect that Lin Hao came to the Netherworld Holy Land should be less than a month. Not only did his strength improve tremendously, but he was actually able to pass the Netherworld Tower, which he felt a little surprised. Thinking of this, Yi Shaoqing smiled at Lin Hao and said, "Your talent has really caught my eye." Being praised by such a powerful old ancestor, Lin Hao couldn't help but scratch his head in some embarrassment. Buzz! Just then, 2 swords appeared out of thin air in Yi Shaoqing's hands. A blood sword that emanated a rich imperial might seemed to be able to tear apart the heavens and the earth. A silver sword emanating a rich holy might was dazzling with its radiant light. Obviously, these were imperial and saintly soldiers. Wow, it's actually an emperor's and saint's soldier. What is old ancestor trying to do? Is it hard to give it to the Holy Sun? Seeing this scene, the crowd couldn't help but draw in a breath of cold air. Even Lu Mubai and the elders were all filled with doubt, and they all turned their gazes towards Yi Shaoqing. Lin Hao was even more jaw-dropped as he looked at the two swords that emitted powerful imperial and saintly might, a hint of blazing heat flashing in his eyes. Just then, a sentence that shocked everyone rang out. Only Yi Shaoqing smiled at Lin Hao and said, "Which of these two swords do you want? This is for me?" Lin Hao's eyes widened, feeling as if he was dreaming. He had never thought that the old ancestor would give him such a generous gift. Lin Hao still knew how powerful imperial and saintly soldiers were, no matter which one of them was an indestructible killing weapon for the current him. Lin Hao, who had forced himself to calm down, made a choice that made everyone's jaws drop. "Old ancestor, disciple wants the holy soldier," Lin Hao said. In an instant, everyone froze, including Lu Mubai and the others, as if they couldn't figure out why Lin Hao didn't choose an emperor's soldier. Yi Shaoqing smiled slightly and asked, "Why?" Lin Hao didn't hesitate to explain, "Back to the old ancestor, I deeply know that my strength is low and I can't withstand the imperial might of an imperial weapon, so instead of that, I'd rather choose a saintly weapon that I can manage." As soon as these words came out, many disciples were stunned, as if they were a bit puzzled by Lin Hao's choice. In their opinion, an emperor's soldier was definitely better than a saint soldier. On the contrary, Lu Mubai and the five elders looked at each other and smiled, both reading satisfaction in each other's eyes. "Ha ha ha. Good, good." Yi Shaoqing heard his reply and burst out laughing. "Little one, you've kind of passed my test." Test? Lin Hao couldn't help but stare, his heart a bit confused, not understanding the deep meaning of his words. Yi Shaoqing gently laughed and said, "An imperial soldier is different from a sacred soldier. Its powerful force will cause countless people to fall into a frenzy. If it were someone else's choice, they would definitely choose the former without hesitation. And you were able to recognize your own strength and make a wise choice. That alone has surpassed many, so I am very satisfied." If Lin Hao was able to pass through the Netherworld Tower, the firmness of his Tao was definitely different from others, and it was because of this that Yi Shaoqing tested him with imperial and saintly soldiers. However, Yi Shaoqing's words caused many of the disciples present to lower their heads in shame. "So that's how it is." Lin Hao secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and a trace of cold sweat actually seeped out from his back. He really didn't expect that this would be a test for himself. If he had chosen the Emperor's soldier just now, he would definitely leave a bad impression with the old ancestor. I can't help but say, fortunately. Immediately afterward, Lin Hao, whose mood had not yet calmed down, once again heard words that made him excited. "This Emperor's soldier and sacred soldier are both given to you as a reward for you passing the test." Lin Hao looked at the two sharp swords that floated to the front of his eyes under Yi Shaoqing's control, and his breath couldn't help but become rapid as he hurriedly reached out to take them. Immediately afterward, he respectfully thanked towards Yi Shaoqing. "Many thanks, old ancestor. I will definitely not fail to live up to old ancestor's high expectations." "Aha!" Yi Shaoqing nodded in satisfaction. Following that, he turned his gaze to Lu Mubai on the side and casually threw out a storage ring. Lu Mubai looked puzzled, and immediately used his divine sense to probe inside, instantly widening his eyes, as if he had seen something he couldn't believe, only to see that in the storage ring, there were hundreds of Emperor's soldiers. "Old ancestor this is." Lu Mubai was just about to open his mouth when he was interrupted by Yi Shaoqing. "For you." After saying that, Yi Shaoqing no longer paid any attention to the still shocked Lu Mubai, and flew straight towards Misty Peak. The five elders who heard the conversation between the two on the side hurriedly came forward and inquired curiously, "Sacred Lord, what's inside?" Lu Mubai didn't say anything when he heard this, but directly handed the storage ring to them. In an instant, there were cries of alarm. "Fogweed! So much!" The five elders instantly boiled over when they saw the densely packed imperial soldiers inside. Divine Martial Dynasty, in the room. Black Wind said in a deep voice, "What did you say? The plan for the immortal tomb failed, and Bloodslaughter and his men are all dead?" The black-robed man half kneeling on the ground nodded his head and said, "Yes, Hallmaster, the news came from the Assassination Hall, and all of Bloodslaughter Hallmasters and their soul tags are drunk." And Black Wind frowned and snapped, "And what, say?" The black-clothed man was startled and did not dare to meet his eyes, and said with some trepidation, "Hallmaster Woan said that you are not doing your job well, and that he will come to take over your task after a while." Bang! A powerful spiritual energy swept out, directly shattering a piece of wall to pieces. Black Wind roared, "Damn it! On what grounds does the old man without a trace have? I've made all the arrangements regarding the immortal tomb. It's obviously too wasteful for Bloodslaughter. What's it got to do with me?" The man in black was terrified, not daring to answer in the slightest, who didn't know that the two of them, the Hallmaster and the traceless Hallmaster, had a beef, and were afraid of stirring up the fire and being slapped to death. Chapter 49, Desire to destroy the Netherworld Holy Land. At this moment, Black Wind was simply about to explode with anger. The descent of the immortal tomb was originally the task that he and the Blood Slayer duo had to accomplish, cutting down the weak and leaving behind the cultivators with high talent. He carefully prepared, everything was properly arranged, he thought it would be an easy thing to do, but he had not expected blood killing to be such a waste of time. A powerful person at the peak of a great emperor, not only did he not complete it, but he lost his life instead. It was important to know that as long as the matter came to fruition, the two of them would be granted the opportunity to become immortals by Lord Heavenly Emperor. But now, there is no hope of becoming immortal, not to mention that I am afraid that I will be severely punished by the Heavenly Emperor. At the thought of this, Black Wind couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He immediately asked the black-robed man Drilly, "Can you find out who struck out to kill Bloodshed and the others?" The man in black returned, "My subordinate learned from the mouths of several cultivators who were captured coming out of the immortal tomb that it was the old ancestor of the Netherworld Holy Land who did this." What? Black Wind's brows furrowed as he heard this. He had never expected that the old ancestor of this Netherworld Holy Land would be so powerful that he would be able to kill the peak great emperor Bloodslaughter. In that case, his cultivation should be that of a peak great emperor, or else it would be absolutely impossible for him to do it. Things are a bit tricky, Black Wind said in his heart. Thinking about it, the killing intent within Black Wind's body surged like a tidal wave. He hissed angrily, "I don't care what kind of old ancestor you are, if you dare to go against me, I'll make sure that there's no place to die." It's not easy to kill both of his parents by breaking his path to immortality. He would never let this matter go. Immediately afterward, Black Wind turned his head to the black-robed man and said, "Go and inform old devil without trace to give me 1 month's time, and when I have annihilated the ethereal Holy Land and captured the murderer, I will go back to apologize to Lord Celestial Emperor." "As you command." The man in black led the order. Just then, a shout came from outside the door. "Is the senior available? Come in." Black Wind responded. Crunch! The door to the room opened and Qin Xiaotian stepped in. When he caught a glimpse of the blasted-through wall in front of him, as well as the eerie atmosphere in the room at the moment, he cautiously whispered, "I don't know what Senior is talking about, I'll leave now." "Wait!" Black Wind shouted, then passed a wink to the man in black, signaling him to back off. Immediately afterward, Black Wind turned his gaze toward Qin Xiaotian and spoke, "How are things progressing?" Qin Xiaotian took a step forward at the sound of his voice and respectfully replied, "It's not going too well." "HM?" Hearing this, Black Wind gazed at him and did not open his mouth, as if waiting for him to explain further. Qin Xiaotian hurriedly said, "Patriarch Zhanyun of the Vast Sword Sect agreed to cooperate with us, but Patriarch Li Maniac of the Big Dipper Blade Sect was adamant in his refusal. As for the Buddhist sect and the glazed Immortal Palace, I don't have a deep friendship with them, so I didn't go there." There was silence for a while. Black Wind said, "How powerful is the ethereal Holy Land today?" Qin Xiaotian pondered for a moment and returned, "Due to the fact that their old ancestor has appeared in the world, many forces have affiliated with their sect in order to seek their shelter, probably as many as a dozen." Black Wind snorted coldly and said, "In that case, you'll find someone to exterminate them first. Then destroy the Netherworld Holy Land." And Qin Xiaotian, who heard his words, his eyes immediately lit up. Originally, he had wanted to completely destroy the Netherworld Holy Land, thus ascending to the throne of the Eastern Wasteland hegemony, and now the opportunity had finally come. Qin Xiaotian hurriedly assured, "Please rest assured Senior, this matter is guaranteed to be accomplished beautifully by my junior." After Qin Xiaotian left, the corners of Black Wind's mouth rose slightly as he smiled coldly. "Misty Holy Land Ancestor, if you dare to go against me, then I will first wipe out your forces one by one before decapitating you, who is in endless despair. Let you realize how miserable you'll end up if you anger me." Misty Peak, underneath the ancient tree. Yi Shaoqing sat there leisurely, lightly sipping a small wine, so cozy. As for Lu Mubai beside him, he was torn for a long time and finally couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, "Old ancestor, are you still leaving after coming back this time?" "It might stay for a few days." Yi Shaoqing narrowed his eyes slightly and said softly, "So?" Lu Mubai whispered. He had actually been forced to come by a group of elders this time, and the people couldn't bear to see Yi Shaoqing leave, so they wanted him to inquire about it. Now hearing this answer, Lu Mubai couldn't help but sigh slightly, a bitter smile spreading from the corner of his mouth, looking rather helpless. The old ancestor was powerful, there was no doubt about it, but he just couldn't stay and always liked to wander around. If he could be allowed to teach those talented disciples in the Holy Land, they would definitely be able to grow up faster. After all, the old ancestor was a legendary immortal, and those of them were a far cry from it. Yi Shaoqing raised his eyes and glanced at the worried Lu Mubai, smiled slightly and asked, "Has anything happened in the Holy Land recently, such as if someone came to provoke trouble?" Lu Mubai shook his head repeatedly, a proud smile spreading across his face. "Old ancestor, with you here, who would dare to come to our misty sacred ground and cause trouble?" Nowadays, the Netherworld Holy Land was a formidable name in the Eastern Wasteland, and just mentioning the name was enough to make countless people tremble in fear, so how could anyone dare to come and look for trouble? Not to mention the fact that there was Yi Shaoqing, an old ancestor with unfathomable strength. He, Lu Mubai, and the 5 peak quasi-emperor elders alone were enough to sweep away everything. Looking at Lu Mubai's appearance, Yi Shaoqing was still uneasy and urged, "When I'm not around, no matter what you do, you mustn't take the enemy lightly, understand? If you really encounter a tricky matter that cannot be solved, you must promptly use a sound transmission stone to inform me." Lu Mubai nodded his head repeatedly, "Don't worry, old ancestor, I know all about it." Inside the great hall of the sacred Sun Peak, Brother, that big brother is really an old ancestor. Lin Yao was filled with excitement, her eyes twinkling with little stars, as if she had seen the most exciting thing in the world. She had never imagined that her eldest brother, who had saved her that day and had allowed her brother to come to the netherworld Holy Land to become a holy son, was actually the legendary old ancestor. This is just so cool. Looking at his sister, who was so excited that she could hardly hold herself, Lin Hao couldn't help but tease, then why didn't you go up and talk to him just now, instead of hiding on the side? Lin Yao smiled cheekily and said petulantly, he's an old ancestor, how can I be so kind? Lin Hao shook his head helplessly, smiling bitterly. He was aware that his sister had often recited that old ancestor who had saved her, but now that she had seen it, she had become shy instead. Brother, are you making fun of me? Lin Yao noticed Lin Hao secretly snickering on the side, and immediately crossed her arms and put on a cute look of questioning. No, you must be looking at it wrong. Lin Hao, the sister controller, saw his sister like this and hurriedly raised his hands up high to show his innocence. However, he couldn't hide the smile at the corner of his mouth. Yeah, how dare you say no? Sister, I surrender and will never dare to laugh at you again. Some of the handyman disciples passing by outside the door couldn't help but feel envious when they heard the jostling sounds of this pair of siblings, sighing in admiration that their sibling bond was truly good. Chapter 50, Demon Beast Emperor, Tao Tai. A huge mountain range stretched for 10,000 miles, as if there was no end to it. In the surroundings, ancient trees rose up from the ground, plunging into the clouds and covering the sky, and demonic beasts of all shapes and sizes could be seen everywhere around them. This place is the land of the southern barbarians, also known as the Holy Land of the Demon Race, located behind the eastern wasteland, which is a forbidden place for humans. Tap tap tap. Above the void, a figure in a black shirt stepped through the air. This person was none other than Di Tian. Deep within the depths, inside an ancient demon court hall, directly above sat a large man with maroon skin, clad in black armor, and a stout figure, who was resting with his eyes closed. On the two sides below it, there were 3 men and 1 woman sitting respectively, and all 4 were surrounded by a powerful quasi-emperor pressure. Respectively, Wolf Clan Wolf King, leading the wind. The Fox King of the Fox Clan, Siren. Ape Clan Ape King, Titan. Rat King of the Rat Clan, Ghostfoot. Farewell, gentlemen. At the sound of the crowd's voices, they turned their heads to look, only to see a figure walking slowly from outside the door. To see the face of the visitor, demonic beauty lightly opened the lips, winks a laugh, said, Yo, slaves also when it is who it is. The original is the central state Tian D big driving to visit, there is a loss of welcome, also hope to bear with it. Hearing Demon May's voice that was filled with mockery, the crowd of demon kings burst into laughter. Li Feng teased at Demon May, don't talk nonsense, our Lord Heavenly Emperor doesn't have a very good temper, in case he gets annoyed, he'll be in trouble. Cut. Demon May rolled her eyes, fearless, even showing a hint of contempt. However, as a heavenly emperor and a superpower at the peak of heavenly immortality, when had Di Tian ever been subjected to such taunts? A color of haze instantly flashed in his eyes, while in his heart, he tried his best to restrain the urge to slap them to death. The beast emperor Tao Tai, who was sitting high above, slowly opened his eyes that were as red as fire and looked towards Di Tian, questioning, his voice carrying the majesty of a superior. What is your business here? When Di Tian heard this, the corners of his mouth rose slightly as he smiled, I would like to ask you for a favor. Ha 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 ha. As soon as these words came out, the 4 demon kings on the side glanced at each other and immediately let out a loud laugh. No way. It's really surprising that the hallowed heavenly emperor of the central state would actually have a day when he's looking for help. That's right, where's all the prestige from back then? Li Feng looked at Di Tian and sneered, it's only been a few thousand years, could it be that Lord Celestial Emperor has so quickly forgotten about the previous suppression of my demon race? In the past, all of their demon race lived in the silent forest in the central state, and because they didn't submit to Di Tian, they were almost exterminated as a result, and they had no choice but to move all of their demon race to the southern barbarian land. Moreover, originally, the demon clan had 8 demon kings, but now only 4 of them were left. Now, this Di Tian even had the face to seek their help, could it be that he really thought they were cuties? Can't do it? Di Tian looked indifferent and said, I've already stayed my hand, otherwise none of you would have the chance to sit here right now. Rumble. In the next moment, the aura of the peak of the quasi-emperor realm violently erupted from the 4 demon kings' bodies, crushing towards Di Tian. Do you really think we're afraid of you? A person as strong as Di Tian would not be deterred by these pressures, and he immediately let out a cold laugh. I advise you to keep your auras in check, or I will really kill you. The threatening words instantly enraged the crowd. You. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by Tao Tai. Stop. Tao Tai was the beast emperor of the demon clan, and the moment his voice came out, the 4 demon kings, even if they were disgruntled with Di Tian, could only obediently restrain their auras and didn't dare to make even the slightest bit of a move. Di Tian's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Tao Tai and suddenly snickered, worthy of being of the ancient ferocious beast Tao Tai clan, you've even achieved the position of Red Dust Immortal. Although Tao Tai had hidden his own aura, it had not escaped Di Tian's senses, and he could clearly detect the Red Dust Immortal aura that loomed within his body. This made him feel very surprised, after all, back then, he had killed all the sons of the Qi of the central state, resulting in the exhaustion of the aura of this realm, and wanting to become an immortal was as difficult as a mortal ascending to heaven. Humph. Cao Tai snorted coldly upon hearing this, yet he was not shocked by his cultivation being recognized. 5,000 years ago he had known that Di Tian had become an immortal, and now that time had passed, Di Tian must have been much stronger than himself, and it was not surprising that he was able to see through him. Immediately afterward, Cao Tai coldly said towards Di Tian, since you want this emperor to help you, let's talk about your sincerity first. If you want to go empty-handed, then don't blame this emperor for not welcoming you. Upon hearing this, Di Tian laughed. It's actually considered a trade, and it's not a difficult task for you. Trade? Cao Tai frowned slightly. Di Tian then added, that's right, I want you to send men forward to attack the eastern wasteland, but not to the death, just to harass them occasionally. Growing more and more confused, Cao Tai voiced, are you sick? To have me send people to attack and yet not to do anything to kill them, do you think this is child's play? Or do you think this emperor is too idle? For the eastern wasteland, Cao Tai he still quite understand, after all, is next to the southern barbarians, the strongest person is only a few bits of quasi-imperialist only, he casually can be wiped out. One simply couldn't figure out why Di Tian was doing this. This time when he was scolded, Di Tian didn't get angry but said, as long as you do as I say, I definitely won't treat you poorly. Immediately after that, he took out 2 more dark red pills. This is the Emperor Breaking Pill. If the peak of the quasi-emperor realm takes it, it will directly cross the heavenly tribulation and achieve greatness. What? As soon as these words came out, the 4 demon kings on the side made a tang sound and stood up violently. The demon race was different from the human race in that the degree of difficulty in cultivation was far more than 2 or 3 times that of the human race, thus they were all stuck at the peak of quasi-emperors for an unknown number of years. Looking at the Emperor Breaking Dan in Di Tian's hands, their eyes were filled with blazing fervor. Di Tian glanced at them, then his gaze fell back to Cao Tai, who was pondering, and asked, thinkable? After a long period of silence, the corners of Cao Tai's mouth rose slightly, and he suddenly said, for Emperor Breaking Dan, and this emperor will agree. Your appetite is too big. Di Tian's face instantly sank as he said with some displeasure, how precious this elixir is, don't you understand? Cao Tai snorted coldly, so what if it's precious? Since you want this emperor to help you, sincerity is a must. Besides, back then, you slaughtered how many strong people of the demon race, and made this emperor lose 4 demon kings for nothing, shouldn't you make some compensation? You! Di Tian was momentarily speechless. If it wasn't for the fact that he needed the demon race's help, he would absolutely just wipe them all out. Forcing back the killing intent in his heart, Di Tian said in a deep voice, added most one more. Cao Tai, who knew that he had already pinned Di Tian down, how could he let this opportunity go, and immediately shook his head. No, there must be 4, not 1 less. Chapter 51, the winds of the eastern wasteland begin to rise. Looking at his appearance of eating himself up and biting down, Di Tian's face became gloomy to the extreme. This broken emperor's Dan was something he had spent his villain value on and exchanged from the system Ah. In order to get the villain value, you have to kill the son of Qi. The higher the Qi, the more villain value you can get. And the villain value can be used to exchange with the system for all kinds of heaven and earth treasures, kung fu, etc. After so many years, the scarcity of the sons of Qi was not to mention the fact that not long ago, he had made an immortal tomb, which had used up almost all of his villainous value. Damn you guys, one day I will definitely break you into pieces. Di Tian cursed in his heart. He took a deep breath and tried his best to calm himself. His gaze stared fiercely at Cao Tai and said through gritted teeth, I promise you, worthy of being a heavenly emperor, you're really bold. Seeing him suffer defeat, Cao Tai felt immensely pleased. Humph. Di Tian snorted coldly, and then he inquired inwardly, system, how much villain value do I have left? The big bad system responded, and 9,000. I can't believe there are so few. A single Emperor Breaking Dan cost 1,000 villainous values, while it was only how much to behead a son of Qi, and Di Tian's heart ached so much that his back teeth grooves were about to be gnawed. Redeem 2 more Emperor Breaking pills for me. Ding. Deducts 2,000 anti-faction values. After the exchange was completed, Di Tian threw the 4 Emperor Breaking Dan to Cao Tai and said in an icy tone, take it, if things don't work out, you'll be in for it. Hearing these threatening words, Cao Tai didn't panic, instead he laughed, don't worry, would this emperor deceive you? Rumble. Meanwhile, above the Lingxiao sect, hundreds of figures either stood in the air or on their swords, all of them permeated with an aura ranging from the Jindan realm to the divine phenomenon realm, surrounding the entire Lingxiao sect with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Shoo shoo shoo. Below, within the Lingxiao sect, dozens of figures sped out, all of them being senior figures of the sect. Seeing this situation, Patriarch Xiao Yiji's brows tightened and he immediately took a step forward, his eyes looking straight at the 2 divine phenomenon realm cultivators at the front of the crowd in front of him, questioning. Han Yong, Shui Wen, what are you 2 trying to do by bringing so many people to my Lingxiao sect? Han Yong is the head of the Heavenly Sword sect. Shui Wen, on the other hand, was the sect leader of the Wuji sect. Xiao Yiji was puzzled. His own clan had never had any grievances or enmity with them. However, at this moment, seeing them come in this way, his heart could also guess a few points. Definitely unsavory. Han Yong's eyes narrowed slightly as he smiled coldly. Patriarch Xiao, I'm really sorry. There are people who want the lives of all of you in the Ling Xiao sect, and we're just following orders. Patriarch Xiao, if you surrender now, perhaps we can still be lenient and spare your life, but the rest of you will have to die. Shui Wan, who was on the side, chimed in. The voices of the two were like ice, cold to the core, causing everyone up and down the Ling Xiao sect to involuntarily tremble, while Xiao Yiji's eyes were wide open, full of disbelief as he roared, "Are you guys crazy? My Ling Xiao sect is a vassal force of the Netherworld Holy Land. If you guys are doing this, aren't you afraid of retaliation from the Netherworld Holy Land?" The power of the Misty Holy Land nowadays was well known throughout the Eastern Wasteland, and Xiao Yiji really couldn't figure out where on earth they got the guts to spout off about destroying them. Ha ha ha. When Han Yong and Shui Wen heard this, they threw back their heads and laughed, their laughter echoing in the void. Shui Wen glanced deeply at Xiao Yiji, his face full of disdain, and sneered, "The hundreds of miles around have long been cleared by us, so as long as it's a quick battle, who will know it was us? You guys." Joey's wrath pointed at them, shaking more than a little in anger. He never expected that after he had moved out the behemoth that was the Netherworld Holy Land, these two would still be so unbridled. Xiao Yiji said with a grave expression on his face, "Did the divine Martial Dynasty tell you to do this?" At these words, the expressions of both Shui Wan and Han Yong flashed with a hint of panic, yet this subtle change was still keenly captured by Xiao Yiji. I can't help but say, as expected, these people were all subordinate forces of the divine Martial Imperial Dynasty, and if it wasn't for Qin Xiaotian's instructions, they definitely wouldn't have dared to do this. Joey's face sank at the thought. He knew that the Ling Xiao sect was in trouble this time. Although he was at the late stage of the divine spirit realm, one small realm higher than Shui Wan and Han Yong, he simply couldn't stop the two of their clans from joining forces. Immediately, he hurriedly turned around and shouted urgently to the senior officers behind him, "Open the sect protector formation." Rumble. In an instant, a dazzling white light rose up from the ground, an impenetrable shield that wrapped the entire Ling Xiao sect tightly. Seeing this scene, a cold smile spread out from the corner of Han Yong's mouth. "You think this mere formation can stop us? Fight quickly so as not to have a long night." Shui Wan, who was on the side, urged. Han Yong nodded his head and then ordered in a loud voice, "Together!" Knock knock. The crowd of the Heavenly Sword sect and the Wuji sect bellowed in unison, exerting all sorts of magical abilities as they bombarded towards the formation. The entire sect protector formation began to tremble violently, as if it could collapse at any moment. Damn it! Xiao Yiji cursed, his back already drenched in cold sweat. Their Ling Xiao sect had just affiliated with the Netherworld Holy Land and didn't have a sound transmission stone yet, and now that this place was surrounded, they couldn't do anything at all if they wanted to go and move for help. "You will surely pay for what you did today," Joey's hissed in fury. Han Yong and Shui Wan, however, scoffed at this and didn't take his words seriously at all, continuing to lead their men to frantically break the formation. Xiao Yiji hurriedly turned his head and shouted to the people behind him who were maneuvering the formation, "You guys hold on first." After saying that, his figure flashed and he flew straight towards the inside of the Ling Xiao sect. Inside, Xiao Yan, who had heard the commotion, had just run out and collided with Xiao Yiji, who had come flying. Xiao Yan hurriedly asked, "Father, what happened?" Xiao Yiji did not respond to his question, but instead took him by the arm and went to a room, then opened a cellar under Xiao Yan's puzzled gaze. Xiao Yiji looked grave as she exhorted him, "Yener, what I say next, you must keep it in mind. Our Ling Xiao sect is going to be finished this time. The divine Martial Dynasty's vassal forces, the Heavenly Sword sect and the Wuji sect, are killing over. You must tell this news to the Netherworld Holy Land so that they can avenge us. In the future, when father is gone, you must cultivate hard, understand?" Xiao Yan instantly froze, his entire body confused. At this moment, he finally understood why his father, who had always been calm and collected, was so alarmed, and tears came to his eyes. "Father, can't we leave together?" Xiao Yiji gently wiped away his tears, patted his shoulder, and said with a smile, "A man can't shed tears easily, be strong. Father can't go, and even if he could, he can't go, and if I go, what will the others do?" Immediately afterward, Xiao Yiji took off his storage ring and handed it to Xiao Yan. "There are some cultivation resources in here, take them." "I don't want it." Xiao Yan violently pushed away, sadly saying, "Father, I don't want to leave you." Xiao Yiji sighed and was about to open his mouth again when there was a sudden burst of mournful screams in his ears, and he knew that the formation had been broken. Immediately, he waved his hand out and directly slapped Xiao Yan unconscious. He then placed him into the cellar and restored the ground around him to its original state, making sure that he could not be seen before he whispered to himself, "Father is afraid that he won't see the day when you become a strong man." With those words, he turned and left the room. Chapter 52, Ling Xiao Sect Destroyed, Eastern Wasteland Earthquake. Aha! Gusts of mournful screams, like the wailing of evil spirits, resounded through the clouds. At this time the Ling Xiao sect, like a human inferno, nearly 1,000 disciples in the door were slaughtered, corpses everywhere, shocking to the eye, the air is filled with bursts of nauseatingly strong smell of blood. Xiao Yiji, who ran wildly out from within the sect, witnessed the tragic situation in front of him, his face gradually twisting and grimacing, hissing angrily. Han Yong, Chui Wen, I don't share the same fate as you. Rumble. In an instant, Xiao Yiji's cultivation of the late divine spirit realm exploded without reservation, waving the sword in his hand and charging straight towards the two. At this moment, Xiao Yiji's heart only has one thought, that is to kill these two people, for the clan disciples to avenge the hatred. A man who is about to die, and still dares to speak out of turn. Strike together and make quick work of it. Han Yong and Chui Wen laughed coldly, in their eyes, at this moment, Xiao Yiji was merely making a dying struggle. The cultivation of the middle stage of the divine spirit realm surged out from the two men's bodies, and they similarly swung their swords upwards, facing towards Xiao Yiji like a hungry tiger pouncing on a tiger. Clanking! Blade light and sword shadows flashed interlaced, cold awnings flew recklessly, and the sound of sword chirping produced by the constant collision was as deafening as thunder. For a moment, Xiao Yiji was caught in the middle of Han Yong and Chui Wen's pincer attack, in and out of a dilemma. His face instantly became extremely ugly. Even though his strength was slightly higher, it was difficult to resist the two's constant stream of rushes. Even if I die, I will make you pay a terrible price. Endless killing intent flashed in Xiao Yiji's eyes, his sword chi overflowing, and he suddenly turned around and slashed fiercely towards Han Yong and Chui Wen, rather like a death-defying stance. Be careful, he's going to fight for his life. Chui Wen warned in a deep voice. Hearing this, Han Yong exchanged a glance with him, instantly understanding his intentions, and with a vertical leap he dashed in front of Xiao Yiji, fending off his harsh attack. Indistinct. Dual swords clashed violently. Surrender, you're no match for us. Han Yong said coldly to Xiao Yiji. Xiao Yiji laughed miserably and said with a sardonic smile, you will surely regret what you have done today. The Netherworld Holy Land will never let you go. Just as he finished speaking, Xiao Yiji suddenly felt something in his heart, and an aura of danger surged through him. It turned out to be Chui Wen who had appeared behind him at an unknown time, and just as he was about to turn around to check, there was a burst of sword sounds in his ears. Buzz! Hundreds of sword chi crossed the sky as if they were fierce tigers, slashing straight towards his back. The defenseless Xiao Yiji's back was instantly struck by this strong sword chi, and the sharp pain distracted his mind. Seeing this scene, Han Yong knew the opportunity had come. He instantly executed a point sword move, knocking Joey's back. Immediately after that, he leapt forward and made a basic sword move. A strangling maneuver instantly chopped off Xiao Yiji's hands, and finally flew up and kicked him out, a series of actions that traveled in a single motion. Bang! Aha! My hand! My hand! Xiao Yiji, who had lost his hands, could hardly endure such severe pain even though he was a strong member of the divine vibrancy realm, and the pain immediately caused him to cry out in agony. Da-da-da-da! With a sound of footsteps, the two of them, Han Yong and Chui Wen, walked up to him. Looking at Xiao Yiji, who was covered in blood and rolling around on the ground in pain, the two men did not have the slightest bit of pity in their eyes. Why bother? Han Yong said indifferently. Wouldn't it have been better to surrender earlier? Chui Wen on the side agreed. There was no deep hatred between them, it was just that there was an order from above that they had to follow. He had also reminded Xiao Yiji before, telling him to hurry up and surrender, and he could still spare his life, but it was a pity that he had to seek his own death. Ha 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 ha. Hearing the two men's words, Xiao Yiji forced himself to endure the severe pain and let out a rueful, maniacal laugh, those bloodshot eyes staring at them with a deadly glare. He laughed hideously. What I am today is what you will be tomorrow, and I will be waiting for you to come and keep me company in the Yellow Springs. Ha 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 ha. Before the words fell, a cold light flashed, and Xiao Yiji fell to the ground in response, directly killed by a sword. After seeing that Joey's couldn't be more dead, Han Yong and Trayvon shouted towards the surroundings. Search them well, and leave no one alive. Early the next morning, a shocking news swept across the entire eastern wasteland. The news that the Ling Shao sect, full of more than 1,000 people, had been tragically exterminated, with not a single survivor, spread rapidly to every corner like a raging storm, and for a time everyone was stupefied and shocked. Whose guts are so big that they dare to do such heartless things? Are they not aware that the Ling Shao sect is a vassal force of the Netherworld Holy Land? You guys don't know. I happened to pass by there at that time. Just a quick glance, almost didn't vomit me to death. The whole Ling Shao sect is simply no different from hell on earth. The ground is full of sprawling corpses and broken flesh. That scene is horrible to the extreme. Unsurprisingly, the Netherworld Holy Land is afraid that they will come down to track down the murderer. The situation in the eastern wasteland instantly became tense, as if a great earthquake was about to come, and the gazes of the people were directed towards the Netherworld Holy Land. The weaker vassal forces were even more terrified, fearing that they would follow in the footsteps of the Ling Shao sect, and hurriedly dispatched their clansmen to the misty sacred ground in an attempt to find out the news and seek shelter. And when the news of the Ling Shao sect's destruction came, the misty Holy Land's sacred lord Lu Mubai and a group of elders had gathered within the Great Hall. At this moment, the atmosphere in the Great Hall was unusually grave. Boom! Lu Mubai slammed the table and stood up, roaring angrily at the 5 elders below. It's been so long and you haven't found out who did it. At this moment, Lu Mubai was on the verge of exploding with anger. The Lingxiao sect had just been attached to the misty sacred ground for less than 2 months, and it was directly exterminated because this matter was too serious. This caused the other forces below to see their trust in the Netherworld Holy Land drop drastically, and each one of them was dumbfounded, fearing that they would be implicated, and sent people to claim the murderer. But it turned out that after half a day of checking, there was still nothing. Chen Tian coughed lightly and said, "Sacred Lord, my subordinate has already brought people to the Lingxiao sect, and even carefully explored all the 100 miles in a radius, but there's still nothing to be found. But this matter gives me the feeling that it's like someone deliberately targeting the Netherworld Holy Land in an elaborate plot." Conspiracy? Lu Mubai frowned slightly. Chen Tian nodded his head and explained, "That's right, my subordinate has asked many people along the way, and most of their answers were consistent. Basically they were all bought off with spirit stones and thus evacuated the vicinity of the Lingxiao sect." There's even such a thing. Lu Mubai couldn't help but stare after hearing this. He knew deep down that if these things were true, then it was definitely a conspiracy against the Netherworld Holy Land. Thinking of this, Lu Mubai hurriedly asked, "That person who used spirit stones to buy the evacuation around the area, has he been found?" Chapter 53, No Findings, Li Maniac arrives. However, when Chen Tian heard this, he shook his head helplessly. He had learned from those cultivators who had obtained the spirit stones that the person who had bought them off with the spirit stones was an extremely unfamiliar face, and the information he possessed was scarce, resulting in there being no way to find out who this person actually was. Seeing this scene, Lu Mubai's face immediately turned ugly. Seeing this, Chen Tian spoke again, "Holy Lord, please give me some more time, I will definitely uncover the murderer. Send more people to investigate, this matter concerns the reputation of our ethereal Holy Land." Lu Mubai nodded and said in a deep voice, "By the way, send more people to pacify those forces down there. Currently in this situation, even if one is anxious again, it will not help. It is imperative to first stabilize the mood of those subordinate forces below, to avoid them panicking. After all, the impact on their ethereal Holy Land was just too great." Chen Tian nodded and responded, "Yes." Crunch. In the Lingxiao sect, which was in ruins, a sound came out. Boo! A huge rock was lifted off the ground by a force, followed by a teenager struggling to crawl out of the cellar below. This. Xiaoyan stared with wide eyes, full of disbelief as he looked around at the Lingxiao sect, which was in disrepair and reduced to rubble. His face instantly became as pale as paper, and it was as if his entire body had lost all of its strength. His body faltered and almost fell to the ground. He fought back tears and tried to keep his somewhat limp feet moving forward. At this moment, there wasn't a single corpse around, but there was a lot of blood left on the ground that hadn't dried up yet, and the strong smell of blood hit his nose, so Xiaoyan couldn't support himself any longer and directly sat down on the ground. Under his breath he muttered, "Father, they are all dead." Originally, he couldn't believe what was in front of him, but the cruel reality of the scene in front of him forced him to accept this fact. His dad and brothers and sisters had died and left him forever, leaving him all alone. Xiaoyan's mind kept flashing back to the heartwarming images of father and everyone together, and a single tear fell uncontrollably. He had lost his mother at a young age, and his father had always doted on him, and whatever he wanted, his father would do his best to satisfy him. Even if his talent is mediocre, at the age of 17, his cultivation is only in the middle of the foundation establishment realm, and his father has never blamed him. On the contrary, his father had always encouraged him that as long as he didn't give up, he would one day be able to spread his wings like a rock and soar 90,000 miles, becoming a world-renowned and powerful man. Even at the last moment, Daddy still protected him from harm. Yet Daddy left him forever. Why the hell is this? Heavenly Sword Sect, Wuji Sect, why did you kill my father, why on earth? Xiaoyan threw his head back to the sky and let out a heartbreaking hiss. In this moment, his eyes no longer had the innocence of the past, and were replaced by endless hatred. Nowadays, Xiaoyan only had one obsession in his heart, and that was to avenge the deaths of his father and his senior brothers and sisters in the clan. Immediately afterward, he slowly climbed up from the ground, turned around and took one last look at the Lingxiao sect before decisively departing towards the distance. As the sun set, his back looked particularly lonely. However, no one could have predicted that a supreme celestial pride would appear from this moment onwards. Mt. Misty. Yi Shaoqing has been staying here for the past few days, either drinking drunken immortal brew or lying flat and sleeping. The little life is a pleasant one. Not far away, a burly figure slowly appeared. The person who came was none other than Li Maniac. Li Maniac looked at Yi Shaoqing, who was sleeping soundly and leisurely under the big tree in front of him. A trace of a tangled look appeared in his eyes, and only after a long time did he make up his mind and took a step towards that side. Late generation, pay respects to senior. Hearing the voice, Yi Shaoqing slowly opened his eyes. Between his sleepy eyes, he followed the sound and couldn't help but laugh when he glimpsed Li Maniac, who was carefully standing aside. "So it's you, kid." Hearing this, Li Maniac scratched his head in slight embarrassment, as if he was slightly embarrassed. This scene fell into Yi Shaoqing's eyes, causing him to lose his voice and laugh out loud once again. He has clearly remembered, when the Li crazy is a batch of tiger, how today also came a big change. This is too weird, isn't it? Immediately afterward, Yi Shaoqing laughed and asked, "You don't think you want to come and challenge me a bit again, do you?" Li Maniac was startled by his words and shook his head repeatedly, saying hurriedly, "Senior, don't make fun of Junior. How could Junior be your opponent?" Since the last time he was brutally beaten up and laid in bed for a full month, Li Maniac had recognized his own strength very clearly. If it wasn't for the senior's lack of mercy in the first place, he would have definitely died. The current Li Maniac could be said to worship Yi Shaoqing to the extreme. And every time he remembered the relaxed and easygoing look when Yi Shaoqing taught himself a lesson, Li Maniac couldn't help but be creeped out. And now even if he was given 10 guts, he wouldn't dare to mention the challenge again. "Oh?" Yi Shaoqing's eyes narrowed slightly as he heard this and asked again, "Then what is it that you're looking for me for today?" Li Maniac was silent for a moment and revealed a big secret. "Senior, the divine Martial Imperial Dynasty is preparing to make a move against the Netherworld Holy Land." "Divine Martial Dynasty?" Yi Shaoqing frowned slightly, somewhat puzzled, and then his gaze turned to Li Maniac, waiting for his next words. Li Maniac explained, "Senior, you don't know, but Qin Shaotian has already broken through to a great emperor, and he even found me some time ago, wanting me to join him in dealing with the ethereal sacred land. Furthermore, he also took out an elixir called the Emperor Breaking Pill, saying something like as long as a cultivator at the peak of the quasi-emperor takes it he can directly cross the heavenly tribulation to achieve a great emperor." "There are still such things?" Yi Shaoqing glanced at him with interest at his words. For his part, Li Maniac nodded his head repeatedly, stating that everything he said was true. Immediately after, Li Maniac said once again, "Qin Shaotian also said that as long as I agreed, he would give me the Emperor Breaking Pill to help me become an emperor, and then with the addition of other helpers I would be able to directly destroy the misty sacred ground." However, the latecomer did not agree to it. Yi Shaoqing didn't pick up on his words but instead asked in return, "Qin Shaotian has given out such attractive conditions, why didn't you agree?" Li Maniac coughed lightly and said with some embarrassment, "I am aware of your power, senior. Qin Shaotian is just seeking his own death. I still want to live for a few more years. And the late generation wants to worship Senior you as a teacher." As soon as the words fell, Li Maniac thumped, kneeling straight in front of him. "Ha ha 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 ha." Seeing this scene, Yi Shaoqing couldn't help but let out a loud laugh. How could he not have guessed that this Li Maniac fellow would actually play this trick? Chapter 54, The Road to Domination, Xiaoyan arrives. Yi Shaoqing looked towards Li Maniac who had his head lowered due to some embarrassment and asked with a curious smile, "Why would you want to worship me?" Li Maniac raised his head, his eyes revealing a hint of determination as he responded, "At first, Senior was too conceited to challenge you, Senior. In that battle, Senior realized his own inadequacies while also being convinced by Senior's power, so he wanted to worship Senior as his teacher." This matter had been pondered over by Li Maniac for a long time. He had been stagnating at the peak of the quasi-emperor for a long time and was only 1 foot short of stepping into the emperor realm, yet he had never been able to break through. Now after seeing Yi Shaoqing's unrivaled power, he had the idea of worshipping his master. If he could get a few pointers from him, he would surely be able to break through to the great emperor. As for why he did not promise Qin Shaotian to overthrow the misty Holy Land together and break through with that emperor breaking Dan, he could only say, he may be a tiger, but he's not stupid. With Yi Shaoqing, an old ancestor whose strength is unfathomable and who is strong when he meets the strongest, Qin Shaotian absolutely cannot succeed, and he is completely seeking his own death. When Yi Shaoqing heard this, he did not speak immediately, but picked up the wine gourd on the side and lightly sipped a mouthful of the wine. After a moment of silence, he then shook his head at Li Maniac and said, "I won't accept you as my disciple." Li Maniac instantly froze and eagerly inquired, "Why, Senior?" He really couldn't figure out that his talent wasn't bad, so why was his senior unwilling to accept him as his disciple? For a while, Li Maniac was a bit struck by this. Yi Shaoqing explained, "It's because I never look at talent when accepting disciples, I only talk about eye contact and fate. In fact, to be honest, I quite like the unconquerable energy in your kid, it's just that it hasn't reached the standard for me to take on a disciple." Hearing these words, Li Maniac fell silent. For a moment, he was a bit lost and couldn't help but let out a sigh, a bitter smile spreading across the corners of his mouth. Yes, the senior was so powerful that it was only natural that he himself could not meet his requirements for accepting a disciple. Blame yourself for thinking too much and being too impulsive. Yi Shaoqing couldn't help but laugh when he saw his sad face, completely lost his previous wild and arrogant look. "What are you making that face for? Although I won't accept you as a disciple, it wouldn't be wrong to instruct you." Li Maniac, who originally felt lost because he was rejected, suddenly had his eyes light up. Without waiting for him to speak, Yi Shaoqing's voice came first. "Your strength is completely sufficient to break through to the great emperor, it's just that the path has gone astray." Li Maniac's strength was very strong, among the explicitly strong quasi-emperors in the eastern wasteland nowadays. If he were to be called second, no one would really dare to be called first. After all, his cultivation had already surpassed the peak quasi-emperors, and he was only one opportunity away from being a great emperor. "The road has gone astray?" Li Maniac murmured, his eyes filled with doubt, obviously not understanding the meaning of the words. "That's right." Yi Shaoqing nodded. "The current heaven and earth's low qi has resulted in a thin aura, which is simply unable to support a quasi-emperor to break through to a great emperor, so if you want a breakthrough, you must find another way to transcend into the Tao. Li Maniac was a bit confused as he listened. Although he was a peak quasi-emperor powerhouse, he was still ignorant of these arcane things. He hurriedly and respectfully said, "Please also ask Senior for clarification, the late generation is grateful." Yi Shaoqing smiled faintly and leisurely said, "Your path is very clear, just like your persona, defiantly filled with fanaticism and arrogance. As long as you stick to it, it is a path of dominance. However, you need to correct one thing in the future, think more before acting, don't be too tigerish, this is your shortcoming." Bully. These two words kept echoing in Li Maniac's mind, as if they were a metaphysical sound, and the threshold that had been trapped in his heart for many years was like broken ice, instantly dissipating, and the road ahead opened up. A trace of emperor aura flowed out from his body. Li Maniac was ecstatic in his heart and excitedly bowed his hand towards Yi Shaoqing. "Late generation, thank you Senior for your guidance. The child is teachable." Yi Shaoqing nodded his head with satisfaction and smiled, softly praising. He did not expect that this kid, Li Maniac, would have such a strong comprehension ability and comprehend his words so quickly. Immediately after that, Yi Shaoqing waved his hand, and a technique called Bastard Immortal Scripture flew in front of Li Maniac. Feeling that rich immortal rhythmic chi, Li Maniac's eyes instantly widened with horror. Immortal grade technique. Some time ago, when Grand Elder Su Feng had brought back a few emperor-level techniques from the immortal tomb, it had already shocked him, and at this moment, this immortal-level technique directly shook him to the point where he was dumbfounded. Li Maniac involuntarily swallowed his saliva and cautiously asked, "Elder, is this for me?" Yi Shaoqing smiled and nodded. "What else?" Hiss. Li Maniac took a deep breath and hurriedly put the gongfu into his arms, as if he was afraid that Yi Shaoqing would back out. Yi Shaoqing saw this scene and smiled faintly, then leisurely drank the wine again, gazing into the distance, revealing a look of cozy enjoyment. When his excitement had calmed down a bit, Li Maniac seemed to have remembered something and suddenly opened his mouth. "Senior, what do you think about the fact that the divine Martial Imperial Dynasty is preparing to deal with the Netherworld Holy Land? If Senior needs it, Senior will definitely raise the entire clan to help," Li Maniac said with a stern face. Yi Shaoqing didn't answer him directly, but spoke lightly. How can the fire of a glowing candle compete with the sun and moon? Li Maniac was so deeply shocked by his domineering words that he couldn't help but wipe his forehead, even though there was no sweat there. Cannot help but secretly think, I am afraid that only this Senior can say such bold words. If it were someone else, I am afraid that it would have been scared less. After all, today's Qin Shaotian was a great emperor. Immediately after that, the two of them casually chatted for a few more sentences, and Li Maniac, because he had comprehended a path that belonged to himself, had already somewhat pressed on with his goodbyes at the moment and was ready to go back to his seclusion. Yi Shaoqing didn't stay either, and only after Li Maniac left did this murmur. Ditian, your hand is stretched too far, how dare you be so reckless with me here." He didn't even need to think about it, he could completely guess that there was definitely the shadow of the heavenly palace behind Qin Shaotian's ability to become an emperor and his desire to suppress the ethereal sacred land. As for that emperor-breaking pill that could help peak paragon emperors break through to great emperors, it must have come from the handiwork of that system. After all, this kind of thing, other than that big villain system, could be straightened out, even Ditian couldn't. However, Yi Shaoqing didn't care about this. A group of mole crickets was just a bunch of ants that could be killed at any time as long as he wanted to. Is this the ethereal Holy Land? Not far from the ethereal Holy Land, Xiaoyan stood there, raising his head slightly as he looked at the tall and grand mountain gate above, a hint of shock flashing through his eyes. He had heard a lot about the Netherworld Holy Land, but it was still his first time coming here. Chapter 55, 5 Elders Attend, Winds Begin to Blow. Sacred Lord, outside the mountain gate there is a person claiming to be from the Lingxiao sect who has come to seek an audience. Inside the main hall, because the Lingxiao sect was tragically exterminated, but the murderer has not been found, Lu Mubai is anxious about this matter. When he heard these words, a flash of joy instantly appeared on Lu Mubai's face and he hurriedly said to the reporting disciple, "Get him in here." Not much longer. Xiaoyan then walked in under the guidance of an ethereal Holy Land disciple. When Xiaoyan raised his eyes and looked at Lu Mubai, who was sitting high above, with a majestic aura and unruffled eyes, he immediately arched his hand and saluted, saying aloud, "Xiaoyan, son of Lingxiao sect patriarch Xiaoyi, pays his respects to the Holy Lord." Although Xiaoyan was only a small cultivator of the Foundation establishment realm, he didn't have the slightest bit of timidity when facing Lu Mubai, a great imperial saint lord. This scene was taken in by Lu Mubai, and in his heart, he couldn't help but feel a few points of satisfaction towards him. Immediately afterward, he asked towards Xiaoyan, "Do you know who the murderer of the Lingxiao sect who massacred them is?" A hint of hatred flashed in Xiaoyan's eyes as he immediately replied, "Back to the Holy Lord, the murderers are the divine Martial Dynasty's vassal forces, the Heavenly Sword sect and the Wuji sect." What? Lu Mubai violently stood up and roared angrily, "Damn divine Martial Dynasty, to think that you guys are behind this." Right at this moment, the 5 elders who happened to have gotten the news and rushed here, had just walked to the door when they saw Lu Mubai, who was fuming, and asked in unison, "Holy Lord, what happened?" Immediately afterward, Lu Mubai told them all about what had just happened. After listening to him, the 5 elders were instantly enraged. Chen Tian said angrily, Sacred Lord, I propose to immediately lead my men to directly annihilate the Heavenly Sword Sect and the Wuji Sect, and then go to the Divine Martial Dynasty to demand an explanation. Not bad, we agree. The rest of the elders agreed in unison. A mere Divine Martial Imperial Dynasty dared to be so bold as to maim the forces affiliated with their misty Holy Land, when they really didn't know how to live. Lu Mubai nodded in agreement. Yes, the 5 of you will go together to exterminate the Heavenly Sword Sect and the Wuji Sect, so that those with ill intentions will understand that the majesty of our misty sacred land cannot be violated. As you wish. The 5 elders responded in unison. Just as they were about to move, Xiaoyan, who was on the side, took a step forward and said, Elders, I would like to go along as well. When the elders and Lu Mubai heard this, they were all slightly stunned and let out an unanimous sigh. Xiaoyan, as the son of the Ling Xiao sect's patriarch, had suffered the tragedy of the extermination of his family, and what was in his heart everyone could guess, it must be that he wanted to take revenge. Seeing this, Lu Mubai said to Chen Tian, take him with you, but be sure to keep him safe. Lu Mubai urged again. Chen Tian nodded his head in response, then turned his gaze to 3rd Elder Liang Xiu, 4th Elder Guijie, and 5th Elder Tan Hua and said, You guys head to the Wuji Sect, and Elder Lu and I will go to the Heavenly Sword Sect. Good. The 3 nodded their heads. Immediately after, Chen Tian pulled up Xiaoyan who was on the side. In an instant, the 5 elders simultaneously disappeared into the Great Hall and sped off in 2 directions towards the direction of the Heavenly Sword Sect and the Wuji Sect. Rumble. The cultivation of the 5 was unleashed without reservation, and the powerful aura of a peak quasi-emperor raged into the sky. For a while, countless cultivators tilted their heads in the direction where the Netherworld Holy Land was located, their eyes filled with horror. This scent, what is the ethereal Holy Land trying to do? My goodness, all 5 great elders have come out. What great things are happening here? If you can't figure it out, don't think about it, hurry up and follow it, there's sure to be another good show. That's right, watch the show. Rumble. Above the void of the Heavenly Sword Sect, holy might surged and surged, dark clouds churned, and 2 holy soldiers hung high in the air, slashing down fiercely towards the sect below. The 2 sword chi condensed by the holy might were like ferocious dragons, directly splitting the Heavenly Sword Sect's main hall into 2 halves, and the powerful shockwaves even destroyed countless buildings. Han Yong, who heard the commotion, led a group of senior officers to fly out, and when he saw the Heavenly Sword Sect, which was as if it was in ruins, he immediately burst out in anger. What kind of person dares to come to my Heavenly Sword Sect to cause trouble? At that moment, a cold voice came from the clouds. Heavenly Sword Sect, you guys are really bold, how dare you kill a vassal force of my misty Holy Land? As the voice reached his ears, Han Yong shuddered and hurriedly looked up in the direction the voice came from. Only 3 figures came into view. Feeling that quasi-emperor pressure emanating from them, and combining it with what he had just said, Han Yong asked with a face full of horror, You are the elders of the Netherworld Holy Land? Humph. Chen Tian snorted coldly as his stern gaze swept him and raised his hand. Snap. Han Yong was directly slapped out by a huge palm condensed from aura, and just like a kite with broken strings, he crashed into a dozen or so buildings one after another before barely coming to a stop. PFF. Han Yong fiercely spewed out a mouthful of blood, staring at the sky with a face full of shock. At this moment, his heart was full of doubts. The extermination of the Ling Xiao sect had obviously made very thorough arrangements, and even purged all the surrounding cultivators. How on earth did the people of the Netherworld Holy Land discover themselves? Chen Tian angrily shouted, Say, why did you slaughter the entire family of the Ling Xiao sect? Did the Divine Martial Dynasty instruct you to do so? At this moment, the surrounding area had long since gathered numerous cultivators who had come to watch the spectacle, and when they heard Chen Tian's words, they were all astonished. Everyone didn't expect that the real culprit who slaughtered the Ling Xiao sect's entire family 2 days ago was actually the Heavenly Sword Sect. One must know that the Heavenly Sword Sect was a subordinate force of the Divine Martial Dynasty, and if this matter were to come to fruition, then the Divine Martial Dynasty would surely suffer the thunderous wrath of the Netherworld Holy Land. For a moment, countless people's gazes focused on Han Yong in unison, curious as to how he would actually answer. I. The heavy pressure caused Han Yong to shiver involuntarily, and cold sweat broke out like a dike. The massacre of the Ling Xiao sect was indeed something Qin Xiaotian instructed him to do, but he didn't dare to say it. Once he really said it, even if he could survive today, he would definitely be unable to escape death tomorrow. Since that's the case, there's no need for your Heavenly Sword sect to exist. Chen Tian said coldly, and then he looked at Luidao on the side. Elder Lu, go ahead and finish off the rest. No problem, I'm the best at this job. Luidao grinned. In the next moment, his figure directly disappeared in place. Immediately afterward, a mournful scream suddenly resounded through the clouds, and the sound of wailing caused countless people to tremble. Only Luidao seemed to be transformed into a god of death as he rushed into the Heavenly Sword sect, and wherever he passed, a disciple fell in a pool of blood as his sword flashed. I don't want to die. Patriarch, save us. Han Yong, you're the head of a clan in vain. If it wasn't because of you, how could our Heavenly Sword sect have suffered such an extinction? Listening to the bursts of wailing coming from his ears, Han Yong's body trembled unceasingly. He didn't dare to respond because he was afraid of dying. Ha ha ha. Han Yong, I didn't expect you to be such a heartless person. All the disciples of the sect died because of you, yet you didn't even have a single word to say. Chen Tian sneered sarcastically. Chapter 56, Xiaoyan's Ruthlessness, Stepping on the Divine Martial Dynasty. Not much longer. The entire Heavenly Sword sect up and down more than 1,000 disciples were all butchered, with no survivors. Hiss. This scene caused everyone around them to suck in a breath of cool air. The Netherworld Holy Land, as the power of the supreme hegemony of the Eastern Wasteland today, was indeed a power that did not resound, but once it resounded, it would exterminate the sect, which was truly terrifying to the extreme. Han Yong, things have come to this point, are you still not going to tell us who was behind this? Chen Tian's extremely cold gaze looked towards Han Yong, and then he took a step towards him slowly. If you say it now, you might still be able to stay alive. No, don't kill me. Han Yong looked at Chen Tian, who had a powerful aura and held a saint soldier in his hand in front of him in horror, his entire body trembling unceasingly out of fear. I'll give you 3 breaths at the end. Hurry up and say if Qin Shaotian ordered you. Chen Tian shouted angrily, and the quasi-emperor might within his body directly shook Han Yong out. 1, 2. The countdown sounded, however, Han Yong was still doing a trapped beast, his eyes flickered frequently, and he did not have the slightest intention to open his mouth, which made Chen Tian unusually angry. You asked for it. Chen Tian's gaze condensed, and his figure disappeared in the next instant. Immediately afterward, a gurgling scream cut through the sky. Aha! Only to see that Han Yong's tendons and hamstrings were instantly picked off, and his cultivation was also directly nullified by Chen Tian. Don't kill me! I say. Han Yong, whose cultivation was crippled and bloodstained, could no longer suppress his inner fear and shouted in a hoarse and mournful voice. Qin Shaotian ordered me to do it. He said. He wants to deal with the ethereal sacred land and asked us to exterminate your subordinate forces first. As long as it works out, it will help us raise our cultivation level. I was wrong, please spare me, I don't want to die. When these words came out, all the watching cultivators present were shocked by his words and stared in disbelief. They never thought that this matter was really related to the Divine Martial Dynasty. Is the Divine Martial Dynasty crazy? It dared to have bad intentions towards the Netherworld Holy Land. When they thought of that old ancestor who was so powerful that he was feared, countless people couldn't help but cold sweat. I'm afraid that this time, the Divine Martial Imperial Dynasty would be in dire straits. The two of them, Chen Tian and Louis Dao, looked at each other, both seeing a trace of monstrous killing intent in the other's eyes. Just then, bang! A figure covered in bruises and blood fell heavily from a high altitude, smashing into Han Yong's side. The crowd fixed their eyes and realized that this person was actually the Wuji sect patriarch, Shui Wen. Immediately afterward, the other 3 elders of the Netherworld Holy Land slowly flew down from the void and came to Chen Tian and Louis Dao, nodding their heads slightly in greeting. Ahem. We have spoken, please spare us. Shui Wen and Han Yong looked at each other's miserable state and immediately begged in a loud voice. They all know very well in their hearts, this time is really finished. If they had known that they would end up like this, even if they were beaten to death, they would never agree to Qin Shaotian. It's just a pity that there are no pills of regret to take in this world. Chen Tian turned a blind eye to their pleas for mercy, merely glancing at them faintly with his afterglow before turning his gaze to Qiao Yan, who was not far away, and said to him, it's up to you to decide what to do with it. Ta-da-da-da. Qiao Yan took a step slowly at the sound of his voice, the figures of his father and the people of the clan constantly flashing in his mind, and in an instant, he was flooded with hatred, and every step he took made a heavy sound. The sound entered Han Yong and Shui Wen's ears like a countdown to life, creeping them out. Qiao Yan, who had walked up to them, said in an extremely cold, hideous voice, when you slaughtered my Ling Xiao sect, did you ever think that there would be a day? Hearing his words and looking at the somewhat familiar Qiao Yan in front of them, Han Yong and Shui Wen forced their inner fears and asked in unison, what? Are you? Ha 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 ha. Qiao Yan suddenly threw back his head and laughed wildly, his laughter echoing in the ears of the crowd, seeming particularly frightening. With his gaze fixed, Qiao Yan stared them dead in the face, a hideous smile on his face. My name is Qiao Yan, my father's name is Qiao Yiji, do the 2 patriarchs still remember? What? The 2 of them lost their voices when they heard this. They couldn't have imagined, no matter what, that the young man in front of them would be Qiao Yiji's son. They clearly remembered that the Ling Xiao sect had already been killed to the point where not even an ant had been spared, so how on earth had Qiao Yan survived? At this moment, it dawned on Han Yong and Shui Wen that they realized why the Netherworld Holy Land had found out that it was them, and it must have been this Qiao Yan who had tipped them off. Thinking of this, Han Yong hurriedly explained, Xiao Gongzi, we were all forced by Qin Shaotian, everything was done at his behest, I beg you to be magnanimous and let us go. Yes, Mr. Xiao, you're a generous man, just spare us, we're willing to work as oxen for you to make up for the faults we've committed. Shui Wen also chimed in, hastily kneeling down and begging for forgiveness. However, how could Qiao Yan forgive them so easily? He slowly took out a sharp sword from his storage ring, a cold smile spreading from the corner of his mouth. Go down there and make amends to my father and the clan's senior brothers and sisters. Before the two of them could say anything, they only saw a flash of cold light from the sharp sword in Xiao Yan's hand, and the mournful scream suddenly resounded through the clouds. Ah! In the blink of an eye, Han Yong and Cui Wen were dismantled by Xiao Yan, and the gruesome scene caused everyone present to feel chills in their hearts. Even the 5 elders were a bit shocked by his move and couldn't help but say in their hearts, this son will become a great man in the future. After all, in this world of the weak and the strong, the only way to have the right to speak was to be more ruthless than others. And Xiao Yan, who had experienced the destruction of the clan and the tragic death of his father, would also be reborn from the fire and transformed from today. Dad! Yenner has avenged you, you can rest in peace. Xiao Yan knelt on both knees and threw his head back, tears sliding down his cheeks, drop by drop. Seeing this, several elders couldn't help but sigh before stepping forward and softly consoling a few words. After Xiao Yan's mood gradually calmed down, Shen Tian said in a deep voice to the several elders, the Holy Lord has sent word that he has already left for the divine Martial Imperial Dynasty, so let's rush there quickly. The elders nodded and responded, in that case, let's set off. It's time to settle this score with the divine Martial Imperial Dynasty, to make Qin Shaotian understand that the wrath of our misty Holy Land is not something he can withstand. Shoo shoo shoo. In the next moment, several people rushed into the void. It was also followed closely by a group of watching cultivators. Chapter 57 Lu Mubai battles Qin Shaotian. Shinmu Imperial Court, Martial Arts. Lu Mubai, what is the reason you brought so many people to my divine martial dynasty? Above the void, Qin Shaotian clasped his hands in front of his chest, his gaze sweeping towards the densely packed thousands of silhouettes in front of him, his eyes devoid of panic. Behind him below, the same 3,000 clear P cave heaven realm forbidden guards stood, and the 2 great vice-commanders had even reached the late quasi-emperor stage. Humph! Lu Mubai let out a cold snort and shouted angrily. Qin Shaotian, stop pretending, I'm not going to nag you, shouldn't I give an explanation for the fact that you instructed your men to exterminate my Ling Xiao sect? Qin Shaotian's eyes flashed with an imperceptible strange look, then he exited and sneered, rice can be eaten indiscriminately, but words cannot be spoken indiscriminately. As the head of a dynasty, would this emperor do such a despicable thing? Everything has to be about evidence, and since you say I ordered it, then you'll show me the evidence. Hearing that Qin Shaotian was even so righteous and cunning, Lu Mubai was so angry that his lungs were about to explode, just as he was about to open his mouth. A voice interrupted him abruptly. Since Emperor Qin wants proof, then I'll just give it to you. As soon as the words fell, Han Yong and Cui Wen's heads smashed from the clouds straight towards Qin Shaotian. Seeing this, Qin Shaotian immediately raised his hand and slapped it into pieces. Immediately after gazing upwards, he saw Chen Tian and the others slowly flying down from above, with a group of watching cultivators following behind them. When Chen Tian saw the head that had turned into blood mist, he immediately mocked, why did Lord Qin Emperor destroy the evidence? Is it because he was scared because he was a thief? Qin Shaotian laughed coldly, evidence? What kind of evidence is that? Do you think 2 random heads can be used as evidence? Worthy of being Qin Shaotian, someone who could sit on the throne of a dynasty's imperial lord was truly extraordinary. Even if he knew that the Heavenly Sword sect and the Wuji sect had already been overthrown, he still denied it, and the sturdiness of his Taoist heart was truly beyond the reach of ordinary people, and his face did not change when he lied, and his heart did not skip a beat. Rumble! The wind and clouds churned, and monstrous imperial might gushed out from Lu Mubai's body, sweeping through the clouds. Lu Mubai shouted angrily, Qin Shaotian, if you don't confess to your crimes and give my misty sacred land an explanation, the divine martial imperial dynasty will be annihilated today. However, Qin Shaotian was fearless, instead he let out a light laugh, do you really think I'm afraid of you? In the next moment, a majestic imperial might likewise erupted from Qin Shaotian's body, rising up to the sky and blasting away all of Lu Mubai's oppressive incoming pressure. This sudden scene stunned everyone. Heavens, Qin Shaotian has actually become an emperor as well. When did he break through? Why wasn't there a hint of wind before, not even a heavenly calamity? A deep shock welled up in the hearts of countless people, and at the same time, they were also very puzzled by Qin Shaotian's sudden ascension to empire. As for Lu Mubai, after sensing the imperial might that permeated Qin Shaotian's body, he immediately said in a deep voice, so that's how it is. I told you why you, Qin Shaotian, suddenly have such guts, so it's because you become an emperor. However, do you think you can fight against my netherworld holy land with such strength? Since you insist on seeking death, then I will fulfill you. Rumble. The sky and the earth changed color, the earth trembled, and imperial might rolled over. Lu Mubai violently swung out a fist and blasted towards Qin Shaotian. Just in time. Qin Shaotian was not shocked but delighted, this was his first strike after becoming an emperor, his heart was so excited that he similarly slapped out a palm. The huge fist shadow and palm prince each carried an aura of invincibility in the world, like 2 ferocious beasts ruthlessly colliding together. Duel. Along with the deafening roar, a mournful scream appeared. Ah! It turned out that a large portion of the cultivators who were standing thousands of meters away to watch the fun were instantly strangled into flying dust by that incomparably powerful shockwave of imperial might. Fogweed, run! Mother in the future, even if I'm beaten to death, I won't dare to get together for the Great Empress versus Great Empress battles anymore, it's too scary. Above the void. Lu Mubai eyed Qin Xiaotian and said in a cold voice, some strength, but nothing more than that. Buzz. A golden sword shot out from Lu Mubai's body, rushing into the clouds like streams of light, and the imperial soldier's pressure surged in waves, enveloping Qin Xiaotian tightly. One sword to cut the sky. Seeing this scene, Qin Xiaotian's face also became grave, his brows slightly furrowed as he let out an angry cry. Qiankuan tripod, come out. Boom. A compact tripod flew out from within the divine Martial Dynasty and hovered steadily above Qin Xiaotian's head. Immediately after that, it began to rapidly expand, growing larger and larger as it met the incoming terrifying sword might with a majestic momentum. Rumble. The power of an emperor's soldier surpassed that of a quasi-empire and was not even inferior to a great emperor. Now that there was a great emperor at the controls, the full power of the two emperor armaments collided with each other, instantly erupting into an earth-shattering roar. The entire vault of heaven was dimmed, as if the end had come. As time passed, countless cultivators had long since gathered 10,000 meters away. When they saw the shocking scene, they were all scared out of their wits. Is this the great battle of a great emperor with an emperor's soldier? Just by looking at it, an aura of death pervades the mind. Lu Mubai and Qin Xiaotian were maneuvering their emperor's soldiers in a stalemate. Qin Xiaotian, admit defeat. Lu Mubai's mocking voice came out. Qin Xiaotian didn't immediately retort, but his heart was a bit slightly shocked as he realized that his strength was just as Lu Mubai had said. Although he had the cultivation of a great emperor, he was extremely frail, and even his power was inferior. As he thought of this, he frowned and bellowed. It's not certain who will lose or win. Give me the town. Qin Xiaotian instantly injected spiritual qi into the Qiankuan tripod, and the radiant imperial might instantly rose another notch as he lunged towards the golden sword. Jumping clown, don't make unnecessary struggles. Lu Mubai snorted disdainfully, then pressed his hands forward. Chop. High above the sky, the golden sword held a force 2 or 3 times more powerful than before, instantly sending the Qiankuan tripod flying. Immediately afterward, not only did the sword might not dissipate, but instead, like a ferocious dragon, it cut through the void and ruthlessly slashed at Qin Xiaotian. How is it possible? Qin Xiaotian's eyes immediately widened, his eyes filled with horror as he hurriedly urged his gongfu to resist. Dragon Emperor divine skill. However, the difference in strength between the two was too great, and Qin Xiaotian was directly blasted out by the sword's might. Knock. PFF. The severely injured Qin Xiaotian struggled to get up from the ground, then violently spat out a mouthful of blood, his face becoming extremely ugly. He really couldn't figure out why the gap was so large when his strength was clearly only one small realm lower than Lu Mubai. Just in the moment he was slightly distracted, a voice that seemed to come from the 9 hells rang out. The divine Martial Dynasty will be destroyed today. You Qin Xiaotian will surely die. Qin Xiaotian was creeped out and raised his head in a flash, only to see a powerful wave of swords swooping towards him like a fierce tiger. Seeing this scene, he immediately lost his voice and shouted, Elder, help! Before the words left his mouth, the storm clouds changed. A black-robed man wearing a green-faced fawn mask appeared out of nowhere in front of Qin Xiaotian. If you want to kill him, you're not qualified. Immediately afterward, a flash of cold killing intent flashed through the pair of eyes as black as ink under the black wind mask, and the vast imperial might erupted, instantly shattering that sword wave to smithereens. Chapter 58, The Great War is about to begin. Rumble. The aftermath of the powerful emperor's might had not yet subsided, spreading straight ahead continuously. What? When Lu Mubai, who was located at the very front, saw this, his face instantly changed drastically and he hurriedly retreated violently. Chen Tian and the other group of elders reacted with agility and without the slightest hesitation, they directly erupted their own quasi-emperor might, condensing it into a sturdy barrier to protect the crowd of the ethereal sacred ground behind them in order to prevent them from being affected by the aftershocks. This sudden turn of events caused everyone present to be a bit confused and unable to react for a moment. The crowd couldn't help but raise their heads and look towards Black Wind, who stood with his hands in the air, their eyes filled with astonishment. All of them were shocked by his powerful aura. Just a moment ago, Qin Xiaotian, who had a brush with death and managed to get away, couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. Returning to his senses, Qin Xiaotian rushed forward and came before Black Wind, clasping his fists and saying, "Many thanks to Senior for coming to his aid." Black Wind glanced at him and cursed in a cold voice, "Useless waste, at least he is a great emperor, but he was actually beaten like this." Yes, Senior is right. Qin Xiaotian hastily responded with a compensatory smile. Although his mouth said so, Qin Xiaotian's heart had already cursed Black Wind's ancestors all over. He had come to this point from a poor beggar. When had he ever received such abuse, or in front of so many people? It could be said that he had lost all his face. If he hadn't been afraid of Black Wind's strength, he would have already cursed or slapped him to death. Humph. Black Wind let out a cold snort and no longer paid attention to him. Instead, he turned his gaze to Lu Mubai, who had a wary face and was staring at him closely. "You're the Holy Lord of the Netherworld Holy Land?" Lu Mubai frowned tightly and didn't answer his question, but instead said in a deep voice, "No wonder this fellow Qin Xiaotian's guts have gotten bigger and dared to provoke my misty sacred ground. So it turns out that there is a peak great emperor like you backing him up." When these words came out, the whole room was silent. Countless people were so shocked by Lu Mubai's words that their pupils contracted. They really couldn't figure out why such a strong person like a peak great emperor would appear here. Black Wind was about to open his mouth, but Qin Xiaotian on the side was the first to jump out first. Hard cut off the words he was about to export, interjected. Lu Mubai, Elder Black Wind is here. How dare you speak out of turn? Are you impatient to live? I advise you to surrender quickly. Perhaps Senior will still be able to leave you all alive. Hearing this, Lu Mubai looked at Qin Xiaotian, who was so crazy that he looked like he was bullying others, and gave a cold snort, then mocked. You're a defeated general who also has the nerve to pretend to be here? You! Qin Xiaotian was instantly irritated by his words, and just when he wanted to dislike him back, he saw that behind him, Black Wind, whose face was incredibly gloomy, was staring at himself with a deadly stare. If you dare to interrupt again while the old man is talking, I'll get you killed. Fear instantly surged to the heart. Originally still arrogant and domineering Qin Xiaotian instantly wilted, apologized repeatedly, claiming that he did not mean it, and then retreated to the side, not daring to say half a word again. Immediately afterward, Black Wind turned his gaze toward Lu Mubai and spoke in that eerie, grim tone of voice. Where is your old ancestor? Hurry up and let him come out to face me. With just these few great emperors and quasi-emperors of yours, you're not qualified to fight me. When these words came out, the crowd was shocked and in an uproar. Everyone was shocked that Black Wind dared to openly provoke and call out to the Netherworld Holy Land's ancestor. Was he really that confident? The unfathomable and incomparably powerful strength of the Netherworld Holy Land's old ancestor was a well-known and witnessed existence in the Eastern Wasteland. Even though you, Black Wind, are a peak great emperor, you are not so arrogant as to be this arrogant. A disdainful smile spread across the corners of Lu Mubai's mouth as he disliked back. If you want to see the old ancestor, you don't have that qualification yet either. If you want to fight, then come on. I, Lu Mubai, am not afraid of death. Only a loud sound was heard, and the emperor's might surged out from Lu Mubai's body like a torrent, going straight up to the clouds. Chen Tian and the other 5 elders, as well as more than 1,000 disciples, were also on standby, releasing their own powerful cultivation. These people were all the elite disciples of the Netherworld Holy Land nowadays, and among them, there were more than 200 Harmonization Realm disciples, and the rest of them were between the Divine Phenomenon Realm and the Transformation Realm. Ha 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 ha. Black Wind threw back his head and laughed, his voice deafening. Since you guys are looking for death, I'll fulfill you. Seeing this, Qin Xiaotian immediately understood the situation and raised his arm. The surrounding 3,000 cave realm forbidden guards took a neat step forward under the command of the 2 late quasi-emperor grand vice-commanders. Drink! In an instant, the atmosphere between the 2 sides was tense to the extreme, as if the slightest spark could trigger a terrifying battle. Cut the crap and fight if you want to. Lu Mubai took a single step, and the emperor's mighty imperial soldiers beside him rushed into the clouds, enveloping the entire void of the divine martial imperial dynasty. Go! Behind him, Chen Tian and a bunch of other elders also sacrificed their holy weapons, leading the crowd from the ethereal Holy Land to rush towards Qin Xiaotian and the group of forbidden guards like a tidal wave. Kill! The 2 major forces started a fierce fight at this instant. That horrifying scene caused the countless watching cultivators around the distance to be terrified, and they all ran wildly towards the distance, fearing that they would be affected. One sword to cut the sky. Above the void, Lu Mubai bellowed. Immediately afterward, urging the Emperor soldier, the surrounding heaven and earth aura surged up like a vortex, constantly converging towards the side. In the blink of an eye, it coalesced into a giant sword that was nearly 10,000 meters long, and its powerful aura caused the buildings surrounding the entire divine martial imperial dynasty to shake and collapse. Chop! With a deafening roar. This time, Lu Mubai was facing a peak great emperor. He had no reservations and used his full strength. The giant sword was surrounded by imperial might and carried unrivaled power, slashing down violently like a titan pressing down on an egg towards the location below where the Black Wind was located. However, in the face of the raging giant sword, not only did Black Wind not panic in the slightest, he instead revealed a smile. As expected of a generation of Saint Lords, your strength is indeed not to be underestimated, but if you want to fight me with this, you're still far from enough. Keep your eyes open and watch. This is the true power of a great emperor. Before the words fell, a terrifyingly extreme and suffocating aura raged out from within Black Wind. Flip Heavenly Emperor Seal Technique. In an instant, a black as ink Emperor Seal suddenly emerged from the void behind Black Wind, meeting the giant sword with a thunderous force. Knock! The moment the 2 forces collided with a bang, Lu Mubai was directly blasted hundreds of meters away. Ahem! Lu Mubai struggled to get up from the ground, a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Obviously he was seriously injured and was trying his best to hold on. Holy Lord! This sudden scene caused the crowd of the Netherworld Holy Land to be stunned. Chen Tian and the others hurriedly drew away from the battlefield, and were about to sprint towards Lu Mubai's side when they were blocked by a figure. The corner of Qin Xiaotian's mouth spread a cold smile. Want to leave? Have you asked me? Chapter 59. A wisp of immortal might shakes the world. Bang! Even though Qin Xiaotian had suffered some injuries from his earlier battle with Lu Mubai, he was, after all, a great emperor. Although Chen Tian and the other 5 elders were all at the peak of quasi-emperors, even if they joined forces, they were not able to last more than 50 moves under him before they were directly sent flying out. In an instant, the situation suddenly changed, and the Netherworld Holy Land directly fell into the wind. Convinced now? Old me can give you a chance to let your old ancestor come out to meet me and leave your body intact. The voice rang out, and the black wind slowly landed in midair from above, looking down on Lu Mubai, who was half kneeling on the ground. Lu Mubai held back his heavily injured body, gritted his teeth and stood up with great difficulty, raising his head to meet his eyes. There was not the slightest bit of fear in his eyes, and even a hint of mockery. I told you, you don't deserve to see the old ancestor yet. However, just as the words were finished, Lu Mubai felt a sharp pain coming from his stomach, and his entire body was blasted away like a cannonball, slamming into the wall of a building. Bang! Give your face no face. Black Wind snorted coldly, clearly enraged by Lu Mubai's words. Holy Lord! When the disciples of the ethereal Holy Land, who were engaged in a fierce battle with the forbidden guards, saw Lu Mubai, who was dying on the ground, their inner wariness was instantly aroused. Kill, fight them. That's right, damn it, it's just death, what's there to be afraid of? Seeing this scene, Black Wind waved his hand at Qin Xiaotian, signaling him to hurry up and eliminate them. Seeing this, Qin Xiaotian immediately nodded his head and roared, "Everyone, get on me!" At this moment, Qin Xiaotian was exceptionally excited. As long as he could exterminate the people of the Netherworld Holy Land now, his divine martial imperial dynasty would become the most powerful hegemonic force in the Eastern Wasteland. The thought of it made him so excited that he could hardly contain himself, just as he was about to do it together. Rumble! A deafening roar surprised the audience. The entire heaven and earth was instantly enveloped by endless dimness, the void twisted and distorted, space began to collapse inch by inch, and endless chaotic chi madly surged in from outside. A powerful aura from the immortals instantly filled the entire Eastern Wasteland. What the hell is going on here? Immortal, this is the breath of an immortal. Why would the aura of an immortal appear in the Eastern Wasteland? For a time, countless cultivators and forces in the Eastern Wasteland were paralyzed by this terrifying immortal might, their eyes filled with horror as they looked despairingly at the emptiness that was shattering. It was at the moment that this aura appeared. Emperor Tian, who was far away in the heavenly palace of the central state, violently opened his eyes, his gaze seemingly piercing through the long river of space and time as he stared deathly into the Eastern Wasteland. Damn, that guy's crazy. Tian didn't need to think about it to know that the one who was able to erupt such a terrifying power was absolutely no second person in this world who could do so, other than that Yi Shaoqing who had injured himself. However, he really couldn't figure it out. The heavenly cloud world was only a medium-sized world, it simply couldn't withstand the immortal might from Yi Shaoqing. Wasn't he afraid of destroying this world? Then look at the divine Martial Dynasty's side. The surrounding ethereal holy lands and the forbidden guards that were engaged in a fierce battle all stopped and raised their heads to look up into the void. Even the two of them, Black Wind and Qin Xiaotian, were no exception. Their eyes were similarly filled with shock, completely unclear as to what exactly had happened. Click! With the appearance of a slight sound, a huffing voice suddenly rang out. How dare you! Here I am, actually daring to make a move against the Netherworld Holy Land. In the next moment, a white-clothed shadow stood above the void. A gust of creepy immortal might permeated its surroundings. When they saw his face clearly, the crowd of the Netherworld Holy Land instantly boiled over. It's old ancestor is here. Heavens, so the old ancestor is an immortal. Ah, divine Martial Dynasty, you're finished. Everyone present, including the crowds watching from afar, were deeply shocked. No one had expected that an old ancestor as powerful as the Netherworld Holy Land would be an immortal. At this moment, countless people understood why the ethereal Holy Land's old ancestor, who had disappeared for a long time, had appeared, and the past 10,000 years had not only not stepped into his old age, but had instead become even more powerful. It turns out he has become immortal. You are the ethereal Holy Land old ancestor? Black Wind looked at the shadow above him with a face full of fear. Even though it was only a doppelganger, the aura it emitted caused him to involuntarily tremble all over. Damn it! Even if he beat him to death, he would never have thought that the Netherworld Holy Land's old ancestor would be an immortal. If he had known earlier, even if he had been given 1,000 guts, he would definitely not have dared to look for the misty sacred land. Yi Shaoqing didn't even look at him. Instead, he turned his gaze to the elders such as Lu Mubai and Chen Tian, who were collapsed on the ground with their breath dying. Immediately after that, he shot out several immortal chi towards them. As the immortal chi entered their bodies, the people like Lu Mubai and Chen Tian, who were originally dying from serious injuries, instantly recovered from their injuries as if by a miracle. Lu Mubai and the others who gradually came to their senses, before they could react, they saw the grand figure of the old ancestor in the sky that looked like an immortal descending into the world. They hurriedly stood up and respectfully shouted in unison, "We pay our respects to the old ancestor." At this moment, the eyes of Lu Mubai and Chen Tian's group of elders were filled with blazing heat. In his heart, he couldn't help but say, old ancestor is indeed an immortal. Yi Shaoqing nodded his head slightly, then immediately turned his gaze to Black Wind, then slowly spoke, flatly saying, kneel down. Boom! This bland voice contained the majesty of an immortal king giant, like a thunderbolt exploding in Black Wind's ears, shaking him to the point of dizziness, his body falling directly from the air, his legs heavily kneeling on the ground. Knock! Yi Shaoqing's eyes stared at where the Xinwu Imperial Dynasty's forbidden guards were, slowly raising his hand and gently squeezing it. The laws of heaven and earth surged like a tidal wave, and the space around these people was instantly distorted by immortal might. Boo! The bodies of the entire 3,000 forbidden guards instantly burst apart, turning into blood mist that floated away in the wind without even a single scream. This horrifying scene made countless people tremble, and the group of cultivators who were originally still watching from afar to join in the fun, without the slightest hesitation, turned around and disappeared towards the distance, fearing that if they stayed here for one more second, they would be shaken to death by the immortal might. At the same time, they only had one thought in their minds at the moment, and that was to spread the news that the Netherworld Holy Land's old ancestor was an immortal. The Netherworld Holy Land can never be defeated. And after the crowd of disciples from the Netherworld Holy Land witnessed the old ancestor's great display of power, casually obliterating 2 late-stage quasi-emperor grand vice-commanders and 3,000 peak cavernous realm prohibition guards, they all cheered in excitement. Old ancestor is mighty! Old ancestor is mighty! Old ancestor is mighty! A burst of magnificent voice into the ears of the kneeling Black Wind directly scared him to the point of being frozen like a wooden chicken. The previous prestige has long since disappeared, replaced by endless fear. He wanted to run away, but the powerful immortal might around him prevented him from moving. Above the void, Yi Shaoqing stared at him and said indifferently, "Didn't you just say you were looking for me? Now that I'm here, where's your awesome power?" Me. Black Wind was momentarily speechless, fear completely took over his heart, and the words begging for mercy reached his mouth but never came out. Chapter 60, There is an immortal in the eastern wasteland named Yi Shaoqing. The atmosphere around them fell into an eerie heaviness. The gazes of the crowd from the Netherworld Holy Land were like sharp arrows as they looked towards Black Wind, who was kneeling on the ground, and the hostility and anger in their eyes seemed as if they wanted to tear him apart. If it weren't for this person's appearance, would the Netherworld Holy Land have lost so many disciples in this battle with the divine Martial Imperial Dynasty? Lu Mubai took a step forward and angrily rebuked, "Old ancestor asked you, are you deaf? Don't say it yet." With this angry cry, Black Wind was like falling into an ice cellar, and the hatred in his heart towards Lu Mubai had long been monstrous. Talk. Your family's old man is an immortal, and I'm just a mere great emperor. What can I say? Do you want me to say that it's because your old man killed Bloodslaughter and the others in the immortal tomb that I've come to settle the score with him? Click. Rumble. Just then, another deafening roar came from above the void. The crowd tilted their heads. One could only see the cracks in the void above begin to widen under the weight of the immortal might, as if the entire world was about to collapse under the force. This scene fell into Yi Shaoqing's eyes, making him feel very helpless. He only used a trace of Immortal King cultivation to condense a split body, and its power was only comparable to the peak of Xian Xian. As a result, he didn't expect this world to be so fragile, and even this power couldn't withstand it, and there were vague traces of shattering and collapsing. Yi Shaoqing, who knew that he couldn't delay any longer, gazed at the Black Wind and spoke with supreme majesty. "Since there's nothing to say, let's hit the road." Terrifying immortal might pressed in with an unbeatable aura. Black Wind's face instantly became as white as paper, his heart filled with endless remorse. Had he known this, he would have died and never made a move to save Qin Shaotian. "No, don't kill me. I'll never dare again, please spare." However, before he could finish his plea for mercy, he was directly crushed into flying dust. A peak great emperor of the secular world, who should have been a hegemonic existence on one side, but due to a moment of stupidity and impulsiveness, he ended up in such a situation, truly a self-inflicted disaster. After killing the Black Wind, Yi Shaoqing's silhouette slowly dissipated between heaven and earth. With his departure, the void that was originally collapsing due to its inability to withstand the immortal might gradually regain its calm. But the sky above still left a horrific crack that was shocking and difficult to recover from. Louis Dao couldn't help but swallow his saliva and said with a face full of shock, "Old Ancestor's strength is truly terrifying to the extreme." The rest of the elders nodded in agreement. Right at this moment, Chen Tian, who was on the side, voiced out in doubt. Where did Qin Shaotian go? Everyone was stunned at the sound of the voice, and then they looked around, only to find that Qin Shaotian's figure had long disappeared. It didn't take much thought to realize that this guy must have taken advantage of the chaos just now to sneak away. Louis Dao couldn't help but curse, "Damn Qin Shaotian, he's really cunning." Chen Tian's brows furrowed slightly and he couldn't help but look at Lu Mubai as he slowly said, "Sacred Lord, Qin Shaotian is a man with a sinister mind, and now that we've let him get away, we have to be on guard." Back then, when the old ancestor came out of the gate and the Sacred Lord broke through to a great emperor, Qin Shaotian was fawning over their misty sacred land, either sending treasures or emperor pills. As a result, as soon as he gained power, he hit on the netherworld's sacred ground. This kind of person should definitely not be spared. Moreover, now that he had become a great emperor, if he were to strike in the dark, his threat would definitely not be underestimated. I suggest issuing a manhunt order and placing a manhunt for Qin Shaotian in the entire eastern wasteland. Liang Xiu said in a deep voice. The elders nodded in agreement. Normally, this kind of hunting order was only qualified to be initiated by a major power, and once it was initiated, it would definitely stir up the entire eastern wasteland. A generous reward will be offered for providing valid clues. At that time, there would surely be countless scattered cultivators as well as small forces out to search for Qin Shaotian's whereabouts together. As long as Qin Shaotian didn't leave the eastern wasteland, but whenever he dared to show his face in front of the world and make the slightest little move, he would definitely be discovered. Chen Tian spoke out and asked, Holy Lord, what do you think? Lu Mubai pondered for a moment and nodded. Feasible. Immediately afterward, Lu Mubai added in a heavy tone, Qin Shaotian is a great emperor, if he is to be uncovered, then the reward for this pursuit order must not be bad, let's use 1 emperor's weapon and 2 saints' weapons as the reward. The crowd was shocked at this statement. Sacred Lord, isn't it a bit too much to use an emperor's soldier as a reward? Yeah, we thought 3 holy weapons would be enough. Nowadays, the eastern wasteland was scarce and deprived of resources, and if it wasn't for the previous appearance of the immortal tomb, emperor soldiers would be almost hard to find, and everyone agreed that there was no need to use emperor soldiers as a reward, and that sacred soldiers would be completely sufficient. However, Lu Mubai, who heard these words from the crowd, shook his head and explained. As the saying goes, if you don't get rid of the grass, it will grow again in the spring. An emperor soldier can both give those cultivators the guts to work for us and help us pursue Qin Shaotian with all our might. It can be considered the best of both worlds, not too much. Although the elders still felt a bit unworthy, the Holy Lord had spoken and decided, so they were not in a position to say anything more. Immediately afterward, after some discussion, the crowd began to go on a rampage to raid the divine Martial Dynasty. The divine Martial Imperial Dynasty, as the hegemonic level power in the eastern wasteland, had accumulated a lot of resources in its vaults over the years, and thus the ethereal sacred ground had reaped a great harvest from it as well. Time passes by. The great battle between the Netherworld Holy Land and the divine Martial Imperial Dynasty also finally came to an end. In the end, it ended with the defeat of the divine Martial Imperial Dynasty and the escape of Qin Shaotian. When the news came out, it instantly set off a furor in the eastern wasteland, and countless people were shocked. Have you heard that the old ancestor of the Netherworld Holy Land is an immortal? Hiss, is that true? I saw it with my own eyes, how could it be false? Do you see the terrifying cracks above the void? That's because the immortal might on the old ancestor of the Netherworld sacred ground was too powerful and nearly caused the entire world to collapse and stay. That would make sense. I just suddenly trembled all over and knelt on the ground not because of Tai Wei at all, but because of the immortal might. Please don't try to force an explanation, that's just too weak on your part. I'm going to fight you. Just as the crowd was talking, a voice suddenly came out from the crowd. Gentlemen, I have even more explosive news. The crowd sniffed and looked, only to see a man who was incredibly flirtatious, with his hands behind his back, striking a pose that he thought was very handsome, standing off to the side. Someone shouted, Sassy man, if you have something to say, say it quickly, I'm afraid I'll throw up if I look at you one more time. The crowd burst into laughter at these words. Ha ha ha. Sassy man, is that a good name? The flirtatious man did not pay any attention to the crowd, but instead exuded a look of extreme enjoyment as he leisurely opened his mouth. I have a good brother who learned from him that the old ancestor of the Netherworld Holy Land is the first founding ancestor, Yi Shaoqing. What? The founding ancestor Yi Shaoqing? Everyone's jaws dropped in shock at his words. Who would have thought that that person would be the founding ancestor of the Netherworld Holy Land? Holy crap, no wonder it's so awesome. In an instant, the great name of Yi Shaoqing swept across the eastern wasteland like a hurricane. At the same time as the ethereal Holy Land's pursuit order was issued. Together with the generous rewards of an emperor's soldier and 2 saints' soldiers, countless cultivators organized themselves at once and began to look around for Qin Shaotian's figure. Chapter 61. It's easy to get on a ship of thieves, but hard to get off. Vast Sword Sect. Zhang Yun looked at Yang Tian with a face full of astonishment and inquired excitedly, what did you just say? Qin Shaotian escaped and the divine Martial Imperial Dynasty was destroyed by the Netherworld Holy Land? Yang Tian nodded, and immediately followed up by telling the news that had caused countless people in the outside world to discuss it. Zhang Yun, who had heard all the news, stared wide-eyed and said in shock, you're saying that old ancestor of the Netherworld Holy Land is the founding ancestor, Yi Shaoqing? And he's not a great emperor, but an immortal? Yang Tian nodded his head and responded, this matter has been rumored all over the city, it should not be false. Boo! Upon hearing this, Zhang Yun directly collapsed into his chair. He couldn't help but recall the previous incident where Qin Shaotian had approached him to join him in fighting against the Netherworld Holy Land, and cold sweat emerged like a tidal wave, instantly drenching his entire body. At the same time, Zhang Yun was secretly grateful in his heart. Originally he was going to find Qin Shaotian after he broke through to the great emperor 2 days ago. If it wasn't for the delay due to some trivial matters, the downfall of their vast sword sect would definitely be unimaginable. It was even highly likely that they would be exterminated just like the divine Martial Dynasty. Immortals. All the forces in the Eastern Wasteland combined weren't enough for the Netherworld Holy Land Ancestor to fight alone. After a moment of silence, Yang Tian suddenly asked, Patriarch, should we send someone to look for Qin Xiaotian? Although Yang Tian was the second elder of the vast sword sect and his cultivation level was only at the peak of the sage realm, he was Zhang Yun's capable beloved and knew many things that others did not know. Zhang Yun was slightly stunned, his eyes glanced at him, and he cursed without any good humor, are you stupid? Qin Xiaotian is all on his own now, what are we looking for him for, are we going to go with him to his death? Not to mention that Qin Xiaotian was a clade bodhisattva at the moment, even if this incident had not happened, Zhang Yun did not want to make an enemy of the Netherworld Holy Land. It was better to die than to live, not to mention that he had now broken through to a great emperor, so there was absolutely no need to take this risk. Just then, an abrupt sound rang out. Patriarch Shang, you're going overboard with this, aren't you? Zhang Yun and Yang Tian were instantly startled and hurriedly followed the sound, only to see a gloomy-faced Qin Xiaotian appearing in the doorway at an unknown time. Reacting, Zhang Yun slowly got up and said as he walked, so it's Lord Qin Huang, what's wrong with you? What's gotten into this mess? That full of irony caused Qin Xiaotian's face to instantly darken, and he couldn't help but look at him angrily. Zhang Yun, you're clearly falling on your sword. Falling down a well? A disdainful smile spread across Zhang Yun's mouth. You and I are both great emperors now, if I really wanted to fall on my sword, I could have just made a move to stop you and sent someone to inform the Netherworld Holy Land. Now you have the nerve to say such things? You! The threatening words caused Qin Xiaotian's face to instantly darken. At this moment, Qin Xiaotian's heart was extremely dissatisfied with Zhang Yun, he had clearly spoken well before, and he had even used the emperor breaking pill to help him become an emperor, but now that he had seen himself in a state of despair, this guy began to sneer at himself. Taking a deep breath and forcing himself to calm down, he said in a deep voice, I need you to help me. Help you? Zhang Yun frowned slightly, then added, for the sake of entrusting you with the blessing of becoming an emperor, as long as it's not against the Netherworld Holy Land, I can try to help you with anything else. However, Qin Xiaotian didn't pay any attention to his words, but instead said in a cold voice, it's about dealing with the Netherworld Holy Land. Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, Zhang Yun immediately threw back his head and laughed. A hint of mockery crossed his eyes as he looked at Qin Xiaotian. Qin Xiaotian, are you really stupid or are you pretending to be stupid? Not to mention the fact that peak great emperor's helper of yours has already been killed, the old ancestor of the Netherworld Holy Land is an immortal. Do you know what an immortal is? Where did you get the confidence to fight him? If you want to die, go yourself, I don't want to follow in your footsteps. After saying that, Zhang Yun directly stopped taking care of him, turned around and sat on a side table, picked up his wine glass and drank a small amount of wine by himself. Seeing this, Qin Xiaotian's face sank as he said in a deep voice, how can you be sure that I don't have any other reinforcements? Have you forgotten the heavenly palace I mentioned to you earlier? The hand that was about to bring the wine glass to his mouth gave a slight lurch, and Zhang Yun looked at him with a gaze full of suspicion, and then opened his mouth. So what? Could it be that they will still avenge you and help you together against the Netherworld Holy Land? Zhang Yun didn't believe that a great power like the Heavenly Palace would offend the misty sacred land for Qin Xiaotian, and although he didn't know how strong the Heavenly Palace's true strength actually was, he knew that people were definitely not stupid. Qin Xiaotian explained, you may not know the identity of that black rogue man, he's actually one of the 3 hall masters of the Heavenly Palace Assassination Hall. Moreover, the Heavenly Palace has to be powerful, you can tell by casually asking around in the central state, and now that a hall master has died, do you think they'll just sit back and do nothing? He had been staying with Black Wind during this period of time and had heard many secret stories of the central state, and even some things about the Heavenly Palace were known quite a bit. Immediately after, under Zhang Yun's slightly stunned gaze, Qin Xiaotian pulled out another sound transmission stone. Because I was afraid that something irreversible would happen, that Black Wind Hallmaster specially gave me a sound transmission stone that can contact the Heavenly Palace. With it, are you afraid I won't have any help? Really? Zhang Yun asked, his eyes flickering, obviously still somewhat skeptical and torn. When Qin Xiaotian saw him like this, a trace of joy flooded his heart and he continued, the things are all here, can I still lie to you? When the people of the Heavenly Palace destroy the Netherworld Holy Land, I won't snatch anything from you no matter what at that time, I'll only seek revenge. But the prerequisite is that you must agree to join forces with me at this moment. After listening to these words, Zhang Yun slowly put down his wineglass, his face showing some moving colors, obviously impressed, but did not immediately open his mouth, but secretly pondered in his mind. Seeing his hesitation, Qin Xiaotian hurriedly continued to brainwash. No, explaining, you must think clearly. The Netherworld Holy Land, as a supreme Dao lineage and now with an immortal in attendance, must have extremely deep reserves. If you can really eliminate it, those resources are enough to take your vast sword sect to another level. It's not even difficult to become an Eastern Wasteland overlord. Who? Zhang Yun involuntarily exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and it was obvious that the greed within him had been aroused by Qin Xiaotian. After a moment of silence, Zhang Yun finally made up his mind, looked straight at Qin Xiaotian, and slowly said, alright, I promise you. But if you dare to lie to me, I will definitely not let you go. You can rest assured. Qin Xiaotian smiled faintly. Chapter 62 Fengyun City, Scourge of the Demon Race. With the destruction of the divine martial imperial dynasty, a group of elders and senior management were gathering in the Grand Hall to discuss important matters together. Old Ancestor, Sacred Lord, the divine martial imperial dynasty has already been extinguished, and the dozen or so vassal forces governed under it have all submitted to our misty sacred land. Chen Tian pondered a little and added in a slow voice, however, the divine martial dynasty has a vast area and is close to us, shouldn't we be establishing a subdivision? Liang Xiu nodded his head in agreement and responded, what Elder Chen said is very true, now that our misty sacred land is in the ascendant, we deserve to build another subsector. In this way, we can expand our territory and recruit more disciples at the same time. Upon this statement, the group of elders nodded their heads in recognition. After all, nowadays, with the old ancestor, an immortal, at the helm, the netherworld Holy Land could be said to be a transcendent existence in the eastern wasteland, so it really should expand its territory a bit, open its gates widely, and recruit more disciples. Lu Mubai nodded at his words, feeling that it made perfect sense. Immediately afterward, his gaze turned to Yi Shaoqing and he opened his mouth to ask for advice. Old ancestor, what do you think about this matter? Everyone's gazes then also fell on Yi Shaoqing, who was leisurely sipping a small drink on the side, waiting for his opinion. However, Yi Shaoqing, who was not interested in these matters, just waved his hand and said carelessly, you guys just watch out for it, no need to ask me. Lu Mubai nodded his head at his words and said to the crowd, since that's the case, then let's build another subclan. Afterward, Lu Mubai looked at Gui Jie and Tan Hua on the side and instructed, Elder Gua, Elder Tan, I'll leave this matter to the two of you. Yes, the two men answered. At that moment, a disciple flew in through the door in a panicked manner. Holy Lord, something big is wrong. Holy Lord, something big is wrong. The crowd moved at the sound and turned their heads to look at him. Lu Mubai frowned slightly and said, the old ancestor is here, no rudeness, what's going on slowly? When that disciple heard that, he instantly saw Yi Shaoqing sitting on the side, he couldn't help but be startled, realizing that he was a bit out of line just now. He hurriedly bowed his hand and saluted him. And Yi Shaoqing didn't care about this, signaling him to say what he had to say. When the disciple saw this, he then said in a slightly agitated manner, Old Ancestor, news has come from Windcloud City that they are under a sneak attack by the demon race and are in dire need of rescue. Demon race? Lu Mubai's brows furrowed even tighter as he turned to the disciple and asked, is this matter true? 1,000 times true. The disciple nodded vigorously. Seeing this situation, Chen Tian showed a puzzled look on his face. How could the border region, which has always been peaceful, suddenly encounter a sneak attack from the demon race? The area behind the netherworld Holy Land was vast, up to the border. Ever since the land of southern barbarians was occupied by the demon race back then, disciples were sent to build the town of Wind and Cloud to defend it. At first, the demon race harassed them from time to time, but as thousands of years passed, there were very few fights between Windcloud City and the demon race, and they have always been at peace with each other. Whatever reason he is doing this for, I propose to directly bring people to battle with him, a small demon race, what is there to fear? Louis Dao said in a domineering manner. However, as soon as his words were uttered, they were rebutted by a group of elders. Chen Tian said, Elder Lu, you are too impulsive. Although we have had fights with the demon race, after so many years have passed, we're not quite sure how strong they are, so it's just too dangerous to make a rash move. Indeed. Liang Xiu nodded in agreement. If we, the Netherworld Holy Land, directly raise our troops to go out to war, it's highly likely to trigger a great war between the human and demon races, and if we can't eliminate the demon race in one fell swoop, I'm afraid that it will have unpredictable consequences. However, Louis Dao was full of disdain and said proudly, First Elder and Third Elder, you guys just think too much and are too timid. With the old ancestor, exterminating the demon race wouldn't be an easy task? As soon as these words came out, Chen Tian and Liang Xiu could no longer hold back. Louis Dao, can't you temper yourself? That's right. What's that got to do with being bold and timid? Since you're so powerful, go and wipe out the demon race. Just go, who's afraid? Looking at these three people chattering and bickering, Lu Mubai was instantly enraged and immediately scolded in a stern voice. That's enough, all of you. As soon as his voice rang out, the three of them fell silent, but it was clear from their expressions that they were unconvinced by each other. Lu Mubai immediately felt a headache, so angry that he scolded Chen Tian and Liang Xiu severely. Immediately afterward, he turned his gaze to Louis Dao, who was breathing heavily after the argument at the side, and said in a good-natured manner, You two, can't you change this temper? We are all elders of the same sect. What can't we talk about calmly? Also, Windcloud City's attack by the demon race is just a small matter. We can just discuss the solution. Do we still need to trouble old ancestor to take action? Being counted down by Lu Mubai, Louis Dao, who was still a bit unconvinced, quieted down at this moment, and also realized that what he just said was indeed a bit ill-considered. Okay, y'all stop talking. At this time, Yi Shaoqing, who had been drinking in silence, suddenly opened his mouth. When the crowd heard this, they turned their eyes to him. Yi Shaoqing turned his head to look at the disciple who stood in silence and inquired, Did the news mention the approximate realm of strength of the incoming demon race? Upon hearing this, the disciple respectfully responded, back to the old ancestor, the news says that none of the demon race's strengths are high, most of them are between the foundation establishment realm and the mortal transformation realm. But there are a lot of them. When Yi Shaoqing heard this, he had a plan in mind, and then he swept his gaze around, landing on the elders and Lu Mubai. You've all heard that the demon race isn't very strong, so rather than having you guys make the move, it would be better to just have the Saint Sun lead the team forward for some training. In this way, not only can we hone our combat skills, but we can also enhance our cultivation. Wouldn't that be killing two birds with one stone? The crowd was brightened up. Old Ancestor is wise. Even Chen Tian, Liang Xiu, and Lui Dao, who had been arguing over this matter earlier, felt that the old ancestor's words made perfect sense. After all, demonic cores of demons above the Jindan realm were greatly beneficial to cultivators' cultivation. If the Saint Sun was allowed to lead the talented disciples of the younger generation to Wine Cloud City for some training, the effect could be far better than closed-door cultivation. Lu Mubai immediately said, then everyone will follow the old ancestor's words and notify the Holy Sun so that he can lead some of his disciples to Wine Cloud City for support. Meanwhile, on the walls of Fengyun City, City Lord Ouyang Yin stood there with his arms folded, his eyes gazing ahead flashing a hint of coldness. Chapter 63, The Raging Demon Race. Only to see the outskirts of the forest about 2 kilometers away in front of them, uncountable demonic beasts were gathering in a steady stream, eyeing this side intently. The middle zone separated from Fengyun City was densely covered with corpses, both human and demon races. Obviously a tragic battle had just been experienced here not long ago. At this moment, an old man slowly came from one side and said in a deep voice to Ouyang Yun, City Lord, the casualties for this week have been tallied. Nearly 1,000 disciples perished on our side, including 2 disciples of the mortal transformation realm. Currently there are less than 300 disciples from the Foundation Establishment realm to the Yuanying realm who are still able to fight, and there's even only one left at the Metamorphosis realm. Hearing this, Ouyang Yun's face instantly became gloomy. Immediately afterward, he somewhat eagerly inquired, can the news be sent back to the Netherworld Holy Land? Fuan responded, the letter has been returned, and the Holy Sun is already on his way with his men. But because of the long distance, I'm afraid it won't arrive that quickly, at least tomorrow. Saint Sun? Ouyang Yun was slightly stunned. Because Wind Cloud City was located in the border area, a barren land, apart from knowing that the old ancestors still existed in the world, the many things that had happened in the eastern wasteland recently had not yet reached here, so they were ignorant of many things. The two were silent for a long time. Fuan suddenly spoke up, City Lord, the demon race's attack this time seems to be raging, but it gives me the feeling that it's very fishy. Gathering such a large number of people from the demon race, if they were to swarm us, our Wind Cloud City would be powerless to withstand them, but they don't, instead, they are charging in batch after batch. Indeed. Ouyang Yun sighed helplessly. In the past few days, he had also noticed the abnormal behavior of the demon race. Both he and Fuan were both strong in the divine spirit realm, and the ordinary demon race could not pose a threat to them at all. However, the number of demons in front of them was up to more than 20,000, and even though they were not strong, if they all swarmed together, not to mention the two of them, even if it was all the disciples of the entire Windy Cloud City combined, it would be difficult to withstand them. After all, among the same rank, the body of a demonic beast was a bit more powerful than a cultivator. But as it turned out, the demon race, who could clearly crush them in one fell swoop, unusually and counterintuitively fought a wheel war, as if they were deliberately teasing them. It's not the time to think about that, it's as good as it gets. Just hold out until help arrives. Ouyang Yun said in a deep voice. Yes. Fuan nodded in response. Father, Uncle Fu, you're all here. The two of them turned around at the sound of the voice, only to see a lance-wielding, well-built teenager walking up from below. The young man was Ouyang Yun's son, Ouyang Chen. Because he has been guarding the border with his father since he was young, at the age of 16, Ouyang Chen's strength has already reached the peak of the late stage of the Yuanying realm, and he is the leading genius of the young generation in Fengyun City. Ouyang Yun frowned slightly and asked, what are you doing here? Didn't I tell you to go and settle the people in the city? Ouyang Chen said with a playful smile, Father, are you still not assured that I'm doing my job? I've already arranged it properly. It's not as if we're watching the demon clan preparing to launch another attack. I want to take my people out to fight with them. Looking at his son who was leaping up and down, looking like he wanted to fight the demon race, Ouyang Yun immediately huffed a bit and glared at him fiercely. No nonsense, you are not needed here, just hurry back to protect the people. When Ouyang Chen heard this, he became anxious. Why? These demonic beasts are not strong, with my strength I can easily kill them, why am I not allowed to go? Seeing that he still dared to contradict himself, Ouyang Yun chided, you've got hardened wings now, you don't even listen to my words, do you? I don't care, I'm going. Ouyang Chen said, not the slightest bit intimidated. And he was very confused. He used to often sneak to the outskirts of the southern barbarian land to kill demonic beasts, take the demon nucleus to cultivate. This matter father is aware of. How is it that now that the demon race has invaded Windy Cloud City openly and squarely, they are instead not allowed to take action themselves? Looking at his father who had an exasperated look on his face, Ouyang Chen muttered, "Anyway, mother agreed that I should go, and if you don't agree I can only call out to her to tell you. Do you believe that I will clean you up?" Ouyang Yun's face instantly turned green and red, obviously infuriated. Just as he was about to make a move to clean up Ouyang Chen, Fuan, who was on the side, saw this and hurriedly reached out to pull him back. "City Lord, the young master is still young, just say a few words to him, there's no need to make a move." Immediately after, Fuan shouted towards Ouyang Chen again, "Young master, you should also stop messing around and hurry up to apologize. I didn't do anything wrong, why should I apologize?" After Ouyang Chen finished speaking, he turned around and left towards the distance. Seeing this, Ouyang Yun's face sank and he chided in a low voice, "It's really getting less and less big." Seeing this scene, Fuan sighed helplessly, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but spread a bitter smile. This father and son, when they're close, they talk about everything, and when they're not, they move and fight. LOL, it's so inscrutable. It's better to be young. Forest outskirts. Wolf King Li Feng gazed at Fengyun City in front of him, a cold light flickering in his eyes. With that, he raised his head to look at the Rat King Ghostfoot, who was half lying in the branches of a large tree. After Ghostfoot took human form, he was only about 1 meter 2 or 3 in height, and looked like a thief with inverted eyebrows. "What exactly do you think Dtian is calculating?" Li Feng suddenly asked. "These people are so weak that they can be blown to death by blowing on their breath, and as a result, they don't let us directly exterminate them, but instead, they are here to play house with them." Once Ghostfoot heard this, he spread his hands out and said with disinterest, "What do you care? It's good to get out and move around since you're idle anyway. You're the only one who can stay calm." Li Feng shook his head very breathlessly. "We are at least demon emperors now, in my opinion, why don't we just destroy them directly and then step on the eastern wasteland in one fell swoop? That would be a pain in the ass." Hearing this, Ghostfoot glanced downward at him and sneered, "Go on then, I'll be here cheering you on. However, if the Beast Emperor blames you, you'll have to bear the consequences yourself." "Goon!" Li Feng cursed in his heart. Although his mouth was like this, his heart was actually very fearful. After all, who in the entire demon race didn't know the terror of the Beast Emperor? That was an existence that would swallow the heavens and the earth and everything at the drop of a hat. Thinking of this, Li Feng couldn't help but shiver. He then said to Ghostfoot, "In that case, you can keep watch here, and I'll go around to other places." After saying that, his figure seemed to transform into a speedy wind and instantly sped away towards the distance. Chapter 64, The Four Great Kings of the Demon Race. Night crept in. Somewhere in the sky, more than 110 figures sped past. "Saint Sun, why don't you rush to Wine Cloud City first, and me and the senior brothers will follow." Chen Feng fought to catch up with Lin Hao and came to his side, saying in a respectful voice. Their group, mostly disciples at the peak of the late Jindan realm, couldn't fly in the air like Lin Hao, and could only fly with their swords, which naturally slowed them down quite a bit. The Netherworld Holy Land and Fengyun were far apart again. If they followed this speed, the fastest they could arrive would be tomorrow morning, and by then I was afraid that the yellow flowers would be cold. Instead of that, then it would be better to let Lin Hao take the first step. It can only be that way. Lin Hao pondered a little, then nodded. Immediately afterward, he admonished Qianfeng, "Then I'll take the first step, and you guys should speed up as well." "Yes," Qianfeng answered. In the next moment, Lin Hao catalyzed his spiritual energy and flew towards the front border area at full speed like an arrow off the string. Meanwhile, Wind in Cloud City. Nearly 300 disciples stood in a tight formation, standing in unison at the city gates. The leading disciple was Cui Hong, who was in the middle stage of the mortal transformation realm. The rest of the disciples' cultivation levels were all between the Foundation Establishment realm and the Yuanying realm. Their gazes brushed together and locked tightly in front, not far away, a black pressurized piece of wolf and rat demonic beasts just like a tidal wave madly surging. Cui Hong raised his arms and shouted, "Senior brothers, follow me, the district demonic beasts, what is there to fear? 8 directions fire cloud formation, rise." Cui Hong rose up in the air, his hands quickly formed a seal, and in an instant, red light flashed, and a formation broke out from the ground and shot up into the sky. Rumble! The formation rotated and roaring flames gushed out, instantly incinerating the dozen or so Foundation Establishment realm demonic beasts at the very front into ashes. Seeing this scene, the disciples' morale was greatly boosted, and they all rose up with their swords and rushed towards the beast tide. For a while, shouts and killings arose, and both sides engaged in a fierce fight. On the city wall, after seeing the appearance of the demonic beasts in front of him, Fuan suddenly said with a grave expression, "City Lord, if I'm not mistaken, these demonic beasts should be the Green Wind Wolf clan and the Mole Rat clan." Ouyang Yun frowned and nodded. "It is indeed these two clans." Fuan was very puzzled and said, "Earlier it was all a small fight, rather like a demon race that teased us. How could they send out a group of demonic beasts from the 4 great royal clans?" As far as they currently knew, the demon race had 4 major royal clans, namely the Green Wind Wolf clan, the Mole race, the Nine-tailed Skyfox clan, and the Titan Giant Ape clan. Previously, the demon race had sent out ordinary demon beasts, but this time, the ones that came were actually the 2 major royal clans, which was really a bit unexpected. Although the strength of these demonic beasts in front of them was not much different from the group of disciples, their special racial talents were extremely terrifying. The speed of the Green Wind Wolf clan was as swift as a shadow, which was difficult for normal people to match. Although the Mole clan is small, basically between half a meter and a meter, but a hand of recluse is extremely difficult. Looking at the disciples who were at a disadvantage in numbers and gradually falling behind, Fuan inquired, "City Lord, should we make a move?" Ouyang shook his head and said, "Wait a little longer. Look ahead again." Cui Hong, who was maneuvering the formation in midair and assisting the disciples in battle, suddenly heard an eerie, hoarse voice from behind him. Surprisingly, there is still an intermediate level formation master. Cui Hong was shocked and turned around immediately. Knock! Immediately afterward, he only saw dust flying below him, a large hole appeared in the ground, and a mole rat at the peak of the Jindan realm leaped out of the hole, staring at him with an impish face. "What a big rat!" Cui Hong was stunned and exclaimed in disbelief. Hearing this, the mole's face instantly sank, and he said angrily, "It's a mole, not a rat. Don't yell if you don't know what you're talking about." The corner of Cui Hong's mouth spread a cold smile, and then he quickly maneuvered the formation to change direction and said with disdain, "Isn't it all the same?" Only a loud rumble could be heard, and the flames in the sky erupted and splashed in all directions, raging and blasting toward the mole. With that kind of strength, you're no match for me." Mole let out a taunt. The figure jumped up high, evading the attack by hiding towards the ground like lightning. Immediately afterward, before Cui Hong could react, the surrounding rubble unexpectedly slowly floated into the air, shooting towards him like a dense rain of arrows. Seeing this situation, he immediately activated the flames of the formation, melting the rubble instantly. Looking at the mole that was constantly moving by virtue of its racial talent, hiding underground and using rubble to continuously attack itself, Cui Hong suddenly spoke out and sneered. "You actually dare to play such a small trick in front of the formation master, don't you know that this is asking for death?" After saying that, Cui Hong punched in spiritual energy towards the locations around the ground that had been set up in advance, and his hands phantom-like kept forming seals. In an instant, the ground shook violently and began to collapse continuously. What? Witnessing this sudden change, the underground mole was stunned and panicked, wanting to vanish towards the distance. However, it was already too late, as a brilliant and dazzling formation suddenly emerged, directly crushing the mole like a meat grinder. Afterward, without the slightest hesitation, Cui Hong rushed back to the battlefield and assisted his disciples to continue fighting. In the midst of such a large-scale melee, the role of formation masters was pivotal, and with Cui Hong's help, they were not at a significant disadvantage despite the smaller numbers on their side. Broken gun style. Along with this angry shout, a figure rushed out from one side and killed the beasts. He was seen holding a long spear in his hand, the tip of the spear flashing with a cold light, just like a dragon coming out of the sea. The harsh wind of the gun swept up the wild sand in the sky, and wherever it passed, several demonic beasts fell to the ground in response. Madaka! The lance jabbed violently into the ground, and Ouyang Chen threw back his head and laughed wildly, his laughter openly wild to the extreme. Little demonic beasts are nothing more than that, just like that they dare to come and violate my wind cloud city? This scene happened to fall into the eyes of Ouyang Yun above the city wall, and his face instantly darkened. This asshole kid, how reckless. He had warned him 3 times not to set foot on the battlefield, but instead of listening, this brat was so arrogant and domineering. Do you really think the battlefield is a child's play? In the next moment, Ouyang Yun's figure flashed and disappeared directly from the city wall like a ghost, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared beside Ouyang Chen and raised his hand to his head and slapped it fiercely. Agu! Ouyang Chen couldn't help but lose his voice and shriek in pain. Just as he was about to break out into curses, he suddenly realized that the person who hit him was actually his own father, and his entire body instantly wilted like a deflated ball of leather. Somewhat timidly, he called out, "Dad." Ouyang Yun's face was filled with anger as he chided, "Get back to me immediately." "I won't." Ouyang Chen first froze, then said stiffly with his neck sticking out. He doesn't want to go back. It's not easy to have so many demonic beasts to kill, don't have more fun for a while, that's how boring it is. Seeing him being so stubborn, Ouyang Yun was about to get angry. Suddenly, a deafening wolf howl resounded. Woo! Chapter 65, the holy soldier arrives before anyone arrives. Only to see 4 large-sized, 3-meter-high, dark green wolves, slowly stepping out from behind a group of demonic beasts. The powerful aura of the divine spirit realm instantly swept across the entire battlefield. In an instant, all the disciples of Wind Cloud City were shocked by this sudden turn of events, and each of them gazed at the green wolf in front of them with a face full of fear. How could there be so many divine spirit realm demonic beasts? Judging from the aura, they all seemed to be between the peak of the early stage and the peak of the middle stage. Oh my god, what a fight! The crowd was stunned, their cultivation levels were only between the Foundation Establishment realm and the Yuanying realm, so how could they possibly fight against a demonic beast of the divine spirit realm? Just that powerful and incomparable aura alone completely suppressed them, and even the thought of resisting was nearly dissipated. Seeing this scene, Ouyang Yun also couldn't help but froze a bit, and then hurriedly protected Ouyang Chen behind him. Immediately afterward, Ouyang Yun gazed tightly at the 4 green wolves and said in a deep voice, Windcloud City and the demon race have always been at peace with each other. Why did you raise your clan to commit a crime? The leading green wolf slowly stepped forward and said in a stern voice, the demon emperor has ordered to tread down Windcloud City. When these words came out, everyone present all drew in a breath of cold air, deeply shocked by its words. Demon emperor. The demon race actually had a demon emperor in existence, and they had actually come to exterminate Windcloud City on the orders of the demon emperor. For a moment, inexplicable fear spread in the hearts of countless people. Even Ouyang Yun could not help but be shocked. It seemed unbelievable that a small Windcloud City would be noticed by a demon race great emperor. It's like a dream. It's unreal. Looking at the stunned faces of the Windcloud City crowd, Green Wolf sneered towards Ouyang Yun, I advise you to surrender obediently so as not to suffer the pain of skin and flesh. Don't even think about it. Ouyang Yun shouted angrily. Ever since his master passed on his position as the Lord of Windcloud City 30 years ago, he had never feared death, and for a mere demonic beast to try to make him bind his hands was simply a fool's errand. He then leapt into mid-air and took out a silver lance, protecting all the disciples of Windcloud City behind him, bellowing, if you want to fight, come on. At that moment, Fu En's figure also flew over from the rear. The powerful auras of the late Divine Prana Realm and the mid-Divine Prana Realm erupted from the two of them in an instant, and they were in a stalemate with them. Then there's nothing more to say. The 4 green wolves leapt up, straight into the clouds, the raging and violent demonic chi in their bodies raging, and they pounced straight towards Ouyang Yun and the 2 of them. In an instant, the 6 figures were intertwined and indistinguishable. The gun breaks 10,000 pounds. Wanxiang fist. Rumble. The powerful auras and divine abilities collided fiercely, and the shockwaves instantly killed quite a few Foundation Establishment realm cultivators and demonic beasts. Seeing this, the demonic beasts and the people of Fengyan City very silently retreated to the side, not daring to come forward easily, and they all tilted their heads to look at the sky. It's over, the city lord and Uncle Fu seem to be at a disadvantage, someone said in alarm, only to see Ouyang Yun and Fu and above gradually losing their strength under the fierce attack of the 4 green wolves and began to slowly descend. After all, they were of equal strength, and although Ouyang Yun's cultivation was slightly higher by a small realm, it was difficult for him to resist the siege of the 3 green wolves. Moreover, the racial talent of the green wolf was horrifying, the chance of winning a single fight at the same level was slim, and now it was still 1 against 3. Bang bang! Ouyang Yun and Fuan, whose auras were weakening, were directly knocked away and smashed towards the ground. Poof! The 2 men violently sprayed out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, everyone was struck by lightning, frozen as if they were dumbfounded. The defeat of the city lord meant that Windcloud City was about to be destroyed. Someone shouted, let's fight. That's right, put up a fight, even if we die, we'll pull a few demonic beasts on our backs. The unwillingness spread and instantly triggered the resonance of the crowd, and for a moment, all the disciples of Windcloud City revealed a look of death, brandishing their long swords and charging towards the demonic beast. A life and death duel has begun. Kill. The large pupils of a green wolf coldly scanned them, a grim smile spreading from the corner of its mouth. Want to die? Then I will fulfill you. It violently swung out a claw, and the harsh claw wind lunged straight down towards these disciples. The moment it was about to hit, a powerful and unrivaled sword chi descended from the sky like a rainbow striking the sun, directly piercing through it. Who is it? The green wolf was shocked and furious, yelling at the top of its lungs. However, the surrounding area was as dark as ink, dead silent, without the slightest response. Just as it was filled with suspicion, a light breeze suddenly blew around it, which seemed to carry an endless chill. As it appeared, the air around it instantly became ice-cold and bone-chilling, and the water molecules in the air quickly condensed and transformed into flakes of snow drifting down. At this moment, both the disciples of Windcloud City and the strong-bodied demon race could not help but tremble. Look everyone, why is it suddenly snowing? Hiss, it's cold. What the hell is going on here? For a time, people, demons, and the 2 races were confused by this sudden spectacle. It is now clearly the July heat, in the middle of the summer. How could the snowflakes drift up without warning? Just then, a voice echoed into the void. Did you ask me if you wanted to kill them? A sharp sword with flashing silver light suddenly appeared high in the sky. Powerful holy might spread out, instantly locking that talking green wolf firmly in place. Damn it! The intent of death enveloped his heart, and without the slightest hesitation, the green wolf turned around and wanted to flee. However, as soon as the thought had arisen, it realized with horror that its limbs had been tightly wrapped in cold air, and the space around it was also filled with cold air, making its movement speed abnormally slow. Buzz! The saint soldier trembled violently and fell straight down like a Tarzan pressing on an egg. The saint might stirred and thundered, directly splitting it into 2 halves. This scene stunned everyone. The green wolf, who was previously unrivaled and strong, was actually decimated by a single sword, and did not even have the slightest power to fight back. Witnessing this scene, the remaining 3 green wolves instantly acted as if they were facing a great enemy, their pupils dramatically dilated, gazing dead on above the void while pulling out their throats to roar. Who is it? Show yourself if you have the guts. What kind of hero is it to hide your head? The voice rang out once again, "What are you hiding? The saint's son hasn't arrived just yet." When these words came out, the crowd was shocked. The person had not yet arrived, but the holy soldiers had arrived first. Then how powerful was this person? Ouyang Yun and Fuan, who heard the word saint's son, looked at each other and seemed to have guessed what was going on, and a hint of joy flashed in their eyes. Phew! It wasn't long before a black figure crossed the sky like a meteor and landed steadily next to the saint's soldier. By the light of the moon, the crowd could clearly see that this person's face was very handsome and extraordinary. The deep gaze of the leading green wolf locked onto the figure that had suddenly appeared. The sharp intuition that demonic beasts were born with allowed it to clearly sense that this person was extremely dangerous, despite the fact that the aura emanating from this person was only at the early stage of the divine spirit realm. It immediately bellowed, "Who are you?" Lin Hao sniffed and slowly lowered his head, looking down on it from above. The holy son of the netherworld Holy Land, Lin Hao. Chapter 66, Lin Hao's great display of power. As soon as Lin Hao's words fell, all the Wind Cloud City disciples present boiled over. Is he the contemporary holy son of our ethereal Holy Land? Wow, he looks so young. Look at the appearance, age should be less than 20 bar, surprisingly broke through to the early stage of the divine vibrancy realm. This is also too powerful, right? And have you noticed that although this Saint Lin is slightly weaker than the demonic beast, his aura is really powerful? For a while, the crowd was in disbelief, and murmurs rose and fell. Although Wind Cloud City was only a small city guarding the border area, all the disciples in the city, excluding the mortals, were directly under the ethereal Holy Land. Therefore, they had long been notified of the establishment of the Holy Sun some time ago. It was just that everyone had never thought to the fact that the Saint's son was so young and his strength was still this powerful, worthy of being a Saint's son level character. His talent was truly terrifying. Wind Cloud City Lord Ouyang Yun greets the Holy Sun. At this moment, the two of them, Ouyang Yun and Fuan, rushed forward and bowed their hands towards Lin Hao. Seeing this, the rest of the disciples also arched their hands at the same time and shouted in unison, "We have met the Holy Sun." The sound was deafening, cutting through the dark night sky and resounding. Lin Hao in the sky above said in a loud voice, "There's no need to be polite." Ouyang Yun from below looked around and inquired with a puzzled face, "Saint Sun, are you the only one who came?" When the crowd heard this, their gazes were directed towards Lin Hao, and they all seemed to be puzzled as to why Lin Hao was the only one, with no other disciples in sight. Lin Hao said, "The rest of the senior brothers are on their way here and will arrive soon." So it is. At this point, everyone then breathed a sigh of relief. Nowadays, Fengyun City was understaffed, and even though Saint Lin was powerful, there were many demonic beasts, so if he was the only one, it was inevitable that he would be out of his depth. Just as the crowd was immersed in the joy of the arrival of help, the eyes of the leading green wolf not far ahead instantly turned ice cold. It roared over toward the side, "Have you all had enough chatting?" At the moment, it was about to explode with anger. Now was a critical moment when the two armies were at war, and this group of people actually directly ignored their existence and chatted there, completely disregarding them. One must know that they were the four major king clans of the demon race. When had they ever suffered such humiliation? In the next moment, the pressure of the peak of the middle stage of the divine spirit realm surged towards this side like a giant mountain. Everyone seemed to be poured a pot of cold water over their heads and subconsciously looked that way. Just as Ouyang Yun wanted to open his mouth to speak, he was interrupted by Lin Hao. Ouyang Yun then turned his gaze to him, his eyes filled with doubt. Lin Hao didn't explain. After all, the current Ouyang Yun and Fuan were both heavily injured, and the opposite side was just a mere 3 demonic beasts of the divine spirit realm, so he still had the confidence to deal with them. Green Wolf met Lin Hao's gaze and was the first to speak. "You're the holy son of that netherworld Holy Land? I advise you to hurry up and surrender with them, or else you'll be in for it later." Hearing these threatening words, as well as the Green Wolf's eyes that belittled him, Lin Hao couldn't help but laugh, and then mocked, "You're the ones who should surrender. This saint's son is in a good mood right now. If you surrender now, I can still consider leaving you a whole body." Roar! A low roar came out, and the other two green wolves took a step forward immediately afterward, shouting angrily at Lin Hao, "How dare you? You're just a fellow at the early stage of the divine spirit realm. How dare you be so arrogant and conceited? Do you really think that you're invincible just because you've killed one person by fluke? Since you don't know how to die, we'll give you a ride before we step on Wind Cloud City." The aura of the peak of the early stage of the divine spirit realm erupted between this moment. The ghostly stance and the bewitching pace kept alternating, leaving behind several residual shadows. In the blink of an eye, 2 green wolves appeared within a dozen meters, charging towards Lin Hao. Seeing this scene, a cold smile spread out from the corner of Lin Hao's mouth. "It's fast, but it's not enough." In an instant, the piercingly cold air surged out from his body, and for a moment, snowflakes flew in a circle of tens of miles, and an endless coldness filled the entire void. The green wolf that was originally speeding along, its limbs were instantly wrapped tightly in cold air, and its speed became abnormally slow. "What?" A hint of shock and fear flashed in the eyes of the green wolves, and just as they attempted to run their spiritual energy to melt the cold air, Lin Hao's voice sounded again. "Today, I'll let you all see what is meant by the might of extreme cold." Rumble! With Lin Hao as the center, the surrounding temperature suddenly dropped to the freezing point, ripples spreading rapidly in all directions. In an instant, all the demonic beasts that were enveloped by the cold aura were turned into ice sculptures, and even the two divine spirit realm green wolves began to continuously freeze on their limbs. They cried out in horror, "God body, you actually possess a god body. How is this possible?" When these words came out, everyone was shocked, and the crowd of disciples from Wind Cloud City all tilted their heads to look at Lin Hao, who was chilling at the moment. The Holy Sun is actually harboring a special physique. God, this is too much. They naturally knew the name of the divine body, which was a special physique that only a supreme heavenly pride could possess. However, anyone with such a physique, as long as they don't die young, their future cultivation path is unlimited. What's impossible? Lin Hao answered, then raised his hand and waved it, the holy soldier humming. A sword chi condensed from Saint Might hung high above the 9 heavens. Jintian sword drawing technique. Chop. Rumble. The sword chi cut across the sky, a long rainbow slashing down fiercely towards the heads of the 2 green wolves that were imprisoned by the cold chi. No. No way. The 2 green wolves were filled with panic. They tried their best to dodge, however, at this time, their limbs were unable to move at all, so they could only harden their heads and use their chi to resist. However, this heaven-slashing sword drawing technique was an immortal level technique, or it was cast by a holy weapon. Even if the user Lin Hao's strength wasn't high, there were very few people among the same rank who could withstand it. Pust. As expected, the bodies of the 2 green wolves were instantly cleaved into blood mist splattered in all directions, drifting down between heaven and earth. Seeing this scene, the leading green wolf on one side cried out in shock. Retreat! The words had not yet fallen, but it had already turned around and ran wildly, and that reaction was called a fast one, which made a group of demonic beasts' jaws drop. Seeing that the leader had fled, the group of demonic beasts without a backbone returned to their senses and immediately panicked, running wildly towards the direction of the forest in the back. Lin Hao in the sky above snorted, "If I just let you guys run away like this, won't I lose face?" With those words, he tightened his grip on the saint soldier and shot out like lightning, chasing after the demonic beast. Rumble! Sword chi was spreading across the sky, shaking the clouds. Wherever he passed, there were all the mournful wails of demonic beasts, and Lin Hao was like the god of death descending at this moment, harvesting the lives of one demonic beast after another. The crowd of disciples outside Wind Cloud City, including Ouyang Yun and Fuan, were all stunned by this scene, feeling as if they were dreaming. No one had thought that Lin Hao was so powerful, chasing after the group of demonic beasts by himself to kill them. Chapter 67 Yi Shaoqing's Arrival, Dialogue in Space. Rumble. A roar sounded, waking up Ouyang Yun, who was slightly lost in thought. Ouyang Yun, who had reacted, immediately raised his voice towards the crowd behind him and shouted, "All disciples of Wind Cloud City, kill the enemy together with the Holy Sun. Charge! Kill! Slaughter them! It's been depressing me for a while. That's right, we must make this group of demonic beasts look good today." This week or so, because of the invasion of demonic beasts, all of them were in panic, and now they saw Lin Hao being so ferocious. For a moment, the remaining 200 or so disciples were like chicken blood, with high fighting spirit and killing intent. They all rose up with their swords and chased towards the frantically fleeing group of demonic beasts. Meanwhile, inside the forest, leaving the wind to watch his people being chased and killed in front of him, his eyes suddenly flashed with endless fury, killing intent rampant. "Damn humans, I'll have to destroy you." As soon as the words left his mouth, just as he was about to strike, Ghostfoot slowly walked over from behind. "Aren't there just a few weaklings who died? What's with the fire?" When Li Feng heard this, his pupils dilated and he looked incredulously at Ghost Feet on the side, cursing, "This is someone from both of our clans, and you're actually saying it so easily? Now I'm wondering if you're on the human side." Ghostfoot lightly glanced at him and casually said, "The weak are eliminated and the strong survive. This is originally the belief of our demon race. What's more, after so many years have passed, our demon clan has been silent for so long, and our clan has skyrocketed several times over, so now we're just kicking some trash out, so what's the big deal about dying some? You." Leaving the wind was a bit speechless. What Ghostfoot said was indeed very reasonable, making him unable to refute it all for a moment. Immediately afterward, the ghost shadow revealed a sneering expression and said with a sorrowful smile, "Besides, we're helping Dtion now. What are you so eager to do with Wind Cloud City that you want to wipe it out? You're not supposed to be associated with him in any way, are you? You fart." Li Feng was furious when he heard this and stared at him with great displeasure. "You can eat indiscriminately, but don't spew words indiscriminately. I am loyal to the Beast Emperor. If you dare to talk nonsense again, don't blame me for being impolite to you. Do you see that I am afraid of you?" Ghostfoot looked at the somewhat exasperated leaving wind and teased. Being disliked and dumbfounded, Li Feng took a deep breath. He knew that if he stayed on, the two would definitely fight even if they weren't pissed off by Ghostfoot. At that moment, he said, alright, I can't say it, you're good, alright? I'm on my way." After saying that, leaving wind disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving Ghostfoot, who had a bad smile on his face, alone in the forest with the cold wind blowing. In a short time, the sky was brightening and the sun was slowly rising. After a night of killing, Lin Hao led the people of Fengyun City to charge directly into the outer edge of the forest, driving all the demonic beasts back to the southern barbarian land. At this moment, everyone was excited, looking at Lin Hao in the sky with eyes full of fervor as well as admiration, inwardly marveling at his powerful strength. At this moment, Ouyang Yun said in a deep voice to the crowd, "Everyone clean up the battlefield and bring all the dead disciples back for a glorious and generous burial." In this battle, too many disciples died in Wind Cloud City, all adding up to thousands of people, which could be said to have been wounded to the root, and if it wasn't for Lin Hao's timely arrival, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Shoo shoo shoo! A shout rang out along with the sound of wind across the sky. "Holy Sun, we are here!" The crowd followed the sound and saw more than 100 ethereal Holy Land disciples flying from the distance. "We have met the Holy Sun, the city lord." Coming to the front, Zhenfeng arched his hand towards Lin Hao and Ouyang Yun and saluted. The two didn't speak, both nodding their heads in greeting. Zhenfeng scanned the densely packed demonic beast corpses around him and knew that he and the others had come too late. He then hurriedly greeted the disciples to clean up the battlefield piece by piece. At noon, the sun shone high over the land. A figure appeared out of thin air, pacing over the borderlands. Yi Shaoqing stepped into the air, slightly lowering his head to scan the mountainous piles of demonic beast corpses below him, when he saw several huge sword marks left on the ground. A look of satisfaction flashed across his eyes, and a faint murmur escaped the corner of his mouth. "This little guy's sword Dao talent is actually this strong. It's a good one." Yi Shaoqing sighed, then stepped forward and slowly walked towards the southern barbarian land. In the Demon Emperor's main hall, Tao Tai was sitting high above with his eyes closed, listening to Li Feng report on the recent situation. As if sensing something, he suddenly opened those crimson-like fire eyes, and a hint of powerful aura flowed out, directly scaring Li Feng. Li Feng, who hadn't reacted yet, just looked up and realized that the sitting Tao Tai had long disappeared. A ripple rippled through space in the void tens of thousands of meters above the southern barbarian land. Immediately afterward, Tao Tai's burly figure took a step out of the crack. With that, his gaze slowly looked towards the front, only to see a white-clothed figure stepping over there. When he realized that he could not see through this person's face or cultivation, a look of shock flashed through Tao Tai's eyes. Yi Shaoqing also saw him and immediately stopped in his tracks. Yo-Yo said, "You are the current beast emperor of the demon race? So what if it is, so what if it isn't?" Tao Tai clasped his hands in his arms, looked at him with cold, distant eyes, and asked rhetorically, "And what are you? What is the purpose of coming to my southern barbarian land?" Yi Shaoqing didn't pick up on his words, as if he had discovered something interesting. A trace of surprise crossed his eyes and he suddenly laughed. "You're from the Tao Tai clan?" Hearing this, Tao Tai's brows furrowed slightly, as if he was somewhat in disbelief that the man in front of him could actually see through his identity. Knowing that he could not even see his face, this person was able to see through him with a single glance, which instantly caused Tao Tai to lose the composure he had earlier. Just as he was silent, Yi Shaoqing's next words directly shocked him. "What is tyranny to you?" Upon hearing this name, Tao Tai was no longer calm and immediately shouted, "Who the hell are you?" At the same time, the eyes that looked at Yi Shaoqing were full of caution. Because Tyranny was his brother, and his real name was Tyranny. The two of them were twin brothers, but his brother had died nearly 10,000 long years ago, and aside from the demon clan as well as the older generation of cultivators in the central state, no one knew the name at all. And this unfamiliar face in front of him was actually able to tell it in one mouthful, which made Tyranny both shocked and angry. When Yi Shaoqing saw him like this, the corner of his mouth rose slightly and he laughed lightly. Back then, Tyranny achieved the peak of Great Emperor and was the existence of the demon race that was most expected to become a beast emperor, and thinking himself invincible, he set out on the ancient path and happened to meet up with me. With that, I fought with him for 3 days and 3 nights, and in the end, I chopped off one of his arms and narrowly won. I didn't expect that after 10,000 years have passed, the beast emperor is actually not him. Is he still alive? Chapter 68, Time passes and the deceased withers away. As soon as his words came out, Tyranny suddenly shook inwardly. 10,000 years ago, his brother, Tyrannical Flame, was not only the most promising beast emperor existence in the demon clan, but also a superpower capable of being among the top 5 of the great emperor powerhouses in the central state. However, in order to find the opportunity to break through the red dust immortal, he set foot on the ancient path. But on the way forward, an encounter with an invincible person of the sword path. And that invincible person back then was none other than the renowned Misty Holy Land Holy Lord Yi Shaoqing from the Eastern Wasteland. This person was so powerful that it couldn't even be described as terrifying. Rumor has it that he nearly pierced through the ancient road with just one person and one sword. As for his brother, it was during the battle with Yi Shaoqing that he was chopped off an arm and nearly lost his life in the Yellow Springs. Memories of the past come flooding back. With a tyrannical gaze, he deadpanned at the white-clothed youth in front of him and said in a frightened and uncertain tone, "You are Yi Shaoqing." When Yi Shaoqing heard this, he could not help but be slightly stunned. A hint of despair flashed in his eyes, and he tilted his head and let out a long sigh. Time passes and the old man fades. 10,000 years have passed by in a flash, and I hadn't thought that there were still people who remembered my name. Think back to when you first arrived in this world. Awakening system. Since the rise of the end of the microscopic, at that time, Yi Shaoqing, can be described as full of blood, and many strong people to fight, enemies are too many to count, but also made a lot of friends. However, after wandering around since his release, he realized that he really had lost too many things. Not to mention the deceased people from the past, even the enemies, not a single one could be seen. It's really you, aren't you? You dead? At that moment, Tyranny's shocked voice came out, only to see him staring at Yi Shaoqing with a face full of disbelief. Back then, he was still very weak and could not be compared to his own brother at all, but Yi Shaoqing's great name as well as rumors that had been heard very much. However, it was such an invincible powerhouse that had suppressed the 9 heavens and 10 lands that suddenly disappeared at its peak, at a time when everyone thought he had fallen. And yet, it suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. How could this not make Tyranny panic? Yi Shaoqing glanced at him and said flatly, "Do you want me to die that much?" "That's not what I meant," Tyranny hurriedly explained. Even though he had now broken through the red dust immortal, Yi Shaoqing's terror was engraved in his heart, causing him to be flooded with a strong sense of powerlessness. Yi Shaoqing smiled faintly. When Tyranny saw this, his original calm and collected demeanor instantly dissipated, and was replaced by a face full of fear and scorn. Immediately, he asked with a tone of reverence, "I wonder what your purpose is in coming to me in the land of the southern barbarians?" Yi Shaoqing laughed. "My Tao is in the eastern wasteland, and when I heard that your demon race was causing trouble in the borderlands, I naturally had to come over to take a look." Hearing this, Tyranny's forehead couldn't help but ooze a cold sweat. I'm sure that's what this is about. If he had known that Yi Shaoqing still existed in the world, even if he was beaten to death, he wouldn't have dared to come to the eastern wasteland to mess things up. He had thought that the deal with Dtion was going to be a breeze, but it turned out to be a good thing that he had invoked this terrifying existence. Thinking of this, Tyranny hurriedly said, "I'll take the people back now, and from now on, I'll make sure that the people of the demon race will never offend the eastern wasteland." As for the deal with Dtion, he had long since put it behind him. Although Dtion was strong, compared to the Yi Shaoqing in front of him, it was simply a heaven and a earth, not comparable at all. Which cultivator could manage to conceal his face and not give away the slightest breath while still strolling idly above this tens of thousands of meters high void? And who can have that back to basics, so that people can't help but be creeped out and fearful when they see it? However, Yi Shaoqing's next words stunned Tyranny. "No! I want you to keep doing this, preferably with more men, to make the commotion bigger." When Tyranny heard this, he was puzzled. Why is that? Yi Shaoqing did not respond to him, but slowly raised his eyes. His gaze seemed to penetrate the river of time and space, glancing gently towards him. Boom! With 4 eyes facing each other, Tyranny was instantly struck by lightning. His scalp was numb and his face was as white as paper, as if he saw endless great terror in that pair of deep eyes, causing his breath to become chaotic. Cold sweat soaked his back, and the returning Tyranny shuddered. "I'm sorry, it was me who spoke out of turn." Even though he appeared calm on the surface, he was actually horrified inside. Just a single look is so powerful, then his real strength is really terrifying. To what extent? He didn't dare think any further. Seeing that he was sensible, Yi Shaoqing then withdrew his gaze. Following that, he spoke again. "Your demon race can harass, or suppress the eastern wasteland. However, as long as the eastern wasteland side doesn't send out a quasi-emperor powerhouse, you must never send out a powerhouse of this level or higher. Otherwise, I will directly erase your demon race from this long river of time completely." Tyranny sniffed and nodded in response. Although his heart was full of doubts and didn't understand why he wanted him to do this, he didn't dare to open his mouth to ask about it in the slightest, for fear that Yi Shaoqing would destroy him in a fit of rage. At that moment, Tyranny suddenly opened his mouth and asked, "Can I ask you a question?" "You say," Yi Shaoqing said with a calm face. Tyranny was silent for a moment and opened his mouth to ask, "What exactly happened on the ancient road back then? Why is it that the great emperors who returned from there were all seriously injured, and before long they all fell with their lifespans depleted? And why, on their deathbeds, did they warn their descendants not to go there again?" It was a knot that had plagued Tyranny for years. The ancient road was also known as the road to immortality. However, when the ancient road appeared for the last time 10,000 years ago, it attracted uncountable peak great emperors to enter. However, those who returned were heavily injured and their lives were in danger. At the end of their lives, they also warned their descendants that even if they were to sit down and become immortal, they should never venture into the ancient path. And although his brother had an arm chopped off by Yi Shaoqing, the root cause of his death was not Yi Shaoqing, but rather the calamity he had encountered on the ancient path. Thinking of this, Tyranny burst into a rage. He was able to achieve this today all because his brother gave the devouring god body to himself before he died. For so many years, he had been searching hard for the truth, trying to avenge his brother's death, but he had never found anything. Now that he saw Yi Shaoqing, who had returned from the ancient path, not only did he not sit down, but he had become even more powerful. Tyranny then kindled a glimmer of hope. However, Yi Shaoqing, who heard his words, seemed to recall the past and leisurely said, "The so-called ancient path to immortality is nothing but a scam." Deception? Tyranny frowned slightly, then he arched his hand and asked for guidance. "I still hope to solve the confusion." Yi Shaoqing shook his head and said, "The time is not yet ripe, there are some things that cannot be said yet. When the time is right, everything will be revealed. Chapter 69, Desolate Domain, Underworld. Hearing these words, Tyranny's heart filled with resentment. Now only one last step away from the truth, but cannot know. This makes him feel very suffocated, even though so tyrannical did not dare to ask more. After all, the one in front of him is not he can offend. In the end, Tyranny let out a sigh, arched his hand and saluted. Thank you, senior, for your answer. Yi Shaoqing did not say anything with a slight smile at the sight. Originally, he had only come here to see if his late friend was still here, and now that he saw Tyranny had become the Beast Emperor, he had guessed it all in his heart to a greater or lesser extent. Then he admonished, don't spread the word about what I told you. Tyranny nodded and arched his head in response. Immediately after that, looking at the sky long ago as long disappeared Yi Shaoqing figure for a long time cannot return to God, also do not know what to think. The Desolate Domain, located in the center of the border between the Central State and the Eastern Desolate. Looking around, all is barren and dead, not to mention the silhouette of people, even a beast and a grass cannot be seen, only the sky dust and sand flying. There were rumors that thousands of years ago, it was possible to travel to the underworld from here, but for unknown reasons, the underworld clan closed the teleportation channel. As to whether it is true or not, it is difficult for people in later generations to confirm. Time rushed by and a few days passed. Yi Shaoqing, who had been wandering around for a while, came here, only to see him slowly fall from the sky above, and after looking around, he gently raised his hand, and a red aura shot out from between his fingers, and did not enter the space in front of him. Shasta! The wind and clouds changed, and a huge clock dial was suddenly revealed in front of them. When the hour, minute, and second hands all stopped at one place, the surrounding space suddenly collapsed, and a dark, bizarre passageway emerged. Rumble! A strong aura of death permeated out from within, causing the surrounding heaven and earth to instantly fall into dead silence. Seeing this, Yi Shaoqing didn't hesitate in the slightest and then took a step towards the passageway. The screen turned and Yi Shaoqing appeared in a dim and lightless world. People come and go around, bustling, as if exactly the same as the outside world, but the people here, all pale as paper, lifeless, all the dead silence. As soon as Yi Shaoqing appeared, everyone's gazes turned towards him in unison, their eyes filled with a stunned look. Look, it's alive! But how is this possible? The passageway between the underworld and the human realm has long been closed. How did he get here? The scent of the living, it smells so familiar and wonderful at the same time. Hey, you're afraid you're not crazy, are you? That's right, which one of the human race that can come here is not a world-defying powerhouse? How dare you say such words? Aren't you afraid that people will slap this remnant of your soul directly apart? Hey, just kidding. Thin voices whispered into the ears. Yi Shaoqing did not have the slightest reaction, did not pay any attention to these people but instead stepped toward the front. Soon, he came to a city gate with the word Fengdu written on it. Just as Yi Shaoqing lifted his foot and was about to walk inside, a Jindan realm guard clad in black armor, holding a lance in his hand, and permeated with a deadly aura crossed in front of him. You're alive? What are you doing here? The guard's eyes were wary and skeptical. Yi Shaoqing looked at the guards in front of him and calmly said, come to visit the deceased. A deceased person? The guards couldn't help but stare at his words, obviously feeling a bit confused by Yi Shaoqing's words. Immediately afterward, his voice became even colder. As a living person and being able to come here, you must know that Fengdu City doesn't allow people from the outside world to casually enter, right? Fengdu, the largest city in the underworld, how could Yi Shaoqing not know about it? Only to see him gently raise his hand and wave it, a token appeared in his palm. The guard, who was originally a bit careless, fixed his eyes and when he saw the word yin on the token, his eyes instantly widened and his face was filled with shock. You. For a moment, the guard stammered, unable to even speak properly. Seeing this, the corner of Yi Shaoqing's mouth rose slightly and said with a faint smile, can I go in now? Upon hearing this, the guard immediately stood up straight, extended his hand, and cried out respectfully towards Yi Shaoqing, you please. As Yi Shaoqing's back slowly walked into the city lord's mansion, the guards involuntarily shivered, as if they hadn't recovered from the shock they had just experienced. He actually has an underworld king token. I'm dropping my mother, eh? The guard couldn't help but gulp. The underworld token, that's the highest level token in the underworld. There was an iron law in the underworld that when one saw a person holding the underworld king's token, one must treat him or her with respect and must not be the least bit disrespectful. For to see this token is like the presence of the king of Hades himself. The guards couldn't help but think darkly, could it be that the man who was just there he knows the king of the underworld? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but shiver, and in his heart, he was even more thankful that he hadn't spoken out of turn just now, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. After all, whoever could know the underworld king was not an overwhelmingly strong person. At this time, Fengdu City was equally bustling, exactly like the human world, the only difference was that all the people around were cultivated. As soon as Yi Shaoqing appeared, the surrounding people cast curious gazes at him, as if they were very surprised that he, a living person, could enter this place. However, Yi Shaoqing didn't care about the gazes of the crowd, and lightly came to the front of a 1,000-meter high door called the Tower of the Living, and then lifted his foot and stepped into it. This scene immediately shocked everyone around them. How dare he enter the house of the living? Is this human cultivator crazy? Truly this is too much of an offense. Quickly go report to Fengdu Emperor. Creaking, the heavy door of the past life building slowly opened. Yi Shaoqing had just raised his foot to step in when a voice with a tone so cold and raw that it seemed to be able to condense the air came to his ears. The path to the afterlife is not yet open, leave quickly. Yi Shaoqing raised his eyes at the sound and saw that there was a black-shirted young man in the innermost part of the room who was sitting in mid-air with his eyes closed and his knees crossed. Above it, there was a huge green-colored wheel filled with vigorous vitality suspended, like around a bright green sun, emitting a palpitating aura. Time passed, after a long time. Because the black-shirted youth who did not sense any movement, his brows furrowed slightly, followed by slowly opening his eyes. Those eyes were as black as ink, deep and terrifying, like bottomless black holes, so that people didn't dare to look directly at them. When his gaze fell on Yi Shaoqing at the door, just when he wanted to open his mouth to rebuke, he instantly froze, his face filled with disbelief, and he lost his voice and exclaimed, Yi Shaoqing, you guys turned out to be still alive. Hearing his words, Yi Shaoqing's face instantly darkened and he cursed without a trace of anger. I say Yan Wujie, it's been 10,000 years, why is your mouth still so foul? Chapter 70 Hades King Yan Wujie, Secret of the Divine Race. It's really you guys. Yan Wujie came to his side in a flash to survey him, his eyes filled with excitement and incredulity. With that he inquired, why have you disappeared all these years? Looking at his look of concern for himself, Yi Shaoqing couldn't help but reveal a smirk. Yan Wujie, the underworld king of the underworld, was his only close friend. At that time, when he first arrived in this world, he had just entered the world and became acquainted with Yan Wujie, who had come to the human world to practice. Because the two had similar interests, they often messed things up together thereafter, and thus they were also known as the Eastern Wasteland Twin Bullies. Memories of the past. Yi Shaoqing laughed. Closed for cultivation, just got out some time ago. Closed? Yan Wujie was slightly stunned, then said angrily, good, this young bouffon actually dared to lie to me. When I went to the misty sacred ground to look for you, this brat said that you weren't there. I thought something had happened to you, but I turned the entire heavenly cloud world over to look for you, and I just couldn't find you. Now tell me you went on a retreat? When Yi Shaoqing heard this, he couldn't help but smile. Zhang Bufan was the first generation of the ethereal Holy Land's Holy Son and the second Holy Lord. When the system released the laying down mission for him, he had explained that unless he encountered an irresistible extermination crisis, he could not tell anyone about his going into seclusion. Seeing that he was actually still laughing, Yan Wujie was just about to open his mouth to dislike him, but he suddenly let out a cry of surprise and asked, you dissolved the spirit-devouring qi? Not bad. Yi Shaoqing nodded slightly. How did you do that? Yan Wujie was shocked, his face filled with disbelief. Yi Shaoqing did not respond, but a trace of the Immortal King's aura flowed out from his body. Yan Wujie, who felt this terrifying aura, instantly widened his eyes. Holy, Immortal King! Yi Shaoqing, are you a monster? He was directly confused. Originally he thought that Yi Shaoqing, who had disappeared for 10,000 years, might have died from devouring the aura. But it turned out that not only did he not die, but instead he broke through to the Immortal King realm. This was simply too unbelievable. Yan Wujie hurriedly inquired to Yi Shaoqing, how did you break through? Yi Shaoqing sniffed and naturally wouldn't say anything about his possession of the system. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Yan Wujie also thought that he might have something difficult to say and didn't ask again. Forget it if you don't. Immediately afterward, the two of them drank their wine and talked and laughed and chatted. Yi Shaoqing looked at Yan Wujie, who now did not have the slightest hint of cultivation aura, and could not help but raise his head to look at the green-colored wheel above him, wondering, you fused the 6 paths of reincarnation? Hearing this, Yan Wujie sighed and said helplessly. Back then, all the great emperors who had traveled to the ancient road were planted by the divine race with the forbidden art of devouring aura, and without exception, all of them did not last more than 1,000 years, and all of them died due to their lifespans being drained. I was lucky enough to survive by fusing my body into a part of the 6 paths of reincarnation, but the price was that I couldn't leave the underworld while my cultivation was dissipated. After hearing this, Yi Shaoqing couldn't help but sigh softly as well, his thoughts involuntarily drifting back 10,000 years. At that time, the ancient road to immortality came out of nowhere, and he embarked on it along with Yan Wujie and many other great emperors, just to find that opportunity to become an immortal. However, what people did not expect was that instead of finding the opportunity to become immortal, they uncovered a shocking conspiracy. On the way forward, they meet a special race that is known as the gods above the heavens. These people of the divine race sucked the lifespan of great emperors for a living, and the people of the heavenly cloud great world were like captive pets in their eyes. As long as the number of great emperors reached a certain level, they would open the ancient path. It was at this time that the crowd realized why the heavenly cloud world was clearly a medium-sized world, but it was very difficult to become an immortal. It turns out that they, the great emperors, have all been treated as leeks tobe slaughtered at will by the divine race. Upon discovering this truth, all the great emperors were enraged and rose up in revolt. Unfortunately, the strength of the crowd was a world of difference compared to the divine race, which not only possessed many immortals, but even the existence of immortal kings. Yi Shaoqing he had to seek help from the system, forcibly raised his strength to the Immortal King realm limited time, and the many powerful people of the divine race started a great battle. In the end, the ancient path was hardened and pierced through a gap, which allowed a group of great emperors to escape. However, even the great emperors who escaped were not spared. All of them were planted with spirit-devouring chi, which could not be solved by non-true immortal or above powerhouses, and they could only watch as they were drained of their longevity and died. And he was fine because he had the help of the system to forcefully dissolve all. Yi Shaoqing took a sip of wine, his gaze turned to Yan Wujie, and he opened his mouth to ask, is it really impossible to break away from the 6 paths of reincarnation? Yan Wujie first nodded and then shook his head. This action made Yi Shaoqing a bit puzzled, and his face was full of doubts. What does this mean? Yan Wujie explained, the 6 paths of reincarnation is the cycle of karma in this heaven and earth, and all dead cultivators will come here to be reborn. But since I became the king of the underworld and took control of the underworld, I realized that there were only 5 of the 6 paths, and one was missing. When Yi Shaoqing heard this, his brows instantly tightened. Even though he didn't know much about the 6 paths of reincarnation, he understood that the 6 paths would inevitably affect the entire heaven and earth if one was missing. Immediately afterward, Yan Wujie spoke again. That one is called the heavenly Tao, and after I fused it with my body, I substituted for it, and as a result, I know some secrets, and it all has to do with the divine race. There's such a thing? Yi Shaoqing was slightly stunned. Yan Wujie nodded, that's right, from those vague memories, I learned that before the 2nd generation Underworld Lord Underworld disappeared, he had some sort of deal with the divine race to separate the heavenly Tao. Because of this, the divine race has formed its own path, free from the cycle of cause and effect. Even if a person of the divine race dies, they will not come to the underworld to be reborn, and they themselves will be able to rely on the heavenly Tao to return. If we hadn't traveled to the ancient road, I'm afraid we wouldn't have known that such a race still exists in this realm until now. Yi Shaoqing couldn't help but be a little surprised when he heard it. He didn't think that so many things had happened behind the scenes. The world of immortal cultivation really wasn't as simple as he thought it was. Seemingly guessing some meaning in the words, Yi Shaoqing asked rhetorically, so if you want to break away from the 6 paths of reincarnation, you have to retrieve the missing heavenly Tao? Yes. Yan Wujie nodded in response, followed by a bitter smile. But you and I both know how powerful the divine race is, not to mention the fact that it's difficult for us to find them if they don't show up on their own initiative, and even if we do find them, the probability of success in defeating them is not very high. Chapter 71 Many Past Events, the Eastern Wasteland of the Slain Fault Line. When Yi Shaoqing saw that he looked sad, he couldn't help but snicker. I say, a grand king of the underworld, Yan Wujie, who was renowned 10,000 years ago, would actually be frustrated by things? Hearing this, Yan Wujie, who had never suffered any losses, immediately disliked him back. What are you talking about? I'm just paying lip service. Do you think I'm really afraid of that bull ***** god race? As soon as these words came out of his mouth, Yi Shaoqing burst out laughing, and even though Yan Wujie had a thick skin, he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Immediately interrupting him, he spoke, hey, can you be more serious? Seeing him defeated, Yi Shaoqing was in a good mood and stopped poking fun at him. At this moment, Yan Wujie suddenly asked curiously, tell me quickly, how did you break through to Immortal King? And how did you defeat the divine race's people on the ancient road back then? I can clearly remember an Immortal King coming at that time. At that time, since Yi Shaoqing had let them leave first, he didn't know how he had pierced through the ancient path. This matter had always lingered in Yan Wujie's mind, and now that he had seen Yi Shaoqing again, his curiosity was naturally aroused again. However, when Yi Shaoqing heard this, he just sullenly drank and did not pay any attention to him at all, and Yan Wujie could not help but feel a little helpless when he saw this. Gotta! This guy was definitely hiding a big secret, but he just didn't want to tell himself, which made him quite upset. But he also knew clearly that Yi Shaoqing's character was like this. As long as he didn't want to talk, it would be futile for him to pursue any further. With that, Yan Wujie also picked up his wine cup and muffled a mouthful of wine. He said, cool, and then laughed at himself when the drink hit his throat. It's not as good as you, but compared to others, I've been pretty lucky. Upon hearing this, Yi Shaoqing raised his eyebrows slightly, seemingly remembering something, and suddenly asked, why did the Sea of Sin form the realm? Yan Wujie laughed, it's not because of the devouring aura. When those old loaches were on the verge of death, they were worried that the Dragon Clan would fall in the future, so they ended up using themselves to coalesce the entire Dragon Clan's chi and wrestle for it. I didn't expect that they would really let them succeed, hardening themselves to carry down 99 destructive divine thunderbolts and transforming into a new realm. It survived by relying on the unique power of the realm, but it couldn't leave the realm sea either, so it could only survive and live inside. Speaking of this, Yan Wujie's tone could not help but change, as if he was quite impressed with what they had done. After all, ordinary people really could not do such crazy things. So that's how it is, Yi Shaoqing said in his heart. Thinking about when he went on his travels after leaving the gate, he had stayed in the Green Mountain town for a while, and the Boundary Sea and there were about several 100,000 miles away from each other. It was then that he sensed an unfamiliar force and headed out for a stroll. When he arrived there, he was shocked to find that the original Sea of Sin had formed a realm. But for some reason, he didn't go deep into it to take a closer look, and the matter stayed in his mind. Now that Yan Wujie had said so, he understood that it was those old dragons of the Dragon Clan that had caused this. At this time, Yan Wujie saw that he was once again silent and still slightly lost in thought, and suddenly coldly asked, "Did you do something to Mulioli?" Ahem. Hearing this name, Yi Shaoqing was struck by lightning and violently choked on his wine, looking at him with shock and doubt written all over his face. "Why are you talking about her for a good reason?" Seeing him react like this, Yan Wujie seemed to have sensed something and laughed mysteriously, because the eastern wasteland was broken by her killing. What? Yi Shaoqing's jaw dropped, so shocked that he hurriedly asked after her, "Don't tell me that she slaughtered all those old forces in the eastern wasteland?" "That's right, it's her." Yan Wujie nodded. When Yi Shaoqing heard this, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva, and his mood was difficult to calm down for a long time. He sort of understood it all now. When he first came out of the gate, there had always been a question that puzzled him. That was why the Netherworld Holy Land had fallen so quickly, not to mention that although the former Eastern Wasteland didn't have a few great emperors, there were plenty of other great quasi-imperial powers. As a result, after he came out of the gate, he found that apart from the ethereal Holy Land, all of them were forces that had just risen in the last few thousand years, and none of those old forces existed anymore. So it was killed by Mulioli. No wonder when Lu Mubai was first questioned, he was as if disconnected about these things and couldn't explain them clearly at all. Thinking of this, Yi Shaoqing hurriedly asked, "Why did she do that?" "You really don't know?" Yan Wujie took a sip of wine and gave a strange laugh. Yi Shaoqing lightly coughed a few times and looked on with a speechless face, signaling him to hurry up if he had something to say. Seeing this, Yan Wujie also stopped selling the story and began to explain. "After you disappeared for almost a few hundred years or so, Mulioli looked for you like crazy, and even came to the underworld to ask me if I had seen you, yet at that time, I didn't know that you had gone into seclusion, so I told her that I didn't know. Then she left. At that time I thought that this matter would end. Who would have thought that after about almost 200 years, Mulioli suddenly entered the Tao with emotionlessness, transcending the mortal body to achieve the red dust immortal realm." Emotionless Tao? Yi Shaoqing froze when he heard this. Yan Wujie nodded and said mysteriously, "That's right, it's the emotionless Tao." After her breakthrough, she said 2 words. "What words?" When Yi Shaoqing saw that he was selling out again, he became furious and cursed, "Yan Wujie, if you're being abrasive, I'll really beat you up." Ha 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 ha. Seeing him react in such a manner, Yan Wujie couldn't help but hilariously laugh so hard that tears were almost flowing out of his eyes. After a while, he said slowly. The first sentence was, "Yi Shaoqing, even if you die, my mother will never forgive you." The second sentence reads, "No man under this heaven is good, all deserve to die." Immediately after that, Mulioli began to crazily slaughter all the forces in the eastern wasteland. The scene was simply horrific. She was really killing red-eyed, wherever she passed. Corpses were everywhere, blood flowed into rivers, and she directly killed the breakers. None of the forces were spared, and in the end, Mulioli even made a move against your ethereal Holy Land, and Zhang Bufan and a bunch of other powerhouses were severely injured by her. I ended up having to send someone forward to stop it due to my inability to leave the underworld. But fortunately, Mulioli didn't lay her hands on her later. Mulioli had always been a high and cool fairy in his impression, but he had never thought that this woman would actually be so ruthless. Every time he thought of it, Yan Wujie couldn't help but shiver. For a moment, looking at Yi Shaoqing in front of him, Yan Wujie was instantly curious and hurriedly asked after him, "Why does she hate you so much?" Chapter 72. Only by making it fearful will it go against the sky. For a while Yi Shaoqing was a bit embarrassed. Instead, a silhouette dressed in a white dress, like an unearthly figure, involuntarily appeared in his mind. Mulioli, the recognized #1 beauty of the Eastern Wasteland 10,000 years ago. When Yi Shaoqing, who had just crossed over to this world, was just a young man with blood and vigor, he met Mulioli in his secret realm and was instantly enamored by her. However, at that time, Mulioli had already been a harmonious Tao realm powerhouse, and didn't take any notice of him at all, even mocking him. This can make Yi Shaoqing angry. So he made a secret vow in his heart. In the end, he relied on the system and his cultivation skyrocketed, quickly catching up and leaping to become a strong man. Then he found Mulioli and ruthlessly suppressed her for 7 days and 7 nights. And then after that, Mulioli was like crazy. Every day when something happened, he chased him with a sword to cut. Thinking of this affair of his, Yi Shaoqing couldn't help but shiver. Seeing him wander off again, Yan Wujie laughed strangely. Ha ha ha, it's still Saint Lord Yi. To think that he could make the Eastern Wasteland's #1 beauty hate him to such an extent. In fact, he had guessed a long time ago. After all, at that time Yi Shaoqing adored Mulioli, thing he knew, just has not been able to get what he wanted. So much so that the biggest reason as to why Mulioli later stepped into the emotionless path to kill wantonly must be on Yi Shaoqing. As to what exactly it was because of, he didn't know. When Yi Shaoqing heard this, he was very speechless. Yan Wujie, can you damn well be more serious? He was really convinced that after so many years, Yan Wujie's love of gossip hadn't changed at all. Then he asked, is the Lioli Immortal Palace the Dao lineage founded by Mulioli? That's right. Yan Wujie nodded and smiled. A look of confusion once again appeared on Yi Shaoqing's face as he said, according to you, at that time, Mu Liuli had already achieved the Red Dust Immortal, so why is the Liuli Immortal Palace so weak today? He couldn't help but recall the scene when he first went to the Liuli Immortal Palace. It seemed like the Palace Master and the Supreme Elder were only around the strength of a quasi-emperor, so it was reasonable that they shouldn't be this weak. Yan Wujie pondered for a moment and explained, the Liuli Immortal Palace was founded 2,000 years after Mu Liuli finished massacring the Eastern Desert, but she didn't manage it. So that's how it is. Yi Shaoqing muttered. Seeing him in this state, Yan Wujie shook his head and smiled helplessly, and then, immediately afterward, suddenly asked, do you know about Dtian? Hearing this name, Yi Shaoqing nodded. With that, his eyes looked towards him, somewhat unable to figure out how he knew about Empyrean. After all, he couldn't even leave the underworld right now. Yan Wujie seemed to have seen through his doubts and then explained, he has come to the underworld. What is he doing in the underworld? Yi Shaoqing asked. A flash of anger flashed across Yan Wujie's face as he said icily, this fellow is a celestial immortal powerhouse, and he doesn't know what method he used to come to the underworld, and he even siphoned off a large portion of my underworld's chi. When he said this, Yan Wujie's eyes flashed with thick anger, itching to pull out Dtian's bones. He had clearly closed the passage between the underworld and the human realm himself, and without the underworld king's token it was simply impossible to force his way here. As a result, not only did this guy Dtian come, but he also siphoned off a large portion of the underworld's chi to go. You have to know that the chi of the underworld is related to the functioning of this world, and if all the chi is gone, this world will be destroyed as a result. Yi Shaoqing frowned slightly. He naturally knew that Dtian must have relied on that big bad system to get here, it's just that he didn't expect this guy Dtian to be so arrogant that he actually dared to hit the underworld. After all, Yan Wujie was the lord of the underworld, and although he had no cultivation right now, he was the sky in this heaven and earth, and as long as the one who came wasn't an immortal king, there was simply no one who was his opponent. Immediately afterward, Yan Wujie added, I want you to do me a favor. Yi Shaoqing seemed to have guessed what he wanted to say, so he laughed, do you want me to help you kill him? That's right. Yan Wujie nodded. Having drawn so much of his underworld's chi, he could not let this bastard go, only that he could not leave this place at all, and even if he could not defeat Dtian in the human realm. However, it would be different if Yi Shaoqing made a move, after all, he was now an immortal king, killing a celestial immortal was completely a descending blow. However, Yi Shaoqing shook his head and said, he can't die now. Why? Yan Wujie was puzzled. Yi Shaoqing leisurely said, because he is still of great use to me now. Hearing these words, Yan Wujie became even more puzzled. Yi Shaoqing was now a peak immortal king giant, and he really couldn't figure out what great use Dtian, a celestial immortal, could be to him. Yi Shaoqing explained, you probably don't know that the current human realm has fallen. The aura of heaven and earth is a heaven and earth compared to 10,000 years ago, and the chi is even lower to the bottom, so it's too difficult for cultivators to become emperors nowadays. What? Yan Wujie gave a surprised cry. Since the order to close the passageway a few thousand years ago when all ghost cultivators in the underworld were not allowed to travel to the human realm, he knew nothing about what was going on outside. Immediately afterward, Yan Wujie asked doubtfully, but what is the connection between this matter and killing Emperor Tian? The connection is big. Yi Shaoqing shook his head, and then explained, ever since he grew up, this guy Dtian has been notoriously brutal in the central state, and now he has even sent people to hit up my side of the eastern wasteland. And I happen to want to use this to make all the cultivators in the eastern wasteland panic, so that they will think about getting stronger. After hearing this, Yan Wujie, as if he had guessed something, immediately widened his eyes and said in surprise, you can't be thinking of using this method to raise the human realm's chi, can you? Yi Shaoqing didn't speak, but nodded. Seeing this, Yan Wujie could not help but swallow his saliva. Nice guy. This was to play a big game with the lives of all the cultivators in the entire eastern wasteland. The reason for the thinness of the aura of heaven and earth was simply that the chi was too low, and the reason for the chi being too low was that the cultivators were not strong enough. And the only way to raise the world's chi was for those cultivators to go against the heavens, change their fate, and become stronger. So Yi Shaoqing's words were easy to understand, it was nothing more than trying to get all the cultivators to work hard to cultivate in order to survive under an extreme panic, or else there would only be one way to die. Thinking of this, Yan Wujie suddenly panicked. Aren't you afraid of the great Tao coming down when you manipulate the lives of all beings like this? Chapter 73, Spirit-Eating God Body, Tang Yuan. One must realize that in each of the 3,000 great worlds, there are 3,000 small worlds. And every small world has the existence of the heavenly Tao, but once you go beyond the small worlds, there will be no more heavenly Tao, and instead the great Tao, which is far away in the chaos, will be in direct control. The heavenly cloud great world is the medium great world. Just how strong the great Tao was, Yan Wujie didn't know, but as a cultivator, he knew that the great Tao was definitely an unbeatable existence. Now that Yi Shaoqing was manipulating the lives of the eastern wasteland beings in this manner, if the great Tao were to notice, once it descended from the chaos into the universe, even an immortal king would surely die with a grudge. The corners of Yi Shaoqing's mouth rose slightly as he glanced at him, letting out a light laugh as he leisurely said, "There are so many great worlds, but it's just a matter of some dead ants, and the probability of the great Tao discovering it is almost negligible. Furthermore, I am only one step away from achieving chaotic immortal emperor, so I must make this world's chi flourish, and when the great world comes, that will be the day of my breakthrough." The power of the chaos immortal emperor was equal to the great Tao. He could have broken through with the system, but the tasks issued by the system were all about lying flat in seclusion for hundreds or tens of thousands of years, which was the most difficult for Yi Shaoqing to endure. So he had to use Tian to aid himself. Hearing his words, Yan Wujie laughed bitterly. "You guys always say that I haven't changed. How have you yourself changed in the slightest? You're still just as crazy as before." He had never convinced anyone before, and Yi Shaoqing was the only one who could convince him. After all, who could be so arrogant as to dare to provoke a paragon at the cave heaven realm, and dare to provoke a great emperor when he was a paragon, and had never lost since stepping into the earthly realm? Now it's good. It's become even crazier than before. This is only Yi Shaoqing. If anyone else had said this to him, Yan Wujie would have mocked with a cute size. When Yi Shaoqing heard this, the corner of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a light smile, and he did not utter a rebuttal. This was the world of immortal cultivation, and only the strongest parties were qualified to be mad, and he happened to possess such strength. Seeing this, Yan Wujie suddenly said, "But have you ever thought that a single Imperian is not enough, I'm afraid, to send all the cultivators in the eastern wasteland into an extreme panic?" Tian was at least a heavenly immortal powerhouse, and if he wasn't driven by great benefits, he definitely wouldn't easily make a move, much less follow the plan Yi Shaoqing had envisioned. Yet how could Yi Shaoqing not know this truth? Immediately afterward, he laughed softly. "What if the demon race, the dragon race, and the demon realm all go down?" Hearing these words, Yan Wujie instantly let out a bitter laugh. It seems that he was overthinking it. People are thinking of all the things all the time. If all of these forces were involved, not to mention the eastern wasteland, it was feared that the entire heavenly cloud great world would be thrown into great chaos and even cause a great riot. Immediately afterward, Yan Wujie seemed to have thought of something and added, "The demon race is alright. But the dragon race is now a domain of its own, and will not come out easily at all, so how do you make it go down? There's also the devil realm. Ever since the last generation of devil master Thousand Faces old ghost died due to devouring aura, the devil cultivators have rarely shown their faces in front of people." Yi Shaoqing took a sip of wine and laughed. "That's not urgent, there will always be a way to make them all show up." Seeing him in such a clouded state, Yan Wujie smiled helplessly and realized that his worries were purely superfluous. Yan Wujie poured himself a glass of wine as well, then asked with a smile, "Since you've made all the arrangements, is there anything you need from my underworld?" Yi Shao's gaze slowly shifted to him and leisurely said, "Now is not the time. When the time comes, I will inform you." Yan Wujie's eyes lit up when he heard this. Originally, he had only asked casually. After all, he had lost all his cultivation now and was still unable to leave the underworld, but he didn't expect Yi Shaoqing to actually make arrangements for his underworld. Thinking of this, Yan Wujie said to him, "I'll recommend someone to you." When Yi Shaoqing heard this, he frowned slightly and looked very puzzled, not understanding the meaning of his words. Only Yan Wujie shouted towards the door, "Tang Yuan, you brat, hurry up and come in." Crunch! The door of the past life building opened and a man in green walked in from the outer door. "Disciple has met master. Meet this senior." Tang Yuan arched his hand towards Yan Wujie and Yi Shaoqing and saluted. Seeing this, Yan Wujie laughed and scolded, "What have you brats been standing at the door for?" Just now, he had sensed this kid coming a long time ago, and he didn't know what it was because of, but he had stayed at the door. Hearing his master's words, Tang Yuan's face was slightly embarrassed, not knowing how to explain. Just a short while ago, a ghost cultivator came to notify him of something about someone breaking into the past life building in a hard way, so he hurried over. As a result, when he came here, he found that apart from an unfamiliar human aura, it was unusually quiet inside, which made him very hesitant for a while, not daring to go in directly, and kept guarding the door. With that, Yan Wujie said to Yi Shaoqing, "This is my disciple, Tang Yuan, the current Fengdu emperor." Yi Shaoqing's gaze slowly fell on Tang Yuan's body, followed by a flash of surprise in his eyes. Spirit-devouring god body. That's right, it's the spirit-devouring god body that can devour the souls of other cultivators. Yan Wujie nodded. Immediately afterward, he said with great pride, "This disciple of mine has reached the peak of great emperor in less than 1,000 years of cultivation. Not bad, right?" "Well, it's really good," Yi Shaoqing complimented. Possessing the spirit-devouring god body, coupled with reaching this realm in less than 1,000 years, was indeed at the genius level. After all, unlike other cultivators, ghost cultivators can only rely on in-chi or absorb other ghosts in the underworld to cultivate, and their cultivation breakthroughs are not as fast. Yan Wujie coughed lightly and said, "See if there's any place where he's needed, and bring him out directly to let him break in." Yi Shaoqing sniffed and looked at him with a leisurely gaze, as if he had guessed why he had called his disciple in. When Yan Wujie saw this look in his eyes, as an old fart, would he not be able to guess it, and suddenly his old face couldn't help but blush, looking a little embarrassed. Hurriedly, he said to Tang Yuan, who was standing stupidly to the side, "This is your senior Yi, your master, my good brother." Moreover, he is also an immortal. If you can follow him and receive some guidance from him, there will be times in the future when you will go straight to the top. Immortals. Good buddy. Tang Yuan was instantly shocked by Yan Wujie's words. Just a moment ago he had felt very strange as to why his master teacher would have such a good attitude towards this human cultivator, so it turned out to come from such a great source. Ahem. Tang Yuan, who was walking away, was pulled back by a cough. Raising his eyes, he only saw Yan Wujie glaring at himself with vicious eyes. Tang Yuan instantly broke out into a cold sweat, and then reacted, hurriedly stepping forward and saluting towards Yi Shaoqing, respectfully shouting, "I still hope that senior will allow it. Later generations will definitely double their efforts in cultivation in the future. I will definitely not fail to live up to the high expectations of you and Master Senior." Chapter 74 Robbing the Disciples of the Liuli Immortal Palace. Seeing that his disciple was on board, Yan Wujie nodded in satisfaction. Immediately after that, his gaze slowly moved towards Yi Shaoqing, his eyebrows slightly raised, as if he was hinting something to him. Yi Shaoqing exchanged a glance with him and instantly understood, naturally knowing what was in this guy's mind. Then he looked at Tang Yuan and laughed. The words have been said to this point, if I don't agree, won't it seem too unsympathetic? So I've agreed, you'll follow me from now on. When Tang Yuan, who was waiting anxiously, heard his words, he immediately showed joy and excitement, and hurriedly thanked him. Many thanks, senior. For a while, it could have thrilled Tang Yuan, as if it was as unreal as a dream. An immortal. Regardless of how powerful this senior Yi was, to be able to follow and learn from an immortal was a once-in-a-lifetime, unattainable opportunity. After all, he was now only one step away from the Red Dust Immortal. If he could get some guidance from Senior Yi, wouldn't it be a breeze to break through the bottleneck? Yan Wujie, who was on the side, was also happy to see this scene. Tang Yuan was his favored disciple, and his talent could be said to be exceptional in the underworld. But now that he had lost all his strength, not to mention that he had also become one with the 6 paths of reincarnation, and his cultivation had stagnated at the peak of the great emperor 10,000 years ago, he had long since been unable to teach him anything more. However, it was different now, with Yi Shaoqing, the Immortal King, leading the way. Tang Yuan's future was bound to be better than following himself in the underworld. Thinking of this, Yan Wujie immediately thanked towards Yi Shaoqing. Thank you, in the future, Yuaner will have to trouble you. Hearing this, Yi Shaoqing's face instantly darkened, looking at him with a face full of great displeasure. I say Yan Wujie, do we still need to say thank you for this relationship? Is it hard to believe that you don't think of me as a brother? Upon hearing this, Yan Wujie instantly realized that his words were inappropriate and hurriedly said, it's my fault, it's my fault. I'll punish myself with 3 drinks. Yi Shaoqing watched him drink 3 glasses of wine, his face then returned to normal, and then he picked up his wine glass and drank with him. The image of the two of them talking and laughing fell into the eyes of Tang Yuan on the side, making him feel both uncomfortable and happy at the same time. It was hard because in the nearly 1,000 years since he had worshipped his master, this was the first time he had seen his master smiling so happily. Happy, on the other hand, is the master's happiness and his happiness. Meanwhile, at the border of the eastern wasteland, during this period of time, because of unknown reasons, the number of demonic beasts was increasing, which not only caused a huge increase in the pressure on Fengyan City, but even the entire border defense line began to be gradually invaded and frequently lost its defense. However, the good thing was that none of these demonic beasts were too strong, and the major forces in the eastern wasteland had sent disciples from their sects to support them. For a while, shouts of fighting and wailing were intertwined and resounded through the borderlands. Inside the outskirts of the southern barbarian lands forest, there were about 10 figures clearing the battlefield. One could only see that the surrounding area was densely dotted with the corpses of demonic beasts around the Jindan realm to Yuanin realm. Buzz! A buzzing sound cut through the sky as a sword wave condensed from sword chi swept over, majestic and sharp. Wherever it went, a large tree instantly crumbled, and split straight toward a white-skirted woman in midair. What a guy! As soon as the breath appeared, Lin Xian became aware of it and immediately turned to look. However, when she saw this powerful sword wave in front of her, her beautiful eyes shrunk violently and she hastily swung her sword to resist it. Bang! Lin Xian was directly sent flying out, knocking down several large trees one after another before she managed to stop. Holy Maiden, are you okay? Enemy attack, alert! The disciples of the Liuli Immortal Palace rushed forward to help her up, and then hurriedly alerted the surroundings. Just then, swish swish swish, dozens of teenage girls rushed out from inside the woods and surrounded them. Without waiting for the Liuli Immortal Palace disciples to react, a flat voice echoed out. We'll take these demon cores. The people of the Liuli Immortal Palace looked up, only to see a young man with a holy weapon in his hand slowly walk out from behind the crowd. Feeling the powerful aura from his body, all of them immediately stared with wide eyes, looking surprised. Lin Xian scanned the circle, and when she saw the uniform clothing worn by these people in front of her, she said in a cold voice, "Are you disciples of the Netherworld Holy Land? You're the ones who have been rumored to be wantonly snatching other people's demon cores during this period of time?" The voice fell. The corners of Lin Hao's mouth rose slightly, his gaze slowly looking at her and smiling. Guessed right, but unfortunately there's no prize. You! Lin Xian was instantly infuriated by his words and angrily rebuked, "Aren't you afraid of bringing shame to the netherworld Holy Land by doing this?" Lin Hao, on the other hand, glanced at her with great contempt and said disdainfully, "Who stipulated that you can't snatch? How have we dishonored the netherworld Holy Land? If you're capable, you guys go and grab it too, don't gab if you don't have the strength." The crowd of misty Holy Land disciples nodded their heads, very much agreeing with Lin Hao's words, mocking towards Lin Xian and the others. "The Holy Sun is right, if you guys have the ability, go grab it too. That's it. I advise you guys to hurry up and surrender and hand over the demon cores yourselves obediently, or else you'll have a good time." During this period of time, they followed Lin Hao, that was to kill demonic beasts when they saw them, and to rob cultivators when they met them. The main fight was to do as they wished, and the demon cores were to earn a lot of money. Demon cores were only possessed by demonic beasts above the Jindan realm, similar to the Jindan of a human cultivator, which could be refined and thus enhance their cultivation, and many people had received a great enhancement to a greater or lesser extent during this period of time. Therefore, the crowd was very convinced of Lin Hao, and as long as he gave the order, everyone drew their swords and just did it. When Lin Xian, who was originally furious and incomparable, heard the word Saint's Son, her beautiful eyes looked at Lin Hao, who was standing proudly upright, and a look of surprise appeared on her pretty face. "You're the contemporary Saint's Son of the Netherworld Holy Land?" Without waiting for Lin Hao to speak, Chen Feng, who was on his side, was the first to jump out and arrogantly say to her, "That's right. This is our holy son Lin Hao, how about it, is it scared?" Lin Xian's brows were knitted, obviously somewhat uncomfortable with his tone, but she didn't dare to have an attack while being very shocked inside. The fact that the misty Holy Land had set up a holy sun 3 months ago had long been spread throughout the eastern wasteland, and she naturally knew about it, but she just didn't have any idea about how strong it was. But judging from the sword wave that had just sent him flying out, this Lin Hao's strength was definitely not weaker than his own early stage of the divine phenomenon realm, and was even much stronger. Just as she was lost in thought, Lin Hao took a step forward, his holy weapon raised, and asked in a cold voice, "So are you going to hand over the demon core yourself, or am I going to beat you until you do?" A powerful sense of oppression caused Lin Xian to return to her senses. Just when she didn't know what to do and looked very helpless, another laugh came out from above. "Saint Lin, what is bullying a woman?" Chapter 75. Are you trying to save a girl from a hero? Duel. A muscular, lanky teenager, armed with a large sword, leapt down from above and landed firmly on the ground. This sudden scene startled everyone present. After seeing its face clearly, the group of disciples from the Lioli Immortal Palace immediately boiled over. "It's Saint Zhao. It's really him. I heard that he already broke through to the middle stage of the divine vibrancy realm some time ago. We're saved." Weekly, why are we saved when Saint Zhao comes? You're new here, aren't you, and you don't know that Saint Zhao likes our holy maiden? Shoo, keep your voice down, the virgin is here. The voices of the crowd reached Lin Xian's ears, and when she, who originally didn't take it seriously, heard the words that followed, she suddenly blushed. She instantly turned around and fiercely glared at the nonsense crowd, the bearish anger in her eyes seeming as if it was about to spurt out. When the disciples of the Lioli Immortal Palace saw this scene, they were so frightened that they hurriedly shut their mouths and didn't dare to speak out of turn. Zhao Yong stood up, raised his eyebrows slightly towards Lin Xian, and with a grin at the corner of his mouth, he smiled, "Miss Lin, we meet again." Humph. Seeing his frivolous behavior, Lin Xian immediately snorted coldly, not to mention paying attention to him. She didn't even want to look at him. The scene was silent. Seeing this scene, Zhao Yong scratched his head awkwardly, and his heart was even more filled with doubts. Didn't Zhang Yang say that the action of raising eyebrows is very lethal to girls? Why hasn't Miss Lin reacted in the slightest? It's not shy, is it? Just as he was stinking and rambling, Lin Hao on the opposite side slowly shifted his gaze toward him and spoke, "Are you the holy son of the Gang Qi Hegemony Blade Sect, Zhao Yong?" Zhao Yong, who had returned to his senses, slung his greatsword over his shoulder, locked eyes with him, and responded in a domineering manner, "That's right, it's none other than this saint's son." "Oh?" Lin Hao's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw this, a smirk spreading at the corner of his mouth. "So, you want to put on a hero-saving scene?" Ever since he became the holy son of the Netherworld Holy Land, Lin Hao had gone through some things and people in the Eastern Wasteland, so he naturally knew about Zhao Yong. Having heard that this person, Lin Xian, and Yi Xian were the strongest among the younger generation of the Eastern Desolate, now that he had met them, the wariness within him was instantly aroused. "Ha ha 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 ha." Hearing his words, Zhao Yong immediately threw back his head and laughed. Immediately afterward, he said towards Lin Hao, "It's not true that a hero saves a beauty. I just want to spar with you, but if I win, the matter of the demon core will stop. What do you think?" As soon as the words fell, the people of the Lioli Immortal Palace were overjoyed. However, Lin Xian frowned slightly and took a step forward, shouting at Zhao Yong, "I don't need your help, hurry up." When Zhao Yong heard this, his face was filled with astonishment before he could speak, only to see Lin Hao similarly take a step forward, his eyes looking at Lin Xian, reaching out and pointing at Zhao Yong, smiling coldly at her. "It doesn't matter if you agree or need to, he must fight me today. Lin Hao, you've gone too far." Lin Xian immediately chided. At this moment, Lin Hao's feeling in her heart instantly dropped to the freezing point. As for Zhao Yong, when he heard Lin Hao mocking his beloved Miss Lin in such a way, his face couldn't help but be gloomy, and he said to him, Saint Lin, we are all at the same Saint Z level, isn't it a bit too much for you to talk like this? Lin Hao gently stroked the holy soldier and snorted, excessive? I don't think so. You. Zhao Yong looked like he was choking on his words and was somewhat speechless for a moment, followed by a frown and a chilling voice. I'm in the middle stage of the divine phenomenon realm, I'm 2 whole minor realms higher than you. Are you too confident in yourself, Saint Lin? Zhao Yong really couldn't figure out how this Lin Hao could be so confident that he dared to threaten to challenge him. After all, his own strength was far superior to his. Moreover, Lin Hao gave him the feeling of being especially like someone, that guy Yi Xian. Both of them were the kind of guys who were high-minded and arrogant, who talked arrogantly and made people very upset. So what if the realm is higher? Lin Hao was unimpressed, a cold smile spreading from the corner of his mouth, and then added, in a real fight, we don't know who will lose and who will win. Having said that, Zhao Yong also knew that if he didn't fight with him today, Lin Hao would definitely not let up. Okay, I promise to fight you. After saying that, the people of the Netherworld Holy Land and the Li Immortal Palace retreated to the side, vacating a wide open space in the center. Rumble! The aura of the middle stage of the divine spirit realm raged out from Zhao Yong's body, shaking the surrounding woods with a violent tremor. Saint Lin, be careful! Zhao Yong's face was cold, his hands gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, and he took a step out with an aura like a rainbow. Bastard sword slash! As he let out a furious cry, a powerful blade chi swept out, and holy might stirred from the holy weapon, instantly wrapping it up and turning it into a tens of meters large blade wave, slashing straight down towards Lin Hao. Good timing! Lin Hao laughed maniacally when he saw this. The cultivation of the early stage of the divine spirit realm erupted, and with a fierce stomp of his foot, the surging sword chi was similarly wrapped by the holy might, forming a sword wave several dozens of meters in size. Rumble! The 2 powerful waves of blades and swords cut through the clouds in an instant and collided straight into each other. Bang! The huge shockwave instantly shook the surrounding trees directly into powder, and the entire forest trembled. The misty Holy Land and Li Immortal Palace disciples who retreated to the distance looked at the 2 people who were fighting in the low altitude in front of them, with different expressions on their faces. The only thing that was the same was that they were all shocked. Wow, both of them are so strong. Yes, Saint Sun Lin's strength is clearly slightly weaker, yet he can fight with Saint Sun Zhao. No, you guys look closely, Sage Lin is actually starting to fall into a disadvantage. Sage Zhao is after all 2 small realms higher than him, and after a long time the cracks will come out. As for Lin Xian, she was equally surprised at this time. She didn't expect Lin Hao's strength to be so perverted. Surprisingly, he could fight Zhao Yong to such an extent. If he fought him himself, he was afraid that he would definitely lose. Rumble! A loud roar resounded through the mountains. Admit defeat, you're no match for me. Under the constant attack, Lin Hao's aura obviously weakened, and Zhao Yong eventually found an opportunity to slash him hard. Bang! Lin Hao directly smashed several large trees to pieces. Zhao Yong stood in the void, his eyes looking straight at Lin Hao, who had blood spilling from the corners of his mouth, and slowly said, How about it, Saint Sun Lin? Now that you've lost, isn't it time to leave? Lin Hao slowly stood up, wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth, smiled hideously, and said in a cold voice, Lose? I haven't lost yet, and it's only just begun. His words caused Zhao Yong to be slightly stunned, and before he could come back to his senses, a piercing chill instantly enveloped his entire body, and his eyes violently and dramatically shrunk. Only to see a cold air from the freezing point suddenly surging out from Lin Hao's body below, sweeping across the entire mountain forest in an instant, with snow-capped flowers flying all over the sky. Rumble! In an instant, all the flowers, plants and trees in a 10-mile radius were frozen into ice sculptures. When Zhao Yong saw this scene, he immediately exclaimed with a face full of disbelief, Holy, special god body. Chapter 76 Ultimate Licking Dog Zhao Yong. Icy cold air ran rampant, causing everyone around them to all freeze and shiver. As Zhao Yong's shocked cry echoed through the forest, the group of disciples from the Li Immortal Palace all stared with wide eyes, glancing towards Lin Hao in unison, deep disbelief showing in their eyes. Divine physique. Saint Sun Lin actually possesses the same legendary special physique as Saint Sun Yi of the vast sword sect. Heavens, no wonder he was unknown until he became the holy son of the Netherworld Holy Land, but he turned out to be so powerful as soon as he showed up, so it's like this. However, the feeling I get from Saint Sun Lin's divine body aura seems to be even more powerful than Saint Sun Yi's innate sword tire? Are you stupid? How can the two be compared? Yi Xian's divine body was an innate sword tire unique to the sword Dao. This kind of physique could only be possessed by a sword cultivator, and it was extremely difficult to cultivate. What one cultivates is the way of the sword, and what one realizes is also the way of the sword, and if one's talent for the way of the sword is insufficient, one simply cannot utilize the full power of the innate sword fetus. After all, having an innate sword tire does not mean that the talent is high, it can only be said that the starting point is a little higher than others, and what kind of realm can be reached in the end, it also depends on the person who executes the sword. Whispers reached his ears, and Lin Hao directly ignored them. His gaze slowly turned to the frothing Zhao Yong and he sneered, as I said, a high cultivation level is not the same as strength. That arrogant voice pulled him back to reality, and despite the chilly air around him, a trace of sweat could not help but seep out of Zhao Yong's forehead. It all felt so surreal to him. A Lin Hao who had just entered the world, it was just that he was powerful, but he even possessed a special physique, and the pressure he brought to him was no less than that guy Yi Xian. Seeing Zhao Yong's silence, Lin Hao's face turned cold and said in a deep voice, "In that case, then take it." Zhao Yong sniffed and took a deep breath. When it was time to be soft, he would be soft. This was a belief he had always upheld. But this moment was different. It was a fight for the one he adored. How could he lose face? So he had to win, and with that, he gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, took a step forward, and shouted, "Come on, let me see just how powerful your divine body is." Ha 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 ha. Lin Hao threw his head back and laughed maniacally. The power of the extreme cold god body had long been under his full control, only to see that with a casual wave, several ice cones, big or small, instantly condensed, pointing straight at Zhao Yong. Seeing this scene, Zhao Yong's heart pounded. He suddenly sensed that the space around him seemed to be enveloped by a powerful force, causing his movements to become a bit sluggish. Noticing this, Zhao Yong hurriedly ran his aura in an attempt to dispel the cold around his body. However, no matter what he did, he couldn't do it. Seeing this, Lin Hao sneered, "Don't make a futile struggle. This is the exclusive domain of the extreme cold god body. Within this realm, unless your realm is one great realm higher than mine, it is absolutely impossible to crack it." Just as he was about to strike at Zhao Yong, who was losing his concentration, a figure suddenly flew between the two. "Enough!" Lin Xin coldly scolded at Lin Hao. "Don't you just want demon cores? I'll just give them to you, so all of you stop fighting." Lin Hao sniffed and didn't say anything, clasping his hands in front of his chest and looking at her with an interested face. Instead, it was Zhao Yong on the side who couldn't hold it down and hurriedly shouted towards Lin Xian, "Miss Lin, get out of the way first, I'm sure I can defeat him." When Lin Xian heard that, her anger miso came up. Turning around fiercely, she glared at him in anger and fury, cursing without any good humor, "They have a divine body. What are you going to fight with?" Lin Xian was really convinced. How could Zhao Yong be so brain-dead? Zhao Yong had a crush on her, she knew it in her heart, but he wasn't her favorite type at all, and Lin Xian didn't want to put him at risk because of this, because it was completely unnecessary. Seeing his beloved goddess get angry, Zhao Yong instantly panicked and hurriedly said, Fine, I won't fight with him, don't get angry, Miss Lin, okay?" This scene was watched by Lin Hao on the opposite side of the room, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch, followed by suddenly letting out a loud laugh. "I really never thought that the holy son of Zhao of the Big Dipper Blade Sect would still be a lickspittle." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yong's face instantly turned red, and he said with great irritation, "What do you know?" Immediately afterward, his gaze slowly moved back to the face of Lin Xian, who was somewhat lost in thought. "Ever since the first time I saw Miss Lin, I was deeply attracted by her stunning looks. I think this should be what the world calls love at first sight. I also know that I'm not good enough for Miss Lin, and I also know that she doesn't like me either, but none of that matters, as long as I like it, that's enough. And you?" Zhao Yong then pointed at Lin Hao and said with a disdainful face, "Don't know what love is at all. Also, I'm not a dog licker, it's called going forward and being righteous in the pursuit of love." Ha 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 ha. Hearing his justified words, Lin Hao immediately laughed so hard that tears came out of his eyes, and his entire body was paralyzed with laughter. "Isn't that just a pedantic lickspittle with no self-awareness?" "Zhao Yong, shut up." Lin Xian, who always had a dark face on the side, finally couldn't bear it and completely exploded. It was really Zhao Yong's words that were so disgusting that hearing them gave her goosebumps. Lin Xian, who only wanted to escape this place as soon as possible, said straight to Lin Hao, "Don't you just want demon cores? These are for you." As the words fell, she threw 3 storage rings filled with demon cores towards him without hesitation. Lin Hao took the storage ring and swept it slightly with his divine sense, and his eyes instantly lit up, only to see that it was densely piled with more than 2,000 demon cores. He immediately put the storage ring away, then grinned at Lin Xian, "Holy Maiden Lin is really atmospheric." "Humph." Lin Xian snorted coldly, not wanting to pay any attention to him at all, and even Zhao Yong on the side was ignored by her as she directly led the crowd of the Liuli Immortal Palace and flew away towards the distance. "Miss Lin, wait for me." Zhao Yong saw this and hurriedly shouted. Just as he was about to chase after them, a powerful sword she slashed right in front of his heels, startling him. Immediately afterward, Lin Xian's cool voice came out. "If you dare to follow me, you're dead." When Zhao Yong heard this, he immediately wilted like a deflated ball. Just when he was worried, Lin Hao flirted at him, "Zhao the lick dog, just take your time here alone, we can go ahead." Hearing these words, Zhao Yong instantly became furious and turned around violently, about to snap, but he realized that Lin Hao and the others' figures had long disappeared without a trace. At that moment, Zhang Yang came from the distance with his sword with the crowd of disciples from the Big Dipper Blade Sect. "Saint Sun, so you're here." Zhang Yang shouted loudly, landing beside him with a face full of excitement. When Zhao Yong saw him, he was so angry that he gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Could you Zhang Yang? It's all because of you that I lost face in front of Miss Lin. Today I have to teach you a good lesson." Zhang Yang froze straight away, and before he could say anything, he saw a fist as huge as a sandbag slamming towards him. Immediately afterward, a miserable scream resounded through the sky. Aha! Chapter 77, Encounter, Traceless Daoist. In the meantime, A white-bearded old man with a fairy-like demeanor and gloomy eyes was crossing over the void of the central state at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, he arrived at the borderlands a million miles away and appeared over the desolate domain. Click. Just then, a subtle sound caught the old man's eye, only to see a dark as ink spatial channel suddenly emerge from the low altitude below, and immediately afterward, two figures stepped out from it. These two people were none other than Yi Shaoqing and Tang Yuan. At that moment, they also discovered the old man above them, and the three of them met their 6 eyes. Tang Yuan frowned slightly and lowered his voice to Yi Shaoqing, Senior, he's actually a red dust immortal. The old man did not completely conceal the aura in his body, and he could clearly feel the suffocating immortal might that permeated out from the old man's body, which left him stunned. Yi Shaoqing sniffed and didn't say anything, nor did his expression change in any way, and the traceless Taoist above murmured equally softly when he saw the two. Weird. I actually can't see through his cultivation. Tang Yuan was the peak of a great emperor, and he was able to see it with a single glance, yet when he looked at Yi Shaoqing on the side, the old man was instantly dumbfounded. Because he realized that not only was he unable to see through his cultivation, he didn't even sense a single trace of his aura, which instantly shook him to the core. One must know that he was a red dust immortal, and it was impossible for an ordinary person to escape his eyes, unless the other party was more powerful than him. But how is that possible? This was merely the border region of the Eastern Wasteland, and the strongest person in the entire Eastern Wasteland had only been heard of as a great emperor, so how could an existence even more powerful than him possibly appear? After pondering for just a moment, Taoist Traceless flew straight towards the Eastern Wasteland without paying too much attention to them. After all, he had come here with a mission. Looking at him as he flew into the Eastern Wasteland, Yi Shaoqing let out a light laugh. Things are starting to get interesting. When Tang Yuan heard this, a trace of doubt passed through his eyes, then he asked, Senior knows this person? Yi Shaoqing shook his head and didn't explain. He just casually said, some people can't hold back. I'm afraid that the sky of the Eastern Wasteland is going to be in turmoil soon. For a moment Tang Yuan was even more puzzled. He could clearly hear other meanings from these words. Even if Senior Yi didn't recognize who that person was just now, he definitely knew where he came from. But he didn't dare to ask more. After all, Senior Yi must have his reasons for not saying anything. Tang Yuan, wasn't stupid. Instead he was still smart enough to know that there were some things he wasn't qualified to know too much about. In the void tens of thousands of meters above the Eastern Wasteland, Taoist Traceless stood in the air like a god, looking down. With a sweep of his divine sense, he instantly covered every corner. A moment passed, and the corner of Taoist Traceless's mouth rose slightly, revealing a cold smile. A bunch of mole crickets. There isn't even a single peak great emperor, and these two losers, Black Wind and Bloodslayer, would actually still be decimated. Immediately afterward, his gaze shot straight towards the Netherworld Holy Land's main hall like a sharp arrow, and Lu Mubai sitting there was instantly penetrated by his gaze, clearly visible. In the middle of the great hall, as if he had sensed something, Lu Mubai suddenly furrowed his brows slightly and spoke out in alarm. What's going on? Why is there a feeling of being pierced? Feeling a bit uncomfortable, Lu Mubai immediately stood up and walked out of the great hall, looking around, then raised his head again to look remotely at the empty void, murmuring suspiciously. What the hell is going on today? Why do you suddenly feel so uncomfortable? Every move he made was taken in by the Traceless Taoist, only to see the Traceless Taoist sneer disdainfully, and then he took a step and instantly disappeared in place. In an instant, he appeared over the borderlands of the Eastern Wasteland and the Southern Barbarian lands. Indifferently gazing at the cultivators below who were hunting down the demon race, a trace of doubt flashed through Taoist Traceless's eyes. What exactly is the demon race up to? Why are the demonic beasts sent out all unimpressive characters? Are they specially given to the Eastern Wasteland cultivators as little monsters to grind? Taoist Traceless directly looked dumbfounded. This was completely different from the scene of the demonic beasts attacking the borderlands in force that Lord Celestial Emperor had spoken of. Taoist without trace, who couldn't stand to watch, turned around and flew back towards the Eastern Wasteland. Somewhere in the yard. Just as Taoist Traceless stepped in, 3 black-robed men flashed out like ghosts, kneeling on one knee and respectfully shouting, "Greetings to Hall Master Traceless." Taoist Traceless swept his gaze lightly and asked out loud, "You are the people of Black Wind?" "Yes, Hall Master." The black-robed man in the lead respectfully returned. Hearing this, Taoist Traceless's eyes narrowed slightly as he questioned, "Why is it that while Black Wind is dead, you guys are still alive?" In an instant, the black-clothed man in the lead immediately felt a terrifying pressure sweeping over him, and his entire body involuntarily trembled. He hurriedly forced down his inner fear and explained in a panic, "Back to the Hall Master, my subordinate is under the intelligence department of the Black Wind Hall Master." Due to the fact that the Black Wind Hall Master was killed by the ethereal Holy Land Patriarch, the 3 of us were at a loss for what to do for a while, which is why we informed you. Ethereal Holy Land Patriarch? Taoist Traceless frowned. The man in black nodded his head and responded, "That's right, he's the one who killed the Black Wind Hall Master, and this person is very unusual. He's the founding ancestor of the Misty Sacred Land, named Yi Shaoqing. And he's an immortal." Yi Shaoqing. Hearing this name, Taoist Traceless let out a surprised cry. Since embarking on the path of cultivation until now, although his bone age was only over 8,000 years old, he had heard of Yi Shaoqing's great reputation. After all, this person could be said to have a great reputation in the former Central State. It was rumored that not only had he defeated all the great emperors of the Central State, but he had also hardened the ancient road with one man and one sword, and was a deservedly invincible powerhouse 10,000 years ago. I didn't expect to, but he's still alive. Also achieved the immortal position. Thinking of this, Taoist Traceless immediately snapped at the black-robed man. Do you know his specific strength right now? The man in black shook his head and replied, my subordinate doesn't know, but he had used immortal might when he annihilated the divine Martial Imperial Dynasty as well as when he destroyed the Black Wind Hall Master. Moreover, at that time, the void of the eastern wasteland simply couldn't withstand his immortal might and nearly collapsed. Speaking of this, the man in black seemed to recall the scene at that time, his eyes filled with fear. Oh, the Traceless Taoist was slightly stunned. He was now at the peak of the red dust immortal, and even if he poured out all his strength, he would not be able to shatter the void, and the only ones who could do so would be true immortals above red dust immortals. Could it be that this Yi Shaoqing has already gone this far? Chapter 78, The Helpless Jiang Tao. Thinking of this, Taoist Traceless's face gradually became somewhat gloomy. If Yi Shaoqing really stepped into the true immortal realm, with his red dust immortal's cultivation, it would undoubtedly be suicide if he wanted to fight against him. The reason why he was able to stand out among the many immortal cultivators and have today's achievements was because he did not speak of righteousness and betrayed his brothers in exchange. He definitely would not go for that kind of self-indulgent death-seeking thing. It's just that, Lord Celestial Emperor. Immediately afterward, the Traceless Taoist's gaze slowly shifted back to the black-clothed man's body, and then he asked in a flat tone, other than that, are there any other special circumstances? The three people were numbed by his gaze. Thinking for a moment, the black-clothed man in the lead suddenly spoke, Hall Master, there is indeed another matter, just. The Traceless Taoist's eyes stared, and he said in a deep voice, just what, tell me. Yes. The man in black was suddenly shocked by his aura and busily explained, some time ago, Qin Shaotian contacted my subordinate through a sound transmission stone, saying that he was interested in joining our heavenly palace. Only, this person Qin Shaotian gives my subordinate a very sinister feeling. Very sinister? The Traceless Taoist frowned slightly at his words, seemingly a bit puzzled. The man in black nodded vigorously and continued, that's right, Qin Shaotian originally followed the Black Wind Hall Master, as well as being the Imperial Lord of the divine Martial Imperial Dynasty. When the old ancestor of the Netherworld Holy Land suddenly descended, the Black Wind Hall Master was undefeated and lost his life, followed by the destruction of the divine Martial Imperial Dynasty. However, Qin Shaotian, who was the Imperial Lord, took advantage of the chaos to sneak away and escape with his life. After hearing these words, a cold smile spread across the corners of Taoist Traceless's mouth. At the same time, Qin Shaotian was labeled in his mind as a clever and cunning two-fifths man who loved to play tricks. The black-robed man used his afterglow to surreptitiously survey the Traceless Taoist who was in deep thought, and with a twinkle in his eyeballs, he immediately half-kneeled on the ground and said in a respectful tone, Hall Master, the Black Wind Hall Master was tragically killed, and my subordinate wants to avenge his death, but I only hate that I don't have the strength to do so. Therefore, my subordinate would like to follow by the side of the Hall Master and serve him. Seeing this scene, the other two black-robed men were likewise very cooperative as they half-kneeled beside him and cried out in unison, I still hope that the Hall Master will be successful. Upon hearing this, Taoist Traceless narrowed his eyes slightly, a light smile spreading from the corners of his mouth as he said, your cultivation level is the Sage Realm, and although it's slightly lower, it's not useless. The three of them sniffed, and their hearts burst with joy. They were all Black Wind subordinates with mediocre strength, and now that Black Wind was dead, it would be difficult for them to return to the Heavenly Palace, and even if they did manage to go back, the three of them who didn't have a backer were afraid that they would be killed by the others. After all, the assassins in the Assassination Hall were not good people. They were all a group of people who killed each other for the sake of profit. However, Taoist Traceless was different. He was the third in command of the Heavenly Palace, the strongest of the three Hall Masters, and a genuine red dust immortal powerhouse. If they could follow him around, who else would dare to mess with them in the Assassination Hall? Thinking of this, the three of them hurriedly arched their hands and shouted in unison, we are willing to serve Hall Master in the future, 10,000 deaths. However, before the words left his mouth, a chilling laugh suddenly came out. No need to wait until later. Before the three of them could react, a terrifying pressure instantly surged out from Taoist without Trace's body, enveloping them tightly in an instant, and the spiritual energy in their bodies instantly began to drain away in a steady stream. The original excitement was as if a pot of ice water was poured over their heads, cold and piercing, and the shadow of death enveloped their entire body, causing the three to be terrified and to beg bitterly, Hall Master, spare your life, don't kill us. However, Taoist Traceless ignored their pleas for mercy and instead sneered, aren't you all willing to go through fire and water for me? I need your help now. When he said that, he only saw a black gas rise from the heart of Taoist Traceless's palm. In just a few moments, the spiritual energy, chi and blood in the bodies of the three black-clothed men were sucked dry, turning them into shriveled corpses that fell straight to the ground. Looking at the three dry corpses in front of him, the Traceless Taoist's eyes were filled with disdain, and then he slapped out his palm. There was a thud. The dried corpse instantly turned into flying ash and dissipated between heaven and earth. Nightfall, Castle Peak Town. In the Drunken beauty building, on the window seat, a woman wearing a red winter coat and a plush cloak, with a demonic and charming appearance, sat there. Jade Hand gently propped up her chin, looking away from the window at the round of bright moon hanging high in the night sky. Her beautiful eyes flickered frequently, and she didn't know what she was thinking about. This scene was all seen by Jiang Tao upstairs. Only a slight sigh was seen as he whirled down the stairs and walked over to Jiang Qingyu, softly shouting, "Girl, it's late at night, go and rest early." Jiang Qingyu sniffed but gently shook her head. Jiang Tao to this since childhood regarded as the pearl of the daughter, and will not be able to guess what she is thinking in her heart. A bitter smile appeared on his face, and he said no more, but took a seat opposite him and poured himself a glass of wine. There was a long silence between father and daughter. Jiang Qingyu suddenly murmured softly and asked, "Father, do you think Mr. Yi will come back?" Hearing this, Jiang Tao was obviously stunned and did not answer, but rather said rather helplessly, "Girl, forget it, forget it. He is an immortal, or a renowned invincible powerhouse from 10,000 years ago. How powerful is the Tao of such a person? How could he be influenced by someone he met by chance in the world?" These words reached Jiang Qingyu's ears, causing her delicate body to involuntarily tremble, forcing back the tears in her eyes and forcing a smile. "Father, what are you talking about? I just wanted to ask if Mr. Yi would come back, that's all. What does that have to do with whether he's strong or not, and why should we forget? You this girl." Jiang Tao looked at his daughter who was still talking tough, and for a while he didn't know what to say. Yi Shaoqing has been away from here for almost a year. At first it was fine, and his own daughter was only occasionally fuming. However, until 3 months ago, when the news of the Netherworld Holy Land patriarch Yi Shaoqing overthrowing the Xinwu Imperial Dynasty and a wisp of immortal might shaking the eastern wasteland reached this place, he had become a soulful man every day. Anyone with eyes to see who can't. But Yuer is really not a good match for it. At first, when he heard the news, Jiang Tao was also a bit unconvinced, thinking that it was just the same name, and even went out to find out. From the portrait of the Netherworld Holy Land patriarch that had been spread throughout the eastern wasteland, aside from a slightly different face, no matter what they were wearing or their demeanor, they were all exactly the same. It was that invincible Yi Shaoqing from 10,000 years ago. After all, Jiang Tao used to be a peak great emperor, so he naturally knew that changing his appearance would be nothing more than a simple matter for such a powerful person. Chapter 79, Pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, people are stupid. Immortals. Ethereal Holy Land Patriarch. The invincible 10,000 years ago. It's literally all the powerful buffs stacked on top of each other. However, his own daughter still happened to like him, which made Jiang Tao not know what to do for a while. Jiang Qingyu looked at her father who was full of sadness and was drinking alone. Her heart couldn't help but be flooded with a pang of sourness. And why wouldn't she understand the reasoning? I just really don't want to forget it so easily. After all, he himself was just a common, ordinary person, while Lord Yu was a supreme powerhouse who stood at the top of the world. How could she be worthy of him? Thinking of this, Jiang Qingyu tried to calm down a bit, forced out a smile, and said to Jiang Tao, "Father, just don't worry, your daughter isn't that fragile." After saying that, Jiang Qingyu slowly stood up and walked towards the second floor. Jiang Tao shook his head helplessly and let out a soft sigh, looking at her fading back and did not say anything more. After all, there are some things that no amount of talking will help, and it's only up to her to slowly come out of it. Day 2, Vast Sword Sect. Patriarch, the sacred son has come out of the gate, and his cultivation has also broken through to the peak of the early stage of the cave heaven realm. Yang Tian said to Zhang Yun with an excited face. "Not bad, not bad." Zhang Yun nodded and complimented at his words, then added, "Since you've emerged from the gate, let the saint's son bring some disciples to the borderlands to kill demonic beasts for some practice." "Yes," Yang Tian answered. Qin Xiaotian, who was on the side, looked at Yang Tian's back and said in a deep voice thoughtfully, "Have you heard that the Misty Sacred Land subsect has been built and is now recruiting disciples widely?" Zhang Yun frowned slightly and said breathlessly, "It's just a matter of people establishing subsectors, why do you care so much?" Hearing his flat tone, Qin Xiaotian instantly became a bit furious and said angrily, "Doggone it, they razed my divine Martial Dynasty to the ground and then built the subsector there. Or you think I want to care that much?" Zhang Yun coughed lightly, slightly embarrassed as to how he had forgotten about this matter. Immediately afterward, he asked, "So what do you want? Is it hard to believe that you still want to kill your way through? Don't forget that you're still wanted in the entire eastern wasteland, and once you're discovered, the thunderous wrath of the Netherworld Sacred Land awaits you." These words were like a pot of ice water, instantly doused the originally furious Qin Xiaotian. Then he said, "But I'm not willing to do that." When he thought that not only had his divine Martial Dynasty been destroyed, but he had also allowed someone to build a subdivision on the territory that originally belonged to him, Qin Xiaotian was furious. When Zhang Yun heard this, he directly lazily ignored him and instead taunted, "Just stop thinking about all this nonsense for now, or hurry up and call the people from the Heavenly Palace." At first, they even said something about contacting casually, but now it's good, look at how long it's been, and as a result, the people from the Heavenly Palace froze without a single reply. Qin Xiaotian said with some embarrassment. I had already contacted Black Wind's subordinates at that time, and they said that they would write back to me. Who knows that not a single movement has been made in the past for so long. For a while, Zhang Yun was directly speechless. If he had known that this would be the case, there was no way he would have agreed to Qin Xiaotian in the first place, much less take him in. This is completely looking for a crime. If the people from the Heavenly Palace really couldn't be contacted, once the people from the Netherworld Holy Land knew that Qin Xiaotian was in their place, all of them would be afraid that they would be directly doomed. Just as the two of them were silent, an eerie voice rang out. You want to find the Heavenly Palace? As soon as the voice came out, Zhang Yun and Qin Xiaotian were both startled and coincidentally shouted in unison in the direction the voice came from. Who is it? Tap tap tap. Accompanied by a sound of heavy footsteps, only the traceless Taoist slowly walked in from outside the door. Who are you and how did you get in? Zhang Yun's brows tightened as he questioned in a stern voice. You heard everything we just said? Before the words fell, Qin Xiaotian walked to the doorway in understanding, a trace of a great emperor's aura emanating from his body, his gaze deadpan on Taoist traceless. Seeing the two of them surround themselves, Taoist without trace, however, only laughed softly and said nonchalantly, I'm a person who holds grudges, so I'd advise you guys to better put your breath away. A tiny harmonization realm only, how dare you be so arrogant? Qin Xiaotian said with a cold face, his voice filled with disdain. That's right, do you really think that my vast expanse sword sect is a place where we can let people run wild? Zhang Yun chimed in. The two of them were at least great emperor powerhouses, and this old man in front of them was only at the harmonization realm cultivation level, and actually dared to talk to them like this, simply asking for death. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Qin Xiaotian and Zhang Yun looked at each other, then nodded at the same time. Together! Although the old man in front of them appeared to be a harmonization realm cultivator, the two of them decided to strike together just to be on the safe side. In a flash, both of them exploded in unison, and in the blink of an eye, they came to the traceless Taoist one in front of the other, swinging their fists out at the same time. Just a split second before it was about to hit, the traceless Taoist said in a cold voice, Griffin, be reckless. Immediately afterward, a palpitatingly terrifying immortal might gushed out from within him, instantly shocking the two to their knees. Bang! The ground was smashed out of two large craters, and blood violently flowed out from the corners of the two men's mouths. Immortal. Immortals. You're not the harmonization realm, you're actually an immortal. Zhang Yun and Qin Xiaotian's jaws instantly dropped. Just a moment ago they had envisioned countless possibilities, but they had only failed to anticipate that this seemingly ordinary old man in front of them was actually a transcendent red dust immortal. The two of them were instantly ashen. This was simply a standard pig disguise. Thinking of this, the two hurriedly pleaded. Elder, the late generation has no eyes and has offended you, please be magnanimous and spare our lives. Yes, senior, we know we're wrong, please spare us. Looking at the two people who had just been chattering and being arrogant and domineering towards him, but ended up starting to beg bitterly in less than 2 minutes, Taoist Traceless couldn't help but feel a pang of speechlessness. These two guys are at least great emperors, but their guts are so small. He immediately shouted angrily, shut up, all of you. When did I ever say I was going to kill you guys? Not kill us? When Qin Xiaotian and Zhang Yun heard this, they let out a sigh of relief as if they were relieved, and then stopped begging for mercy. Just now, they were scared, they thought that this immortal was going to take their lives, but it turned out to be a false alarm. When Taoist Traceless saw this scene, his face couldn't help but darken. He was now considered completely convinced of these two. Chapter 80, The Taoist Heartseed's Demons, No Tears Left to Cry. Noticing the change in his countenance, the two of them exchanged glances, and Qin Xiaotian hurriedly inquired cautiously, dare I ask what the senior is here for? Zhang Yun, who was on the side, nodded his head vigorously, equally eager to know why this red dust immortal powerhouse in front of him had come to his vast sword sect for no reason at all. Taoist Traceless swept a glance at the two of them, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a wry smile. This seat is the Heavenly Palace Assassination Hall, Hall Master, Taoist Traceless. Haven't you been looking for us? At these words, Qin Xiaotian and Zhang Yun, who were originally sad and full of suspicion, were instantly glowing with excitement. The two of them never dreamed that this immortal in front of them was the Hall Master of the Heavenly Palace. No wonder he was so powerful. Thinking of this, the two of them shouted out in unison. Latecomer, greetings to Hall Master Traceless. Immediately afterward, Qin Xiaotian's face revealed an expression of extreme aggression and indignation as he said to Taoist without trace, Senior, you must seek justice for Hall Master Black Wind. Oh? Hearing this, the Traceless Taoist's eyes narrowed slightly as he asked with interest, you're Qin Xiaotian? Precisely late generation. Qin Xiaotian hurriedly nodded his head, and in his heart, he was even more pleasantly surprised that he knew his identity. Seeing this, the Traceless Taoist then sat on a chair to the side and asked in a curious tone, then tell me how Black Wind died? Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaotian explained, back to Senior. Senior is the imperial lord of the divine Martial Dynasty. 3 months ago, due to the vassal forces under our hands inadvertently provoking the Netherworld Sacred Land, it caused the Netherworld Sacred Land patriarch to descend, wanting to force us to surrender. My junior then preferred to die rather than obey, and in the end, he killed him painfully and overthrew my divine martial imperial dynasty. and the Black Wind Hall Master who was trying to save me also unfortunately died tragically in its hands. After hearing these words, Taoist Traceless did not speak immediately, but instead gazed closely at Qin Shaotian until he was looking at him in a creepy, uncomfortable manner. Only then did the Traceless Taoist say in a flat tone, although Black Wind's strength is average, but what kind of person he is still clear in my heart. How could he possibly perish to save you? You're not lying to me, are you? In an instant, the atmosphere of the entire hall became unusually weird. Qin Shaotian was even sweating coldly, followed by a turn of the eyes and a look of grief on his face. Senior, you don't know anything. To think that back then, the late generation was nothing but a beggar, and to be able to have today's achievements is all due to the Black Wind Elder. Without him, there would be no me today. The latecomer has always longed to worship Elder Black Wind as his master, but it's not possible that he has always disagreed. It wasn't until a few months ago that he came to the divine martial Imperial Dynasty, and it was only after the latecomer's bitter pleas that he agreed to take the latecomer as his disciple. Speaking here, Qin Shaotian couldn't help but slide a few tears from the corner of his eyes, and said in a deep, bitter, resentful voice, I didn't expect that before my juniors could properly honor his old man, he would be killed by the misty sacred ground patriarch. Nay, my strength as a disciple is low, and I thought that I would never have the chance to avenge my master's death in this life again, until you, senior, appeared and revitalized the hope of my juniors. Flutter. Qin Shaotian went straight to both knees, facing Taoist Traceless, respectfully exclaiming, Senior, I implore you to avenge my senior's master's death, and at your command, my senior is willing to lead the charge with his body. A torrent of words, righteous words, came out of his mouth in a steady stream. Zhang Yun, who stood with his head hanging down at the side, couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth slightly. If it weren't for the fact that the circumstances of the moment didn't allow it, he was afraid that he would have already let out a loud laugh. He was now completely and utterly convinced of Qin Shaotian. It's really too much to blow. And Taoist Traceless was similarly slightly stunned after hearing these words. He had already known Black Wind when he had not yet become an immortal, and the two had been fighting each other for many years. Would he not be clear about what kind of person Black Wind was? That is a sinister plus ruthless, in order to achieve the purpose will never easily give up. How can it be possible to go to accept a no-interest Qin Shaotian? Not to mention the fact that the man in black had told him about Qin Shaotian earlier, he didn't believe those words alone. What a good Qin Shaotian! He is really a sinister and cunning two-fifths, how dare he deceive the seat? Thinking of this, the corners of Taoist Traceless's mouth rose slightly, revealing a smile. Black Wind and I belong to the same heavenly palace, and now that he's been murdered, I definitely want to avenge his death. The one who was rambling away in thought, suddenly his eyes lit up. Even Zhang Yun, who was on the sidelines, stared in shock and marveled in his heart. This old man is too good to be fooled, isn't he? Immediately afterward, Qin Shaotian forced down his inner excitement and thanked him in a tone of incomparable respect. Senior, on behalf of Master, thank you, Senior. Aha! Taoist Traceless nodded slightly, then looked at the two of them again and said, you guys let go of your minds first. Qin Shaotian and Zhang Yun, who were immersed in their excitement, instantly froze, as if they were very surprised by these words. The mind is the most important part of a cultivator. How can one easily let go in front of others? Isn't that asking for death? Seeing that the two of them were looking puzzled, Taoist without trace didn't explain, but his face gradually became gloomy, and he said with some displeasure, let go when I tell you to let go. What are you doing by dilly-dallying? If this seat wanted to kill you, I could easily crush you to death with the movement of my fingers. Do I need to go through so much trouble? Qin Shaotian and Zhang Yun were frightened and hurriedly said, No, Senior, you've misunderstood. Although the two of them were extremely reluctant, they could only release their minds due to the lewd authority of the Traceless Taoist. Just in the nick of time, a change occurred. The two men's minds had just relaxed, when the Traceless Taoist's fingers shot out two black ons, which went straight in and in. Aha! In an instant, Qin Shaotian and Zhang Yun only felt their heads swell with pain as if they had been hit hard, and they both fell to the ground, screaming miserably. Taoist Traceless looked coldly at the two who were rolling around in pain on the ground and said in a raw, cold voice, you have already been planted by me with the Tao Heartseed demon. Because you deceived me just now, this is just a little punishment for you. If you dare to commit another offense in the future, I will make it impossible for you to live or die. Qin Shaotian and Zhang Yun were horrified when they heard this. The Taoist heart seeds the devil. Devilish cultivation of evil. Once planted, life and death hang in the balance, completely in the hands of others, and they can be easily wiped out with just a thought. They would never have dreamed that the seemingly dignified Taoist without trace in front of them would be a demonic cultivator. The two men, knowing that great trouble was at hand, hastened to beg bitterly. Elder, spare your life, we won't dare to do it again. Please, be magnanimous and spare us. Humph. The Traceless Taoist snorted coldly through his nose before he slowly withdrew his thoughts. It was only then that Qin Shaotian and Zhang Yun leisurely slowed down. Just now, arguably the closest they'd come to death. Chapter 81, in the proceedings of Green Mountain Town. Taoist Traceless's face sank like water, his cold gaze gazing at the two of them as he said in a chilling voice, remember, work well for me in the future, and I won't kill you. However, but wherever you dare to have a different mind, I will definitely let you know what it means, to call the sky a bad place to live, and to call the earth a bad place to live. At this moment, Qin Xiaotian and Zhang Yun, whose lives were completely controlled by others, how could they dare to refute, and hurriedly nodded their heads, responding in unison. Yes, 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 you can rest assured, elder. As long as you, senior, give the order, wherever you point, senior will fight, go through fire and water, and die. Seeing that they were so knowledgeable, Daoist Traceless nodded in satisfaction. Although Qin Xiaotian and Zhang Yun were nothing more than small mole crickets at the early stage of the Great Emperor stage, and their strength wasn't even as high as his own men, they were still more or less of some use. Immediately afterward, Daoist Traceless added, I still have things I need to take care of right now. Within this period of time, you guys will map out all the details of all the forces in the Eastern Wasteland for me. As the words fell, Daoist Traceless instantly disappeared into the Great Hall. Seeing this scene, Qin Xiaotian and Zhang Yun were relieved and took a long breath of relief. That scene just now was really the closest the two had come to death. It would be absolutely impossible to say that you weren't intimidated. After all, it could be said that the thing that characters of their realm feared the most was death. What do you mean by that? A sudden coolness came from his neck as a sharp sword crossed there. Qin Xiaotian swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty, his gaze turning to Zhang Yun as he angrily bellowed. Zhang Yun growled, how dare you have the face to ask? If it weren't for you, how would I have been planted by a demonic cultivator with the Dao Heartseed, and have my life and death controlled by others? At this moment, Zhang Yun hated that he could not break Qin Xiaotian into pieces. Originally, after one's breakthrough to Great Emperor, the vast sword sect status in the Eastern Wasteland would definitely be as high as the sky. Yet it all comes to naught, if not ruin. And it was all thanks to Qin Xiaotian. If he hadn't insisted on dealing with the ethereal sacred land and attracted the heavenly palaces people, how would it have turned out like this? For a moment, Qin Xiaotian was furious and cursed. Zhang Yun, do you still want to be shameless? When I came to you with the Emperor breaking Dan, did I ever force you to say half a word? Wasn't it you yourself who willingly joined me in dealing with the Netherworld Holy Land? And 3 months ago, when my divine Martial Dynasty was destroyed, I once again sought you out, and at first you didn't agree, but in the end you couldn't resist your greed and answered me? Following that, he let out a sneer. Now that something's happened, you're shrugging it off. I originally thought that I was thick-skinned enough, but I didn't realize that you, Zhang Yun, are no better. You! Zhang Yun was instantly dumbfounded by his dislike, unable to retort with a single word. With that, he removed the sword from Qin Xiaotian's neck and sat down on the chair with a disheveled face, muttering, so what now? Are you really willing to be at the mercy of others? A hint of haze flashed across Qin Xiaotian's eyes as he shook his head and said coldly, we can only take one step at a time. Nowadays, our lives are controlled by that old man, so no matter what he says, we have to do it and save our lives first. Zhang Yun let out a long sigh and said helplessly, it can only be done. Qingshan Town, commonplace name. In the Drunken Beauty Building, the crowd was boisterous, the guests were nearly full, and the father-daughter duo of Jiang Qingyue and Jiang Tao were so busy that they couldn't touch the ground. Boss, 6 jars of drunken immortal wine. A rough shout came from outside the door, followed by 6 burly men with large swords in their hands striding in. In an instant, the gazes of all the guests in the building were drawn over. It was the middle of winter, and these 6 people were all dressed in bare shoulders. However, many of the people present were cultivators, and even though their strength wasn't very high, they were able to clearly feel that powerful aura from the harmonious Dao realm due to the undisguised aura of these 6 people in front of them. Hiss, 6 harmonization realm powerhouses. It looks so familiar. Where are they from and why are they showing up in Castle Peak Town? The crowd was full of doubts. Qingshan Town was only a bullet point. It was surprising that so many strong people would appear at the same time. At that moment, Jiang Qingyu walked out from inside, and when she caught a glimpse of the 6 men with fierce faces, she couldn't help but be startled. She forced herself to calm down and said, gentlemen, I'm really sorry, the Drunken Immortal Brew is sold out. Can other fine wines be made? The 6 of them looked at Jiang Qingyu, who was walking in a slim manner. Although she was clad in a plush cloak, it was hard for her to hide the charming and graceful manner. For a while a hint of obscenity showed in their eyes. The big man at the head of the group swallowed his saliva and said with a smile, little beauty, your house's signature is the Drunken Immortal Brew, and now that it's gone, what can we do about it? Seeing his gaze ravaging over her body, Jiang Qingyu only felt a wave of nausea. But she was not stupid, and could clearly feel that these people in front of her were by no means good, so in order to avoid causing trouble, she could only explain stiffly. Guest, the brewing process of Drunken Immortal Brew is quite complicated, and the production is limited, coupled with the large number of guests today, thus the supply somewhat exceeds the demand. However, the other fine wines in my house are quite good. However, the big man who heard these words shook his head, and the corner of his mouth spread an evil smile. For wine, we don't have that much to say, but we would like to invite you, little beauty, to drink together. I wonder if it's possible? With that, the big man reached out his hand and tried to pull Jiang Qingyu's shoulder. Fortunately, Jiang Qingyue was always vigilant, and immediately took 2 steps backward, nimbly dodging it. But the big man who lost his hand can't help but be a little annoyed, snapped, little beauty, I advise you not to refuse wine and eat punishment wine. or I'll have to smash your broken store." As soon as the words fell, the several men behind him were just about to make their move. Zhang Tao walked out from inside and said in an unkind tone, "All of you are at least strong at the harmonization realm, don't you think it's a bit rude to act like this? If you want to drink, we naturally welcome you, but if you want to cause trouble, then I'll blame the old man for being merciless." Seeing her father appear, the terrified Jiang Qingyue rushed to his side. Zhang Tao, on the other hand, gently patted her hand, signaling that she didn't need to be afraid. The big man, who was still relaxed and unconcerned, immediately frowned slightly after seeing Zhang Tao and said with a startled look on his face, "I really didn't expect that in this tiny mountain town, there is still a powerful existence like you." Even though the aura emanating from Zhang Tao was not strong, he was after all a cultivator at the peak of the harmonization realm, and he was still able to detect that the old man in front of him was a sage realm powerhouse. Zhang Tao was unimpressed and said in a cold voice, "So, do you want a drink, or are you looking for trouble?" The big man sniffed, took a deep breath, and laughed. "Naturally, I want a drink." Although Zhang Tao was only an old cultivator at the early stage of the sage realm, while all 6 of them were at the harmonious realm, and if they were to really fight, they could be evenly matched, but he didn't want to take that risk. "In that case, please take your seats. But you'd better leave the old man in peace." When the big man heard his threatening words, although he was upset, he didn't dare to snap out of it. And on the street outside, Yi Shaoqing and Tang Yuan's figures were slowly walking from the distance. Chapter 82. How dare any little critter? Street. Tang Yuan suddenly spoke, "Senior, the boundary sea gives me a very strange feeling." "You say it." Yi Shaoqing's face was calm. Tang Yuan pondered a little and explained, "Logically speaking, even if the entire dragon clan's chi is condensed and transformed into the realm sea, the power of its chi shouldn't be so great, right?" Thinking back to the places that he followed Senior Yi to these days, the one that shocked him the most was the boundary sea. The majestic chi was simply beyond imagination, and could even be comparable to today's underworld. Yi Shaoqing smiled slightly after hearing this. "That's because those old dragons really did bet right. Elder, late generation is stupid. What does this mean?" Tang Yuan's face was filled with doubt, and for a moment, he had difficulty understanding the meaning of these words. "You will know after a while." Yi Shaoqing shook his head and did not explain more. After saying that, he led Tang Yuan, who was full of doubts, towards Drunken Beauty Tower. "Welcome to Drunk." Inside the building, Jiang Qingyue froze in place on the spot before she could finish her sentence. Strong disbelief flowed from her beautiful eyes as she looked closely at the white-clothed figure that slowly walked in from the doorway. Yi Shaoqing likewise saw her, and immediately spread his face and smiled. "Miss, I'm suffering from wine bugs. I wonder if there's still any drunken immortal brew left?" Jiang Qingyue took a light breath and feigned composure as she nodded slightly, revealing a heartwarming smile. "Yes, sir, you wait a moment." However, in the moment she turned around, the teardrops that were swirling in her eyes were still caught by Tang Yuan, who was on the side. For a while, his gaze couldn't help but steal a glance at Yi Shaoqing, seemingly curious about the relationship between the two. After all, during this period of time together, Senior Yi had always been the kind of person in his eyes who was unfazed no matter what he encountered. Yet the slightest hint of nervousness seemed to flow when confronted with this woman. Looking at the curious Tang Yuan, Yi Shaoqing helplessly let out a light laugh, then faithfully found a seat to sit down. Not a moment too soon. A figure walked out from inside, but it wasn't Jiang Qingyue, but Zhang Tao who was carrying the wine. However, when he saw Yi Shaoqing sitting in the corner, Zhang Tao's eyes widened and his expression was filled with astonishment. Now he kind of understood why his daughter would hide for no reason and cry like a pear. It turned out to be. Thinking of this, Zhang Tao hurriedly stepped forward and shouted, "I have seen you, fellow Taoist. Because today is a bit hectic, I hope that fellow Taoist will bear with me if there is any slackness." Yi Shaoqing laughed, "You are overstating things, Taoist Jiang. I just happened to be passing by here, and I'm not craving for your family's drunken immortal brew, so I've come to bother you." Ha ha ha. Zhang Tao laughed aloud and said, "Fellow Taoist is overstating the case, as long as you want to drink, whenever you come there." Tang Yuan, who was on the side, looked at the duo who were talking happily with each other and was astonished. After all, Senior Yi was an immortal king, while Zhang Tao was only a cultivator at the early stage of the sage realm, and he could even call Senior Yi a Dao friend. Immediately afterward, Zhang Tao slowly opened the drunken immortal brew, and a rich fragrance of wine hit his nose. Before Tang Yuan could revel in it, he was interrupted by a sudden voice. Bang! The big man at the next table slammed the table, stood up in a huff, pointed at the drunken immortal brew, his eyes widened angrily as he looked straight at Zhang Tao and roared, "What do you mean by this? I thought there was no more drunken brew? What's this again?" The three men's eyes were instantly drawn to it. Yi Shaoqing, however, just took a light sip of wine and was oblivious to all of this. On the contrary, Tang Yuan was just about to have a seizure when he was stopped by Zhang Tao. Only Zhang Tao eyed the big man and said in a cold voice, "This altar of wine was booked in advance by fellow Taoist Yi, can't it be? And even if it isn't, what do you want?" Zhang Tao's words had just fallen, and the big man had yet to respond. The five henchmen behind him immediately stood up, and their harmonization realm auras instantly surged out, directly lifting the many guests around them who were drinking to the ground. In an instant, an eerie intense atmosphere filled the room, and everyone was frightened and panicked, rushing out the door in fear of being caught in the storm. The big man smiled coldly and took a step forward, scanning the three. After sensing that Yi Shaoqing and Tang Yuan didn't have any cultivation aura on them, they became even more brazen and flared up towards Zhang Tao. Do you really think that we're afraid of you because you're in the sage realm? Saying that, the big man directly set the big knife in his hand heavily on Yi Shaoqing's wine table. Zhang Tao was shocked when he saw this. Although Yi Shaoqing still didn't have any reaction, Tang Yuan's face had long been so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip out of it. He didn't know who this person was, but he was clear that someone who could follow Yi Shaoqing must be extraordinary, and was definitely not someone he could easily mess with. Zhang Tao stared angrily at the big man and snapped, "Asshole, you're looking for death. Immediately put your sword away and apologize to fellow Taoist Yi, or die." However, his words fell into the big man's ears, but only received a face full of disdain. The big man glanced at Yi Shaoqing contemptuously with his afterglow, seeing that he was still drinking to himself, not putting himself in his eyes at all, which caused his anger to rise instantly. "Drink, drink, drink. What kind of a thing are you that you dare to ignore this great master?" In the next moment, the big man directly reached out, in a vain attempt to snatch the wineglass in Yi Shaoqing's hand. However, the moment his hand had just been extended, the overwhelming imperial might violently erupted from Tang Yuan's body, like a mighty dragon, and straight away, the big man was shaken out. Great Emperor! He is actually a great emperor. This sudden scene caused the other five to be stunned, and the powerful emperors might press down on them like Tarzan, causing their legs to tremble more than just a little, almost about to collapse to the ground. Even Zhang Tao was similarly shocked with his jaw dropping, letting out a bitter smile in his heart as he said to himself, "Anyone who can follow beside fellow Taoist Yi is truly extraordinary." Tang Yuan's face had long since darkened at this point, only to see him slowly raise his hand and gently grab it. The five people instantly felt a wave of suffocation, their bodies directly floating in the air. "Great Emperor, we know we're wrong, please spare us." Hearing their pleas for mercy, Tang Yuan scolded sternly, "A bunch of mole crickets, how dare they be so reckless in front of Senior Yi? A capital offense, punishable by death." Before Tang Yuan's words fell, he was seen raising his hand and waving it, and the five people flew out of the window like kites with broken strings. Before the crowd could react, the powerful emperor's might was like a towering Tarzan, mercilessly crushing through, instantly crushing them into a mist of blood and splattering them in all directions, failing to emit even a single scream. The decisive and ruthless scene caused Zhang Tao to suck in a breath of cool air. The big man, who suffered a heavy blow from the emperor's might, struggled up from the ground with great difficulty, and suddenly there came a dull sound of footsteps in his ears, and he slowly raised his head, only to see that Tang Yuan's breath around him was stirring unreservedly, his emperor's might raging and rampant, and his eyes were filled with monstrous killing intent as he was approaching him step by step. Witnessing the horrifying scene, the big man was so frightened that his legs were paralyzed, pounding garlic and frantically kowtowing to beg for forgiveness. "Great Emperor, please don't kill me." Chapter 83, Heavenly Void Mountain, Demon World. However, would Tang Yuan care about his pleas for mercy? Only to see him raise his hand and swing it, the palm wind whistled past, directly jerking the big man away. The big man fell heavily to the ground outside, and before he could regain his senses, Tang Yuan had instantly appeared in front of him like a ghost, raised his foot, and viciously kicked it over. "Daring to insult Senior Yi, you mole's guts are really big." The voice came into the building and Zhang Tao looked through the window, only to see Tang Yuan was a storm of violent punches to the big man. The scene was simply miserable. "Aha!" A mournful scream cut through the streets that had long been empty and silent. Seemingly realizing that he was in trouble, the big man began to pinch his hands frantically. In an instant, terrifying black gas surged up from the big man's body, instantly wrapping the entire body tightly. His divine soul directly broke free from his physical body at this moment. "Demon cultivator?" Tang Yuan frowned slightly. Looking at the big man who had given up his physical body and attempted to use his divine soul to escape, a cold smile of disdain immediately spread across the corners of his mouth. "You think you can get away with this?" In the next moment, the surrounding space seemed to be frozen. The big man was directly fixed in place. No matter how desperately he struggled, it was useless. Looking at the approaching Tang Yuan, the big man shouted frantically in terror, "Don't kill me! Please don't kill me!" However, the big man had long been listed as a capital offense by Tang Yuan, so how could he just let him go? In Tang Yuan's heart, Senior Yi's image was tall and sacred, the same as his own master, and this unknowing mole in front of him dared to disrespect him. So there is no room for negotiation. Today, he must die. Just as Tang Yuan was about to completely obliterate him, Yi Shaoqing's cloudy voice came out from the building. "Don't kill him yet." Hearing this, Tang Yuan's fist stopped just a millimeter away from the big man's body. Bang! The big man whose divine soul had been stuffed back into his physical body was directly thrown to the ground by Tang Yuan like a chicken. The big man who escaped from death immediately kneeled down and crouched in front of Yi Shaoqing and cried out in a snotty manner, "Senior, I have no eyes and have offended you. I hope that you will be generous and spare the little man." The big man was near collapse at the moment. This all felt more fake than a dream. Who gets it? He had just come down from the mountain himself, but he was just pretending, and he ended up directly crashing into a great emperor's head. Who would believe this? Who else has more bad luck than him? Yi Shaoqing lightly sipped a mouthful of wine and asked with a bland expression, departing soul demonic skill, are you from the heavenly void mountain or are you from the demonic realm? Hearing this, the big man swallowed his saliva with difficulty and replied warily, little man is from Tianshu mountain. Upon hearing this, Yi Shaoqing's gaze slowly shifted towards him and said in a slow voice, as far as I know, the heavenly void mountain is a gathering place for loose demonic cultivators, whereas the demonic aura that you have just emitted is pure to the core. It doesn't look like a loose demon. I. His words made the big man inwardly shocked, and for a moment, the words came to his mouth but he did not know how to say it. Looking at the big man whose forehead was dripping with cold sweat and whose eyes were slithering around, Yi Shaoqing asked in a condensed voice, what? Don't want to talk about it? After a fierce struggle of thought, the big man finally collapsed and begged with a sobbing voice, Senior, please spare the little man. I really don't dare to say it. I'll die a horrible death if I do. Yi Shaoqing was amused by his words and laughed out softly, then said, then have you ever thought that if you don't say anything, I will make you even worse? The big man was slightly stunned, and immediately after, he realized that Tang Yuan was slowly walking towards him, staring at him with those emotionless eyes in death. The big man was instantly frightened and trembled. Obviously the fear Tang Yuan had left him with earlier was just too great. Yi Shaoqing seemed to have lost his patience, let out a light laugh and leisurely said, I'll give you one last chance. If you don't say anything, I'll have to send you to reincarnation. When the big man heard this, he asked in a low voice, can I spare my life if I say so? Yi Shaoqing didn't answer, but spat out a word. Say. The big man swallowed his saliva with difficulty before explaining, it's true that the little man is from the heavenly void mountain, only the identity is a person of the devil world. I am under the banner of the heavenly father of the devil realm, who, in order to control all the loose devils in the heavenly void mountain, but due to the fact that those loose devils don't listen at all, he can only send devil cultivators to blend in, and I am one of them. Devil realm heavenly father? Yi Shaoqing frowned slightly. The hierarchy of the devil realm was clear to him. The highest commander was the devil lord, and under that were the three great devil kings. This so-called heavenly father was the first time he had heard of it. Then he opened his mouth and asked, what is this devil realm heavenly father? The big man shook his head and hurriedly explained, I don't know. I only know that heavenly father joined the devil realm 3,000 years ago and is the most powerful existence in the devil realm today. And, moreover, I have also heard that heavenly father is an immortal, and that the contemporary demon lord's ability to become immortal is all thanks to heavenly father. As for heavenly father's true identity and name, I know nothing about it. Looking at Yi Shaoqing who was deep in thought, the big man was horrified and hurriedly continued, Senior, everything I said is true. If there is half a lie, heaven will strike thunder. Yi Shaoqing glanced at him and asked with a smile, then what is the reason for your visit to this Qingshan town? The big man was so nervous that he stammered. The heavenly father gave the small man a task, letting several of us come here to kill a person named Jiang Tao. The corners of Yi Shaoqing's mouth twitched slightly as he pointed at Jiang Tao, who was staring at the side, and asked towards the big man, do you know who he is? The big man sniffed and glanced at Jiang Tao, then shook his head, signaling that he didn't recognize him. Yi Shaoqing said with a speechless face, then what are you doing in this restaurant? The big man said with an embarrassed face, I am new here, attracted by the fragrance of this wine, so I thought to drink a few cups first, and then go to kill Jiang Tao. When these words came out, both Yi Shaoqing and Jiang Tao were instantly speechless. They had seen many unreliable ones, but it was the first time they had seen someone who could be unreliable to such an extent. Just when the big man was at a loss and didn't know what to do, Jiang Tao walked up to him and pointed at himself, then said, the old man is Jiang Tao. Boom! His words were like a thunderbolt that exploded in the big man's head, and his eyes glazed over as if they were about to fall out. Now he finally understood why the two would have that look on their faces just now. Wasn't he just asking for death? The pleas for mercy rose and fell, yet Yi Shaoqing acted as if he didn't hear them, only gently holding up the wine glass and lightly sipping the small wine. When Tang Yuan saw this, he then moved behind the big man with understanding. He slowly raised his hand, and a white hollow suddenly appeared in his palm. A powerful suction force suddenly surged out, directly engulfing the big man's divine soul into it. Jiang Tao exclaimed as he looked at the big man who was drained of his soul and fell to the ground dead beyond repair. Spirit devouring god body. Chapter 84, Recruiting Jiang Tao. Jiang Tao's gaze shifted to Tang Yuan and inquired, you're from the underworld? Tang Yuan, who had just thrown the big man's corpse into the space-time rift, didn't reply when he heard his words, but instead smiled gently. Sure enough, Jiang Tao said in his heart when he saw this. The Tianji Pavilion had a long history, and Jiang Tao had served as the head of the Tianji Pavilion after all. Even though the underworld was already hidden at that time and he hadn't seen anyone from the underworld, he still knew a little about the spirit-devouring god body. Those who could possess such a physique were cultivators who possessed great fortune in their previous lives and had the misfortune of falling when they were weak. They awaken when they enter the underworld, and usually such people do not choose to go through reincarnation and reincarnation again, but simply open a second life in the underworld. Earlier, when he first saw Tang Yuan, he noticed that this person's breath was abnormal, deadly and different, and it turned out that he was actually from the underworld. Thinking of this, Zhang Tao immediately bowed his hand towards Yi Shaoqing and Tang Yuan and gave his thanks. Today, I'm thankful for the help of fellow Taoist Yi and fellow Taoist Tang. In the future, if there's a need for Mr. Jiang, just open your mouth, and Mr. Jiang will definitely do his best. Tang Yuan similarly returned the salute with an arch. Although he did not know what Zhang Tao was, but from the fact that he was able to talk to Senior Yi as a friend, his status must be extraordinary. As for the matter of repayment, he had never even thought about it. Yi Shaoqing, on the other hand, laughed lightly and said, there's no need to be courteous, but rather, what do you think of these few demonic cultivators, fellow Taoist Zhang? Zhang Tao's face showed bitterness as he sighed helplessly. In fact, when those people reported my name just now, I guessed that they must be associated with the Heavenly Palace. Other than the Heavenly Palace, Zhang Tao really couldn't think of anyone else who would go through the trouble of taking his life. After all, with his current strength, he couldn't threaten anyone at all. However, Tian was different. Although he was now the Heavenly Emperor that was co-respected in the central state, those ancient forces and hidden families could all have their own agenda towards him. If it wasn't for the fear of Tian's strength, he was afraid that he would have rioted long ago. And all of this was due to the fact that he had spread the news of Tian killing their younger generation of great Qiluk disciples back then. So how could the Emperor Sky just know to let himself go? Just Jiang Tao never thought that the power of the Heavenly Palace is so powerful that it can already manipulate the group of devil cultivators in the devil world. When Yi Shaoqing heard this, his eyes narrowed slightly, and then a smile spread out as he slowly said, if it's really not possible, how about fellow Taoist Zhang joining my misty sacred land? With me sheltering you, even if Empyrean himself came over in person, he wouldn't dare to touch you. After hearing these words, Zhang Tao couldn't help but be slightly stunned. He never expected that Yi Shaoqing would be interested in letting himself join the Netherworld Holy Land. After all, the terror of Tian was something that Zhang Tao had a deep understanding of, yet at this moment, Yi Shaoqing's cloudy words seemed as if he didn't place Tian in his eyes at all. This really shocked him, and at the same time, he was even more curious about what realm Yi Shaoqing's strength had reached. Seeing that he was lost in thought, Yi Shaoqing continued, the Netherworld Holy Land is now preparing to set up a subsect. If you agree, I can make you the head of this sect. Fellow Taoist Yi Yu. Zhang Tao was instantly shocked by his words and his jaw dropped. To know that he was a person with previous convictions, Yi Shaoqing would actually allow himself to be the head of this subsect. This was something he had never expected. Immediately afterward, he asked with suspicion, fellow Taoist Yi, why would you want me to join the Netherworld Holy Land? After all, what I used to do can be. Speaking of this, Zhang Tao fell silent, seemingly remembering the past. Yi Shaoqing laughed, some things are in the past, let them be in the past. There is nothing wrong with a cultivator wanting to become stronger, it's just that you chose wrongly. As long as you are willing to repent, it's not a thing. And I admire you greatly. Zhang Tao was slightly stunned, seemingly touched by his words, and for a moment, his expression rose in a trance. Yi Shaoqing took a sip of wine, his eyes slowly turned to the vast sky outside the window, and leisurely said, the eastern wasteland in the near future will surely fall into complete chaos, even if it doesn't want to be in chaos. As long as you agree to serve as this patriarch, I will help you regain your cultivation as a peak grade emperor, but in the future, you'll need to use your own skill of being able to see into the heavens to protect the disciples of the ethereal sacred ground in advance. As for the heavenly wrath, I'll stop it for you, and I'll give you a promise that when the time is right, I'll help you become immortal. As soon as these words came out, Tang Yuan, who was on the side, suddenly widened his eyes and couldn't help but look at Zhang Tao, who was in a daze, his face filled with shock. He's kind of looking the other way this time. I didn't expect that the seemingly ordinary Zhang Tao in front of me, who was only in the sage realm, would have such a great origin, and had once actually been a peak grade emperor. What was most unbelievable to him was that Senior Yi had given him a promise of becoming an immortal. It was absolutely impossible for Tang Yuan to say that he wasn't envious. Immediately afterward, Yi Shaoqing slowly turned around and looked at Zhang Tao, who was deep in thought, and asked, is it willing? Zhang Tao, who had recovered from the shock, gulped and didn't answer immediately, but asked in return. Fellow Taoist Yi, you said that the eastern wasteland would be in chaos, but with your strength wanting to shelter the Netherworld Holy Land, wouldn't that be simple? This was the point he was most puzzled about. Yi Shaoqing was obviously so powerful, but it was on the contrary that he still wanted to let himself help. Wasn't this completely superfluous? Yi Shaoqing then shook his head and said, I won't make it easy. Why is that? Zhang Tao queried, his expression looking even more puzzled. Yi Shaoqing glanced at it, reached out with his fingers, pointed beyond the void, and laughed, I'm afraid that if I make a move, certain things will be attracted and descend down. It's not going to be easy at that point. Zhang Tao frowned slightly at his words, not understanding the meaning of his words at all. Seeing this, Yi Shaoqing asked again, so how are you considering it? Willing to be the head of this subclan? After a long time, Zhang Tao slowly sighed and said, thank you for your love, fellow Taoist Yi, for looking up to Mr. Jiang, but please allow Mr. Zhang to think about it. The conditions plus promises given by Yi Shaoqing could be said to be unimaginably large. If it were anyone else, there wouldn't be the slightest hesitation at all, and they would definitely agree straight away. But Jiang Tao was different. In the past, because of his own momentary greed, it led to the destruction of Tianji Pavilion, which was an indelible pain engraved in his heart. Now that he was asked to become the head of a clan again, he was very scared and fearful. Yi Shaoqing nodded his head at his words, indicating that he agreed. After all, he knew all about Jiang Tao, so rather than forcing him to agree, it would be better to let him think it over. As for what the final choice was, he respected both. Chapter 85 Yi Shaoqing panicked. Boundary Sea Dragon Clan. Night crept in. Zhang Qingyu stood quietly on the rooftop of the Drunken beauty building. Looking up at the bright moon hanging high in the night sky, the slightest hint of complexity flowed out of her slightly red eyes. Just then, Yi Shaoqing's figure slowly walked out of the darkness and proceeded to her side. Time passes. Zhang Qingyu murmured softly, Eunuch Yi, do you know? At one time, I always felt that those who cultivated immortality embarked on the path of immortal cultivation in order to fulfill certain desires within. And I never had such a thought, just wanted to simply and plainly go through each day, yet until one day, I suddenly envied them so much. Hearing this, Yi Shaoqing leisurely said, actually, there is nothing to envy. As you said, many people step into immortal cultivation with some kind of desire. Some people want to get stronger to get rid of violence, while others want to wander the world with their swords. But the journey of cultivation is difficult and perilous, and on the way forward, many people gradually lose their original heart and do whatever they can in order to pursue power. When they try to turn back, they realize that the way they came has been cut off so long ago that they can't turn back at all. Speaking of this, Yi Shaoqing couldn't help but spread a bitter smile. He could be said to be deeply touched by this. 10,000 years ago, when he first arrived in this world, he was then also a young man full of passion, having been a lousy good guy and done many chivalrous deeds. But when he became increasingly powerful, he slowly began to lose his heart. The sound of words drifted into his ears. Zhang Qingyu slowly turned her head, looked at his handsome side face, and murmured, but if I can't become strong, even if I put my best foot forward, I won't be able to keep up with him, and one day I'll also fall in the torrent of time. I'm afraid he'll forget me. I can't let him go either. But he is an immortal, and even more so, an old ancestor of a holy land, while I am just an ordinary mortal. Man, the biggest fear is reaching a certain age and suddenly meeting someone who makes your heart pound but you can't be together. One step forward is not destined, one step back is not. This feeling is most abrasive. And Zhang Qingyu had always thought that she would never meet this kind of situation, and always held an attitude of indifference. Until today, she had never felt this taste deeply. Immediately afterward, Zhang Qingyu suddenly inquired softly, if I start cultivating at this moment, will I have a chance to be with him? How could Yi Shaoqing not understand her mind, only to see him slowly turn around and look at Zhang Qingyu, who had a bitter face and slightly reddened eyes, and gently sigh. I'm not a kind person. Not only is he not a good person, he's a very thoroughly bad one. I'm the one who doesn't deserve you, and I don't deserve you. I don't care about that. Zhang Qingyu shook her head and looked at him with a firm gaze, saying in a resolute tone, I just want to know if there's a chance. Yi Shaoqing was slightly stunned. As a 21st century traveler, he used to take the initiative to pursue her people, and was not always successful. When was he ever confessed like this? For a moment he was a bit flustered. After all, what kind of person he was, Yi Shaoqing couldn't be clearer. Although he regarded the lives of ants as grass, but let him hurt a woman who loved him to the extreme, but really a little heart. Seeing that he was silent, Zhang Qingyu continued to pursue. Why don't you speak up? Is there a chance or not? Don't you even want to give me a yes or no answer? For a while, tears gushed out like a raging tide. Zhang Qingyu cried miserably, pear blossomed with rain to attract people's pity. Yi Shaoqing, who was torn up inside, finally sighed softly and nodded slightly. Zhang Qingyu, who was originally crying, suddenly turned from sadness to joy when she saw this scene and gently wiped her cheeks, followed by a smile. That's what you promised yourself, no lying to me. I will definitely work hard to cultivate in the future, and even if I can't keep up with you, I definitely won't hold you back. And then bright and early with you. Aha! Yi Shaoqing heard these words and answered softly. In the meantime, in the depths of a vast sea hundreds of thousands of miles away from Green Mountain Town, inside a dark palace, on 7 huge stone pillars, 7 sleeping black dragons coiled above, but the aura on their bodies was extremely weak, and below it, there stood a young man dressed in a white robe. He is Aojiu, the current lord of the Dragon Clan. Aojiu gazed at the huge golden egg placed in the center, permeated with rich to the extreme chi. His eyes slowly looked upwards and respectfully shouted, all the old ancestors, time flies, many years have passed, isn't it time for Ear to be born? Who? A low dragon roar suddenly sounded. The black dragon on one of the stone pillars slowly awoke, those scarlet eyes swept a glance at the golden egg and said in a deep voice, wait a little longer. Aojiu showed a puzzled look and asked after him, old ancestor, why is this? Hasn't it now turned 3,000 years? The black dragon slowly descended from the pillar, leaned down close to the golden egg and carefully examined it before saying in a slow voice, back then, the 7 of us had to fight for our lives plus the entire dragon clan because of the devouring aura, but luckily we succeeded in the end. Nowadays, the dragon race has not only not declined, the boundary sea has even become a realm of its own, and the power of its chi has become more and more powerful with time. If Ear is able to devour all of this chi luck, he will surely become the most powerful great chi luck in the heavens and earth at that time. When that time comes, our dragon clan will surely move towards glory once again under his leadership. As for the stipulated period of 3,000 years, although it has arrived, when it will come out still needs to depend on Ear's own choices, and we must not interfere. After hearing these words, Aoju nodded slightly. He naturally knew about these things as the contemporary lord of the dragon clan, but he just hadn't thought that there were so many doorways. Immediately afterward, the black dragon landed on Aoju and asked, "Nothing happened while we were sleeping, right?" Aoju shook his head and said, "Because they have been staying in the Boundary Sea for so many years, the clan was indeed a bit restless at first, but now it's much better. As for the other things that didn't come up, after all, our Boundary Sea has a boundary, outsiders simply can't enter." "That's good." The black dragon nodded. "It's normal to have a bit of a tantrum, make sure to calm them down, a few of us old guys can't leave here, the dragon clan in the future will all depend on you." Aoju looked at the old ancestor who had returned to the stone pillar and fallen into a deep sleep, his expression looking somewhat very difficult. After all, the 7 old ancestors in front of them were all peak great emperors of the dragon race 10,000 years ago, and it turned out that because of something that caused them to have to be suppressed for eternity in this dark and sunless abyss, and all of the dragon clansmen living in the Boundary Sea could only stay here and were not allowed to enter the world. But fortunately, after a while when Ear is born, all these problems can be solved one by one. They, the dragons, will also return to the eyes of the world once again.